who will start the fight. Yotoro's going to TP in here on the side. Try and go for the quick kill on Amira. Nightfall pops Requiem BKBs, but he's just got to run away. The Fiend's Grip from the low ground is going to hold back these heroes as best they can, but look at Collapse. Yes, he's guarding Yotoro straight after Nightfall. They chase after and pops the Satanic by the call. Meanwhile, the stun out for the Dragonite. That's going to help him reset a little bit, trying to hit him on the wheel. Looks like with the follow-up stun of the Dragon Tail again, Nightfall's just going to die underneath this wheel. There's not much they can do about it.
Another box.
They did manage to run down Yotoro and threaten him, but can they finish him off with these box saves? Just keep on going up. The life steal is keep up. The stop is going down. There's just too many saves. They can't get him. Takes him back up to the high ground with the Nightmare pulling him back. The Ice Path as well. Now hit him with the Magnetize. He's going to die. Makoto has to abandon. He knows that Nightfall is dead. He's just going to try and preserve his own life here. Hits him with the kick. The roll-in didn't land, but slow down with Blood Grenade. The Magnetize building up. Disruption trying to bail him out here, but it just sets up Dual Breath. More Magnetizes. Makoto will die. He hit a Dragon Slave. They'll finish off the support. Now Mira's going to be in some trouble. Laurel underneath the tier 2 tower. Rampage for him. What is happening? Give him another Rampage with the arena going up. No! The Phoenix 8 to finish off one. The burn, it'll take Rue out as well.
Shadow, Bignum in, Yule's up into the air. Now they're going to try and make the move. They've got the that's popped on Bignum as well as FY. RCY is going in with the Sleight of Fist as well as the Searing Chains. FY can't even get the Echo Slam out. They're going to pick up this Ember in the cart. BKB, Winter's Curse, locking up 2. Exactly what they need to follow it up with the Terrorize. They've got the Fear on to Nothing to Say, and he will have his lips shut and sealed. He is killed off once again, does have buyback, and he will use it immediately.
Oh, he gets the BKB. All right, he gets the BKB on the last second. He needs a thunder. He gets a throws onto his own Underlord. Sorry, corrupted. No. And he's still just dying to the Pit of Malice. The constant stuns out from the Pangolier. He cannot move. Gets the 4-step out. Walrus punches there. Snow has not been able to play the game. This game is over. Vici Gaming will take game number 2 and force the game 3.
Seconds on the Necropost. He's gonna have the buyback here pretty soon as the Omni Slash again being nullified to a high degree. They can just take out these buildings with the Blade Fury. Finally, Fortification comes out. Still no buyback on the Necropost. 20 seconds. Finally, we'll use it. The Rolling Thunder, though, comes out from GPK. They kick out Satanic. He does have the Switch Slash, losing the mana, though, now nullified. Looking for the kill is Kiritish. Getting to the other side. The Mantis is going to keep it alive. Miro trying to apply some more pressure. They get the kill onto the Bounty Hunter, but it's not nearly enough to turn this. And the buyback coming out now from the Bounty. Reaper Scythe doing absolutely nothing. It's double, in fact, will be enough to get the kill. But that is mega creeps as the throne is completely exposed. Didn't even realize.
Wanting to boots and travel to their TP. They're going for it. They're going for it. They're flipping the wave. Immediately hitting over for the tier 4 towers. They're on the ancient, but they can't do it.
I mean, they have a glyph too. There's just no way.
Oh no! The 2-man stun. They're looking for it. Mount Reed. He's going back in. They're trying to control. Do they have enough to take down the ancient? The Yule Scepter lift up is there. I don't think they can do it. The Paimon is off to the side, keeping him alive, and GG is called.
When you're Mega'd, the best way to win is fight. And really just all in, right?
Oh, Laurel gets the crush initiation.
Oh, there's the grip.
BKB. They're going to play all this action out to Kez. Already half HP, pops the BKB. There's Laurel. Trying to go on top of him, but they do have the cart coming out from Ace. He gets killed off by the Chicken Man, though. And look who's next. It is Mickey on the Luna. No buybacks. And that should be it. Nisha, the 3rd core default. Triple kill for Yotoro. Can he get 30 with the ultra kill? He does. Disgusting display from the Chicken Man. Looking for
Give him the rampage.
Finish Rampage to get 31 kills in a game at TI. And it is Yotoro. Beast mode enabled.
Arrow is, oh, DM, nicely played. BKB, blink forward, no problem at all. The Winter's Curse is going to come out now. Do they have any follow-up? Nightfall, looking for the Requiem, thinking about going, lets it fly, moves in for the finish. No more DM, but now Chira Jr., he too goes in, and the Reaper's Scythe will be there. They take down the Shadow Fiend. WS also in the grave. Chira Jr., he will not be denied. Get back over here, sir. And GG is called.
And we're back.
Welcome back, everybody. It is another day of the Internationals. We're back with some more Dota. I see. I could guess. I felt you were wearing a blazer of some sort, or whatever. It looks like maybe
just a
trench coat.
Trench coat. I don't even know what it is. Like it looks like whatever. I'm ready for some Dota, for some TI. This is the shirt of let's watch some Dota. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's the shirt of watching Dota. You've been here for a couple days. You're on to this third day of Dota, and a lot has happened so far leading up to this point. And honestly, it's been kind of the opposite in some areas of what people might think would have gone down coming into this one. You know, we're looking at 1-2 matchups that are including Falcons and LGD and Yandex. I don't think anybody would have had Falcons and Yandex at 1 and 2 coming into this, but it's not the most pressure in the world. You know, you think about it overall, and all you need is 2 wins. And I think when you look at group stage, the way it's presented, I feel like it's more intimidating than the reality of the situation. Is 2 wins, and you move on to the elimination stage at least. You just need 2 wins. 3 wins even better, 4 wins great. You know, you're trying to get there, and you know, we could take a look at that, and it really has been a lot of teams that have already qualified at least for an elimination stage matchup.
Yeah, like overall, we definitely have some surprises, right? Like you mentioned, you probably didn't expect some of these teams to be playing and being in the stage that they are right now. I feel like there's a lot of predictions, like you said, in shambles. Mine included, courtesy of Yandex, by the way. Those guys are the first, but also GamerLegion playing. You know, they 2-0ing teams. They're not absolutely dominating everyone they play against, but they showed up. Like, they're doing well, and I gotta put some respect to your NA boys. You know, not all of them are from NA in that team, but I know how you guys are. If there is one dude that is NA, the team is NA. So shout out to your NA boys. They're doing well. It's gonna be a little bit difficult. Yeah, definitely. It's gonna be difficult for the NA boys. As you can see, the first series, by the way. What do you think? Do they have a chance?
Always have a chance. TI is a different animal. This is where upsets get made and storylines get written. Falcons against GamerLegion to lead it off. Aurora Boom Boys in that second series. That feels like not El Clasico, but all the players involved. It's almost like that old school Empire Navi matchup that we used to see a lot, where a lot of those guys just have played together, they've played against each other, they have done all this together, and now they have another matchup where they play each other.
I mean, add up the spirit there for our second series, and we've got like 3 strongest teams coming from the Eastern Europe, right? So overall, it's a matchup that will be extremely difficult to call. Meanwhile, the first one with these guys, I think might not be. Falcons, by the way, are very smiley in their pictures this time around. Usually, like, whenever they have these intros, they're grumpy and just soulless, you know, just staring into the camera. But winning a TI and then coming back probably puts you in a good mood.
Yeah, I think that last TI, they were embracing the villain role, I will say. and it's something that they were trying to beat, which is fine. I think that's okay. So, but now, like you said, you've won a TI. It's all smiles, and one of the best smiles in the game. Speed right there, ready to go. That was a great smile. Like that was.
It is.
I want to see more of that in these videos, in these pictures, in these pre-games. Like these guys, I need them to not be smiling more, but you know, it's video games for a living. Let's call it what it is. You're living the dream.
You are.
We're all here smiling and happy.
You know what? I just remembered. I knew that I knew Speed from somewhere, and it's not pubs. We didn't play together. And I just recall that we were both on the. Remember the Vaga camp? Like we were both there.
Wow.
I met him. I met him there. That was like 2018 or 19 or something. I remember him from there. Like I'm like I mean I know him as a player, as like in pubs, sure, whatever. But yeah, in any case, he's a very positive dude. So it's nice to see him on the big stage, get to TI. You know, like we'll see what he can do versus one of the best teams and reigning champions. Of course, it will not be an easy matchup for them in any shape or form. But I gotta say. In some of their series, they had brilliant drafts. Like their drafts were pretty damn good. The series that they played Vici, right? Or Xtreme?
They played both.
They played both.
GamerLegion played both. They played Xtreme first, where they got the 2-0, and then they lost to Vici 2-1.
Yeah, they lost to Vici, but they won versus Xtreme. The Xtreme games were really good. Like they had some switch ups in their draft where it was almost impossible to play against, right? Like when Enigma is one of those heroes that they have in store when if you don't have a solution for the hero, it's really hard to take the lane against her or just win the game in general. So overall, that's one of the things they've done. They also put that Centaur mid, right? That's another thing, like to allow a different offlane pick. So they have some flex, and I like that a lot. But I feel like in that series, all the stars aligned for them to have that flex. You know, like everything was... If they pre-planned everything, then they're literally 200 IQ. You know, like just 200 IQ players, all of them. Not just the drafter, all of them. But sometimes things just fall into your lap when you're drafting. Like you have things that are good for you, and then you realize, oh, this is actually really good for against them as well. And it's just snowballs. Right now they have a meatball in the form of Invoker. They don't have a snowball. On the other side, you have Alina. When it comes to these two heroes, honestly, both of them are very playable right now. Both of them are being picked in pubs 24/7. I love to see an Invoker on my team, but I have to admit, I think I love to see Alina a bit more.
Right.
Just speaking out of like personal experience and games that I've been watching, of course, Lina is a little bit of a different beast. Like this hero punishes you very hard in the lane. Invoker is one of those that doesn't necessarily win the lane, but maybe with some sunstrikes on the side lanes and stuff, he could do that. And also there is a chance of Lina being safe lane, of course, for Falcons if they really want to mess with Invoker in a different way. I really love the tiny. Yesterday this combo was played. Overall, this is an old school combo and really strong. So the tiny ban is on point from Falcons. You don't want to play versus two burst heroes that literally can 100-0 anyone on the map, yet alone the Lina that doesn't even have 1000 HP most of the game. So it's a good ban.
Yeah, when they ban out the Centaur, they ban out that puck, getting rid of mobility, getting rid of that lockdown. Three heroes, the three most recent bans for GamerLegion kind of check all those boxes, right? Both lockdown and mobility, having engagement, long-range initiation potential with Illusory Orb or Roll or Blink into the Hoof Stop with Stampede. So there is kind of this idea of what they're trying to get away here and maybe keep a couple of these heroes back. Is there something that you think is...
the dusk is always ready for a fight.
Of course, like they're not sold on the Lina mid. That's the first thing that's showing. When it comes to Team Falcons, I think they're banning out just very strong heroes, and that's it. Like both sides are. GamerLegion maybe a little bit more both teams, like when you look at the bans, on one side you have the first phase Huskar, which is basically a team-oriented ban. On the other side you have Lone Druid, which is meta, but also team-oriented ban, because you don't want to play versus Ghost LD. So overall, I think we are in a very standard range melee pick here. Core ranged, melee support, core ranged, melee support. It sets up nicely. Tusk is another hero that sets up for Invoker across the map with through the game. Like, you can get on top of Lina, you have Snowball to save versus Laguna Blade, even if you're quick enough. Like, overall, both drafts, stock standard, I would say. When it comes to Falcons, I wouldn't mind seeing some Ench here. I think this hero is still very difficult to deal with, especially for an Invoker. I honestly think this is... I think this is one of those where you just don't waste any time. You can pick it immediately. Right. That's how good it, to me, it feels, because it activates Lina as well. That's another thing that it does. Lina is one of those heroes that...
I was just saying, not only that, it's a flex for them. And, like, having it as a flex, the way that they play it, is really important, too. But, yeah, go on about the Ench Lina possibilities.
Yeah, I'm going to go about the things that we won't see, because Phoenix will be the support.
Right.
Basically, Lina needs a body up front, right? And you already have the clock. But Ench kind of does that better when it comes to diving towers. And she's also a hero that punishes Invoker when he goes back into... It's not the triangle, it's the line. You know, that a small little line where they usually like to farm with Ice Wall and Meteor Hammer. She just controls that area. Puts up a ward, takes a creep. You can never farm it effectively without at least killing her. But in any case, we won't be seeing that. We shall be seeing some Phoenix on one side, some wings on both sides. Phoenix on one side, Jakiro on the other. Phoenix is just a good hero in general. There is nothing wrong with this guy. I feel like Phoenix overall is not a strong laner, but if you can compensate for that with some sort of a carry that is, then he feels fine, and Lina could be that one. Another thing, of course, is versus Tusk, you have Fire Spirits for tag team, which is always nice in the lane, and you have dive, so you can get over the shards. Like, there's multiple benefits from having a Phoenix in your team, but there are some cons as well. Subpar laner, not a very strong hero in general in the laning stage. Until level 3, you're pretty miserable. Once you get 3, you're still miserable, but not pretty miserable. As the game goes on, of course, you bring a lot of value to the team fight. However, I gotta say, the value that he usually brings to the team fights has maybe already been diminished a little bit by the fact that you have attack speed aura from the Beastmaster, plus the double attack from the Jakiro. This is not an easy Phoenix egg game. So, GamerLegion so far, you have Roar, the setup for Invoker, Ice Bat to follow up. Their team fight is good. Their Beast just did get countered a little bit with the Clinks. But there's a small or a big but here. I feel like Beast and Tusk should still be a stronger lane than Phoenix and Clinks. And because of that, this Beast, even though you're countered, shouldn't suffer too heavily. Like, you should be able to get some stacks going for yourself, and also get to level 5 timing more or less in a good time, because that's where you can easily farm the stacks, right? So and you just snowball after. It doesn't really matter if the lane is bad. You can just go back to the jungle, come to the lane, use one access, get the creep wave, go to the jungle, get the camps. This Clinks hero is interesting, by the way. We have seen it yesterday. We covered it, right? Like in our Nigma series.
It was Sumail playing it, wasn't it? And he, you know, initially it's kind of something I wanted to bring up, because, yeah, he does well against the Boars, but he did kind of get beat in that game until they brought it back. Like, it wasn't an easy comeback to make. It's a possible comeback to make, especially with Alina that's also going to be in tow with you. But overall, like, I still kind of like the lineup that GamerLegion has to, like, play that early lineup where Clinks doesn't feel so strong in the beginning. And I'm wondering if the pacing with Tag Team and Beastmaster and all these tools might be enough to overwhelm Falcons in this first game.
Yeah, hard agree. Hard agree. I think this is like, if you want to switch things up a little bit, you could even put Jakiro with Beast, by the way, and Tusk top with something to make to make your lane at least a little bit easier versus Fire Spirits, but overall, even if you just play Tusk Beast, I think you're fine. In general, I think when it comes to these two teams, it's obvious, right? Like we have one team that is considered like pretty big favorites coming into the series. So everything that we're saying might not hold true when it comes to the way that the heroes are just clicked on the map and played. And, you know, sometimes you just get outplayed in the lanes. But overall, I like what GamerLegion are cooking. When it comes to Team Falcons, what I'm seeing now is like an insane lack of frontline. You have Clock, but Clock ain't it. Like they need more. And that's why the Mars ban. I feel like if you're Falcons right now, Amar needs to, like he needs to really have some sort of an Underlord or Mars or Centaur is banned. His Timber is, I don't think this is like the game for a Timber. I just think that they need the front line with the stun. And if possible, an AoE.
Let me get your thoughts on this, because we saw it in a couple games yesterday, and we talked about it ourselves when we were watching GamerLegion the first time. Could Ghost final pick into something like Jug in a matchup like this?
You see the ban, by the way, from Falcons. Like, they actually banned out
they're
Enigma.
banning the Enigma, just making sure that they don't move, I would say, what, Beastmaster
Safe
into
lane.
like a safe lane role and then have invoke,
I don't think that's super necessary for GamerLegion, but it's a cool idea. The thing is, though, isn't there something better? Like, if you do that, they banned out the Enigma because GamerLegion are insanely good Enigma team. Fade didn't die a single time in his Enigma game. At the same time, though, first, I don't mind the Beast in that lane too much. It's a very good Axe ban. I think the Axe was exactly the front line that I was talking about. Maybe a bit on the greedier side, but the BKB piercing call with the egg would make their team fight look a lot better. So especially once he gets like a BKB and stuff. Let's see what Falcons round it up with. Like GamerLegion still can adjust. So this Beastmaster is flexible.
I think it's just going to be this Underlord, because it works kind of well with the Clinks, right? In reality, where when you get that Aghanim Scepter, you'll have that Pit of Malice that works with the Fiend's Gate, and then if Clinks is under the nose of a hero, you just go. But they go Pangolier, which I don't hate, because they are kind of lacking good lockdown. But this isn't exactly like amazing lockdown either. It's not point and click stuns. It's not anything that's really
the thing about Pango here, though, that you have to keep in mind is that this hero actually doesn't do too terribly versus Beast and Boars. Like, at least you have Swashbuckle to kill them, right? And basically by picking Pango, they're saying we don't care Beast carry. Clinks, we don't care Beast offlane, and Pango, we don't care Beast carry.
That's a question I'm going to have then, is, boxes you're already checking as they go Faceless Void. Boxes you were already checking in taking out Boars with Clinks. Obviously, you could have switched lanes, but I don't know how probable that would have been. But you used another pick to check the same box.
Yeah, I mean, to prevent him from having a good time anywhere, I suppose, like just to make sure. Like, it happens very often. Like, very often you see it in drafts. Of course, that's not the only reason why. It's also full comfort zone for Falcons, and they needed some stuns. They needed some frontline. They needed some chaos. Pango brings the chaos. I gotta say, I feel like both teams, more or less, have got exactly the drafts that they need to win in a series like this one. Falcons, they could have played GamerLegion's draft and won with, right? Like, it doesn't matter.
Right.
But GamerLegion, I don't think that they could play what Falcons drafted and win with it. I think they need this kind of a draft. This kind of a draft that is extremely punishable, but at the same time, if you do not punish it, this draft eventually takes over. We're talking about a Faceless Void Invoker with an eventual Aghanims, right? It doesn't matter how good you are. It doesn't matter if you have 5k MMR difference between the players. If you chrono into the Sunstrike or into the Cataclysm, the heroes are dying. Like, you cannot help with that. They have some very good setup for the chrono. Like, you have Invoker with a Cataclysm with meatballs and stuff. You have Jakiro with Ice Path with his ulti. Like overall, it's a pretty good chrono game. But there's always this a little caveat here, right? You're playing a Faceless Void. This hero is pretty AFK through the game early on. This hero also gets punished by a lot of different things, and they don't lack burst on Radiant. Like Falcons have got Lina, they've got Clinks. Like these two cores are hunters. They like to hunt, they like to find this Faceless Void, and you know what? Like they can actually burst him. Like these two heroes can burst the Faceless Void very easily. One LSA Laguna, he's most of the time dead. The build on Clinks currently isn't your kit, but if he does go for it, it's another problem that Faceless Void needs to deal with. It's not going to be, by the way. I don't think so, but let's see.
I actually think, and I'm gonna say this, we've seen Clockwork be the guy who goes and gets that Orchid with a good enough game.
Yeah. Do you know what? The thing is, they have such a good draft versus him that I feel like the Orchid might not even be super necessary. Because all you need is hookshot into cogs, pushback into LSA. And the Faceless Void is dead. Like, Lina brings enough deeps and control. That's all. So, might not be that simple for Faceless Void to play this game. At the same time, it's a Grandmaster Faceless Void. And also, all he has to do is get to timing. Like, once you start playing around Cataclysm, around Agony Invoker plus the Chronosphere, it becomes a lot easier. Maybe not easier, but it becomes simple.
The battle begins.
See how this goes. Crit in the face of Ghost, and on those cogs, it will end up being a 2-for-2 in the bounty room section. How these lanes are going to pan out will be very interesting. GamerLegion, they've been able to hold their own, and it'll be a tough road against Falcons. I mean, there are plenty of teams that are very strong that are somehow down here at the 1 and 2s, including Falcons and Yandex, and it is definitely crowded here with a lot of great talent down in the 1-2s, but this is definitely a moment of proving themselves.
Yep.
If GamerLegion can get ahead and win not only this game, but the series.
Yeah, it's kind of rough, right? Like, even if you win this series, you're going to have to match up against, like, a Yandex or someone like that afterwards. So definitely not easy, but, yeah, they've already made one upset, I would say. So maybe they can do it again.
The thing is, all you do is win this series, you're guaranteed elimination stage. And that would put you in a really good spot.
Yep.
And that would be tomorrow, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Because the other matches
so 3 wins,
will get
basically.
played today.
3 wins or 2? 2
or 3 wins, because the 2-3s play the 3-2s.
Oh, I see. It's a bit
The
different
higher
this
seed
year, I
plays the
feel like,
lower
right?
seeds. I think the elimination was the same. But I think they were sectioned into 2 groups to figure out seeding this year. I'm not certain if that was the case last year.
I think it wasn't. I can kind of remember that it was not, but okay. In any case, so far when it comes to the laning stage, more or less as expected. Beast kind of owning when it comes to the last stage, but of course Kings has a lot of creeps under the tower. Bot lane, Jakiro. By the way, this is not the first game of Jakiro even in the tournament. This hero was really strong and then disappeared after the nerfs. But it's always good versus the clock, right? Especially with the clocks that play around power cogs.
Getting chased. Bullet grenade was on him. Time dilation, but they will give it up. They won't get this kill. There's 30 seconds until they get to this Lotus. And there may be a chance at first blood here for the side of Falcons as they're the ones playing aggressively, but they give up as well. So just not quite having the damage. You know, Swashbuckle, a pretty long cooldown on that level 1.
Yeah, like going for that kill was just not happening. Jakiro is actually pretty damn tanky early on. He's very slow, and that's what they try to... you could see that that's what they try to abuse with the rocket, with the blood grenade, with just going on him very far from the tower, but it's just not happening. He was way too healthy. This secures the Lotus for Radiant Bignum. Just TP out. When in doubt, just TP out from the Phoenix.
Not a bad way to leave.
Yeah, if you can TP out, he's never killing you with the Fire Spirits. The tower, the fountain will out-regen, unless he has Vessel. If there's a Vessel applied, you TP out with like 50 to 100 HP, you're dying without buying some fairies. So gotta keep that small thing in mind.
In putting that pressure onto the Tusk, it pushed Beastmaster a little bit back in this CS matchup up against the Clinks. And so Clinks has had himself a little bit of an easier time, where now he's 21-7, he's top of the CS chart and happy to kind of just keep the lane the way it is. Those early levels of the Fire Spirits, level 1 not really that amazing, but level 2 now here, it's going to start to feel like it packs a bit more of a punch. Meanwhile, going for the Water Runes is Bignum, and there is also the double stack that is happening.
Yeah.
Beastmaster already making that decision to back off into the jungle.
That's it's the honest decision, you know. It's how you should be playing this lane. There's nothing for you. It's not of course Bignum being zoned out did not help, because Phoenix was only level 2, but it was expected. So as Beast, you don't really have a lot to do besides going back to the jungle at this point. He's level 3, like level 2 axes. He can already farm the double camp at the same time. He's got the double Sage's Mask as well, so he can farm this medium camp too if he wants to. Like overall, as expected on top lane, bot lane, have some skirmish going on.
Nothing too crazy. Phoenix also trying to disrupt this play here over in the triangle. He has already disrupted it somewhat by putting a sentry in the ancient camp, so that's not going to stack up, but these stacks still being made in the big camp that's nearby. Snake King just being a nuisance for the moment, as Bignum's going to spot him, but it's not easy for him to deal with. He now finally has a TP. He's only still level 2, and these Fire Spirits doing a decent amount of damage to him. No Clinks coming over to get a kill or anything like that, no First Blood, but doesn't need to. He's got this Death Pact at level 3, and he's just farming for free.
The thing is, it's more or less about the Lina in minute 6. Now that they have scouted these stacks,
Ooh, Cogs.
You have to control the runes. They're just zoning him, making him low for the 6-minute rune rotation. This is basically the play from them too. And if they are successful at picking up the rune, they will most likely be successful at taking the stacks as well. But Fade is on point. He's also rotating and doing them really quickly. You see this Lina regen instantly into the triangle, but you see Beast, like he has already taken most of them. So this is, by the way, from Fade, just brilliant. Exactly what he needed to do. Completely abandon the lane and make sure that the stacks are taken before the minute 6 rune, because that's when Lina will rotate. Just yeah, pretty good plays overall.
And unable to take that ancient stack that sits there as a triple.
Yeah, that's a different story. But if he didn't take those medium stacks, by the way, the game would be almost over for the Beastmaster, and I don't exaggerate.
And he is seemingly the one who has to keep this pace at the moment, where he's going to get this Helmet of the Dominator creep. He's got to put the pressure on because top is just pushing in, and it's free farm for this Clinks.
Yep.
You need to open up some space for this Invoker. He's not active immediately. This isn't an Invoker that's just, hey, I'm ready. Maybe he can get a Sunstrike off a Primal Roar, but that's seemingly about it. And they're going to try and invade this shrine, so they're going to need a lot more help on this. They'll bring over the Jakiro. Shards out, Snowball. Stalling, trying to get some more time. Clinks is level 6. They will get this First Blood kill, and already this is worth it. Getting First Blood feels pretty good. If you can get the shrine, that's a big positive. It's First Blood for the Clinks too, and if Clinks does die, that would feel pretty bad. They land that Ice Path. They've got the sentry down. Axes aren't enough, and he doesn't have a level 6 quite yet.
He misses the Liquid Fire as Clinks gets out of the range of the sentry, by the way. If he had the dust, remember, buy your dusts very early on if you're playing versus Clinks. If he had a dust, that's a dead Clinks. And if that's a dead Clinks, this is super worth it for GamerLegion, of course. This way, I think they are still playing very good though. They're still playing very precisely. Like, they're punishing the Wisdom Shrine invasion even though they lost a hero. They took the stacks on time. And their lineup, like you said, because of what you said actually, it's not easy to play. Like, they rely heavily on Fade. But he's level 6 now, he's got the Dominator flying out, you know. It's playable. It's definitely playable. Hard, but no, they can make some moves on the map.
We're coming around. They did just place this observer ward, RCY. Well-placed ward to get this rotation. Clock's been here once before, and placing that ward is a spot that he's been here already, so it does get that vision. And both supports do, again, they pinch this mid lane to try and push the Invoker out and get the Lina just open space to take this tower.
Yeah, pretty much. They have to... Oh, they're TPing the Void there.
Yeah, they have an answer. They've got a Chrono on 3. But where's the damage? They need the follow-up. They'll look over at the Lina. There's the Ice Pet. The Snowball across. That's
Beautiful.
2 kills. So well done by the side of GamerLegion. And Ghost was not 6 immediately. He was bottom, having to deal with the Pangolier at level 5. He just got that 6 to get in and TP.
That's like these small little things, you know, like getting the 6 on time to TP in. They always matter, and damn, GamerLegion, they're kicking ass. I've been impressed by them in their previous series that they won. Their moves so far in this game have been just squeaky clean, man. Like, everything is correct, and it's, once again, I reiterate, it's not easy. Like, this game is much harder for them to play right now than it is for Falcons. They have to do everything right. Falcons, they're just diving. Void. Yeah.
Oh, the Ice Path. Potential save, time walk. Time dilation slows him up, and actually Ghost is going to survive. Cogs push him to the low ground. I said he's going to survive, but Clinks, he's in the area, so actually Ghost has to be very careful about where he's going. And Jakiro doesn't even die in this situation.
Roar, top, Sunstrike maybe as well.
Ooh, Phoenix, Icarus dive. Getting some distance, trying to run. Axes connect, and Fade's going to get the kill on a Snaking. Not only that, he's got a tier 1 tower that is destined to go down.
Yeah, a tier 1 tower that only he's taking, by the way, on his own. Okay, gets denied in the end, but still, when you look at bot lane, it was a 4-man rotation. When you look at top, it was solo beast killing your support, right? So all of these small little things, they matter. Like, it translates into how much map you're taking, how much farm you're getting, and a beautiful chrono, by the way. No time walk into anything, just straight up chronoing from the fog.
Great snowball too to get that extra damage, go over the Lina and through the woods all the way to the back line.
Yeah, they also knew Phoenix already used his dive to escape the cold snap, so just great play so far. Well,
Clockwork in trouble. Follow up of his Centaur Conqueror to get that stomp and kill.
The thing is, by the way, I would say that this game is already in a pretty good spot for GamerLegion, you know? Because when I look at Falcons, I feel that these heroes should be hunting. And they tried. But every hunt play that they have made so far didn't work out. Like the Klink's bottom, the Lina into the triangle. Once again, by the way, when Clock went in, he didn't go for no reason. Lina was following up, but was a bit slow. So, that's an Overlord bound to happen by minute 14. On Beastmaster, maybe 15. If I'm being modest, even. So, it's a pretty decent timing. Versus a Klinks, at least.
Void, by the way, going Battle Fury. I've seen a lot of Voids go Battle Fury, Aghanim Scepter.
Yep, that's the build currently. Like the Battle Fury into the Aghanims, for some reason, has become...
Tornado. And the Meteor Hammer with the Ice Path. Time walk in, swashbuckle, no chance. Ghost
6-1,
getting the kill.
Are we gonna get Brazil GamerLegion versus Falcons?
In the favor that you wouldn't expect.
Definitely not.
And I mean, you know, maybe there is something to that. Obviously, this is a massive guess, but maybe there's something to the lack of respect to NA Dota. Could there have been some of that when they gave Fade his best hero of Enigma the other day from Xtreme?
It could be a little bit, but when you look at the drafts, I feel like they were well respected, at least in this series, right? Like the bans were basically their comfort zone heroes. I think you have to respect every single team that got to TI. Right? They are here.
There is a defusal on Amar, by the way. He's chasing Ghost. He's only got a stick. He needs to run. He's got the Invoker for some help, and maybe he's hiding. Swashbuckle in, but now Cold Snap Tornado, Ice Path again. They're going to go to the Snowball. He's got no way out. They have caught Amar deep inside their end.
Like, they're punishing every single move so far from Falcons. Every single move has been punished. Every single move has been under some sort of an observer ward or some vision. Every single move, though, I gotta admit, from Falcons has been pretty telegraphed. You know, like, the plays that they've been making are the plays that you would really expect from them. Oh, there's an Invoker mid. We're gonna send 2 supports to pressure him and take the tier 1 tower as soon as possible. Well, usually you can do that, but not versus a Faceless Void that gets 6 that early.
Oh boy!
Overlord is up, by the way. That's pre-minute 14, so this is a good timing now. I mean, it's not like the best timing ever, but it's pretty damn good.
There are Beastmaster games that call for one or the other, where it's like, oh, can we still go Ags if we've got Helm of the Overlord? Do you even still go that build anymore? What kind of game is this warranting from Fade, where he's now got this Helm of the Overlord? Would you like to see him be slamming, or would you like to see a little bit more utility and blinking and maybe just going in and getting himself the roars that's set up?
I think this is like a straightforward blink BKB AC game, and that's it. Okay. Like, you don't need to overcomplicate things. Yeah, this team does not lack damage. Like, you have insane combos with the Chronosphere. You just have to hit your spells properly. Mobility helps you hit those spells properly, so Blink Dagger is needed. You could argue that it's not really that bad of a pipe game between the Lina and the Phoenix. There's a lot of magic damage, but overall, it isn't like an amazing pipe game either. So when it comes to utility, I think an AC, but first Blink, secondary BKB, and then you can get that one item on the Beast.
Bit of a scary proposition for Ghost, because now he's put this stick, which is not the wand yet. He's going to have the full Battle Fury, but against this Diffusal Blade of Amar, it's a little bit scary to be drained of your mana, slowed up, and potentially not able to time walk away.
The one thing that I am seeing from GamerLegion right now is I feel that they are respecting Falcons and a little bit too much in the current state of the game. I think that their heroes have been fully activated and that they could even make some plays on the map with either the Roar, and there we go, the smoke is happening on the Beast. Because what I was seeing is the 2 supports were sitting behind the Faceless Void and the Beastmaster was just randomly popping dusts in case Clinks is around him. But, okay, here we go. The first active move. The first real move from GamerLegion. All the other moves were basically a response, right?
Yeah. A little bit of a bait down bottom when they got Amar. And Alina TP's time. Snowball, Walrus Punch. They've got the shot. Now the LSA comes through. The Promo Roar is going to be used. Supernova comes out. Can they get the kill on the Lina? They can't. But Supernova's going to explode. Beastmaster's going to be in a little bit of trouble. They go to the Rolling Thunder, and now this is going to be a problem here for Fade. Fade here with his Helm of the Overlord creep. Chrono's going to be through onto the Clinks. They've got the control. They have the Snowball. That pulls in the Beastmaster. He's got some help. They've got the damage to get the kill to Skidder. They're going to look over for the rest. Amar is in some trouble. Tornado comes through, wraps on to both these supports, as well as this Pangolier. Pango is going to die. All 3 cores on the side of Falcons are gone. 4 heroes dead. GamerLegion, man.
Dude, GamerLegion, they're definitely doing it. I said they're gonna wipe them. They didn't. Crit manages to get away on the Clockwork, but that's not what you're aiming for here. Another fantastic move. Okay, I gotta say one thing. Fantastic move from GamerLegion with a tiny little bit of luck. They are running uphill just as Lina is TPing in. Look at that. Lina is TPing in. You're running with the smoke. Straight up into the Snowball. Welcome, bro. Welcome.
Sunstrike connects, the damage is there. I mean, this is... It looked like it was going to be... Watch Bignum, because this is so important. Tusk saves Fade on what was a sliver of health, and he positions away from the fight, gets ignored, and all of a sudden, Snowball is going to extend the entire duration, or rest of the duration, of this Rolling Thunder that keeps him alive.
Yeah, while we're watching this, by the way, Malrine does get the solo pick off on speed. That's a killing spree as well.
I can't believe he stays alive, man. Look at this replay.
Yeah, just Snowball. Snowball is strong, and Beast is like he's pretty fat. You know, like this isn't some weak Beastmaster from the laning stage. He's doing all right. Yeah, there's one thing that I have seen in the draft that kind of bothered me about Falcons, that still bothers me maybe a little bit about their draft. It's Lina and Klinks as 2 cores that you have. I think you can have one or the other. You can win with both, like it's possible. One strike, gets Ney as well. But the thing is, like, these 2 heroes kind of play the same game. And I never like having 2 cores that literally do the same thing.
Right.
It's like, you can make it work if every single hunting move across the map connects. Like maybe this one on the RCY, probably not gonna happen, yeah. But if it doesn't, like the 2 heroes that basically play around playing the outskirts of the map, of the fight, and just constantly bursting down heroes, like playing those 2 heroes and then playing them into Beast and Chronosphere eventually becomes really hard. Like early on, it can be good, but eventually it does become hard. Now there's a blink on Beast, by the way, as well.
Now he's got this way to close the gap. He has a way to jump these heroes. Things just get that much tougher. And all this time, it's Faceless Void continuing to farm. And into the Ghost Walk goes RCY. He gets away from Scooters coming in. And they just don't have the tools necessary to get that catch. They don't have Dust. But the one who has it is Crit, and he's not there initially to go and get this kill.
I think Beast would be a fantastic target for them at this point. Like he's the one that will be playing the front line, and he's the one that still does not have a BKB. So if you could get the Beastmaster on Dire, that would be pretty damn good. Is that a shard? Yeah, of course, the shard on Invoker. This is basically when the hero becomes obnoxious to play against. The good old shard Ghost Walk, just run across the map.
They're just not getting
kill
pressured.
creeps. Yeah.
Void is in such a good spot. He's going, actually, he'll extend, because like we said earlier, there's been a lot of Battle Fury Aghanim Scepters for the Faceless Void, but going into that Manta style, he's going to have that Dispel.
But wait, isn't it... this is the standard build.
I've seen straight Battle Fury Ags, and then back to Manta at times,
okay.
but you're right. It is the 3 items are the standard.
At least from the Faceless Void that I've been watching, and from all of my games, it's almost always Manta. You just need that one item that saves you from any sort of a root or a silence.
Yeah.
Which, to be honest, in this game aren't plenty. Like, they didn't itemize for that on anyone. And overall, for Faceless Void in this game, like, even if you went for Ags, I wouldn't like it, because you definitely need a Yasha. Diadem is also very nice. It's just a much better build-up than going straight Ags. It helps you your farming speed as well. But yeah, it doesn't feel like a terrible game for him anymore. He can still be burst down quite quickly if he's not careful. So still
They're
gonna
smoked up on Falcons.
stay.
They're gonna try and make a move on the Invoker. It's not easy. RCY is within the Ghost Walk, just killing these creeps, and they just can't get there. You know, the smoke's going to break. They will dust, but RCY is on the back end of this dust, where he's away from the rest of the Falcons team, so this smoke doesn't turn into anything, despite them getting the dust off on RCY.
They're just reading them.
Yeah,
like
really well.
that was a really well. That was a really good read from. The thing is, like, when you look at these 2 drafts, with no disrespect to GamerLegion, if the 2 teams were like completely evenly matched, he's gone. Did he buy the dagger? He bought the dagger, by the way, just before dying, so it's fine. Like, he lost no gold.
Yeah, he doesn't lose anything.
If these 2 teams were evenly matched, by the way, like in general, if they were like top 5 teams of EPT on both sides or something, I would say this is a heavily Radiant favored draft now. Up to this point, it wasn't. But from this point, I think it's so much easier to play. BKB on Invoker, by the way.
Yeah, he's got his BKB. So it's what, double BKB timing? No, not yet. Beastmaster still looking for his BKB, but they are going to group up. They'll have this smoke. Tusk's going to be catching up in just a moment. The clockwork's off to the side. Amar, though, is able to get the blink away, and now they've known that this smoke is, well, null and void.
Yeah, Crit, however...
Blink punch?
He might not be that lucky. He has hook.
And he hooks to a good spot, but it's just, at the end of the day, it's really not far enough away. And eventually, after a while, he will fall.
He bought some time, right? Like, these kind of plays aren't necessarily about you surviving. It's about wasting their time, maybe some extra resources so that you can hunt elsewhere. Lina has Ags. Like, the pickoffs are kind of possible now for Malrine without putting himself in complete danger as well.
I think these ganks have to hit cores. Well, the big issue is, like you said, now Invoker's got BKB. Beastmaster's about to have his BKB. Void's got Time Walk, obviously, and the Manta style to try and survive. It's not easy to get these kills. Obviously, if they've got the numbers, it'll give them that advantage. But if they use this smoke and they miss out again, it's just going to feel that much better every time for GamerLegion.
Yeah, they just want the Jakiro. It's something, you know, it's not a lot, but it's a kill. I mean, they have 4 kills. You get whatever you can on the map. That's the approach. Another thing that happened there, I believe Clock just got his... after he died, I think he got the Distiller charge. Which is, by the way, kind of important versus Invoker. And one extra thing. If you are playing versus Invoker, the supports are doing a really good job on Falcons at showing exactly how you have to ward. If you look at top lane, you see the lane wards? Like, just literally obs plus sentry in the lane.
Yeah.
This is what you gotta do. Like, this is how you catch Invoker.
Because he's going to be cutting those creep waves pretty deep, right?
Exactly. He always does that. However, GamerLegion, like, it's kind of standard this game. They're always a step ahead. There's a gem on Invoker already. Minute 24. They already got it for him.
I'll be honest, I love when you say exactly like that. It makes me feel like I'm kind of smart. Walrus Punch coming through. Snowball connects. That's onto the Phoenix, trying to get the kill. And he will get that egg off. Can they protect it? Laguna Blade's going to be a kill, and now Ghost is trying to get it, but one last shot, he can! Oh, Rolling Thunder comes in, he's in trouble. Hits again, and now he is dead. Sunstrike flying down onto the Lina. They might get both out of this. Snake King's going to die, so will Malrine. Not bad here for the side of GamerLegion to try and salvage. Tornado hits onto the Clinks, but that will be a death onto the Jakiro. Not the best fight from GamerLegion, and Namar is looking for more. RCY, even Invis, still going to end up dead. That's the brand new gem. And a TP out, no. Cogs, the push, Fade, he's gone. Full team wipe for Falcons. They find their prey, they stick their talons into them, and they get every single one.
Yeah, absolutely tipping Snake there. Like, perfect egg, perfect Fire Spirits usage as well. Not really the best fight from GamerLegion that you could expect, definitely. The way they initiated, the way that they didn't really commit on the egg heavily with everyone. LSA connects on 2 heroes. Like, they got baited so damn hard. And I feel like Falcons just outplaying them here. Chrono as well, by the way, not used. Like, just dies on hitting the egg. The triple stun from the egg. Like, everything that could go wrong from GamerLegion, this fight went wrong. At least they salvaged it, like you said, a little bit in the end, but... It's like this fight with... Look, when you look at the spells that GamerLegion have got, and them running into this fight, they had to win it. Like, hands down, this was like a very easy fight for them to take.
Crit there ready, Cogs push. Now, I will say this. Obviously, you're now still holding Chronosphere. In theory, you could fight now. If you wanted to.
In theory, you could. Like, this game is, by the way, far from being out of their control or hands, but in general, these kind of fights, this is what we expect from this kind of a matchup of Falcons into GamerLegion. Just Falcons clutching it out a little bit and being a bit more precise. It's a really big fight because they took the gem as well.
Yeah,
right? Now we have a gem to work with. And a very early gem, by the way. So Invoker using his Ghost Walk to split push, it just became a lot harder.
And now the idea, obviously, when you see a draft like this, you're thinking, oh, dude, Cataclysm Chrono, they win this game easy. Right now, Invoker, he's going through the Rolodex of what can I get right now. Because he has skimmed through looking now at Shiva's Guard, he has skimmed through looking at Hex and Ags, and he is continuing to shuffle through, figuring out what's going to be best for him in this moment.
Yeah, I feel like Cataclysm is still a no-brainer, to be honest, eventually. He's buying the Shivas because he's being targeted mostly by physical damage as well, right? Like, there's just a lot of... He's got the BKB, so the magical damage is negated by that. There's a lot of physical coming from the Pango, basically all physical from the Pango, and more or less... I mean, not more or less, all physical from our Skelly boy as well on Clinks. So, Shivas does make sense. Some AoE increase, of course, as well from that. Chasm Stone...
They are smoked. They are looking. This time around, you're smoking at the triangle. You're not going to happen to waltz into Alina. Alina is sitting here with the Clinks on tail, but just don't quite get this. And the scan hits. Scan connects. They know that they're in the Roche pit. They know that they're going to be nearby. RCY. Invis, they had that obs. I believe they saw that Phoenix for a moment, and Mar's going to have this moment where he's going to be able to jump in. They're off to the right side. They're in a perfect spot to maybe jump in with Rolling Thunder, blink forward, and have that initiation. Right now, Clinks isn't with them. He's trying to finish off this Aghanim Scepter that he's 300 gold away from in a moment in which this Roche will get slowed down to the point where he's going to get the time and gold to get this Aghanim Scepter. If this fight happens by his secret shop, it can get delivered in the middle of the fight.
Yeah, he's gonna get it. Like, he can even sell the wand if he wanted to. If he just gets there, sells the wand, he'll get it. Aghanim's on him, Aghanim's on Pangolier as well. Like, that one fight really hurt them. Shivas, by the way, now on Phoenix somehow. I mean, it's minute 30. It's not...
Just trying to Shivas.
Yeah, considering he's 0.66, it's a pretty good timer for a position 5 Shivas.
Spirit's still flying into the pit. Looking for their moment.
Yeah, they have
many
rockets
ways to initiate in. They can rocket and hook shot. They can Icarus dive and supernova. They can use the Ags of the Lina to fly on over with that flame cloak. And Rolling Thunder with a blink. Like, there are ways to just jump this pit.
They're coming. They're coming. They want this fight. Like,
sometimes what you'll see is Roche get low and they'll just chrono it. Rolling Thunder's in, Primal Roar used, that stops him though.
Yeah, but
the problem is Roche is getting low. He might need to time walk in there and chrono him. He goes back into the pit, and now they go to the LSA. He flame cloaked into the pit, and they're going to try and get themselves the Aegis, but Roche is going to be outside the pit. Blink onto the Aegis. Now they get themselves a second life. Laguna Blade used, Icarus dive right into RCY. He's going through these Skeleton Archers. They lose the Tusk. BKB forced out of RCY. The roar and everything just don't get used well enough, and Speed ends up dead. Both kills for Skitter. And Falcons poking, prodding, and ending up ahead in a maneuver like this again, where GamerLegion felt just discombobulated on what they wanted to do.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, you even have this chrono, right, that you were calling for, but the problem with the chrono that you were calling for is you use it in the pit, and sure, maybe you prevent the Clinks from going in, but hookshot, even though you don't go through the chrono, does stun you, right? So they would actually have multiple sources of stuns available to them if you chrono Roche. It would be the hookshot and the LSA, like you outrange the chrono with the LSA. Now you gave like the best target in the game possible for Falcons, just got the Aegis, 5k advantage, and now the game is actually like, I was talking that GamerLegion have it in control. They don't any longer. Now you actually have to be really careful about who you chrono and how you chrono, because you cannot chrono the Lina any longer. If she has 2 lives, you don't have refresher. And they've been very, how to put it, like very modest with their plays, very conservative on GamerLegion. I think that they were in a very good, maybe a little bit scared. They were in a really good position, especially around that chrono if they committed a little bit harder.
It's a problem that they're going to have to figure out an answer to. And again, it's delaying and delaying on what could be the Cataclysm chrono, but they're not really finding these fights in which they're going to get themselves a 3, 4, 5-man chrono Cataclysm. So the question is, what do you want to commit with? And right now it's going to be the Hex for Invoker, trying to maybe go more single target focused so they can blow somebody up, get in, kill somebody, get out.
Yep. It's not bad, like getting the Hex on Invoker, of course, is a standard build. You're playing versus a lot of squishes, like Clinks, Lina, even these supports, you know, like if you Hex them most of the time, you should be able to take take care of them with EMP and Meteor and Cold Snap. So yeah, let's see how it goes. Overall, I think maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity for GamerLegion, but they're getting some items too. Like you said, the Hex on Invoker, the BKB on Faceless Void is about to be picked up by him. Good smoke though.
And they jump in, Ghost, hook shot. Oh, great crit. Just hook shot on a 2 and they get blown up. And this is going to be Dagon next for Lina. So the double guns coming in.
This is the build that you go. This is not necessarily like the most standard build, but it's a build that you can go for versus Faceless Void. You just spam him 24/7. Like he dies from Laguna plus Dagon 5. By the way, this smoke connects on them, but they're on high ground. It's on Void's own volition that he time walks on the low ground. The moment you time walk on the low ground, you have no way out. And honestly, they didn't have any chrono damage, so I'm not even sure why he time walks low ground.
They're gonna lose that Helm of the Overlord creep. 250 gold going the way of the Lina, who is building into that leveling up at Dagon. And so Malorine looking to have 2 big shots. BKB Roar comes out. It's on a skitter, but the damage, the right-click damage on a fade, not going to be enough for the moment. Snowball, they'll clean up at least Crate, but they'll end up losing speed. He just still has a minute on it. I don't have to worry right now about Chrono killing off their pressure. We'll see how Falcons play without the clockwork.
Yeah. 1-for-1 and the Beastmaster survives. Like, this is a good trade for GamerLegion at this point, you know, like the way the game is going, this could be way worse. I know they didn't go for the Kata build on Invoker, but I would really like to see some chrono damage and some chrono get used properly. Like, that mid-chrono was perfect. We haven't seen a chrono. Have we seen a chrono after that?
So. I don't think so. That was his only one.
Yeah. It was a perfect chrono, I mean...
I was gonna say that becomes a problem, right? Because it almost becomes like you think chrono is the make or break of the game, where if you use it wrong, you just lose. So now you're gonna hold it a very long and overhold because you think if I mess it up, the game just ends. But you've had 2 moments where you've helped it. The omnipresence isn't enough to keep Falcons off of you, and in not doing so, you end up losing fights. And at the end of the day, you end up paying harder than if you had missed the chrono.
Yeah, pretty much. Hard agree. The thing is, like, he just got caught too many times in too many different fights. Just LSA or a Pango roll or something clips on him, or in this last instance, time walk to the low ground, you know, like these kind of things do happen. So he didn't really find a chance to use it. Now that there's no Aegis on Lina, maybe it's possible again. But the same Lina has Dagon 3, by the way.
Clockwork, Hex, he's still in the jetpack. They've got the Meteor down on him. They'll get the kill. There's the blink in with the Rolling Thunder. The BKB is going to be popped by Ghost. Time walks on him, stops him for a second with the bashes, but Amar able to get away.
I wouldn't be surprised if they smoke now on Falcons, maybe with the clock respawning, because they forced out the BKB on Void.
Right.
And they have that Dagon on Lina that we just mentioned is just getting higher and higher levels. So there's a chance now to kill him off. A pretty good hold on the high ground from...
Sorry, Ags just got picked up for snaking. This is... just Shiva's Ags.
Oh, okay, I have a hot take about... I mean, I have a very... confident take about Aghanims on Phoenix.
So not as
Snaking is... Yeah. Snaking is a god tier Phoenix player, and there's a lot of god tier players in
however.
Yeah, in this game on Phoenix. However, this is the griefiest item out of all the grief items that you can buy in Dota. If misused. And sometimes it gets misused, you know, the Snaking is almost a perfect Dota player, but almost. Sometimes you press that Aghanims, you put your ally in an egg, you both die. Of course, it's one of better saves in the Chronosphere, so you can actually get the target out of the Chrono if you're close enough. That's why he's buying Blink next.
The question becomes, you're loading up in Ags for Jakiro. Now you're loading up in Ags for Invoker. You're trying to overload the zone of Chrono. And you're getting close to 25 on Faceless Void. Are you just going straight plus 140 AoE?
You could do that. You could actually just do that. If you see diagrams on Phoenix, like that could be an answer. He won't be able to pull the target out if you position the Chrono properly. Lina top. She did show with the spells. She does have shield rune though. Dude, this axe is actually very dangerous this game.
Sunray, Bignum in hookshot, well placed onto the Invoker, but they've got themselves the Ice Path. That's down. Ghost looking for an opportunity. It's just a Chrono onto the Phoenix. It's a Sunstrike to get the kill. They'll get both supports, but is this worth it at the end of the day? They lose.
Let's see.
This Tusk, the jump in LSA. They've got the control on the Ghost, but do they have the damage to get the kill? He's going to be able to time walk away, but they'll find themselves RCY. BKB, Invoker, getting away from Amar. Rolling Thunder is going to end in just a moment. Do they want to turn back on this? No, they don't. So Chrono gets used, but it's a solo Chrono on Phoenix, who I guess in theory can't supernova if he's in the center of a Chrono.
Yeah, it's like chronoing a Wyvern or an Oracle, you know, at this point. I mean, he can't use the egg, like you said, out of the Chrono. Clinks mid. Clinks mid. Is this a catch?
Tornado.
It's a bit
deep. Follow-up, EMP. They've got the Hex. And the Meteor's down. Skitter's in trouble. He might just die. The jump in from Amar's not going to get the save. The Ice Path is down onto Amar as well. Time walk in. They're looking to the back line and get the kill to Lina. Amar needs to get away from these heroes. He's going to shield crash on top of them. Swashbuckle to get some distance, but can he get away with the Diffusal Blade? They go to the air disc. He's going to pop on Mylreen. Now, amplified damage is onto the Faceless Void. They get the kill to Amar. They use the Laguna Blade. They've got the push with the Cons. He's up onto the high ground, but he's got himself the time walk. Jump in from Fade. Ice Path lands. Buyback committed from Amar. He's going to try and TP in with the rest of the help coming in from Phoenix. There's the supernova to save this Clockwork. He doesn't end up dying. But on the side of this fight, Ghost is in trouble. Ice Path's going to come down, and Ghost is going to end up dead. Mylreen gets that kill. TP attempt out from Speed. He'll fall as well. It's a double kill for Mylreen. They don't even get the Clockwork. Now they're trying to get away with RCY, but the Rolling Thunder, the LSA, it all connects. They'll get themselves another 3 heroes dead on the side of GamerLegion.
They overcommit. They overcommit. Like, they were given a gift of Clinks. Like, he was there for the taking, under the tier 2. Take his life, go back, and you're super fine with that engagement. You still didn't have Chrono. It's still on cooldown. But they go, as we all do, you know? You're given a finger, you want to take the hand, you go a bit deeper, and you get punished for it.
Oh,
and now another one.
+1.
Yeah. It's the age-old tale of just being a little bit greedy and being hard punished for it. The buyback from Pango, of course, making a huge difference, but he was really close on Void. I gotta give that to him. Like, Ghost has been making some plays where he gets really close, but not quite. 2 or 3 times in a row now. Like that, he had double damage, so it's understandable. He's jumping the Lina. He doesn't necessarily need the Chrono to fight because of the Axe build, but yeah, gets punished in the end.
Aegis again for Falcons. This time on the Clinks.
Every Aegis, whenever you take it in a game of Dota, feels good. But when you take Aegis versus Black Holes and Chronospheres and these big cooldown spells, yeah, then it feels a lot better even. It's, you know that it's your, like Aegis, when you're playing versus these heroes, like 2 things are your huge power spikes. Or not necessarily spikes, but Aegis definitely is one. Another thing that you always have to take in consideration is your buyback status, because a lot of fights are won after the big team fight ultis have been used.
Going to be tough to go up against the Clinks that has 2 lives. If they can get a big enough Chrono, though, with this Cataclysm now available for RCY, maybe they can get the heroes supporting him, that they can get around this Clinks and get themselves 2 kills. Problem is, GamerLegion, they find themselves being greedy too many times, and the weight of greed crushes the hands that grab. And unfortunately for GamerLegion, they've tried to go to the pot a couple times.
Beautifully said,
down to defend the tier 3. I don't know if that's a real saying. I thought about it in my head, but if I made that one up, quote me.
I see you've been reading recently. They smoke up, by the way.
Looking. Yeah, they did. They're going to go out and around. They've got to scan the connects.
What you find though, Aeon Disc on Lina makes it a bit harder of a kill. Clock is already, of course, up to it. Like he's planting a good ward. He's basically covering the angles.
You can grab the Lina, but look at Malrine. He takes the wide angle.
They know, right? Like
Smoke
they see the
breaks,
ward as
crit,
well.
blinks away.
Yeah. Like they didn't know exactly where they were, but they knew for a fact that they were smoked, that they were hunting. Blink is up on Phoenix. By the way, Aeon Disc is next, so...
Yeah. Void, by the way, going Iascati into the Refresher.
Yep. I think this is...
A long road to get both those items, though.
He needs both of them. That's the thing. Like, they're not... I would say Eye of Skadi on him doesn't feel like the most optimal item. He went for the backtrack, by the way, Chance, which is...
That's... Yeah, I was just thinking, look at that.
It's the more normal one, of course. But speaking of... Like, he needs Skadi to tank up a little bit. He needs some extra armor and some extra HP. Would he have rather gotten some more DPS? Sure, but then you are just literally dying every fight. And the thing is, like, Skadi, with this build, when you have Aghanims, like, you have around 4k HP with it, right? Like, Power Treads, Skadi, Aghanims, you're kind of hard to kill even with all the bursts that they've got. And you don't necessarily have to play around your Chronosphere. You're just playing around the Aghanims, stuns on Time Walk. So we're just jumping in and out, which is preferable on Faceless Void, and I think it's one of the reasons why this hero is actually viable right now. Hookshot?
Hookshot, Beastmaster caught. Primal Roar, but he's going right into Snake King, trying to TP out, and there is just nowhere for him to go. He's going to die. He's got buyback, but he won't have a BKB to work with if he does, in fact, buy back.
Yeah, buying back.
The hookshots.
Buying back versus these heroes is just no. I mean, buying back will work. TPing out versus them is just not gonna work. Too much burst. He does have nullifier. No, actually, if he buys back, he won't have the nulli.
Tornado EMP drains all the mana from Clinks. He's got a Lincoln's, so he has the ability to avoid this Hex. And the things that break the Lincolns are kind of minimal here for GamerLegion. Wrapping
they could hold
all the way around, trying to find a Faceless Void Chrono that's going to be massive with a Cataclysm. They are grouped up pretty heavily on the left side of this. Time walk in, but he just go to the Chrono. No, the LSA is going to fly in, though. Maybe focus their attention on the crit, but Crit's going to be able to get himself a little bit further. Go to the hookshot. That's going to land, and now they've got themselves the Supernova. Crit is low. Sunray on him, and he'll end up dying. Crit actually gets the kill, or gets killed via the time dilation. Nice path, LSA. That misses, but that's the BKB.
30 seconds.
Mana once again, but 30 seconds left in the Aegis. They're at least going to take the top set of racks. They cliff, so they're going to fortify this, as they'll get the cliff back when they lose this melee racks.
They want to maybe still fight. 15 seconds.
No BKB, though, on RCY.
15 seconds. The Aegis is gone. They fortified to delay this. Yeah, they just weren't fast enough. They took this wide angle. The fortification was not necessarily... It happens very often, like in the lane as well. You know, like you want to TP somewhere for a gank, but you know that the guy is going back after the last hit, so you fortify to make him stay there a bit longer. They fortified to just prevent them from going back as the Aegis is being reclaimed.
They found
they weren't fast
Amar.
enough.
They've got him with the Hex. EMP.
No buy.
Fate is there, ready to go. Didn't even use Aurora, but they had the damage and made sure to get the kill. He does not have buyback.
For a minute, though. Or, I mean...
No, he doesn't have the gold.
He doesn't have it. Yeah, he's very far. He doesn't have it for a minute, but he doesn't have gold at all. Yeah, he bought out. I mean, he bought out for some stylish items, I gotta admit, though. Like, this is a fashionable inventory on the Pango. Stamp of approval for not having buyback.
My legend stamp of approval. How do you break this Lincoln's?
Cold Snap?
Yeah.
I think it's the easiest, probably. Or you just don't break it. You use Chrono on top. Is another option.
Sure. And then hex somebody else?
Yeah. I mean, the best target for Chrono is still the Clinks, because he's the only one without Aeon Disc, right? They do have Nullifier, though, now, right? On the Beast. Yeah. They have a Nullifier on him. What's the Aeon Disc status? Lina Phoenix on the other side. Anyone?
No, I don't think so.
Beast is queuing it up.
Building it on Beast. Yeah.
Yeah. This item is so damn good. Like I can't remember the last time Aeon Disc was as popular as it is in this patch, and that just speaks volumes on how bursty the meta is right now. Like if you get caught, you're most likely dead with a lot of heroes post 35-minute mark.
It's certainly interesting because I want to say since the change where, you know, people would keep it disassembled, it hasn't been as popular, but now it is finding that popularity again.
Yeah, exactly. I think it got popularized recently by a lot of mid laners. Like a lot of pucks would buy it, Storm Spirits, you know, like these kind of heroes, and they would buy it very early. So everyone else kind of started once again recognizing the value.
Now they've got the refresher on Invoker. They are building this refresher on Faceless Void. And now, one of those things when you're going up against an Aegis in this game is you use that chrono and you've got a second life, so it doesn't feel worth it. But now that both the Invoker and the Faceless Void, they have the refreshers, you talked about it, now you've got that second step that even if you've got the Aegis on the side of Falcons, there is now always going to be that chance for GamerLegion. And I say that as they will find themselves the clockwork, but Crit's got 4 staff and he's got a hook shot. Not really a way to catch him too easily.
And he's buying an Aeon Disc off his own, by the way, as well, queuing it up. He's just not a good target, that's the problem. Like, you can't commit on him, but you will be punished, and they know it, so they bail. Multiple hexes being purchased by Falcons as well. They have good ward here, though, on Dire. But, like, both scans connecting, right? On one side and the other, so... I mean, it's rush time. Everyone knows what's up, what's going to happen. Minute 50 coming up, though, so it will move top. Seeing how reluctant these two teams were, or at least GamerLegion were at committing a rush, I don't think they're gonna go here. We'll just wait it out to go towards top.
1,000 gold for this Clinks, by the way. Just looking at everybody, you know, Clockwork's getting an Aeon Disc, Pangoliers getting an Aeon Disc, you said Lena's got one. Wonder if Clinks is also going to get one and Phoenix has one. There's going to be 5 Aeon Discs. It's going to be like an Aeon engine. And, well, if this was Magic the Gathering, they could tap in Exile and reverse the game's turn order with that many Aeons. But this time being, it's GamerLegion who are just trying to maybe find a fight with these refreshers.
It would be a good fight for them. They are de-warding, they're getting this. This Roshan will be definitely defended by Falcons, but it's on the Radiant side. There's an outpost for them to TP to if they use their buybacks as well. And this has to be like a really good smoke. Let's see. Maybe some wraparound all the way on the high ground of the Radiant.
Buybacks are available for everybody but the Void and the Clockwork.
Oh, Beast is in a good position to break it. Yeah, he breaks the smoke.
Off breaking that smoke. They don't rush the Roche. They're still going to sit here up on the high ground.
The way they're using forges, these beasts, the boars, you see, like, they're just preventing any hooks or any sort of an aggression. And yeah, they... I'm not sure if relinquishing your outpost area was the best choice for them.
Now you have that TP in.
Exactly. Like, and the Clinks is ratting your bot lane.
They're pushing in mid and bot. They're going to force them back.
They force them back and now they go into the pit, right? Like, that's the age-old play.
You still have... Well, now that Void's come back, you don't. But you did lose the bottom tier 3, so it doesn't even matter. And I wonder if Falcons are going to just make the move in a Roche.
Exactly. That's like if they... Actually, they're not that fast. They're not that fast. Like, if they kept their heroes next to the pit... But you see, the Sunstrike gets used into the pit anyway, just to check for it. This is like the most common rat play ever, when you can't contest Roche properly. Even if you can't contest it. Even if you can go and fight. Why fight 5v5 when you can force someone back? Lynx? Ooh. Really close to the Invoker. Dust is late, though.
Just 1 Aeon now, by the way. Lena
Angle. Tango?
Tango caught. Sunstrike in, Walrus Punch, and up into the air, but there's the Supernova.
Okay. No Supernova now. No Refresher on Phoenix. This is a pretty good force. Like, a little bit of a poke that forced a pretty big ulti from Falcons.
Interesting.
Link, spot, skitter. Ooh, he's really quick. RC-wise was
Radiant
on
scan
point.
saw him for a second.
Yeah. He saw him. He was in vision. He used the spell, but overall, this bot lane needs to be dealt with, I would say.
Yeah, it's going to be coming in pretty heavily. They're in a Roche. Ghost trying to make a play here for GamerLegion to try and bring this game back down 18,000 net worth. We'll see how they set up. And right now the setup is just go in. Hook shot connects onto the Tusk. Time walk out. They've got the Hex. That lands onto this Clockwork. They'll get the kill. And now they'll use the Chrono. It's right under the Clinks. They need a follow-up to save him. But now they've got themselves the Aghanim Scepter from this ult on the Macro Pyre, and Jakiro burns him out.
There's a buy, by the way. Keep in mind, buybacks versus Void, always valuable. However, into Refresher, I think you just give this one up.
Yeah, he has nowhere to TP into either. He can go TP to the tier 2 tower, but that's just not close enough in a moment like this.
They can't. I think this game right now, they have to, even though they're 15k ahead, they got a rat. You're playing versus Chrono with Refresher, you're playing versus Invoker, you're playing versus, like you saw, Macro Pyre Axe just burning the Clinks out, even through the BKB. Like, Void didn't have to stay in the Chrono. He moved out because he knew that Clinks was toast. Like, he was done.
Maybe a little bit overdone toast.
Yeah, maybe.
We all know the scale that gets posted every now and then. How do you like your toast? He was towards the end of it by the end of that Macro Pyre. And Void is pretty much 6-slotted. He's Aghanim's blessinged. He can, I guess, sell treads, put something else there. He's got the shard for the upgraded time dilation.
He doesn't need boots anymore.
Yeah.
So his time walk is on a 5-second cooldown. Like, you can play without boots. You can either go for a blink like Swift Blink or Butterfly that he's queuing up. I kind of like both. Like, Butterfly definitely very good this game. There are no MKBs on the other side. And the thing is, like,
maybe wanted a Lincoln's to fit that slot instead of a Butterfly.
Do you think he's dying? Like,
but I'm wondering if there's a full commitment. Are you a little bit scared of the potential Hex that comes in and control?
True. And you know what? Even by losing the power treads, he's getting rid of some of those stats. He's getting rid of some of the HP. I would say that raw HP on him is pretty valuable. You are playing versus a Laguna, Hex, Dagon 5 after all, and Clinks. So all you gotta do in this game is try and survive the initial burst. We shall see. The Butterfly helps from the right clicks. It doesn't really help from the Laguna Blade and Dagon to the face. Not a lot of things help versus that, but Lincoln's is a decent idea.
Clinks again going to try and force some heroes back.
Yeah, the rat game
scurrying his way over.
Rat game is super necessary for them.
Ooh.
Gem. He's caught.
Spotted. And they caught him for a second. BKB is going to be used. Can Fade catch him with a roar? No. Top lane getting pushed in. Double catapult here for the Radiant side.
This kind of a play, you know. Even though they don't get a lot from Clinks, like they don't push in, they do force them back. And they alleviate a little bit of that pressure. Basically, when you're ratting, you don't have to do a lot. You just have to delay the game. That's basically what you're going for here. And buying yourself some extra time. Maybe minute 60, maybe these tier 5s can help. At this point, like, I'm not seeing an item that completely changes things for Falcons. Refresher Phoenix, if his Axe works twice, you know, like 2 saves versus 2 Axe, like snaking, I've been hating on this item, and I'm gonna continue hating on this item. But if used properly, like this Aghanims could win them the game, right? It's the only real save they have versus the Chrono.
Cataclysm.
Scanning. Cataclysm.
Scanning. Easy Cataclysm. Oh, avoided. It is down to a 9,000 net worth lead. This was once a 20k lead here for the side of Falcons.
Yeah, just crazy how back and forth this game has been. But the late game, like when you're playing Faceless Void, it's always difficult, right? Like when you're playing against this guy with the Chronosphere, and on top of that you add an Invoker with Cataclysm, you know that any single Chrono could mean your death, so for Falcons it's kind of hard to play the map, but...
Faceless Void has taken bots too, by the way. You replace the treads with bots too, and will slot in that BKB on Aegis, but this means he can be into the fights if they do play aggressively. And he can farm the entire time too, and maybe get to level 30 and get that extra AoE on that Chrono at the same time.
Yeah, not too bad. Farming alone, by the way, in this kind of a game is a bit dangerous. Just saying.
He's also bobbling.
Yeah. Keep in mind that his Aegis is being reclaimed in 15 seconds.
15 seconds.
Yeah. This is kind of dangerous for him.
Laguna, Hex.
That's half of his HP. It's half of his HP. Next time maybe they
Icarus dive, Hex. They're going to try and get themselves Fade. He's all alone for the moment. Ice Path connects. It's onto the Clinks. Time walk in. Oh, the Rolling Thunder bumps him up into the air, and now Ghost is going to be a little bit of trouble. He's going to be stunned up pretty heavily. They'll go to the Deafening Blast. Can they get the kill? Yes, they can. They take out Ghost. That Aegis just expired. Aeon is going to be killing the Courier, so they're not going to have this on their Beastmaster. Aeon just pops on Bignum. They'll get that kill on the Tusk. He's got no buyback. Down for 2 more minutes. Ghost tried to go in. Amar, perfect. Picture perfect timing.
It happens.
Oh, Amar's still on him. Amar's got the gem. Invoker, RCY. I don't know if he has a way out.
I don't think so. I think he's pretty dead as well. Yeah. It's...
Just unfortunate timing from Faceless Void, but a little bit greedy in going in, time walking, getting hit by that Rolling Thunder when you didn't have your BKB active immediately, and then he uses it
Exactly.
Now Lina caught. Maybe they can get a kill here on a Malrine. BKB turns around, Dagon, Fade, gets the root. Does he want to go back in on a Malrine? Maybe make a move.
Base.
But they've got the Hex, the LSA, it connects out of the Beastmaster, and they have the joining in of Amar. Meanwhile, Snake King and the rest of the team are down bottom. They'll get the kill into speed. Skitter's in there. Fade, he's going to die on top. They're dying everywhere. They got a full team wipe. This somehow turns into a full team wipe, and now GamerLegion, who felt like they were in control, only down 9,000 net worth, now are going to be forced to use all their buybacks and pray to hold.
This bot lane they're not holding. This is already gone. They can buy back for mid. They have to. Why are they not buying back? They have Chrono, after all.
They want to hold it on Void at least.
Okay, but Megas are up then. Okay.
Jakiro buys back Chrono, just the Phoenix. At least for now. Aeon just keeps him alive a little bit longer. He'll end up dying. Snake King's dead. He's got himself buyback. But that's all you're going to get from these buybacks that are going to be committed from GamerLegion.
Yeah, they're still holding. Chrono is used, of course. They have Refresher. The range racks, by the way, are still up, down bottom, so no mega creeps. I was wrong.
You got to make something of this. You have to make something of this. Void didn't buy back. Clinks is nearby. Clinks looking for that tier 5. He's got more than enough gold. He's holding on to 11,000 gold. And what are the tier 5s going to be? Like I said, Void's bobbling, so he'll have the alert bobble.
All of this comes out of one single time walk and not chronoing them next to the Rosh pit. All of it, like literally, the whole game breaks apart. And by the way, he had travels too, right? Like maybe a buyback into the chrono was also a possibility, but in any case, it was a rough choice to make. They went from basically dead, even 50% game into, once again, a pretty difficult one. I mean, it's just a Void. The Void is 50-50. Like, if the Chronos connects, and if he presses his BKB, I feel like this game is easy. If he doesn't, he just tries to time walk in. Like, he's sub 4k HP. You will be bursted down. They have multiple hexes, and you're playing versus Laguna Clinks. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the burst damage is even...
Lina and the Clinks have Stygians.
What else do we have? Rift Shadow Prism, by the way, on the Clockwork. A full health illusion to bait out some initiation and give some vision, of course. Witchbane on Pangolier, by the way, as well. Not too terrible. Too bad at all. Phoenix undecided yet, or doesn't have it.
Oh boy, RCY! Oh, the hook shot! He's dead, no buyback. There's no Cataclysm, there's no combo, at least for 2 minutes if they can hold on that long. They catch Ghost through bots 2 into this. They'll go to the Primal Roar, it's going to be out of the back lines. They'll get over at Lina. Are they going to make the commitment with the Chronosphere? No, they're just going to kill him. They'll go to the BKB. Skitter here with Fade in his face. Time walk back, Rolling Thunder. That's going to hit on the Ghost for a second. The Yandex is going to pop on Fade. Now, can they get themselves their attention onto Amar? No, they're going to go to the Chronosphere. It's on the Supernova. He's got so many hits. Can he get the hits out there? No, the Cogs pushed in. Oh. Gonna look over. I froze on my screen for a second. They're gonna look at the Void. He's stunned up. Time walk down to the low ground.
Refresh the time walk.
Longer from this touch.
No
needs to get away, but he's got no more mana left. That was all taken away from this Pangolier with that Disperser. They're gonna buy back on Ghost. He's gonna try and hold. He's got to hold here with the Chrono. Snowball coming in. They're gonna stun up the Lina, but the hook shot comes through. Can they get the kill onto the Quakes? They've got the Ice Path to follow it up, but they don't know the damage. He goes up in the air. Skitter, he's got the help. He's got the damage. They'll get the kill. Don't call it a comeback. Mama said knock you out. They're not going to let GamerLegion come back into this one. Falcons take away any glimmer of hope in game number 1 from GamerLegion in this series.
That's a good stretch from Snake King, by the way. That's a really good stretch, considering how many times he got chronoed. But at the same time, they don't look absolutely happy with this game. They should be happy that they got the W, though. Like, because this game was all in for GamerLegion. I would say the early game was super controlled by them. They played out the lanes very nicely. This fight right here, that I'm so happy that we're starting off the replay with this draft, this fight right here, because this fight is what changes the game. Falcons come back into the game with this one singular fight over here. Even though they lose a couple of heroes, they wiped them. They also, no chrono was used in this instance either. And after it, the game is a little bit easier to play because you can take Roche, you can take the first one, the second one. Overall, GamerLegion, they are the underdogs here. And it was a difficult game. They fought like lions. This game was really good for them for the majority of it. But these kind of mistakes, when you don't have a buyback, do happen, especially around tier 5 item timings. And they just completely dominate the area, right? Like, it's hard to go out and farm, get those tier 5s when you're playing versus Clinks, versus Clock, versus Pango. You kind of let yourself a little bit too much freedom, and you die without a buyback. The chrono as well was not that great. The refresher, it doesn't matter that it got used for a time walk because he still has buyback for the chronosphere, but there's just not enough damage. They need a chrono plus the invoker plus the Jakiro. Without those two, it's just irrelevant with the build that Void has went for. And this isn't a build where you actually kill people in the chrono. It's, I plant the chrono and my guys, they kill you, right? Like the backup is the real damage.
So then you mentioned very early on in this game, it became apparent there at the last moment, that hook shot that hits, even though you get stopped in the chrono, Crit finds that positioning, saves his Clinks. Would it have been enough had they killed the Clinks? We will never know, but Crit makes that save. Maybe there's a world where Void backtracking and is able to make those kills happen, but it doesn't happen there, and they end up losing the game.
I think the chrono wasn't on the right target anyway, because Skitter has buyback, right? Like, the Lina was the one that bought back in the last in that last engagement. So if you maybe kill Malrine, but he buybacks instantly goes, like I was looking at the hero portrait on the minimap, like he instantly goes for the megas, he gets the megas and then rejoins the fight. I wouldn't say that this was like a clean game from Falcons by any stretch of imagination, but at the same time, it was clean enough. They played well enough. I think their draft didn't allow them to play this game a lot differently than it was played. They got punished by the first chrono super heavily. Unfortunately for GamerLegion, that's the only chrono that ever punished them. All the other chronos, honestly, from Ghost were...
We're on Phoenix.
Exactly. They were on Phoenix, that's it. Like, no one else got caught through the game by the chrono besides Phoenix. And most of the time, chrono was just standing there. I mean, just was unused, right? It's no cooldown. It's there, but they couldn't find an angle to use it. A lot of times as well. It's unfortunate. I don't want to harp on Ghost too much, you know. It happens. It's a hero that's a hit or a miss because you have this one big AoE team fighting ability that you have to use properly, and you're playing versus a team that is so elusive, positioning themselves well. So yeah, it's unfortunate for them. I think they had a pretty good draft and a pretty good chance in game number 1.
Yeah, definitely agree with you. And, you know, it didn't look like Falcons were all too happy about that one. They may be coming into game 2 feeling even more angry, which is something to be scary as a thought here for GamerLegion. But we're going to have to see. We're going to be back with game 2 in just a moment, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
I'm here with Snake King from Team Falcons. Snake, how has your preparation been coming in? Are you happy with how things are going? I know you just had a good result and everything like that, so are you looking to kick on from there?
I think we had a pretty good boot camp overall. I think we're definitely improved a lot in our boot camp, and we probably should have even done better. We ended up losing Liquid 3-0, even though the scoreline was 3-0. I think first and third game were pretty close margins, and we got a lot of takeaways and learned from it. So I think it was good.
Let's talk about TIs from yesteryear, because you've been at a fair old few. You've won it. What are some of the favorite memories you've made across TI?
Would definitely be like stepping out on the stage for the first time, because I didn't accomplish that until I think it was TI 8. That was like the first time I played in front of the crowd, and it was like pretty exhilarating, and like thousands of fans in the arena cheering, and the lights under you inside the TI booth. It's like very magical, very special.
How hard is it to carry that confidence through for the whole season? Because obviously the results throughout the year haven't been where you've been traditionally. Is it very difficult to maintain that, or is it like a natural come down after a big result like that?
Once you've had good results as a team, it's hard to adjust downward. I think people often adjust upward, and we've had good results before. We know we're capable, but like we strive to always be there, because I think the moment you relax and you be complacent, there will always be a competitor coming right after you. Being
the champions means people want to beat you even more than they would normally. Is that fair to say? Do you think that they're coming for you specifically because you won TI?
I wouldn't say that they're coming for us or the eyes are on us. I think right now people have more attention towards Vision and Yandex. I think people have more recency bias, especially with these two teams are kind of the top 1 and 2 in the recent tournaments. So I think we're a little bit more under the radar, which is nice, because you never want to be under the spotlight all the time.
Coming into this TI, how do you think this TI compares to previous ones?
I think this year's TI, there's almost like really no weak teams. I think the field is much closer in strength than ever before. And I think just depends on whether you have a good day or a bad day, and like things can change very rapidly in the group stage.
A few other people have said the same thing, actually. Where have these bad teams gone? Has everybody else come up, or have all the teams just got sort of leveled out by the meta? Do you think it's kind of flattened the differences between the teams?
I think it's just everyone has kind of understood what was done well before. The knowledge advantage, the differential advantage that people had before are kind of gone. I think all those edges where you had a little bit better game understanding, a little bit better team play than the other team. Over the past few years, I think people have really caught up, and I don't think you can really win based off of just being slightly better in some aspect than the other team in one aspect. You have to be like better than the other team in almost all aspects.
Let's talk about the meta coming in. Do you think it suits you guys? Do you wish perhaps some heroes have been buffed or nerfed? What do you think about it?
I think in the recent meta, it hasn't been to our advantage. I think a lot of like our signature heroes that our players like to play are not very much in the meta right now. So I think definitely the meta hasn't worked in our favor, but we'll still find a way to make it work.
I'd like you to tell me, I think maybe let's give the 3 teams at this TI, other than yourselves, of course, who you think people should keep an eye on, who you're like, these guys have got something cooking. And it can be an obvious pick or it can be a dark horse. It's up to you.
I think Team Vision, as well as Team Yandex, are the teams that people should watch out for. They're definitely the top favorites. But the third choice, I would actually choose Team Liquid over Boom Boys, because I think Team Liquid has improved a lot over this past month, whereas Boom Boys, I'm not sure if they have improved as much.
Snay, thanks so much for taking the time to talk to me, and best of luck in the tournament.
Thanks for having me.
Welcome back, everybody. It is time for game number 2 between Falcons and GamerLegion. Game number 1 going the way of Falcons after what was a little bit of a sketchy start, but then a good mid-game for them that brought the game back towards their favor. And then ultimately, it looked as though GamerLegion had themselves the controlling position, but ultimately let that go. And Falcons took game number 1 over GamerLegion in a game that started really well for the North American squad. But now they are 1 game away from dropping down to the 1-3s, and Falcons 1 game away from securing themselves at least the elimination round.
Yeah, the Falcons, honestly, after that first game, I feel like if they were favorites going into the series, which they were after the first game, they're absolute favorites. I think GamerLegion gave it their best in the first game, but still kind of fell a little bit short with a little bit of a team fight issue, let's call it that way, that they had through the game. It's just harder versus teams that are just running on a little bit of a faster tempo than you are. It's hard to play these big team fight heroes like Faceless Void and to catch everyone at the right time, because they're always like maybe just 1 step ahead of you. Even though they did find a lot of good engagements. I think Fade had a fantastic game, by the way. I gotta commend him. I think RCY as well, on the Invoker, dodged so many ganks, played the map very well, was not feeding, was not dying versus heroes that actually had pretty good catch for him, right? Like Clockwork, usually versus Invoker does well, because you can find him and then you combine it with some Lina or Clinks across the map, but he just wasn't dying ever. And Fade, like that's respect right there. That's respect. Like in the first phase, Enigma is banned. Like you literally don't see Enigma being banned versus anyone in the first phase.
Yeah, especially considering there are some other heroes that he has played or even using that Beastmaster in the last game, but they'll go right to the center instead of banning that Enigma leaves open. I just want to, you know, just to clarify a little bit, I felt as though there were moments. I think Fade played really well for 99% of that game. There were some moments like when he gets caught top by himself, or moments within that attempted comeback that ended up costing him a little bit, that I can see him cleaning up coming into game 2 and doing quite well anyway. So we'll see him here on the Centaur, something that I had a lot of success with up against Xtreme, and immediately responded to with Earth Spirit. And this is one of those heroes that's getting a lot of first phase bans because it does work. I mean, this hero has a lot of tools and a lot of damage at certain points, especially once you, with a lot of these games, I feel like the average game time has been so long. When you get to that level 25, you got yourself magnetized on you, and you're just outputting so much.
Yeah, a lot of heroes, by the way, right now that are usually banned out are still left in the pool. So you have your Coddle as well, by the way, on both sides. Coddle Earth Spirit, just not your standard Coddle Ember, Coddle Pango, but it's also an option that they can go for. If you're Team Falcons right now, I feel like the best thing to get versus Centaur is always some percentage-based damage. Make sure that his heart won't at every single point heal him up completely. Phoenix from the last game, honestly, is not something that I mind too much versus Centaur. Some roots, always good. Some area control versus Stampede, of course, very nice. But you gotta keep that in mind. You gotta keep in mind the game that they played previously on Centaur, where Centaur was mid, actually. So gotta be prepared for that as well.
Yeah, options here for GamerLegion as they ban out the Timber and the Clockwork, and they've got, of course, the Huskar first phase ban. We saw that get through.
I love the Timber ban, by the way. The Timber ban, not only Amar's super comfort zone, but also Malrines, and also a hero that does extremely well versus, well, not extremely well, but gives you options when you're playing versus Centaur. At least it gives you peace of mind, where at every single point in the game, you understand that you can take the Centaur down, right? Like, you will be able to kill him off, so it helps. Necro being banned out by GamerLegion, another one of these that we just mentioned, another one of these heroes the Team Falcons have played really well. But of course, the most important part of this analysis will be the color schematics. If they picked Necro, it would be green Earth Spirit, green Necro, maybe snaking Pugna that we haven't seen in ages. Like, you cannot defeat full green team.
Green team could be strong. Necro gets banned, and Hoodwink, another green hero. Or green.
Ish. Yeah, pretty much.
But the Mirana gets picked up, and this is a hero that we have seen share time, I think, between both Snake King and Crit at times. A hero that does a lot of damage early on, especially when you're focusing on just getting that Starstorm, which is something that is pretty standard for Miranas these days. We've seen 2-0-1, we've seen 1-1-1. Either way, I think there is just a lot here that Mirana really produces for whatever team they're on.
Yeah, this hero is... I know this hero can look underwhelming at times, but this is probably one of those patches where Mirana is in its best state. And when Mirana is in its best state, it's probably a very good hero. And I gotta say, currently she is a very good hero. Like the Starfall in the lane is level 1, maybe you can abuse her a little bit. And most of the time that's where the kills on Mirana happen. But the moment she gets level 2, the trade is almost certainly in her favor. And then on top of that, you get the leap. The arrow is even secondary until you get the Aghanims. Once you get the Aghanims, of course, it all changes. It's also another hero that buys Yules naturally, which is always nice versus Stampede. You can control the target, you can follow up with an arrow afterwards. So, in general, yeah, I like the Mirana here. Overall, I like the Mirana pick in almost every game. She's maybe a little bit not super respected by a lot of teams, but at the same time, I think she should be.
Well, not a bad combination with this Undying.
Just solid drafting.
Say with Shard too.
Solid drafting from GamerLegion, right? Like every single game, like every single draft they've had, I would never say, out of all the games that I've watched from them recently, I would never say drafting issue. I would always say that their drafts are good. Like even just seeing these 3 heroes, I think they've got a pretty good startup. Like you have nice combo with the Centaur that you mentioned. You've got nice Brambles versus the Earth Spirit. Like overall area control is nice versus Mirana as well. It's not a weak hero. Like Tombstone as well likes playing around, terrorize around the Brambles. It's a lot of area control. Like overall, not too bad at all from GamerLegion.
5 seconds.
We got the Enchantress, and this honestly, both these supports could be played by either of their heroes.
Yeah, I think it's going to be with the Lifestealer. It's just an RC White Centaur in the end. I think they'll move it mid. The thing is, like, can you find something that's really good versus Lifestealer? There's like an option of old school counter to the Lifestealer in the lane, which is Slardar, but I think that might be a bit of a problem versus Ench if Ench lanes stop. I would rather see Ench versus Undying. I think it's one of those heroes that actually does not care too much about the decay, as you are playing off-map. You're just grabbing creeps and coming into the lane with them. It depends on what your offlane combo is, of course, but yeah. Overall, Lifestealer into the Centaur. This is not the first time this TI that GamerLegion are facing the exact counter. The last time they did move Centaur mid, and there you go. What did I say just a second earlier? Slardar, right? They straight up go for it. There are issues for the Slardar, and Team Falcons, let's see if they have predicted this. Because if GamerLegion wants to, they could also just Slardar mid. That's another option, right? Like, you can just put the mid, put Centaur offlane in a bad matchup, but why? Like, I actually don't see why they would do that. Just put Slardar into the Lifestealer, it's a stronger laner. It's not bad with Dark Willow either, like, it's a strong combination, and Centaur is gonna chill mid. Is he going to win it versus Earth Spirit? Probably not. Is he gonna chill and farm? Probably yes. So, it's definitely playable.
Helm Heart, usually the combo for Centaur. But just sort of, like, I'm looking at this lineup from GamerLegion, and I'm a little worried at the fact that they might just get chased regardless of Stampede, regardless of their speed with Slardar and blinking in and everything, with Earth Spirit just being able to lock onto these heroes with well-placed spells.
Depends on what their last pick is. Like, if it's Axe or Mars, Axe has been banned out. I think they actually cannot catch anyone on Falcons.
Does Underlord do well for them?
Underlord is, yeah, Underlord is definitely an option with some area denial. It's like, the thing is, whatever you're picking, you gotta remember that you're also going to be laning into an Undying. which is not super... at least you will see the enemy carry before your pick, so you'll be able to adjust to the carry, but when it comes to the Undying, there isn't really a lot that you can do, right? Like, there's just... most heroes on offlane that bring you control suck against Undying, unless it's like an Enigma. But even Enigma doesn't feel that incredible, so... we'll see. Axe banned out. GamerLegion probably going to ban out like a Mars here next. I think that's a solid option. It doesn't have to be. It could also be, you know what would be actually cool? A hero that we don't see a lot on Falcons or on Amar, but Darkseer feels like legit gamer this game. It wouldn't give you area control, but you would have Surge on Lifestealer, you would have Einshell, Lifestealer, and Earth Spirit. You don't have to play the lane into Undying because you're just playing around the Iron Shells. Like, depending on what the carry is from GamerLegion, I think it could be a viable option.
10 seconds remaining.
Their initiation would suck, though. I gotta say. It would be Earth Spirit running in, and then you have a Mirana arrow. That's the Flare pick. That's how I see the Darkseer. Like a Flare pick that has like a different approach to the game. But the normal pick would definitely be like a Mars or something like that. They ban out the Morphling. Basically, we need a carry that's good versus Lifestealer here, right? So let's see what they go for. If it was some other meta, Weaver would be all right. They ban out the Morphling, of course. Troll would be all right in some different meta as well, but the hero isn't really playable that much. Clinks is perhaps an option, honestly. Banned. Okay, never mind, not an option.
They go to the draft, which is a hero we're seeing a lot of in like in earlier portions of this patch, and
she got nerfed. I think the nerf hammer actually hurt her quite bad. Like, this hero is, sure, like a month ago, the most broken hero in the game, and we would be first phasing the Drow even. Right now, I don't feel the same. It's a good Drow game, by the way, for what it's worth. Like, good combo with Slardar, you have Stampede to get away, maybe a Tombstone to save you as well. There's a lot of nice things, but overall, not a big fan, currently. What do you think? Mars? Or something different for the Drow? Something to get on top of her with the Earth Spirit?
Pango? Could you just go Pango again?
There's Silence. Frost Arrows in the lane with Undying are annoying. But you could, yeah, you could. You could Pango it up twice in a row. They don't lack too much damage. They have the Earth Spirit, right? Like, just his damage alone is usually good. Like, they are definitely lacking area control. Dawn is in the pool as well, if you want to play it that way. By the way, we aren't seeing too many Dawn games, and this hero was super playable in the last couple of tournaments, and I think she's still strong.
Coming down to the wire.
1 second. I mean, it's the simplest approach. The first hero that we called for many times in a row, it is the Mars. They needed area control. They needed area control versus Centaur. They just went with the Mars. Once again, I gotta say, I am impressed by GamerLegion's drafting. I think it's good. I think they have enough flex on their players that allows them to draft the way that they're drafting. I think their lineup is solid versus almost anything that you throw at them. So yeah, the overall much easier on paper game for a Ghost, where he doesn't have to use any big spells. It's just a Drow right click, so a little bit of a recovery time from playing that Faceless Void. I'm sure that he'll feel a little less pressure this game as well. Gotta say though that snaking Enchantress, even though he's not laning into the Drow Ranger, is really dangerous for the Drow, because snaking likes to twin gate a lot early on. So we'll see some creep maneuvers minute 5, the first knight connecting instantly, twin gating through to deal with the Drow. But at the same time, the one lane that I'm really interested in is the Bignum Fade versus Snaking Skitter. I feel like this lane, like in the past, was super Slardar favored. but let's see if it's still the case, because there's some tech that you can do on Lifestealer to make it a little bit easier for yourself.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that it's not so clear-cut right now with this lineup, especially snaking. You could just enchant, all of a sudden you're slowed up. Skitter takes advantage, they chase you down, maybe get these kills. You got to be a little bit careful coming in from GamerLegion. I just want to go back to something you said that you really like GamerLegion's drafts. You know, their coach is Mangusu, and he was the architect behind Heroic as well. You know, he had a lot to do there to be the one of the coaches that was around in that area of time. Like, I feel like he helped.
He's Romanian, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
And he moved from Heroic, he moved to GamerLegion, and I feel like these drafts have been really good despite the fact that the results aren't everything that they would have liked. But just shout out to him, you know? Like, he is really putting in the work and the time and the effort and giving them this opportunity to, like, be in every single one of these games. So, you know, we'll see if it works out for GamerLegion. We're going to go into game number 2 now and see where we're at. Falcons. Can they take this home 2-0? Can they guarantee themselves at least elimination round? Or will GamerLegion force us to a game 3?
Yeah, they're in their full comfort zone, right? Like when you look at Falcons and what they're playing, these are the heroes that they've been playing quite a bit recently, or through the past. A lot of grandmasters on their side as well, or close enough at least. Insta deny on the ops.
Darn.
It hurts, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
30 seconds.
This game is a banger.
This drought could be in trouble, right? When Earth Spirit kind of comes online.
Yeah, a couple of things. It's not even Earth Spirit, just Ench. I feel like level 3 Ench, already some rotations through the gate are possible, but there's a lot of saves through the game for the droughts, so I don't think that it's necessarily a really bad drought game. You have Stampede. If you get caught in the arena, you also have Tombstone to work with.
Right.
It's an alright game for you. I think for Ghost is set up for success. You don't care too much about the arena as you used to a long time ago. Of course, you've got multi-shot to work with, but yeah, overall the hero did get nerfed a bit. And there's a reason why teams are kind of moving away from Drow. I feel like in a lot of games, Drow was this hero that just destroys you in a millisecond in all the fights and in the lane as well. She doesn't necessarily feel as strong any longer, even with proper itemization. Like, you always kind of have the time to maneuver a bit.
See how this mid centaur does. They've not had many games like this, but they have done it before. So RCY on the mid centaur against this Earth Spirit will be an interesting matchup. That's how tanky you are, and
is it interesting?
I mean, it's right click again. It's melee. I'm just interested in the results of it. That's what I'm more so getting at.
Yeah. On one side, 800 HP. On the other, 1000. Let's see what's gonna happen in the lane. Expecting someone to die mid lane is fool's errand, but yeah, maybe it will happen. Some kick under the tower, you know, and then Centaur loses 5% of his HP. Top lane is the difficult one, right? Like, the Mars is already forced into some creep skipping shenanigans.
Crit level 1 arrow. I was saying before that we've seen Miranas go 2-0-1, but
one more
will die to speed. So first
the amount of times, the amount of times I see a Mirana die and give out the first blood is way too high. This hero is, I think, when you count all the first bloods, the biggest culprit.
This culprit.
This game is a
having
banger.
just arrow to work with. Sometimes I wonder if that's a bit of a mistake.
Arrow? That's what you mean? Like, is level 1 arrow a mistake? I feel like when you cannot, when you cannot lane, I think it's not, but usually it is. Yeah. That's
what I was getting at. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. But a little Burger Legion. I like this spray.
There you go. You see, that's basically the arrow point. Like you can get the range creeps, you can get some hard camp creeps as well. You're basically trying to survive the lane. You're not trying to win it. And so far, surviving is more or less they are surviving, but it's not a good spot to be in. This Mars has 4 CS.
Did you see that, by the way?
Mm-hmm.
The speed all chat.
Yeah. He's starved on Mars. He's not hungry. He's absolutely starving.
Hungry? And potentially hungry. Mid. RCY taking a little bit of damage. He's half health. He's got 1200 life. 3 gauntlets. Going into a wand, just standing right next to this Earth Spirit the entire time. Amar is kind of low. And they will end up losing Ghost.
What? What?
Huh?
Yikes.
Guys, we have eyes on that whole exchange. Because
it's the worst part is like the worst part is that he's dead, by the way. That's the worst part. But another part of that is that he lost so many creeps under the tower. Speed has given Ghost an absolutely free lane. This is basically all Undying, right? Speed has played... I mean, Ghost has also been putting in the effort with Frost Arrows and stuff, but dying like that to an arrow is... yeah. Unfortunate, to say the least. It's a lane that they should have won heavily.
Ooh, I was going to say, Undying's got himself Tombstone if he wanted to commit onto the Mars.
No way. That's one zombie that gets right-clicked and that's it. Waste a Tombstone.
Well, I thought that decay, maybe go, who knows. I try to get something back, quad all the way in.
One thing to say, by the way, even with the death on Drow, the 3 cores and the 3 lanes of GamerLegion are going really well. Like, bot lane is fine on Slardar, mid lane is fine on Centaur, like he's taking the waves and farming the hard camp as well. They're getting the kill on Ench maybe here.
Yeah, might die, will die. Bignum gets the kill and they will take the life of this Enchantress. Old TP back towards top. Amar looks over its speed, but not really much he can do. He's still sitting at level 2. Ghost is level 4. Like you said, free lane for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe some spear into arrow is possible now on top, or maybe a solo arrow from Crit
They're bringing
gets
the
a kill again.
Something you talked about. He did die, comes top. They're going to try and get a couple of kills here.
Yeah, but this is a bit different. He TPs top.
Not coming from the back.
Yeah, it's not from the back while you're diving them. And you're also...
Now.
Oh, arrow again.
The arrow still hits. And they'll drop the Tombstone, but they've got the Spear, the Star Storm. The damage, not enough. Crit dies instead. Snaking. He's going to try and get this Tombstone, and we'll get a little bit of gold out of it. Malrine is over mid, and they're still trying to get a kill on a Ghost. Amar maybe dive the tower with
Stampede.
This Warpine Raider, but they've got themselves the Stampede to help the Drow get out.
Dude, this mid lane Centaur, I swear, one of the... you see that? This mid lane Centaur gets
I don't think
raindrop.
Starstorm did anything, honestly, with that raindrop.
Yeah, pretty much. He's got the Helm of Iron Will as well. For the right clicks, he's absolutely fine. One of the biggest things that I really value from Centaur on the mid lane is the early Stampede. Like, the timing at which you get, of course, is much faster than on the offlane. You're getting all the solo XP. So you get it like 2-3 minutes earlier. It's very nice. Very, very nice to have. Snaking trying to solo him, this just... Even if you catch him, this is just not happening. Like... 5 armor, 200 HP, too much regen.
Now imagine where this game would be at if Drow didn't die the first time.
Yeah, it would look...
K lead, maybe even a little bit higher.
Yeah. That one kill on the Drow definitely made a difference, as Amar is now able to maybe even lane a little bit, you know, get some XP.
They're going to have Malrine coming over, but they still have this Obs down. Not dewarded by Falcons. A little bit surprising, based on just GamerLegion's reaction initially to the move over from Enchantress the first time.
Here comes the Boglet Ench. So looks
The
so
way it
goofy,
runs.
dude.
What a goofy idiot. Just the way it like walks over with its cowtail. The death animation's pretty good though. They've got 3 heroes sitting here for GamerLegion. Level 5 for Amar. Speed. Gonna move forward. They've got the Stampede. Now they'll hit that Gust. They'll get that Silence. Take out Amar. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy for GamerLegion.
Look at that Magnetize. Destroying the Centaur. Look at that.
He's gaining health.
Actually. I love how Centaur just stopped there for a little bit. Dude, what are we doing here? You know, it's like, what's this role? What's happening?
Come closer, hug me.
There's a, by the way, there's a item that does change things a little bit, and that's the vessel on Earth Spirit. Like once he gets it, he's fine, dude.
Boglet
look at that Boglet go.
Oh,
come here.
I'll take that.
They blocked his camps, though. That's kind of cool to see. They're making sure that Centaur doesn't roll out of control with all the farm around the mid lane. Skeeter.
He's in trouble. And they're going to get this kill. There's nobody here to help him.
Look at his experience, by the way. Just please look at the experience on Lifestealer. That's why he dies.
6
he was
needed.
6 experience points away from Infest. Of course he's gonna greed out for a creep.
They're top lane this time. They've got that eye open. Marine's coming over with a haste, though. Can they find anybody? Ghost. Uh-oh. Ooh, actually, not uh-oh. Thumbs up. Did well. Bignum hiding.
Still hiding.
Get spotted.
They're both maybe that's here, though.
All right, well, they'll lose one. They get the courier. Ghost gets that. He's back alive with the Ceaseless Dirge, but eventually Bignum falls too. Give it up a little bit more than you really need to in that moment.
Definitely. And also zoning out the Drow by dying that way. This top lane is more or less done. This is the power, by the way, not only from the Earth Spirit, it's the power that Enchantress brings to the game. She's fine, right? Ghost is a bit YOLOing here on top. Basically, this kind of a thing right here that we saw. I think in the previous patch, Drow actually gets a solo kill there. Arena
down. Spear connects. Arrow follow-up. Blocked. But Ghost still going to eat the Star Storm, and that damage is heavy. Especially level 5 coming in and getting themselves at least the 1. They'll look for the double decay. Malrine's going to activate that Magnetize and now jump over onto Speed. Snake King is here. Speed also tipping Malrine. Roll connects, lands on Speed. There's 4 heroes here to get this kill. He's got decay in a second, but it won't matter. He's going to be speared up to the tree and end up dead.
That's definitely an L for GamerLegion, but the W for Speed, you know, tipping as he's dying because of the Magnetize and the misses. There's nothing for Drow on top, by the way, anymore. I think they overstayed their welcome a little bit next to the tier 1 tower. Drow is a kind of a hero that needs to abandon it a bit earlier. Unlike the Lifestealer that we're seeing here. Like Lifestealer, most matchups he can stay, but Slardar...
They're going to try and get the kill still, and they will. Wow. Yep. Well done with the Stampede to have Bignum come over and throw down those brambles, especially with the Curse of Haze early on, the minus armor. Makes it easier to get a kill like that.
Such a nice hero to have from the mid lane, right? Like, he doesn't even have to show up to give you that advantage. And I was going to say, Lifestealer, usually on the safe lane, you can leave him alone. And he manages to just lane versus a lot of heroes, not versus Slardar. Like, Slardar was picked for a reason. He's one of those rare offlaners between the Slardar, Enigma, maybe 1 or 2 more that actually punishes the Lifestealer out of the lane.
Anyway, Shadow gets used. These heroes will go through top to try and get a kill on a Ghost. Speed's the one who ends up getting spotted. Roll a miss, maybe.
Arena top though, Drow again.
But they've got, the Arena and the kill. Drow did one more time. This Terrorize just not going to be in time to get the save on a Ghost. They might chase, they might go for more. Fade's going to be inside this river. They're not committing all the way through. There's just too many heroes up here for the side of Falcons.
It's no Stampede as well this time around. Stampede plus Bedlam, fantastic of a combo, but not there yet. And Ghost is truly struggling to find his footing in this game. Like, the lane itself was absolutely free for him. His farm is alright, but they are finding some very easy pickoffs on him.
And what honestly should have been an easier lane, but he ends up giving that solo kill to the Mirana, and things from there kind of crumbled on him. And he's got to try to salvage what he's got going at this moment. And maybe that comes from space opening up via the Centaur and the Slardar, because there should be a moment in which that they're able to go. It's going to be a heart for the Centaur, but a blink suit for Slardar.
Yeah, so they will have a playmaker, and they will have this bulky Centaur that cannot be killed that easily. Keep in mind, by the way, if you look at the laning stage and how it went, you could argue that way more significance was given to the Drow, right? With all the rotations from Falcons. Lifestealer was left alone completely. Drow still outfarms him by like 700 gold. So it's still not that bad for a Ghost. He's still in a decent spot, while Skitter is actually buying a Midas. You don't see this item all too often right now on any hero.
I think sensing that he's going to need to potentially have this game go late, Centaur Conqueror misses the stun, and even with the Stampede, they'll miss out on getting this initial kill. Instead, they'll get themselves 100 gold. It's on the way of Amar. Smoke used by Falcons. They're going to try and maybe make a turn play happen, or just honestly go for Ghost again. We've got this deep Obs that sees the Drow, and they just continue to pile on.
She's the easiest kill. Yeah. She's probably the only kill that they can get on the map. Like, killing Slardar and Centaur is also possible, but they would have to move too many heroes.
Roll connects.
And Ghost is gone.
There's the Geomagnetic Grip with the Magnetize. That makes it an easy kill, and Crit with the Starstorm gets yet another. He's on a killing spree. They take out Ghost, and this game's still sitting even in terms of net worth.
This Mirana is going to be big. Like, he already has one piece of the Aghanim Scepter. He's basically moving towards it in almost a core speed.
Geomagnetic Grip into the Boulder Smash, and Undying's going to be caught by this arena. Slardar is making the rotation, but they will end up losing this Undying. The Tombstone got committed. Fade comes in. He TPs, but there isn't much there for him to do. So it doesn't really matter that he's made this rotation.
Yeah. They did the right thing of not rotating when Drow got gone on. Not sure, I mean, okay, you try to save the Undying, not really to save him, but to fight after the Tombstone. And another one, come on. This top lane is a bloodbath.
Yeah, continuing to come up here and continuing to just feed over kills. Terrorize doesn't even save him. Bedlam's going to be on a solo target, but they've got the help from RCY. They'll get the kill to Amar. They'll try to take out Snake King. He'll TP attempt out, but the double edge from RCY gets them the double kill. That's at least something going for GamerLegion, but they continue to give up more and more. They're bleeding just a bit too much. Speed comes in with RCY. They're right on top of Malrine. Can they get the kill to the Earth Spirit? He's trying to get to a corner to roll out. But now RCY's got himself a triple kill as we continue to bounce back and forth between who's got the advantage in these moves that have happened towards top.
I would say no one really getting the advantage. Maybe a little advantage from Falcons, because Mirana is just free farming on a position 4, pressuring the tier 1 mid as well. A triple kill for Centaur is always nice, but they do have ways of dealing with the Centaur eventually. They'll have a Vessel, and they do have a Lifestealer after all, so eventually this hero just becomes a really hard-hitting carry versus the Cent.
It's a very odd bloodbath game, because it's not like 5-on-5s, but there are 20 kills within 16 minutes.
And like 90% of those kills were around the tier 2 on top, by the way.
Yeah.
Just,
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
there are some really nice combos on GamerLegion, by the way. On Falcons, of course, is the Mars plus the Mirana Arrow plus the Starfall. It's a lot of damage. You can get a lot of things done. On the other side, though, this Slardar plus Dark Willow, it's still pretty damn scary. They smoke up. They want the Lifestealer, most likely.
Can they connect? Can they find the Lifestealer? Like you said, went to the Midas, so he's trying to farm Midas into the Radiance and build a little bit of a later game route. But he is alone. And can he get out? Rage? They're going to keep up. They're going to have this Enchantress nearby and one to infest in. He's not the easiest to kill, but he only has level 1 in Nature's Attendant. Arrow flies off. They'll get the double-edged kill, and now they'll go to the arena as well as the Magnetize. Terrorize flies in, lands onto 4 of these heroes. Magnetize still rocking their world, but it ends up stopping, and now maybe Ghost has a chance with the rest of the team to get these kills, and they'll get Malrine. So everybody here on GamerLegion as the Hurricane and Polina +1 on crit. That's well done by this dominated creep from RCY, and he has created a lot of opportunity here for GamerLegion. That is a good fight coming through from the Dire.
This fight, by the way, was kind of decided by Ghost and his rotation in. Like, it's not a lot, of course, but him just giving that extra oomph for the team pushes them over the edge so that they can continue fighting. Because the bait was pretty good from Falcons. They just don't really have a lot of damage right now. There's no Axe on Mirana yet. It's all Earth Spirit. There's no Radiance on Lifestealer. Even Enchantress not maxing out Impetus. Like, we aren't seeing the 4-4-0 build, which is a good thing in this game because there's a huge value from Untouchable and Nature's Attendance. So they kind of baited them into the very good arena next to the tier 2 tower, but they couldn't close the deal afterwards because, yeah, damage is lacking.
Not
top lane though?
ABCs, but top lane. Fade ends up dead. Malrine getting the kill. And they need to really tighten up on their ABCs. They got to always be closing. And that's what a lot of teams need to be doing to finish off some of these kills and get these advantages in the big game. But right now, we still sit a little bit even. Not getting this kill on the Lifestealer opens him up to continuing to farm and getting this Radiance at a decent timing of the Midas. And like we've talked about, he is trying to go into that later game. And there is something to be said about the late points for Falcons, in which you get level 25er, Spirit magnetizes himself. He's going to be outputting the damage. He'll have the Shivas and a couple more items when he goes into that moment. Obviously, this is well far away, but they are kind of building the groundwork to pull a later game portion here for Falcons. And one-on-one here against GamerLegion might have the advantage as they go to get a kill onto Speed, but
Shard?
He's alive.
That's a fat tombstone right there, yeah.
And he'll be able to walk away.
I love his build. I just gotta say. Brown Boots, Wand, Bracer, Shard. Like, that's it. This item, for a little bit of time, was not bought by the Undying players at all. The Shard, that is. But recently, once again, we see a resurgence. We see Undying being played more on 5 once again, and we see the Shard being purchased quite a bit as well. It's just a game-changing item. Completely changes the way the teamfights are being fought.
Anything Speed can do to help the team, help himself. W Speed trying to keep GamerLegion in this. Mars has that Blink Dagger going into the Yules next. They've smoked up on GamerLegion. They'll try to make the move. Ghost is not with them this time. They are going to make the move across and look for the Mars. The Moonlight Shadow is going to be used, but not going to be enough to save the Mars initially. But he's able to push back this Dark Willow. Bedlam, Shadow Realm Strike, and a Decay. Eventually the Double Edge from RCY gets the kill into the Mars.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe they can use this Moonlight Shadow elsewhere, but there's just nowhere to connect. You just don't have the vision, the catch, or the control. Or the damage, by the way, at this point. So still gotta wait a little while longer. Get these supports, if nothing else, online. Meanwhile, Tombstone, Corrosive Haze. I mean, yeah, this Roche is going to fall very quickly.
Can anybody swipe this? And there's just nobody in the area. Thinking maybe Mirana could throw an arrow from a distance to sneak one in and get in there with some leaps, but ultimately this is going to be first Aegis for Ghost.
Not even close, right? Like, they truly could not contest this. They needed to be in position, on time, and also smoked up, probably. And even if you do have all of those things, you're fighting in the river versus a pretty damn big Slardar, plus the Tombstone in the pit. It's just a very hard fight to make.
$2,000 net worth lead. Is this enough for Gamer? What do you think they need to be doing in this next 5 minutes with the Aegis?
Farm, I would say. I think they're in a pretty good spot. Actually, you know what? Drow should be farming, but this Centaur right now is sitting on 3,332 HP. He doesn't have to be KB yet, but he's pretty damn unkillable. So they can play around him. Maybe get some pickoffs with him and Slardar. It's possible. Like, they have the damage, they have the beef, they have the initiation as well. The BKB check is basically on Centaur and on Slardar. Both of them are buying it.
Mars up top. Ooh. Wink avoiding the right click coming in from Ghost. And we'll find themselves this Earth Spirit. Stampede on top of him. Curse Crown pops, and they get the kill. They just don't have the damage coming in from the Enchantress. It's not enough. The Spirit Vessel is on RCY, though. Lifestealer coming in. Good arena onto 2. Terrorized, but avoided. At least initially, to get the kill into RCY, it blocks out Ghost from being able to help out. And despite the fact that they lose Mallory, they do end up responding with the kill on the Centaur.
Ooh. That was actually so damn
they
close.
They still want to go for him. Blink Spear is going to be off the mark. Curse Crown's going to pop in a second. But the God's Rebuke, the pop out on the Infest, and another kill here for the Lifestealer.
And just a beautiful tumblers too as well from Bignum, but Slardar was connecting, maybe thinking about striking back, but it's not going to happen. They still need their BKBs. I feel like the BKBs on GamerLegion are extremely important this game. You're playing versus Magnetize, you're playing versus the Arena. You could see the first real impact from Skitter, right? Like, this is the first fight where he actually joins in and nets himself a kill. 2 kills even.
Yeah. And things are just getting better. He's continuing to farm up. Obviously, he's not towards the top, but that's what the Midas is for, right? Like, you're gambling on a late game.
Well, yes and no. It's also not that bad of an item on Lifestealer in general because it gives you some attack speed. And like you said, sure, you can scale a lot better. You have the Radiance and the Midas. You have like these 2 pretty greedy farming-oriented items that kind of benefit Lifestealer quite well in other ways too. So never feels too bad buying them. He's going for Manta after, just so he has a way of dispelling the corrosive haze. Also the silences from Drow Ranger are annoying. It helps out a little bit against the Tombstone as well. Not too bad of an item. Glacier, by the way, for Drow.
Net worth, yeah, he got that shard off Torm.
How do you feel as a support when your carry gets the shard over you?
I hate it.
Yeah, I guessed as much.
Especially when I die, because you know not all my team wants to commit for the Torm, but the smart ones with me commit, and then I die and I still don't get the shard. Aben, are you kidding me? All the hard work I put in? You give it to the carry?
It's the rich get richer, man. You know, it's just the way it is. The cold reality.
But it's not even the rich getting richer. Usually when the carry gets it, he's a little bit under-farmed, and he's getting a little bit of an extra boost with a shard. It's like, dude, maybe farm better.
Is this Drow under-farmed?
No, he's not.
I don't think she is, yeah.
No. Well, you know, minus 1,400. Middle of the pack. Yeah, not in a bad spot. Mars, hey, it might be. He's got this Yules, though, that's on RCY. Blinks Wither Crush. No. Now, maybe a turnaround play. Moonlight Shadow is used. Geomagnetic Grip, they've got the Silence, forcing the BKB from RCY.
Mm-hmm. Any other game where he is not playing versus the Lifestealer, I feel like having this big of a Centaur is game-winning. But they have a good solution to him. I mean, this is the difference in this game. Like, they have a very good solution to him, and that's the Lifestealer. Lifestealer isn't necessarily just a lane counter to the Centaur. It's just good through the game. You could see it here. Like, he was bringing the majority of the damage. He's the one that forced the BKB on Centaur.
Blink in, Spear connects. It's onto the Slardar, but can't fully commit. Don't want to overcommit and give up too much to the side of GamerLegion if you're Falcons. Rana, by the way, we were talking about it earlier. He's got that Aghanims, he's got that Urn, going into a 4-staff, level 13 just about.
Mm-hmm.
Real good spot to be in.
Yeah, they're infesting bottom, so they want to take this fight. And look at the Ghost.
It's actually RCY You know he doesn't have the BKB, and he won't be able to get out. Crit, getting that follow-up, they roll for more, and Ghost is all the way back. Roll's not going to be committed under any sort of pass-through movement.
If they saw him, they would probably initiate on the draw. But RCY, like you said, is without the BKB, so even a better pick-off at this point. Like, he is actually worth a bit more than the draw.
Roll across, and with that Shiva's Guard, they were able to land the arrow off the spear, and the roll in. They'll connect. Bignum's going to die. Just no way to even survive. Got this Ob Sentry combo in the lane for GamerLegion, but it didn't stop them from getting caught in that movement. And now a little bit of a net worth lead for the side of Falcons, which they have worked really hard to kind of hold down from GamerLegion, who have been holding on to a lead for a good portion of this game.
Yeah, they've been playing really well around Dire's vision. Radiant, that is. On bot lane, when they killed RCY a moment ago, they were also almost under vision, but not quite. Top lane, they go on Dark Willow, almost in vision, but not quite. So
Radiant are scanning.
there's a blink, by the way, I believe, on the Undying. This changes things a little bit when it comes to these sort of initiations, because now you have the blink and the shard. He's going for a BKB next, just an absolute giga chad of a build, by the way. Might be dead. No, he's fine.
It's just giving up a little bit too much time and a lack of presence from GamerLegion. They had this Aegis, and they used it to kind of sit back a little bit, maybe too much. I think also Falcons making moves against the Aegis that you're holding on to is always a kind of a bad look when you're in a game like this. And they're farming quite well. Now you've got level 18 for the Earth Spirit. He's got level 3 in the Magnetize, level 3 in the Arena's ready to go, and you're just about to hit level 18 on Lifestealer too. And things coming together for Falcons. Whether or not it's... I mean, the game has been quiet, right? Because we had 16 minutes, 20 kills, and from the next 13 minutes, we've got 10 kills.
They're definitely a little bit skittish in the series whenever they're seemingly ahead or have the ball. Like, when they're controlling the game, they aren't necessarily making a lot of moves or trying to. Meanwhile, they're really good at responding. At least in game 1, all of the fights where they were on the responding side, they won. All of the fights that they were setting up, more or less, they lost. So maybe it's for the best. But in any case, I think they are more or less ready to fight. BKB will be purchased by Drow in 700 gold, and basically that's your go time.
Nothing doing at the moment. But I say that, Mules connects, and BKB TP. Forcing these BKBs.
Damn, it's slow.
Easily.
That's
that
slow.
Was a very long TP.
He almost didn't even make it. Like, he was TPing to the outpost after someone as well. Which is already long enough. Going for the Harpoon, by the way, on Slardar, which is not too bad at all. Like, some extra damage, some extra bash procs as well from the double hit of the Echo Saber, of course. Skitter. Just chilling in the pit, by the way.
Jump. Earth Stomp. Terrorize. No, Yules. Gonna be able to avoid this. Has the BKB now. God's Rebuke pushing back this Drow. They'll commit the Stampede, but they'll go to the arena. So now Drow can't hit through it, but goes and walks all the way around to try and catch this Mars. And eventually they do catch a Mars. Meanwhile, they're inside the Roche pit.
They really tried. They really tried. But I think because of Amar leading them to the pit, they couldn't commit completely. Instead, they infest. There's no BKB on Slardar.
Roll over. Look at all the silences. They've got the Magnetize on a bunch of these heroes, but they go and get the Tombstone save for a second, but now he's going to be stunned as they break it open. They look over, the Mirana's going to be able to leap away. Impetus shots rocking in, but there's the Hoof Stomp landing. Drow hitting away at the Lifestealer. They'll get that kill on a Skitter, but they'll end up losing speed. Maybe they're going to lose themselves the Dark Willow. No. Snake King falls as well. 3 heroes dead. The Ceaseless Dirge brings the Undying live, and all 5 heroes are available for the side of GamerLegion.
All 5 heroes and Roche, by the way, available with Corrosive Haze. And what do you think? Will they be pleasantly surprised to see that Roche is actually on 50% HP? Of course they will. Straight into the pit.
appreciate you.
You could see a very big difference in this last fight with the way it went, just from the Blink Tombstone as well being available, and the Undying saving the target from what I saw was like 8 silences on the Centaur.
Was it like the 9 silence as that comes in?
Yeah.
Number 9.
The problem, of course, for Falcons in this fight was 4v5, right? Like, you are legit taking a fight next to the pit without Amar. Like, he's been dead this whole time, so maybe they could have waited a little bit. They tried to execute a very difficult play because they knew that there are no BKBs on the other side. And it's kind of cool because if you do that, you know that Earth Spirit will be bringing in massive damage. But
Dire's bottom tower
it is massive, but it's not big enough.
Despite that full wipe, Goldie didn't really shift too heavily.
Dire are scanning.
Still Drow top of the net worth, 1,000 here. Mars bottom of the cores. The support's making up a big amount of the difference between Falcons and GamerLegion.
Very interesting going for drums on Mars, by the way. Yule's drums build, full-on movement speed on the Mars. Like, there's something to be said about Amar in these builds. Like, if you remember his Doom build back in the day, he might be dead here though.
Here's the Yules, Brambles, BKB forced again, TP out. Now you've got no BKB on Mars.
Is under attack.
They're gonna Glacier, they're gonna try and take the tier 2 tower over mid. Arrow flies in with the Starstorm, hits creep and won't stop them from pressuring the tier 2 to its death. Good moves from GamerLegion, forcing out these BKBs, taking these towers and squeezing the map on Falcons.
Spear back
Now we'll
on
look
the
over
draw.
as they've got themselves the arena. Now they go to the Terrorize, but Mars still alive. They land the stun. It's onto the Centaur, but do they have the damage? Impetus is flying through. Benwhelm on top of Amar. Fade gets the kill. And now again, you're in that situation where you just don't have the Mars, and you're gonna have to fight 4v6 if you want to defend. Maintain host stomp now, looking over at this Enchantress, who will survive, has the untouchable. Arrow flies in, lands onto the Centaur. He's stunned for a while, but they've got the Glimmer Cape to keep him healthy and keep him safe. Fade trying to go in with a Slithering Crush. They're up onto the high ground, trying to take a tier 3 tower without the Mars, who does have buyback but has no arena.
They have BKBs, by the way, on Slardar and on Centaur. These two you're definitely not killing. And the one without the BKB has an Aegis. Not sure how you stop this one.
Roll in, and they've got the silences. They'll get the BKB from Malrine, but the Magnetize isn't doing enough to win them this fight. They'll go and Stampede. They'll try to get the kill. They'll get the kill on Malrine. Ghost is low, but he's got himself an Aegis. 4 heroes dead. Lifestealer's got to do it all, and he can't do it all. GamerLegion are going to get right on top of him, gush him up, silence, and kill off this Lifestealer. This game is in trouble.
10k advantage. That was a wipe, by the way. And
another wipe.
Double buyback. Exactly. Once again, without Mars they are fighting, and Mars is fighting without them. That initiation from Mars with the spear on the draw was beautiful, by the way, a couple of minutes ago, but he had no team. Like, no one else was ready to follow through on his spear. Now, what could have been only one side with a little bit of a delay, you know, you kill some creeps, you arrow them, you use this axe from Mirana, turns into a disaster. Like, 2 sides at least, and maybe even just a game. Aegis is gone, but
this is the opposite of what we expected from Falcons. They looked upset coming out of game number 1, and things were tough. It was a long game, and they've kind of just fell flat in game number 2.
Absolutely. I think once again GamerLegion's draft is brilliant. Like, they're executing it much better than they executed in game 1. The laning stage itself had some issues, like some kills on the draw, but she was still keeping up like top net worth. Now with the butterfly, with the BKB, yeah, they struggled to kill her even without the butterfly. Now all the right clicks will be mitigated as well. From 69 to... yeah, I don't see that number, but it's pretty damn high. 95. Aghanims, by the way, on Centaur. Speaking of Drow being unkillable, You had Tombstone, Butterfly, and BKB. Now you have to go through the cart as well somehow in Centaur.
All of a sudden, this game is broken out. 16,000 net worth lead here for GamerLegion. Can they close this one out? Can they force 3 games?
I think they can. This game looks... The second game, there was always an opening for Falcons and the way back in. I think it's really hard for them to get back into this one. I like the Krella's Crozier, by the way, on Earth Spirit. It's pretty damn good, like especially versus a Heart on Centaur. Like, there's a lot of healing that you will be mitigating, like some soul rips as well and stuff. The region from the Heart. Arena again, but Justine, where are they?
Spear just hits onto the Centaur. What? This is Amar alone. Where's the communication? Where is everybody to come in and help this Mars? They're just not here in time. The roll forward, Maureen, you've put yourself in a horrid position. You try to go in to get the Lifestealer in there, and now you're just dead. They're going to refresh her. They'll go to the arena once more, but the Tombstone save. Nobody dying here on the side of GamerLegion. They're starting to break through as Ghost. He is a little bit low. He is isolated, and now needing to get away with the Stampede, but the impetus from a long way out. They get the kill into Amar. They'll end up losing both their 2 and their 3. Snake King's the one outputting a lot of this damage, but eventually this Lifestealer is being spotted, and he will end up dead. 3 heroes gone on the side of Falcons.
8,000 HP by them.
8 kills off this Enchantress.
Yeah, no buyback on her. They have a buyback on the Lifestealer. Is this game, by the way? I feel like it might be game. If Ghost buybacks, like they could just end it straight up with the Outpost. I don't think you can stop any... Like, the refresher was used with the arena twice. You don't have to risk it, of course. You don't have to force the buyback. Maybe they can take Megas even without the draw at this point. This Centaur on his own, level 24 beast. I sense my tilter sense are tingling, by the way, a little bit. Just so you know.
Tilter sense?
Yeah. There's a bit of tiltage involved in this game, it feels like.
Buyback committed. Maureen's gonna jump in. Misses the mark.
Nullifier though.
On 5 heroes, and now they'll go to the Magnetize, but they've got that Aghanims ult from RCY. And we'll get the kill in a speed, but he's got the Ceaseless Dirge. He can come back in. And that's exactly what he's going to do. Fade, half health, Infest going to be popping. Fade's trying to get away with the BKB. He's running away from both Skitter as well as Amar. And now he's also going to have a +1 on his tail, but he's able to get away from these heroes. Blink off, and Skitter as well as Amar went in for this commitment, and they used themselves the Moonlight Shadow. They're going to try and reconnect here for GamerLegion. They've gotten themselves Ghost. He's going to come back into the fight. Bignum now looking over as Crit, Skitter, and the rest are trying to get away from this one. But Ghost, he comes in with the Stampede. The right-click damage is going to be too much for Amar to handle if the BKB doesn't do enough. But he's got himself the arena down. The Spear lands on it too. They get the kill into Bignum. He's going to buy back on the Dark Willow. BKB Amar, can he get out? Blinks away. Speed can't keep up with him. And now Falcons starting to maneuver GamerLegion in a little bit of a precarious position where they just don't want to lose too much, but they are buying back.
Yeah, they juked him a little bit. It was a pretty good chase and pretty good disengage from Falcons. A very good fight where they do manage to take down the Undying, the buyback on the Dark Willow as well. They're still in a pretty bad position, but that was a nice fight. I know I praised the Krella, by the way, but it's absolutely useless versus the build on Slardar. Like, as Slardar is just focusing not the Lifestealer, but actually the Earth Spirit every single fight. He nullifies him, so the Krella cannot be used, and then he just starts right-clicking him to death. Earth Spirit is not necessarily a hero that can, you know, stand up to all of the bashes that Slardar is bringing.
Right.
Plus the draw, of course. The damage is quite substantial as well. Satanic, by the way. On Ghost.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Third Roshan is alive. Megas just yet. But Megas might be the difference maker. Honestly, a fight might just be the difference maker. In this game for GamerLegion, holding this massive lead. We have seen it a lot this TI. It has delivered constantly with the amount of hour-long games, the amount of comebacks that we're seeing. Dota is in one of those great spots that just continues to deliver.
Haste, picked up by Amar. Did show the Mirana ult, of course, but it was running out anyway, so it doesn't really matter. AC, by the way, next on Lifestealer, nothing to really save up for because he does not have buyback, so he'll just buy it out the moment he gets the gold for the recipe. Overall, maybe there's a chance for Falcons. It's a 20k diff. It's quite a lot, but some double arena where they're jumping the draw, it can happen. She's just so tanky with the Satanic and Butterfly right now, and all the saves. Centaur needs to be controlled somehow, or this Carti will just be the game changer.
They're smoked up as 5, wrapping high. It's not going to break. They know that's an illusion. Curse of Haze undispellable now. They're looking to finish the game, and these heroes just not inside their base on the side of Falcons. They are all the way out by the river. And GamerLegion have made the long wind around to try and catch them out. RCY going to be leading the charge, leading the stampede forward. They're so close to breaking the smoke. Ench is going to be the one who breaks the blink right on top of him with the Shiva's Guard, and now Amar's going to be spotted by Fade. They've got the control. They go to the Nullifier. The BKB, he's going to be using it, but he'll end up getting the arena down in death. RCY is locked up. Amar's got buyback. BKB from Fade's going to run out. And now, the side of Falcons, they are starting to retreat. They did buy back on the Mars, but the commitment's just not there initially. Don't go all the way back. They're still by the river. Do they want to contest this? Do they want to continue to fight? They just don't have everything at this exact moment.
I think it's a smoke. They need to smoke again. They need to find the right angle. You don't have really an option to contest or not, right? Do you? There's no buyback on Amar. I think if they take Aegis, that's probably just face rolling uphill.
Right.
Yeah, they smoke up. They smoke up. You have to take this fight. There is no other option for you.
Any other option? You just don't want to go for RCY. Got Refresher, but they're holding out. Hoping maybe they can get Arena of Blood twice in these fights.
Yeah, without the BKB even once is difficult. Yeah, gotta wait 30 seconds basically. And keep in mind that in 30 seconds, Rosh will also move down bottom. They can kill it in 30 seconds, but Slardar is not there, so I think they have enough time to go back and defend the base, move back into the fight.
This is one of the things that you get to do when you've got this many racks down is, if you want to go for Roche, you can kind of just stall out, right? Eventually, somebody's going to have to go back on the team that doesn't have these racks.
Yeah, and then you can either go into the pit usually, or just straight up smoke up and get the pick off, because you know that the rest of the team is probably still around the pit, trying to secure it.
Legion looking one step away from forcing a game 3 against what seems to be a very miscommunicated Falcons. Wondering if they can get it done. RCY still standing at the front line, and there's no reason he shouldn't. Knowing that he can break these smokes, knowing that he can't die, in theory with 6,000 health.
In theory, can they blow any of these heroes up? Because there's an Aeon Disc on Dark Willow as well. Undying with the Blink BKB. He's one of the better targets. If you can kill him before the Tombstone.
Never getting to this point to being level 25. They're going to try and make the move. They will find themselves crit, but they're not going to stick on him. They want to go for these other heroes that are more important. They go to the Infest. It's on a Malrine. He's going to be able to roll away. They go to the arena. It's going to be on a Ghost, but Ghost is going to be able to get BKB off and go back up out of the high ground. So BKBs and abilities used, but nobody's dead.
Okay, so you know that they have no BKBs. They don't have an arena. Refresher is there. This is straight back into the pit. Tombstone is, by the way, still available for the Undying. Yeah, you cannot contest this rush any longer. It's over.
RCY just goes in to kill Crit. What can Crit even do? Such a struggle.
Still, a region was up on the Centaur, so even if you connected onto him, it's probably not a kill. I love the build, by the way, from Slardar. I gotta say, Fade has been impressing me through all of their series, and this one on top, like he just got a Wind Waker, so just another onion, another layer in the onion of defensive items and defensive tools that they've got.
Yeah, they've got a lot amount of tools necessary for them. And now that Wind Waker is finished, will start to hit away at this banner. And blink in Southern Crush onto Snaking. And he needs to watch out because Drow is just putting the damage on. They hit the roots onto Amar. They roll in and commit. They go to the Magnetize. Can they get the damage out to get the kill here? No, they've got themselves the cart save from the center. Stampeding on top of them. Falcons have been taken out. Wings clipped. Gone. This game, too, is going to go the way of GamerLegion. I just don't think there's a way they lose it. With no buyback available on Lifestealer, the answers are minimal if they exist at all. They will go for Mars, get the kill, no buyback, GG is called.
And they were just waiting for Amar to call it, basically. He still had the BKB, he still had the arena, so gotta let him play it out. But damn, GamerLegion showing up. Game number 1, by the way, was really close. Game number 1, they could have taken they could have taken Falcons out. Like they could have. This could have been truly, if a couple of better chronos were used in game number 1, this could have been a clean 2-0. It's 1-1, and we're getting a really good series in the end, which is something that, of course, we're going to appreciate from both of these teams because we're getting some high-level Dota. Like, Falcons are, honestly, making some uncharacteristical mistakes for them. They're, it looks like when your teammates are tilted. I'm not saying that they are, but it looks like Tilt City. Amar had quite a few initiations where his teammates were just not ready at all. You know, just too far away. And he knows it. He sees them. He sees where his teammates are. He knows exactly what he's doing. But it is what it is. Overall, a very fun game. GamerLegion taking one off of Falcons. Most of us probably wouldn't have predicted this.
No. I mean, this certainly could have been a 2-0 from GamerLegion. They had that opportunity. They kind of gave away game number 1 in a couple of aspects, but game number 2, they kept it clean. They didn't overextend. There were a couple things that maybe that went a little bit awry, but overall, their communication, their execution, all looked good, and they just overwhelmed Falcons, who, like you said, struggled to really find the line of, putting it all together for themselves.
I think their draft as well, doesn't necessarily work doesn't do all too much once the BKBs are up. Like, you have to kite out GamerLegion quite a bit. But the thing is, you're used to, if you're playing the Third Spirit right now in pubs, this hero is absolutely busted on mid lane. And that's what Malrine kind of tried to recreate. This amount of damage that you bring in the mid game is insane. However, they, like we mentioned, this layer of saves that they have on the other side. And I think it truly makes a difference, right? You can kite out the BKBs before you use Magnetize, sure, but you can't kite out the cart, you can't kite out the tombstone. Like, there is something that's going to be used to mitigate all of that damage that you're bringing. And besides the Magnetize, their teamfight is pretty iffy. Like, there isn't really a lot post-Magnetize to work with. It's just the Lifestealer really right-clicking away, and the Mirana with Aghanim's is kind of the damage being dealt. I actually want to see the scoreboard. When it comes to the damage dealt, that's basically what was the case, by the way. I just opened it up, and 54,000 damage was dealt by Malrine. No one else crossed 23k. No one. Oof. It's Skitter with 23k, Amar with 22, Crit with 20, Snaking with 20. So they were basically, all of the other heroes were on 20, and Malrine was on 53. You know, it's like a big disconnect in how the teamfight is being played, because if Malrine gets zoned and killed, then you have basically no more damage left remaining.
Right. Yeah, not really offering a lot in this lineup that maybe we thought was going to explore a little bit more here based on the builds that they were going for on the side of Falcons. But at the end of the day, they end up not pulling through. And, I'm a little kind of disappointed in what we're seeing from them in terms of just kind of body language and everything, but very, very much proud of the fact that GamerLegion, don't get discouraged about what happened in game number 1, come back game number 2 and play ultimately really well. Like, this was just such a good game from them. And, I know that this is a team, and I know it's a region that gets a lot of flack, but man, did they look good. And I think they deserve their flowers on that game. And so far, I think their record just doesn't show, and what they've been able to accomplish. They've been playing really well, and now they're one game away from, again, locking in that spot, that potential spot here for the elimination round, which could be huge.
Yeah, they had one of those good performances in PGL Wallachia recently as well. But overall, they didn't really show everything that they could do in a lot of tournaments. Right now, this series already, they have been the better team. In game one, like almost won. Game two, they won. So let's go into game number 3 and see if Falcons can muster up the strength to chill out and play the classic Falcon style, because this isn't it.
Yeah, it's definitely not it. We'll see what they do game number 3. We're going to be back in just a moment. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, everybody. We're here with game number 3 between GamerLegion as well as Falcons. Game number 1 going the way of Falcons. Game 2, all GamerLegion. And we're coming into game 3 where this draft is looking like it's going to be majorly important. In game number 2, Falcons banned the Enigma in that first phase. That gave the opportunity for GamerLegion to do what they have done before and get this Centaur and flex it. And the flex worked wonders for them. And it's something that, you know, now Falcons have to be very aware of coming into this game number 3 draft. Something that really is going to make things, I think, a bit more difficult drafting against this team. And in both games, GamerLegion have looked good, but Falcons, it has been shaky from them. They have been not looking like themselves, and I'm a little bit worried about what we're going to see from them, especially if I'm honestly not too comfortable with the draft that they're putting up. So let's get into it. Let's get into this third game and see where this draft goes for us, Lizard.
Yeah, sometimes it's literally all about like the way two teams play, and sometimes like you can be playing well against everyone in the scene. Like you can literally be dominating the whole scene, but there's one team that doesn't really suit your playstyle. I don't think that's the case. I think Falcons overall just aren't in the best form they haven't been for quite some time. But also the way that GamerLegion is playing and what they're drafting does not suit them. So at least for now, game number 1. They managed to outplay them. They managed to win off of pure skill and just overwhelming amount of experience that they have as a team. But game number 2, that didn't help. I think the flex that they used on the Centaur, it was showcased already. And they have a pretty strong team of analysts and coaches behind them. So they knew what was going on. They knew what was coming their way. But the ideas and the response wasn't really up to the task. Like it wasn't good enough. This Lifestealer into Centaur, like if you were laning against him, sure, you shut him down, and then through the game you have something. But it wasn't enough. I feel like RCY and Centaur still does quite a lot. Like even the early game Stampedes were good, and also if Lifestealer is played safe lane, there are counters to it. Like, you heard me instantly say Slardar, right? Like, that was the first thing that came to my mind. Just pick Slardar into him. The lane is good, but it's not only the lane. Through the game, you have this BKB piercing bash. And Rage isn't your literal, I'm safe now kind of a play. It's like, I rage, but maybe I still die because there's a Slardar on the other team.
Definitely, and we took a look at the bans again, and Enigma has made his way into the first phase bans here for Falcons, but now I gotta wonder what else is going to be coming their way in terms of bans, and it's the Mirana that, you know, they were using. That's the Mirana that they went to, but they don't have first pick, and GamerLegion are going to be the ones who have that first pick available to them. You know, I'm looking to see what else is here. Are they going to ban that Centaur? Are they looking to get rid of another one of those flex picks or that offlaner? Can they secure themselves that safe laner a little bit? But they can't really, because Lone Druid can't make it through. You cannot be giving this up, especially to somebody like Ghost, who before Lone Druid was really that popular, was a guy playing Lone Druid.
He still played it, yeah. I think what's happening here is they're just accepting the first pick Centaur, maybe, if that's the one that gets picked. There's a lot of heroes that are still in the pool that they can go for, but I feel like the Centaur will be first phased. By the way, Wyvern is kind of popular right now, so they run it back. Falcons right now are just running it back. Basically the same opener on one side and the other. Speaking of, like, if you don't want to completely all in onto a carry that counters the Centaur, Wyvern isn't that bad. Like, you have Curse versus the Stampede when they start running away, and Arctic Burn is scary strong versus tanky heroes. Like, it actually shreds Centaur apart. You use that Ida's Worm Book or whatever it's called. Like, you apply it to Arctic Burn, so you have even more percentage-based damage on a level 5 Arctic Burn, and it's just really a strong spell in the lane too versus the Centaur. So maybe an option that they can go into, or anything else that does similar things. I feel like they had Phoenix in the first game. I think Phoenix is another option versus tanky boys, right? Like, you get that percentage-based damage dealing Sunray, which is never too bad versus like Tinies, versus Centaurs, versus any kind of these heroes that just overwhelm you with HP.
Right.
No, this is Lifestealer then, right? Like, eventually Falcons continued this route because they snatched the Undying, but they also banned the Slardar.
Yeah, it's definitely leaning towards going into the Lifestealer again. But other than the Slardar, what else is there for you to go to? What are the other counters to make sure that this lifestealer maybe doesn't get picked up? Because there are it is gonna come down to this double pick that comes from Falcons, but are you willing to just take it yourself at the moment? Are you looking to force them into something a little bit different? Are Falcons expecting them to maybe go for the lifestealer? Or is that like a contingency plan that they have?
You think like block pick by GamerLegion?
Yeah.
I don't think you have to. Like, I don't think you have to, because you just proved twice in a row that Centaur mid is actually a lot of value for you, right? So if they think that it's the Slardar, maybe GamerLegion's best approach would be let them think that it's the Slardar. Maybe the Centaur is just strong enough on the mid lane and we can pick whatever on the off lane, right? Like, just get any sort of a good duo with a Hoodwink, like Hoodwink Axe or whatever. It's not really great into the Undying, of course, but it's not too bad either. Like Battle Hunger spam and you just kill him once or twice and then you stop playing the lane completely when he becomes too big of an issue. As Ghost is staring into our soul in that camera, by the way, for a little bit. Like, I heard you flame my Void Spirit. I'm coming for you. God damn it.
Wasn't me. Hoodwink is a little bit of a swipe, I will say. And there's a Winter Wyvern, I think that's a swipe as well. A potential chance at going into the Undying and having that Winter Wyvern as the support duo is something that they want to take away.
Yeah, keep in mind that Undying can be played on offlane. And it has been played on offlane by Amar before, so getting that Wyvern on your side kind of does the same thing. Like Wyvern versus Centaur is the same thing like Wyvern versus Undying. You're just abusing the amount of HP that they've got. Although, when it comes to Wyvern for GamerLegion, there's a massive amount of magic damage already coming from Falcons in the form of Earth Spirit. We saw what he can do in the last game, so Cold Embrace might not be as valuable, but it's still pretty valuable. And Clinks, once again, I gotta admit, game number 1, I wasn't truly super impressed by the Clinks, but this is a bit of a different game, because your mid laner is not Alina, it's an Earth Spirit. So you have some chaos on the map. Like this hero, for him, chaos is a ladder. He strives to have these moves across the map so that he can play the game. Lion is a bit of a block pick for a lot of spirits and pucks and stuff on the mid lane that work kind of well versus the Clinks because they get on top of him. It brings you a lot of magic damage, of course, versus the Cold Embrace once again.
10 seconds remaining.
This will be your crit Lion most likely, and most likely the Undying Snake, but it's still maybe flexible,
right?
Maybe.
Lion definitely bursting hero. See what it can do. If maybe there's some saves that come in from GamerLegion, Centaur can still sit mid. There's offlaner potential still for GamerLegion if that's what they want to show.
Yeah, I think you can just lane the Centaur against the Clinks. Like, go Centaur Hoodwink versus Undying Clinks. It's not like the best lane, but eventually you'll start creep skipping and you won't even lane. And there's some kill potential between the Hoof Stomp and the Bushwhack. Like, you have 2 stuns plus Acorn Shot, Double Edge. It's a lot of damage. Like, the lane isn't weak. The only problem is you are still laning into an Undying, so most likely. So whatever you put there, it's going to feel kind of weak. And finally, I get to see a game.
You've been wanting this since the tournament we covered a couple weeks back.
Yeah, finally. Dude, this hero is in every single high MMR EU pub. Like, it has to be banned. It's even reaching that stage where people first phase pick PL and say pick it so it gets banned if it's in the pool, which is usually just the case with Trient. But yeah, this hero, by the way, very good versus Clinks on paper, very good versus Undying, because you get rid of the Tombstone very easily with all the illusions. Like, you don't necessarily care about many of these heroes that they've got. And on top of all of this, by the way, you have multiple Dispels versus the Earth Spirit, which is, of course, super helpful versus all the damage that he brings. On the other hand, Team Falcons, they are bringing a lot of AoE, like Burning Barrage, Earth Spirit with some Shivas eventually, Krellis Crozier and whatnot, versus the Heart on PL, of course. Even if the Undying is a core, like, he brings an abundance of AoE damage, so you can maybe deal with the illusions. The thing that I'm seeing here from GamerLegion, though, in their last game of the series, they are all inning on Ghost. And so far, he hasn't really, like, out of all of their players, I think that his performance, like, he contributed, of course, in game number 1 and game number 2.
Right.
But he wasn't, like, the biggest win condition, let's put it that way. The rest of the team did some absolute heavy lifting in both games.
GamerLegion's turn to ban.
Hands of the Underlord, the Lycan.
Yeah, Underlord on GamerLegion and another AoE damage dealing hero versus PL, like a Tide maybe will go out. Like these are the heroes that you usually tend to ban out versus the PL. The Underlords, the Centaurs, the Tide Hunters, the Axes, of course, as well, a very good one that I have mentioned earlier but forgot right now. So you gotta give them something though. There's just too many offlaners that work this way. There's a funky one as well that could not versus Cold Embrace. Never mind. I was thinking about Legion. Like we did see one Legion game. It's an interesting idea, but doesn't work in this game. Like I think we have seen one Legion so far at TI, right? Like maybe more, but we have witnessed one.
Right.
What do you think? RCY mid Centaur and they pick different offlane, or you stick with the Centaur offlane? Like I can't see anything better on the Lycan band. Nah, I think like Centaur offlane and you take a. It's hard, right? Like you'd like a Spirit-esque hero from the mid lane, but you have the silence from the Earth Spirit. You have the Lion already to prevent you from doing these Pucks, Storm Spirits, Ember Spirits, right? Like it's. But at the same time, you'd like to get something that gets on top of Clinks a little bit easier. And there you go, the Ember ban. Yeah, they need this kind of a hero. Like I can feel it in my bones that they need a Spirit on mid lane. But hard to pick it.
You're showing your final pick first for GamerLegion.
10 seconds.
If you go Invoker here, like you get some setup for the... But it's very greedy. You get some setup for the Sunstrikes. You can maybe even win the top lane with Sunstrikes, but it's super greedy versus the Earth Spirit plus Lion. They'll be harassing you in the mid game quite a lot, and you don't even have the ultimate last pick to work with, so...
What will it end up being? To the Void Spirit.
It was a Spirit in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah. They needed just a casual playmaker from the mid lane, because you have a PL. And I've been praising this hero quite a bit, but one thing that this hero does not do is play DOTA. Like, you will not see the PL for quite some time, you know? Like, you can forget about your carry until he has Ags plus an item. So Ags Manta is basically when he starts joining and doing like anything at least. And it's not even his time to shine. He still needs more. So Void Spirit, okay. I mean, it gives you something that jumps the Clinks. It gives you something that jumps the Lion. It can be punished, of course, by the Lion and by the Earth Spirit. But overall, it's a solid laner. I think they drafted themselves a fair game. I think on Falcons right now, like a Tide with a Shard is good into the PL. What else do you see that's like AoE based? Doom. I mean, sure, why not? It's another option. A very good one, by the way, that we have forgotten, and it's way more in Amar Alley.
Right.
You get the Radiance builder, you get the Shiva's builder as well into the PL. Not bad at all. Like you cannot doom the real PL too easily, of course. But eventually you get like an Aghanims as well, so that AoE is there. Like you're playing with Scorched Earth in the lane, so that isn't too bad either. If you find a good creep, like nice armor, it's also good versus the PL. Yeah, overall, I feel like they drafted themselves in a pretty good spot on Falcons. And I would say out of the 3 games, maybe this is the first one where I don't feel that GamerLegion have outdrafted them in a way. But they still have their strengths. And this PL, eventually when he comes online, if he comes online, Ghost, it's his time to maybe redeem himself for game number 1.
There is that chance. He's going to be here on the PL. The redemption could happen for game number 1. Obviously, a lot of struggles with the Faceless Void in that first game, knowing when to kind of have that right chrono and get in there and kind of commit to these fights, and something that I think Phantom Lancer will need to do to finish this one off, something that you're going to need to do in this series to win it against Falcons. And one of RCY's, I want to say pocket picks, is this Void Spirit. And I am very excited to see what he brings to the table with this.
What's it? Is his build like a classic Vessel, or is it more like a Maid Slayer-esque build? Like, because both builds are fine. I really like my Void Spirit with the Vessel. Like, right. When I see that my Void Spirit doesn't have a Vessel, I feel very sad. Because the mid game is always, post-laning stage is just much, much harder combining your strengths to get kills without that Vessel and Void Spirit. That's one issue that he has as a hero from the mid lane. Like, he might be a bit tankier and harder to kill than some other spirits, but his damage output doesn't necessarily feel as valuable and as stable as some other heroes from the mid lane.
We'll have to see what he does in game number 3 here. GamerLegion or Falcons 1 game away from securing themselves at least the elimination round with 2 wins. So we're going to throw it into game number 3 and see how this goes. The laning phase has been good for GamerLegion. They have had a couple of little missteps. I think that death on Ghost in the last game was one of them. But overall, I think they have started these games pretty well off.
Did you fall out of the nest as a baby?
Can they continue to maintain that status?
Let's see. We already have had an interesting series behind us, and this game is just going to be a cherry on top for sure. Smoke. That's a lot of branches, by the way. That's like some serious branching.
Fill every slot.
Dude, that's a lot of branches. Like, of course, everyone buys them right now. The thing is, you know what? The crazy thing is, the increase in gold for the branches made people buy more branches, which is kind of counterintuitive, but you just forgo the tango slot, right? And you buy branches, and then you send out the tangos to yourself after you get to the lane, just to maximize your snaking.
Attempt kill on this now Centaur, but can Centaur stay strong enough to maybe go and turn this around? Blood grenade thrown over. Centaur might drop for the first blood. Fade ends up losing his life. Can they get the Lion in return? Yes, they can. RCY, he gets one. Undying, he's here with decay in 10 seconds, but not enough to get killed or die. And it ends up being a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, this is the age-old mistake of going for Undying on level 1 with multiple heroes. Getting that double decay twice in a row, 16 strength stolen on the Undying, you're just not killing him. You always feel like you have him, but you never truly do. And they also didn't really have a lot of damage there without the Void Spirit connecting. So, luckily for RCY, he did sort of even it out. He didn't get first blood, but he did get a kill.
Right.
So, 1-0 on both the mid laners. It would be kind of sad if this game got decided by a first blood on Malrine and he just rolls out of control.
By getting the kill back, maybe RCY, he's still in a good spot. And playing very well up to this point. We'll see how the rotations are, because there are some good supports here from GamerLegion to make that move over. Obviously, having access to Bushwhack is going to be one of those things that you can really do damage with, but Lion is a hero that doesn't mind coming over as well.
Or maybe it's even easier for the Lion, right? Like when it comes to the rotations. Top lane, out of the two offlaners, I feel like this lane is probably easier for the Doom than it is for the Centaur, just because of the nature of the supports. Wyvern is strong, the Arctic Burn does hurt, but it's no decay Undying, spamming you with -4 strength every 10 seconds.
Speed just coming in with the Arctic Burn. Putting some hurt on, and looking to just make this a little bit easier for Ghost overall.
They're actually managing to pressure top lane. Meanwhile, they're also being pressured on bot. So far, the lanes are looking pretty damn good for Falcons. And it's the early stages of the game, of course, but still.
Mid looking really good for Malrine.
The first blood diff a little bit, and overall he's playing definitely the more valuable hero of the patch. Like if you could choose between the Earth Spirit and the Void Spirit, there's just a huge difference between what these two heroes can do right now through the game.
Right. And what are you trying to pair up here? What are you trying to do in Void Spirit's terms to be activated? Who's he trying to join in with and get these kills? Is it with Hoodwink and just go bottom and every time be there? Or do you try to advance PL's game at all?
I think you forget about the PL. I think this is a hero that needs no attention early on, unless he's really, really struggling in the lane. He needs to survive. That's his job. Survive and then continue farming the jungle. On Void Spirit, I think it's his job to make Klinks a little bit slower, because Klinks is the opposite of PL. Klinks does not AFK farm. Very rarely he does, but most of the time he's just hunting and making plays with the teammates. So Void Spirit slowing that one down would be a pretty good course of action for him.
Looking like it's not all Malrine at the moment, but he is up a good amount of CS. RCY. Let's see if anybody comes over on the 4-minute water runes. Looks like Lion may be pinching his way down. No, he's not going to come that way. He's actually just going all the way out and around. None of these supports are going to be making the move over. Maybe the 6-minute rune is where we see the supports start to shave off and go to help out their mids. And right now, Fade, he's doing his thing and just doing Centaur things where you get that Helm of the Iron Will, go into the Helm of the Dominator, tend to be that hard after, usually the case. And try to just pressure in and then you can be alone.
The good old gameplay of being AFK with the Dominator. Once again for the Centaur, he's got a couple of rings of protection, by the way, into the thing, so he has some mana, armor to work with.
Tombstone committed. Bushwhack gets a connection on a skitter.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Do you remember the mana ring, by the way? Not the soul ring, the mana ring from ages ago. I just said Ring of Protection giving mana, and it kind of reminded me of the age-old item.
Jump in onto Ghost. That Earth Spike. They've got the Cold Embrace. Which ring are you talking about specifically?
There was like before Arcane Boots, I think we had a ring that gave you mana. A long time ago. I think that's Dota 1 even. I don't think it was ported to Dota 2 ever. Old times. Some of these dude, some of these players were, I think, babies when that was the thing.
They were just even, born. Been born, yeah. Getting word here, Arcane Ring.
Yep, Arcane Ring, exactly. Now I remember.
At some point.
No, but yeah. It was a neutral for a bit. Top lane, Amar.
Getting chased, but do they even have the damage to really go in? They're continuing to just use the chain light and put the damage onto Ghost.
The damage, they don't. Like, he actually turns call an ambulance, but not for him.
And just spamming chain lightning.
Oh. He found a really good
really
creep.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
Thinking might be in some trouble. Bignum's got an amplified damage to work with and has Bushwhack, but won't even need it. Just throws an acorn shot his way, gets the kill. And that will be Undying Death.
One pretty annoying here. Oh, and he's deeping top as well with the DD. This could be a difference maker for the whole laning stage.
If they can get there, he doesn't have a lot of mana on him. Bushwhack missed. I don't think it's going to matter, though. It shouldn't.
Yep.
And they'll get this kill onto Amar.
It matters, by the way. The morale win is not there for Hoodwink, you know, just confidence in your Bushwhacks.
This is at the 7-minute mark, too. But Crit already here with Snake King. Bignum is just Trying to sneak into a position in which,
Not gonna happen.
you showed you may want to just go. It might just leave.
Yeah, no, not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. On his own, there is absolutely no chance. The reason why he was doing that was just in case they try to contest Centaur on the other side, then maybe you can go in. But they didn't. They just ported the Undying top lane as well. Seems like they want to pressure the PL.
You can try. Earth Spike comes through. We'll hit the Hex. The Ghost. Not too worse for wear.
One of the biggest strengths of the Wyvern, by the way, is, of course, not only the Arctic Worm, but the sustain that you're bringing to the lane with... By the way, Cold Embrace costs 15 mana. Just saying. This is a bit dumb. Like, level 1 spell heals you almost completely 50 mana. That's one thing that you notice when you're playing this Wyvern. Like, whenever you're playing this hero, you're never lacking mana in the lane. Like, absolutely ever. Mid lane Lion.
No, even level 4, it's 80 mana. Mid lane, they'll go. They'll try to get a kill on RCY. Magnetized on him, Geomagnetic Grip. They've got the silence, but the Winter Wyvern has come in. Astral Step, Crit's in trouble. RCY, he'll end up dead.
No mana.
Oh, he didn't have the mana at that moment.
Oh.
I've never seen something come into play like this immediately.
Oh, dude. Well, it's not his lane. He TP'd to a different lane, so we're technically we're still kind of right, but he TP's, and because of the TP costing so much, like, he didn't have the TP costs more than his spell, by the way. 50%
I can't
more.
believe that happened.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Cold Embrace actually saves him. Probably it does. But Magnetize still damages through quite a bit, and it's all magical, so kind of hard to survive on Cold Embrace alone. Unfortunate, of course, from Speed.
And not great.
And now Speed.
Hex, Earth Spike. Bushwhack, though, it connects. Speed's able to back away. Infernal Blade stops him for a moment. Now they get the damage onto Amar, who is in a little bit too far. Can they get the kill, though? Can they commit onto him? Ooh, good move by Ghost. Is it enough? No, Earth Spike connects.
Lynx is here, and so is Earth Spirit. They're rotating top.
They have Hex in a second, Earth Spike in 3. Tombstone is committed. They're right on top of Ghost. Bignum's going to try and help out, but the Earth Spike gets the kill. Malrine's also here if need be, and they will finally get the kill into the Phantom Lancer.
You know, there's like a little thing here from Speed as well that happened. He had Arctic Burn still flying, like he could still hit Doom a couple of times to secure the kill.
Meanwhile, RCY, he is going to turn this on Crit. Magnetize doing some decent damage, backing away, reapplied, blocking the roll that might have hit on RCY. Boulder Smash reactivates the Magnetize, fades dead, by the way. That was Doom, in fact, used to get that kill onto the Centaur, and these heroes end up quite low on the side of GamerLegion mid, but don't end up dropping.
A much cleaner laning stage from Falcons, left, right, and center. They've been doing a lot better. Magnetize, of course, showing why everyone is picking Earth Spirit once again, even though they do survive. On the mid lane, they were all 1% HP. So, unfortunate for Malrine, but I think he's happy, forcing everyone away, just free farming mid lane. It's a pretty good game from him. He's top of the net worth, and the other two cores are following really closely as well. 5k net worth on 2 and 4.6 on the Doom. Going for that Radiance first on the Doom. I just love to see this, by the way. Like, for me, Doom is one of those heroes where, like, you really wanted to play the tempo, but at this point, I feel like in this current meta, it's just so much nicer to have Radiance and scaling options for yourself, you know? Like some Radiance shard, and you just become a beast eventually from all the net worth advantage that you get through the game.
What's the timer here for Phantom Lancer to really be active or be a presence?
So Ag's Manta is basically the first set of items that you're going for, and that activates you, right? Like after you have those two items, you can start joining fights and making plays. Before those two items are up, you're just not trying to fight at all. You're literally PvE. You're playing some Path of Exile or whatever.
So what's the game plan to get him to that point? Because it's going to take some time. RCY not having the best game at all. He's bottom of the cores in net worth. Obviously, Centaur, he's got the helm of the Dominator. We'll see if he's going straight into that heart. And they'll have the ability to jump with the Astral Step, but they've got to put it together to open up a little bit more space for Phantom Lancer. Right now, Falcons, they've been diving in a little bit deep on this map where they're able to go and get Ghost, right?
I was going to answer the question.
Ooh, roll,
that top,
grip.
top.
And a boulder smash. They don't commit just yet to go after him. Magnetize finally coming down, and now they've caught Malorine. Her spike out of the illusions, but there's the Stampede commitment, and they will counterplay this and get themselves a kill.
Yeah,
Not bad at all from GamerLegion. Yeah.
Exactly. This is already good enough, and the tip again from Speed. No need to pursue anyone further with Stampede. They're actually moving through the Twin Gate. Cool play. Leave the PL top. Go and try and kill the Klings. By the way, you asked about the Centaur build. Lotus is an absolute necessity this game. So this is like the secondary, the beeline build for the Centaur after the Dominator. You go for a Lotus. It helps quite a lot. And like, look at the value from it this game. Like, versus every hero in the game, it does something. Like, it's really good versus Klings. It's amazing versus Doom. It's really good versus Lion and Earth Spirit. Like, it's just a massive pickup that will absolutely activate the Centaur, by the way. Until then, farming is probably the best course of action.
He's gonna make a jump on a Snake King.
He's so tanky,
Gets caught, but he gets some help from Malorine, and yeah, like you said, he is very tanky.
They have Doom top. Ghost. Oh no, this looks rough.
Oh, Hex doomed and probably dead. Finger of Death used. He's not going to survive this, and it's another one of those kills that comes from Amar in the form of Doom being used.
Yeah, just a beautiful play from both the Doom and the Lion. Perfect positioning. Reading him like a book, by the way, knowing exactly where he will be farming. That setup looked pretty damn easy.
Not bad at all.
Magnetized, by the way, for the Ancient stack.
Yeah, we saw him do this last game.
Straight up to farm up.
And he just used it, farmed up, and he's still sitting here. Second in the net worth, right behind this Doom. Amazing spot to be in.
Doom was the lowest net worth core on the Radiant side. Now he has taken both of them over. Of course, courtesy of Devour being level 3 and a couple of kills that he has gotten to his name since then.
Yeah, not too much of a shock.
Bot lane.
Quietly, Klinks has this Desolator.
No Lotus yet, keep that in mind. So Fade, ooh, that's a very good defensive Stampede. Like reading that a fight was afoot.
Uses all 4 hooves to get out of there. Shard soon for Void Spirit. Manta Style is about to be finished for the Phantom Lancer.
Did he... Okay, so the Void Spirit is not buying Vessel? He's just rushing Shard? Even though he has Diadem in his inventory. Or did his Courier die or something? That's not the case, right? Yeah, his Courier is fine.
No?
So he's not completing the Vessel, basically. Very interesting. I mean, with this Shard he will be able to farm a bit more. But his damage output in teamfights will be definitely not as high.
Getting that swipe on that Arcane Rune. Out inside the bottle for Falcons.
See, I wonder, because he's not buying the Vessel right now, I wonder if this Void Spirit was just going to Manta after as well, for another additional Dispel.
Right. Not the worst idea in the world, right?
Yeah, dude, this rotation on Speed, the way they encircled him, it looked like lions around a gazelle, and then something just spooked them. They moved out. But that was definitely a kill if they committed on the Wyvern.
Through all this so far, Phantom Lancer's done a good job of keeping up in the net worth, surpassing Malorine, and honestly only 400 gold away from the Doom.
Big num.
All is quite good, but bottom lane, they're going to get the catch onto the Hoodwink. bringing in the numbers. By numbers, I mean the pair.
The pair was strong enough, of course. With Lion Finger, it's more than enough. So far, by the way, 17 minutes in, not a single tower has fallen on the Dire side. And whenever you're playing PL, that's life's good, man, kind of situation, you know? Even though he's not top net worth, like, there's just so much space for him to farm. And honestly, like, taking this tier 1 top is not necessarily only about the carries space, it's about your offlaner space. Doom has way less to work with when the tier 1 tower is still standing. But, you know, he's keeping up. As Radiance, almost completed in 100 gold.
Start to advance his net worth once he gets that Radiance, and now the tier 1 is looking like it's going to drop. I don't think they're going to be fighting this. They are towards bottom. Bignum going to walk into crit again, as well as this Clinks. A couple steps from where he last died, he'll just die again.
Yep, more or less the same position, really. They just are willing not to take any fights, and basically what tells me that is the Void Spirit's build. Just going for the shard, not completing the vessel. To me, at least, it tells a very big story. Like, it's a clear story where they're saying, yeah, we're chilling. We want to farm.
Right.
If you wanted to fight, you definitely buy the vessel on Void Spirit, but like this, I don't even think if they wanted to, I don't think they have the damage to kill anyone. Maybe a Lion, if you find them, or a Clinks is the best case scenario, but you're just not finding these targets very easily.
It's very quiet in this game. There were a lot of kills in the last one.
It's always like that, right? Like, if someone itemizes this way, it's a telltale sign of their take on the game.
Right.
Like, you can see one item and pretty much know what's going on. They will smoke, though, on Hoodwink and Void Spirit. This is a smoke where you basically want to plant some wards. Void Spirit, by the way, RCY also has an obs. So more than anything else, you just want to get vision on the map. If you connect on a kill, great. If you don't, he does have a vessel now on Void Spirit, by the way, so maybe a kill is possible.
Not ending up going into that second Manta for the team. But almost on this Ags' Ghost, and like you said, there might be an opportunity for him to start to get involved once he's got this Ags, and he hasn't been, other than getting doomed, the struggle to get this Ags hasn't quite been there.
Yeah, I just
wonder,
smoke
up his Falcons, and they're going to try and make a move. Who can they find? These heroes aren't exactly the easiest to catch, but they do have the lockdown possibilities with the Hex as well as the Earth Spike to make sure that they can clamp down on some of these heroes.
Especially around the rune, right? Because you know that a mid laner will be baited into the rune play.
Gets away for the moment, but there's the silence in the boulder smash, but he's made too much distance between him and this Lion.
PL, though, top lane. It's a good speed positioning, by the way, canceling out the Doom aggression.
Ooh, now they found him. Actually, they stayed, and RCY, he ends up dead. Magnetic Grip comes through in a Bignum. They'll throw out the Doom, and this is a problem. Doom onto the Winter Wyvern. Trying to get a kill onto the Lion, but Ghost there's not much he can do. Speed, he'll end up dead. 2 heroes gone. TP out from the Phantom Lancer. He escapes, but man, I thought that they were clear of this gank and instead kind of come back towards it and end up losing their life.
I pretty much guess that the reason why they came back in was the PL being gone on, right? Like, the moment you see that Doom running at your PL, you're kind of inclined to make a move to go and help him, because this game is all on Ghost. It's all on Ghost. Like, it's a little bit unfortunate that it's that way, but I feel like you have to commit everything in this one basket, all the eggs in the PL basket, basically. Void Spirit just isn't a hero any longer that scales as well as he used to. Centaur from the offlane with this Lotus build scales, of course, once he gets the heart as well, but it's not like RCY Centaur from the last game that has full advantage, free lane, a lot of experience as well. Is able to basically rush a heart. It's a bit different this time around.
And a monster will get to that Aghanim Scepter.
300 Gs, not too far away. what the one thing that doesn't necessarily bother me. I'm not sure if GamerLegion have a really good read on the power spike of PL versus everyone else on the other side. Because when I look at Falcons, yeah, sure, PL is top 3 net worth, but these other cores on Falcons are up there as well, right? And they're having a really good time. If I was in Falcons, I'd be pretty happy with the state of the game right now. Tormentor now taken for them as well. Unlucky Lion. Yeah. Unlucky Lion. Yeah. Even though it's messed up, of course, Lion not getting it, but it's not that bad, right? Getting the shard on Earth Spirit. It's a pretty decent shard to get for free on him. Like, decreases the cooldown, and he actually now has a very good save.
They found themselves doomed. And then to get this kill to Amar, he forces out the BKB. The Lotus Orb is what's keeping Fate alive for the moment. And TP attempt gets out. Speed may not be so fortunate. Rolls short and actually gets stuck in the pit. They are still going to continue to look his way, and eventually they'll have that silence and get that kill anyway.
Yeah, the double damage helping out, of course. Doom couldn't be used, doesn't cancel, of course, TPs anymore. Gotta get that Infernal Blade going in to stop it. But overall, if you're GamerLegion, you're all in on the late game. So this is another play where, sure, you don't get a kill on the Doom, but you force out a BKB charge, and you don't lose anyone big. It's just a Wyvern position 5 that died. Lowest net worth here on the map.
Aether Remnant connects. They got the Bushwhack follow-up. The damage is there. And there's the power of the Phantom Lancer for a second with the help of his team. But you look at where the net worth is at. It was so close, and now it's a 9K lead for Falcons. Like, this is just kind of taken off with the Tormentor and everything that's gone with it.
I love how you pivoted from them killing Malrine into, oh, damn, Falcons are actually doing really well with the net worth. But yeah, they are 8K lead. They've taken over the map. Almost Aghanim's, by the way, on Clinks. PL, Ghost.
Oh boy, caught and killed. Winter's Curse just not in time. It will get a kill on a crit. Maybe they can get a kill here onto the Clinks. Bushwhack connects, and they've got the help from the Centaur, so they do get this Clinks, at least for the first life. Speed loses his life for it. It's a double kill, at least for now, from the Clinks. They've got the Doom on RCY. He's getting chased down and eventually dies. Falcons not giving much breathing room to GamerLegion anymore.
Yeah, if Speed was there maybe a millisecond earlier, if he has this Blink Dagger of that he's trying to buy, if he's just a tiny little bit richer, that's a probably dead Lion, and PL manages to just escape because he has the Manta and the Doppelganger to work with. But this way, it was actually a very cheap kill for them, right? All they had to do is combine the Hex and the Clinks, and more or less it was enough damage to take him out. He's banging into an Orchid, by the way. I like this. I think this is also an item that is a telltale sign of how Phantom Lancer feels about the game. He just wants to join the fights immediately after the Orchid is picked up. Wants to have some value for his team. Sometimes when PLs feel that the game is free for a PL, what they do is they just straight up Manta, Aghanims, and then they continue farming into, like, I don't know, a Heart or a Butterfly, whatever they feel is good for the game. But if you're buying an Orchid, you're basically preparing yourself for battle.
That's going to be hard fought. Down by this much already, but again, I've talked about this already a couple times. The way that this TI has provided already, games are long and leads aren't safe. And they're going to look over and find themselves the kill onto Bignum again. Ghost's just not going to be there to help out at the moment. As like you said, he wants that Orchid, so they're just kind of letting this Hoodwink die, and they've got this Ags on the Clinks more and more to just shut down GamerLegion.
Yeah, but if you by the way check out Amar, he basically has enough gold for the Aghanim Scepter. He didn't decide to buy it, however. Is that a Shivas on him? I believe so. Okay, so Shivas first, and then he'll go into the Ags. It might be a bit too early for Aghanims, right? Like, it's usually this 4th item that you go for. Orchid also flying out to the PL.
Would love to have the Bloodthorn in full, though.
What he would like to have is an Orchid 2 minutes ago, when they didn't have all the BKBs and all these Ghost Scepters and ways of dealing with it.
Don't quite catch the Void Spirit. Makes the escape. Not bad at all. Just anything you can do to buy time for Ghost, but you've been really liking PL. You've been calling for this hero so much.
Yep.
Can this hero 1v9?
It can. I think PL can still 1v9, but the problem is the state of this game and the amount of farm that the cores have on the other side, and also just the fact that these cores are not that weak into the PL. Even a Clinks with Rocket Barrage, with Strafe, like he can dish out some serious damage. And then on top of that, you've got a lot of AoE. Big Num, Stampede to save his life.
To potentially save his life. Look at where Amar is right now. This is like so far in. Like, that's insane that he's able to just run into your base by your fountain. And he is not getting punished at all. That is insane.
He didn't use the BKB, but he did waste a full duration Scorch Surge, which usually gives you the opportunity to kill him, but yeah, through the BKB, they don't really have a lot of damage. That's one thing that needs to be said. This PL with an Orchid build, like, he deals a lot of damage, but if the BKB is used, he doesn't really feel that strong.
Just don't know if that should have gone unpunished the way it did.
Probably not. There was a second away from Bushwhack, by the way. Probably they thought if the Bushwhack connects, they punish him. If it doesn't, they don't have the speed to catch him. Not the player, but overall, they couldn't TP and get there.
Oh boy. Ghost. Avoiding his Winter's Curse? Okay, it got them an initial kill. That kills the Lion, but they just want Ghost. That's all they really want, and Ghost is just not going to make it out. He's been doomed. They get the kill on his speed. They'll lose the Phantom Lancer again.
Yeah, cool guys don't look at explosions kind of a deal. They just left him there to die. Yeah, I mean, Magnetize plus Doom. You're not surviving. There is no way in hell.
No.
Yeah. Committing into the Bloodthorn, by the way, on the PL, I feel like he's going to be lacking some serious sustain for himself in the fights. Sure, you can eliminate the targets very easily, and it is a good PL item, but overall, like, you don't have too much HP to work with. The stats are not really there, and I mean, if he's caught, he's caught. He dies anyway. So I guess this is the right idea.
He dies. Stampede again, trying to leave. Fade, though, overwhelming damage on him, and they will get that kill. Take him out, gone for 50 seconds, and GamerLegion, games 1 and game 2 look so good for them, but unfortunately this game 3 has just fizzled hard in all aspects.
Yeah, this is way more up to basically the scenario that I expected from Falcons versus GamerLegion. Falcons are just outplaying them and out-farming them. They're choking out the map slowly, just playing the good old Falcon style, basically, of Dota, where Skitter is the one that's kind of playmaking and searching for kills, and the other two cores are just taking a lot of space on the map. This is a Shiva's BKB, Sanj and Kaya Earth Spirit coming up minute 30. By the way, that's a very big Earth Spirit, 20k net worth. Same goes for the Doom. Aghanims, by the way, very close. He's got 2.7k gold.
Legion gonna try their hardest to just bring us all back. Ghost finally has the Bloodthorn. Will the damage be there to get a kill on some of these heroes to maybe fight this Roche? Try to drag their way back into the game, but they've got Amar, they've got Snake King just sitting here on the high ground, which forces GamerLegion to kind of take this long, wide road all the way over to Roche. This is without Stampede. On cooldown for 6 seconds. Smoke's gonna break. Blinking comes in from Amar. He's hit with a Bloodthorn, but the Doom is used. It ends up getting reflected. Magnetized, Geomagnetic Grip. It's not gonna matter. Reflected or not, it's still on him. Ghost ends up dead. They'll take out Fade. Bignum, Speed, all drop, and this should be a full team wipe if they can catch RCY with the BKB. They're trying to search for him. BKB will run out. Malrian's looking to get this full wipe, and eventually finds him. Geomagnetic Grip with the Boulder Smash. Got mana to work with, but RCY now an Astral Step to get some distance. There's the roll. It's off the mark, but it doesn't matter. The Shiva's hits, and they get the kill, and that's a full wipe delay of Falcons. They'll just pressure up onto the high ground. They don't even need the Aegis. As this
he had the Simulate.
Falling apart.
He could have used the Simulate and maybe juked it a little while longer, but you cannot because your base is falling. Like, you need to go back and defend anyway. A perfect fight from Falcons. Sure, Doom gets reflected, like you said, but he found the right PL. He found the right PL with the Doom, and that's what matters. Like, he used it on the right one. Maybe they could have used the Lotus on an illusion or something to juke the Doom a little bit, but Amar, the unjukable, he gets the right PL. And the fight is over. Like, you basically put everything into the PL. Like, their whole team play, their whole game plan so far was to make this PL an unkillable beast. But look at this, like, there's so many illusions, he still finds the right one. He gets him there. A Lotus being applied to the right one, of course, helps out a bit, but yeah.
Definitely does, and then the fight just falls apart. Like you said, once he gets doomed, it's over.
It's over, it's over. Like, if this PL gets doomed, the thing about PL is it's not really the easiest target to doom, so we should be able to maybe play around that, juke them a bit, use the Winter's Curse on the right targets, but if he keeps on being found this way, the game is unplayable.
$25,000 net worth lead. Aegis in the hands of the Clinks. Much standing in the way of a 2-1 victory and a lock-in on the elimination stage for Falcons.
Radiant's bottom tower.
They're trying to bear down and make sure that they can fly off into the elimination stage.
PL, Ghost. He's just done on again.
They found Ghost. He's got no buyback. 74 seconds. He's dead. With an Aegis in tow for Falcons, it just does not look like there is any gas left here for GamerLegion. Falcons kind of playing with their food, swooping down, grabbing into their talons, throwing it up into the air, but yet to eat it.
Yep.
And finally, Crick gets his shard.
Finally. This feels pretty damn over. Unless we see some absolutely insane curses by Speed. Even with the curse from him, I just don't see the way that they come back into this one. The PL is just way too weak. This is the downside of having a PL. He AFKs a lot, and then it can feel like you've basically protected a hero that doesn't do a whole lot when he's online anyway.
Bignum dead again.
Just one swipe of the blade.
Was searching to maybe try and get a kill here on Omar, but he still has that BKB. The bottom set of racks are going to be demolished pretty quickly. The whole construction crew down here for Skitter.
The 13th Legion right there, the archers.
Speed. Oh, blinks in just to get hit with the geomagnetic grip, and it's beyond godlike. 11-0-4 for this Clinks.
The tip. Yeah. Deserved tip, gotta say.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a BM, but he's been tipping quite a bit as well, so. Yeah, just a good old Bloodstone on the Earth Spirit for some extra region here. Would be nice if they had Krella on the other side, but of course they're way too poor. No one has the gold for it.
Level 25, he magnetizes himself, runs in, magnetizes the rest, rolls into the fountain for a second. And they're all going to commit on him, but they're all losing their life.
What torn though?
Magnetize just doing so much damage. Amar is in deep. Maybe in a little bit too deep, but I don't know if he cares all that much. They've got the Undying for the save for a second. Ghost is low. RCY is trying to get a kill here. BKB gets popped. They will get the kill on a Bignum. They'll take the Hoodwink. Down goes RCY. He's got buyback. Bloodthorn's going to be through onto Amar. And now They go to the Winter's Curse. They get the damage on a crit. They get the kill to the Lion. He's got buyback Soul Rip. Heals up Amar for a second. But it is Mega Creeps. GamerLegion just don't have the tools necessary in their belt to do much of anything to stop this from happening.
A buyback on the Void Spirit.
He's in.
Boom.
Onto Amar. Astral Step. And Splinter Blast. Eventually they get the kill there. They don't want to commit in with these heroes dead.
They see Clinks.
And they've got the vision. No.
No dusts.
No dice, no dust.
Yeah, they had no dusts. If you have a dust, this is a dead Clinks, but unlucky. They had some good cliff wars there, and the sentries were there to scout him, but without the dust, you cannot continue the chase. By the way, you could see in that fight just how much work the Bloodthorn was doing. Maureen actually fell quite quickly to it, even though everyone else fell on the other side. Just considering how rich this Earth Spirit is, yeah, the Bloodthorn dealt some insane damage to him. It's a really good item on PL. It's just that besides the Bloodthorn, he didn't really have a lot to work with. He's not tanky enough. He got doomed too many times and just fell off completely.
He's just going to expire soon. This does feel as though they've extended the inevitable, but anything can happen before the fountain.
Did you see Snaking's inventory recently, by the way? Were you checking it?
I've not. I've not been looking at him and his heart
as well.
And his gem and his Lotus.
I saw that he was unkillable in that fight. I saw that he was absolutely ginormous. I didn't see that he actually has a heart. So, why not? Kind of a build.
There's the Aghanim Scepter for Void Spirit. Albeit maybe a little bit too late, and kind of the same can be said here about Ghost and his potential Eye of Scotty. Just does not feel like it's going to be there in time. Now, he is 1,500 gold away from getting it. If you really needed to, could sell the Wraith Band. But there's Megas. It's so hard to hold the base. Falcons could wait it out if they really wanted to wait for another Roche, another Aegis.
Or just the next set of items. I believe Agonies will be purchased by Red Spirit in a couple of seconds. Like he needs 500-600 gold. You get the Yags on him, and then you're kind of free to go in with anyone else because Earth Spirit can save you, right? You'll have that Enchant Remnant from the Earth Spirit.
He's already been doing a lot of work. And he's not afraid to go in. He just activates Magnetize on himself, jumps in, and then we saw how much damage it was doing.
But Jude went into the fountain. I'm pretty sure he's not afraid to do pretty much anything in this game. He's gonna have that axe lying out right now. So we have Axe, Bloodstone as well to work with, and an Arcane Rune, by the way, for him to be bottled.
Fancy.
Amplify. Yeah, they're going in for sure. Like you have Amp Damage Rune and Arcane Rune. Yeah, there is no reason to wait.
I'm on Eye of Scotty watch. And he's still 300, 600 gold away. Courier ends up dead, so even if he wants it, he's going to have to find his way to a secret shop.
Could sell the Raid Band, by the way, to go for it.
Still has to get to the secret shop, though, to get this ulti orb. Magnetize activated on himself. Goes in on the Fade. Lotus, he activates it, but Fade's still going to just die to the right-click damage anyway. 70 seconds, no buyback. These archers work on one of the tier 4s. They'll go to the other tier 4 and into the fountain one more time. Just dipping his toes. Throwing in a coin for his Witcher. They've got the Bloodthorn. It's on a Malrine, but the jump forward from Amar. They get the silence. That's with the Aghanim Scepter coming in from the Void Spirit, but the throne is just going to explode. There's nothing they can do. Falcons, they get a 2-1 victory over GamerLegion.
Yeah, they just couldn't find the right angles in this last game to really have impact on their 3 cores. I feel like when it comes to Game 1 and Game 2, GamerLegion had absolutely fantastic drafts. I really like what they were doing. I really like the flex on the Centaur. Like, even in the first game, even though they had like some rough matchups that beast into the Clinks, it was all fine. Like, absolutely. Game 1 and Game 2, I think they had huge opportunity to take this one 2-0, and they missed it. The last game, however, I gotta say, I was not really impressed with what they have shown in the drafting stage and in the gameplay. Like, the gameplay was hard because of the draft, by the way. This RCY is... This player is incredible, by the way. He's doing so much for GamerLegion on so many different heroes. But he's playing a matchup which is... Like, the matchup itself, like 1 versus 1 is not the problem. It's just how much value you get from one hero and how much value you get from the other. Like, Earth Spirit is the meta spirit right now on the mid lane. Absolutely incredible damage dealer, just hard to kill. Eventually gets this Enchant Stone Remnant as well for the saves. This Magnetize, I swear it feels like it lasts forever when it's used. Meanwhile, on the other side, you have like an honest spirit. A spirit from 2008, you know, like some, I don't know, poverty-stricken from the global financial crisis spirit. It just doesn't really do a lot. That's the problem. This Void Spirit, if you look at the scoreboard, I didn't see it yet, but I'm gonna open it right now. The damage dealt from Malrine is 36k, the damage dealt from RCY is 16k. It's just the nature of the heroes, nothing more.
Right. Yeah, it really is, and nothing that they could really do. I mean, they never really put the tools together on the side of GamerLegion in this game number 3, which is really disappointing considering the first 2 games that they played in this series. It was such a good approach from them, and I really do feel like at least games 1 and 2, the drafts were really good, and I think they just kind of fell short and honestly gave another chance to a team that isn't going to let that slip through their fingers, right? Falcons, they got that second chance because they didn't lose that game number 1, and it went to a game 3, and Falcons took that opportunity and grasped it with both hands.
Yeah, in the last game at least they did. The second game was all GamerLegion. The first game more or less could have been all GamerLegion if not for a couple of missteps here and there, but overall, if you are a GamerLegion fan, you should be happy with the way your team is playing. I think this GamerLegion lineup is showing up in style at TI, you know, like the biggest stage in the world when it comes to Dota, the biggest tournament of the year when it comes to Dota. Everyone strives to be here, right? And like, they're an NA team, a team from a region that is basically being ruffled on for quite some time, but they're proving their haters wrong. And they brought the fight to Team Falcons. It's not only the drafts and stuff, like they played the map well against them. They outplayed them in so many different situations. And like you could see that their understanding of the game, the way that they should be moving, the smokes that they were playing, the plays around Roche, the way they're taking Roche and how they're moving around the map. It's all on point. Like, this is a really good team. And this could have been easily a 2-0, but Falcons, of course, on the other side, I don't have to waste too many words on Falcons. These are real reigning TI champions. The result is basically more or less as expected, right?
Yeah, definitely as expected. You know, pre-game, I will say, but coming through the series, maybe not as expected because of the way that GamerLegion did prove themselves. But overall, they do get the 2-1 victory here for Falcons, and we've got a couple more series coming your way. Next one's going to be Boom Boys up against Aurora. We're going to be back with that one in just a moment, so stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, everybody. We are here with another series. That first series going Falcons way 2-1 over GamerLegion. The second series, the Boom Boys, coming in against Aurora in what is a very familiar series between these two heroes. Two teams. I really think these teams have played each other quite a lot throughout 2024, 2025, 2026. This year alone, they've played 19 games against each other, with Boom Boys winning 11 of those 19, giving up 8. But overall, it is pretty even when you consider these teams. Obviously, the same rosters, maybe not through all those years, but 25 wins for Boom Boys overall in games, 20 wins for Aurora. So kind of even when it comes to both these teams, which means one thing. 3-game series, all 60 minutes. That's what we're getting here.
Do you know what?
In this first game.
Very, very likely. Like when you look at these two teams, of course, on one side you have like full Eastern European stack, on the other you have a little bit of an SCA flavor as well. But when you look at these two teams, like Aurora could be considered maybe the underdogs versus Boom Boys, even though they're basically in the same spot in the tournament. Aurora have looked good. Like they've looked really good at TI, at least in the last couple of series, but Boom Boys have looked really good through the last couple of months, right? Like they've had some pretty strong performances. I think they found their identity, and I also think that they are a team that is willing to do stuff like this. Let the trend go through, maybe get some response to it, maybe get an IO on a carry role. Like going into TI, a lot of teams have been practicing the meta and just trying to find the right take on all the heroes that are being picked. The difference between Boom Boys and them is I feel like they're the team that we're willing to kind of investigate what's out there, you know, not necessarily what's being picked all the time. One of the ideas that they have had, not only them, but some other teams picked up on it as well, was the IO carry, which is, I think, something that other teams have tried to recreate with not as much success. I'd like to see it on Kiritich. And overall, by the way, speaking of Boom Boys and Aurora, like through history, you would probably say that Aurora had a carry that's better, right? Like Nightfall and how much he has improved. There was that one stint of time, I think in this January, when they were just owning everyone. I don't think that's the case anymore. I think these two carries are really close. Kiritich has improved quite a lot.
Yeah. Recently, Boom Boys looked really good in the Essence tournament. They ended up getting 4th, but they were playing some very strong Dota. And of course, Boom Boys getting 2nd at EWC and 3rd at the Slam before that. So things have looked pretty good for Boom Boys overall. Aurora, what was it, like a 23 series streak or something like that? I remember they had that like banner or whatever. It was that banner thing.
They had an insane streak of 23 wins. Some of those wins were in tier 2-ish tournaments, sure, but still, they had a crazy streak. But the patch was insane for them. I feel like they figured out the patch faster than anyone else. They figured out how broken Largo was on the offlane as well, which is, of course, one of the reasons why we won't be seeing that hero. It's banned out in the first stage. It's still very interesting that Trient is given to them. Like, I feel like this hero is this, how many can we have? We're gonna have the stats soon, right? Like Trient, I think, has been banned in all but one game. Like maybe we have seen one game of Trient yesterday, at least. I saw that stat. I'm not sure if it's still the same, but yeah, there's a reason why everyone bans it. The hero is not impossible to play in the lane, but very difficult to play against in the lane. 4 picks, actually.
Yeah, and he's won 3 of 4.
Yeah,
he's happy with that.
67 bans. Oof. Do it, Pico. Come on.
No, hey, I took a lot of flack for that. I was called stupid for saying something stupid every 3 seconds was the quote. But hey, you want to know what? 6-7. That's right. I'll still be me every day of the week. And that's what we're seeing. That's a lot of bans. That is, of course, a lot of bans. Kind of crazy, honestly. And he's banned 20 more times than the next hero, which is Kyle. Like, he's just being banned every game.
Yeah, which is also banned by this game, Coddle. On the other side, no one wants to play against Treant. I feel like it's an anti-fun hero, more or less. It's not only the laning stage itself, which is mega annoying to play against. It's the thing, he prolongs the laning stage. So if you have some sort of an offlaner that wants to take the tier 1 tower and play the map, like, it's impossible because there's a Treant just sitting there with maxed out living armor. He uses Brambles, living armor as the tower, and you're kind of stuck. Not being able to move from the lane until you take the tower down, but you can't take the tower down because Treant, once you try diving it, there's a TP or two and you just feed away. It's a very tilting playstyle. Of course, after the laning stage, he has a route that goes through BKB, which is story of brokenness in itself. But yeah, we'll see what their approach is. They obviously allow the Treant, so they have to have something in store for us on the offlane, and this might be it, by the way. This could be the combo of offlanes. It could be the Undying plus Hoodwink. It doesn't have to be a position 5 Undying. Like, it could just be Hoodwink Undying offlane.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen it a few times. I don't think it's been like the most popular thing out there that we're seeing this Undying in the offlane. I think it does offer so much coming from a support position, especially with that early shard. Getting yourself that tombstone save is always quite nice, especially in theory in a game like this too. Because Treant Protector, if he puts you into trouble, or maybe they have that +1 that ends up making your life a little bit more difficult, you get that save of the tombstone, and then you've got some follow-up maybe from your yet-to-come offlaner and cores, honestly, if these are both your supports.
Hoodwink Undying, on the other side the Treant. Yeah, we'll see what they combo up with it. They go with their Earth Spirit. Okay, so no real combo with the Treant. Treant opens up a lot of these glass cannon carries. We'll see if that's maybe a choice for Nightfall. Right now, he's like his super meta heroes, meta picks, or the super Nightfall picks aren't necessarily as meta any longer. So gotta dig a bit deeper. By the way, I wouldn't mind seeing that PL again, but played by Nightfall maybe. And then you get the PL into the Undying once more. A strong lane, even though it's with Treant. It could do some things. We shall see.
This is a pretty good combination of supports as well. Obviously, Mirana offers you a lot of damage with the Starstorm. We've talked about it pretty much every time we see this hero. That it just is in a really good spot. I think Mirana, for the longest time, felt like it really wasn't involved in the meta. I think it had that phase where it was being played core, but that was a long time ago.
The right-click Mirana with the... What was it called? Yeah, but if she was played around the damage you get from using Moonlight or Sunlight.
Yeah,
or
it was like that shuffle, right? It was that weird, like... Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I just don't know the name of it.
It was pretty good. By the way, I really like the Slardar answer as an answer to the Earth Spirit in general. I feel like this hero plus something that deals a lot of right-click physical damage. Like every time Earth Spirit he wants to roll in and basically be safe with the BKB. But Slardar kind of prevents that. And now this is the hero that helps. Like Slardar and Kez is absolutely insane. Like we witnessed Slardar and Drow. I feel like Slardar and Kez is just as strong, if not even stronger. Kez is a natural builder into a Maid Slayer and Ezo, which not only combos well with Corrosive Haze, but it is really strong versus an Earth Spirit. So it's a really good second phase duo pick by Boom Boys. I think this is a very strong opening for them. We'll see what Aurora responds with. Now they see the carry. They don't necessarily see the offlane pick from Boom Boys. They're not sure if it's going to be Undying or something else. So you gotta tread a bit carefully here with your carry pick.
They'll end up going to the Timber Saw, and one of the things that this team on Boom Boys does pretty well is chase. You know, they can kind of keep up with the Guardian Sprint. They've got the Grappling Claw. Hoodwink does get through the trees pretty well to offer some sort of control. I'm a little bit worried about Aurora and how they're going to deal with that. But at the end of the day, now the trees aren't going to be that much of an issue. Although maybe a little bit counterintuitive to Treant Protector and what he enjoys in terms of staying within those trees. But at the same time, sacrifices need to be made, and that will be one of them.
He won't be laning with them, right? Like the Treant Protector will be on the safe lane anyway. So when it comes to the laning stage itself, it will be a non-issue. The thing is, I really feel when it comes to this Timber, if I look at this game, it's an okay Timber game. It's not like an incredible Timber game. But why they pick it is they are going and falling back into their full comfort zone, right? Like this is Wii's or WS's strongest, if not one of top 3 heroes that he plays. So they get Timber for him. It's a lane where he can survive by just creep skipping with Mirana and playing it off that way. Like you have some kill potential, of course, and you have some insane magic damage in the mid game. Like when you look at these heroes, Earth Spirit, Timber, Mirana with an Aghanims, like even with, I feel like Mirana is free to go for a different build this game. Like you can go Distiller into Yules, you don't even necessarily need Axe. Like you have Earth Spirit and Timber. And another reason why Timber was pickable here is because you have a position 5 that brings a lot of control to fights, right? Timber sometimes feels bad when your 4 and 5 aren't bringing anything in that aspect, like the aspect of control. But when you have that from your 4, 5, and maybe a mid, then Timber feels really good. Underlord banned out, Bat banned out. I mean, still could see some PL maybe. I'm a PL enjoyer right now, it seems like.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you were doing this even when we weren't seeing PL, but now we just saw PL, and you want to see it in the hands of somebody who might have a little bit more success.
Yeah, and he lost. He lost with the PL, so. There we go.
You get what you want.
Yeah, all my wishes are granted, basically, this year.
Gosh.
It's a good
pick. You shall receive.
Yeah, the Underlord band, of course, also made it a bit more obvious. I'm not sure if there is something that completely crushes the PL in the lane that they could go for. Axe is banned out, Underlord is banned out. Last game I was calling for Tide, but they didn't get Tide. What did they get? Doom. It's an option. I mean, a pretty good Doom game. If you want to put Slardar mid, you pick up the Doom here. Doom Hoodwink once again. They go for the Beast instead.
Does a little bit of the same. Not exactly. It's got control, it's a good offlaner, it farms really well, but it's not Doom. It's Roar, it's control, but it's also maybe pressure that comes in with Helm of the Dominator and gold that comes in with the way that it farms.
Yeah, like you have 2 ways of playing this beast now, right? Like you have a way of playing the lane and dominating with Dominator and the Overlord and just pressuring, or you have a way of letting Slardar do all the heavy lifting and you go for Aghanims and then you have another hero that works well versus the PL. I think maybe the easier way is to go for Overlord and play off of an eventual BKB AC timing, and then you have like this triple core with AC, right? Like you have Slardar, Corrosive Haze, Kez with Dazzle, and you have Beast with AC, and everyone is just dying on the map. Every objective is easy to take. So I like the Beast in that way. So we shall see. I think from Aurora, this PL pick is, like, when you look at the grand scheme of things, right? When you look at Aurora's scores versus what GamerLegion just had with PL, you have Earth Spirit now instead of Void Spirit, which is 10 times stronger in my opinion. And your offlaner is a Timber Saw, so he's able to pressure the map as well. He doesn't take too much space, he creates space after a while, right? Like he needs a little bit of a ramp-up time and then he starts creating space. So I think it's a much easier game to play for Nightfall on the PL.
That was going to be my follow-up question. You know, is Boom Boys, do they have a draft that's going to close up the map the way that Ghost had his map closed up? Took a little bit longer to, of course, get to that Manta Aghanim Scepter, struggled a little bit to get there, and now I'm wondering if Nightfall is going to find himself in a similar situation. But Boom Boys, this does feel like a lineup that can get active early.
Yeah, it can, definitely. If they get a decent laning stage, I think they can get really, really active very early on. And it all comes down to, I would say, not even the mid lane as much as the off lane. I want to see just how well this Beastmaster will do in the lane, if well at all, because it's full comfort zone for Miero, and he's playing with Hoodwink. So the lane itself is pretty strong, but you're laning into a Treant plus PL, and that's always made, you know, you're laning into basically a hero that's banned every single game. Like how well will you do? Like Boars plus Hoodwink Bushwhack should do enough to zone the Treant away, but PL was never really that bad of a laner into Beast. Like you have Illusions, you have Spirit Lance, like you can get rid of the Boars quite easily, early on at least.
We've seen Beastmasters kind of have to play around the boars being taken care of pretty easily. And like you're saying, you know, it is kind of that situation again, but they usually fall back into the jungle pretty early on. They're able to get a bit of farm, especially if they can stack for themselves. We saw boars, instead of being used aggressively to fight or anything like that, being used just to stack, get that extra bit of gold under the belt, go into the Helm of the Overlord, or be able to put something down, and we'll see what they end up doing with this Beastmaster. And Lancer is going to be in an interesting spot, and how well the Earth Spirit's going to do, because we just saw Mallory have an amazing game with this Earth Spirit too. And
yeah, the Earth Spirit
it feels like a hero that just is so overwhelming. Does get to 25 pretty quick too, where then you've got the Magnetize, you just throw it on yourself and things get disgusting.
If we want to go that far, by the way, because I was going to talk about it anyway, the level 25 on Slardar is pretty big this game. You know, the Undispellable Corrosive Haze versus PL could prove to maybe become a problem. You know, you constantly see the right one, the shard does not work anymore on the PL once you get that. So if we even get there, but I feel like if you're Boom Boys, you'd probably like to close this game out as soon as possible. You don't want to go too late versus Earth Spirit, PL, and Timber. This lineup of Aurora looks very, very nasty if taken late.
Right. Well, let's get into it and see how game number 1 goes, where we're going to find ourselves in this one. And continue on our way through these series, as it was a pretty long first series, but now we're into the second one of 4 today.
It's going to be a long day for everyone in Shanghai, by the way. That has to cover all of the games. Good luck, have fun production. But yeah, at least the way it started, because I anticipate a 3-game series here as well. These two teams are very closely matched right now. Most wouldn't expect Falcons and GamerLegion to go the full stretch, but
right.
So it did happen. Here, you can kind of expect 3 games. They don't have to happen, but yeah.
Just to put it into a little bit of context, every first series went 3 games. So all the series on every channel today, first one in the morning went 3 games. 2-1 LGD over XG, Falcons 2-1 over GamerLegion, Yandex get the 2-1 over Resilience after dropping the first map, and OG eliminating HULIGANI 2-1.
So HULIGANI are the first team that is...
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I think most predictions had either them or maybe Team Resilience or GamerLegion as the first team that goes out, right? Like this is more or less as expected. They're the team with the least amount of experience when it comes to not individual players, but playing as a team.
True. Here we go. Back after pause, ready to keep the ball rolling with smoke from Boom Boys.
That's a very good voice line, by the way. In your moment of triumph, celebrate to the fullest. Never raise an empty cup to the moon. That has to be some proverb or something, right?
He says all that in 4 seconds.
Здесь другое микро, здесь нужно уворачиваться от спелов. Здесь другое микро, здесь
This is why our voice lines in English, you know, it takes so long to speak English. I feel like a lot of other languages are very quick.
It could be the case. I've been trimming, you know, like cutting some empty spaces between my words. I already speak slow enough. The 3 or 4 seconds limit is rough.
Gotta let us have 10 seconds. Looking at all these matchups, what do you find to be the most important lane of the game?
The most important one for BB, for Boom Boys, I feel like this Beast lane is super crucial for them, how it goes. Mid lane, of course, should be more or less even, with Slardar having a decent time. Top lane is maybe crucial for them, for sure. It's about the Beast, he's the tempo maker, he wants to get the Dominator, and his itemization is basically the most important one early on. And I would say for Aurora the same. On the other side is the Timber. who on paper is not having an easy time versus Undying, but maybe Mirana can make a difference here and creep skip or just make sure that WS has as good of a possible time in the lane.
Right. Just keeping an eye on top. Obviously, this Tree Protector looking to sustain you within this lane. Goes to that level 1 on the Leech Seed. Nightfall should feel pretty safe in the lane overall, unless he gets hit by a bushwhack a little bit too far out. Mid lane, there's a crush. There's some damage on the Makoto, but bottom lane, Carriotich getting that first blood on WS. That's exactly what you mentioned, was with that Timbersaw.
Yeah, you know what happened here, by the way? They didn't really start creep skipping early enough. For some reason, they started contesting the lane with, like, your level 1 on Aurora is Timber Chain and Sacred Arrow. And they decided to fight an Undying plus Kaz. I don't think that was a good decision that they have made, and obviously, after the first blood, it definitely does look that way, at least.
Production, can we take a look at the Undying while we're paused here? Oh, sorry. It's not showing it while it's paused. It's a little bit disappointing. He has a Trail of the Burning Doom on his tombstone, so he's just on fire. Yeah, I know. I thought I had my moment to just see him be on fire.
Who is that, by the way? Who's the lady grasping him from behind?
I don't know.
Is that like, it looks like a DP spirit or something?
Definitely looks like something.
What's the lore? What's the lore? Yeah, what's the lore? I want to know the. Yeah, okay, yeah, does make sense then.
Ooh, arrow misses.
Does not connect. Yeah. Nice try though. Almost gets him. We'll force him back. Like, he has boots and he has some region flying out to him. But is it really worth it staying in this lane? I feel like even just dying to creeps is better. Might die to Mirana anyway.
Yeah, Starstorm. Arrow this time, off the mark again. He's really trying.
The mango that was delivered to him actually saves him because he's able to use the mango, pop the decay, and get that extra HP for the Starfall not to kill him.
Still staying alive in the lane, but how much is he offering to the lane? That's the real question.
This kind of a situation never feels good. I mean, he does have that insta respawn, but not this early on, so...
No, not for another 165 seconds.
Exactly. As an Undying, you want to be in their face, you want to be zoning them. When you're this low, you can't really do it. Tombstone even.
Down.
Okay.
But does he just die to WS? No. He's actually getting around him quite easily. And now WS is going to try and kill the Tombstone. One more shot from it, it gets denied.
Maybe, honestly, with the amount of resources that he has had, this is some incredible impact in the lane from the Undying. Gotta say, like, most players would just feed. He's still gonna feed in the end.
Well, now he's gonna be able to come back full health, full mana. Way better.
I feel like just killing yourself to the creeps down south in one of those camps was probably the better approach, but okay. He will be back, like you said.
My carry needs me. Sorry, can't do that. If I leave the lane for even a half second, my carry will be upset. I need to.
Yeah, better to just stay behind him and hide. You know, that's definitely the better option. That's what carries love. I've noticed that core players on side lanes really enjoy when you sit behind them in the trees. I recommend doing that. Let them get hit by.
That's my main goal.
Trees can be ferocious.
Go out there, be aggressive, carry me. Carry me in this lane. Come on.
Yeah, you're just standing behind in the trees and talking nice things to him. That's the real definition of a support, after all. But when it comes to the lanes, by the way, so far, not really that even. Kaz is destroying the Timber, more or less. Like, he got that first blood, and he's zoning him out quite a bit, as expected, really, with the Undying. Mid lane is even, but top lane is going really well for the Beast. Like, he's out-CSing the PL Treant lane. So it's definitely not bad for Miro.
Just kind of existing. Double bore. throwing the damage on a Nightfall as much as he can, but Kaori, of course, has level 2 in the living armor.
One of the reasons why the boars don't really feel that amazing versus PL is the amount of armor that he gets early on. And he's sitting on 11 with Braid Band, of course, and the tower, but still, it's quite a lot if he keeps hugging the tower. Plus the living armor that you mentioned, of course, helps out.
One of the things that's going to end up being a little bit of a problem if they can't commit to it is getting these towers, right? Like, Beastmaster's really good at getting towers in one fell swoop, but if they aren't able to rotate and stop him, they will have this living armor at a decent level to kind of slow him down or even keep these towers up and keep their map pretty open. And something that you talked about in the Ghost Phantom Lancer game is the fact that they had that tier 1 tower still standing top for such a long time, where he had the open space to continue to farm in a big area on his side of the map. It does kind of feel like Aurora have those options where they can use this living armor to keep the map big for Nightfall, which is a really good spot to be in.
No, certainly. I, especially versus a beast that likes to take over the map, right? Like, he wants to be pushing in so that he can farm this whole area and the ancients around the tier 1 top. But it's not only because of Treant. I would say it's also because of Timber. Like, you will have an extra wall in front of the tower, so it's a little fort. Tower behind the Timber with living armor. Just, I expect him to be on the wall defending the objectives.
Things really slow right now. Just 1 kill apiece.
Wisdom Shrines, though. You might see some fight here. This is the exact spot he always uses on the Tombstone, on the Wisdom Shrine, by the way.
Yeah, something we noticed last time we watched him on Boom Boys, and Southern Crush. And let's get the kill on to Kaori. They'll at least take out one. Can they find anything more? The Magnetize really ringing in their ears. They'll take out the Undying. They'll find the kill into this Timber Saw. So 2 heroes end up dying despite the fact that these heroes were hit with that Magnetize. Bushwhack does connect from the Boom Boys, and they'll take out Mirana and get themselves 3.
And just a beautiful play by BB. Boom Boys have done this before. I'm surprised that Aurora didn't respond in a little bit of a better way. But how do you even respond? The Tombstone positioning is just way too good. Like, you plant it there on the high ground and you cannot contest it. Like, you can't get to it.
Lean forward, but into an immediate bash bushwhack combination. Mira? Yeah, sure.
Happens. A couple of stacks being taken as well. Swooped by the Kez. It's the rune as well.
Entirely worth it. All this time being built, though, is for the Phantom Lancer at the moment, right? He's continuing to get hit with the living armor. He's farming up alone. Now, finally, Kaori comes back, but it was a solo lane for him that he wasn't being punished too heavily in.
Yeah, but once again, it's a matchup. Like, the game itself is not that terrible for the PL, of course. That's why they last picked it, but your other teammates need to do somewhat well as well, and so far they've been struggling. It hasn't been really that great across the map. Like, specifically because of this Wisdom Shrine fight.
Let's make it a little bit more difficult in the early goings of this game. We top the net worth heroes already inside, and top is the Kez. And it's been all Kiritich so far in the bottom lane, not being stopped at all. Something he's certainly happy to continue on with. Our Spirit dropped down that Magnetize. We've talked about how it really has quite the impact, but overall in that first fight, it really didn't feel like it did enough.
Yeah, usually it does, but you need a couple of levels. Like level 12, not even, like level 12 is big, but I feel like what makes that Magnetize and what makes most mid lane heroes feel like they get that oomph is Vessel. Like, once you get the Vessel plus whatever spells you've got, that's where the impact truly comes from. Like Void Spirit with the Vessel or Earth Spirit with the Vessel, suddenly you have even solo kill potential. Up to that point, like, you can play against them. Up to that point, they don't feel really as that impactful.
Using the Magnetize to just farm. We've seen this a couple times. Makoto doing it on a couple of these stacks, but GPK comes in. Magnetize will now beat on to this Solar, but they've got the bash, and Makoto, he's in a lot of trouble. Slither and Crush, can they get the help? Do they have the living armor? Yes, they do, so that'll keep him healthy for a second, but the Bushwhack connects, and now Makoto is forced to get onto the high ground in a dangerous spot in which he was getting chased all the way to the tier 3 tower.
Dude, the level 3 living armor. That bash was so perfect that it should have been a kill. You know, you should be rewarded with a kill after that kind of a play, but
that was Roar
you
that
aren't
used on Phantom Lancer, by the way.
He also TP's out, so he's fine. Absolutely. They're managing to survive. Also, what I noticed from Save is he's one of those rare Bushwhack first kind of gamers. Like most pro players still go for Acorn first, and they don't use the quick cast play on the Bushwhack, but he regularly connects on this, like never misses. You can't react. There is no way that you cut down the tree when you do it this way.
Didn't need to get that kill on a Nightfall, but in pushing him back and having these heroes towards top and the gank that happened on that Earth Spirit, it leads to this tower being committed onto for free, and they get the tower. So living armor not going to be a problem. It is level 3. It could have healed up that tower had they not committed fully to it, but good spot for Boom Boys, and now they'll start to shrink the map a little bit.
Straight up to the mid lane, right? Like, you took out the tier 1 top. This is something that we mentioned when it comes to these tempo offlaners.
They'll get in onto the Earth Spirit. Arrow flies in, doesn't do anything. Makoto ends up dead. Boom Boys now going to rack up another tower.
Yeah, it's 2 tier 1 towers in quick succession. 12 minutes in. The rune as well can be taken, of course, by them.
And drawing towards bot.
Yeah, just one tower after another. This is the reason, maybe the main reason why Phantom Lancer isn't touched by most teams, even though I feel that the hero is in a really good spot. That's the tempo. Like, the hero takes way too much time to come online. When you think about most of these safe laners that are being played right now, all of them can join the game somewhat, in some way. This guy, he can only die.
Phantom Lancer, speaking of that, he's going to be dusted up. Moonlight Shadow not going to matter. The bashes are there, and Nightfall's dead.
Yeah, living armor. 5 seconds cooldown got used, but couldn't really help. Like, compare Kez.
It's just not going to be enough.
Compare like Kez and PL, right? Like Kez with even without items, even with just like boots and I don't know, like Blightstone is active, and he goes for Mage Slayer and he's even more active. Like, he can actually fight. Then the Dazzle, everything kind of ramps up compared to SF. Even without items, you have some raises, you have Requiem, right? That you can work with. Sven pops his ulti, value, like can start fighting if he wants to. PL, on the other hand, not so much. Wait for the Manta, then wait for the Aghanims, then wait for another item, and then he comes online.
This is something I kind of asked you in the draft, right? Like, you saw Phantom Lancer. We think it could be a good Phantom Lancer game if it gets to that point, but I kind of asked, is this lineup too fast from Boom Boys? And currently, it's proving to be.
Currently, it looks like that way, yeah. It might slow down. Like, if Aurora managed to get like 1 or 2 rebuttals, like if they manage to prevent one of these aggressive plays, or if they punish them and they trade well, you could create enough space for the PL. This is where Timber shines. Like, he's one of those heroes that, like, you go on him, you don't finish him off, suddenly the game is looking, or the fight is looking really rough. But he needs to be fat.
Right. Needs to be fat indeed. See if you can. It's 4K lead. They are smoked up.
They take the DD on him. They didn't give it to the Earth Spirit, even with a bottle. See, top lane.
They'll roll in. They'll make the connection. They'll try to go in onto the Beastmaster. He's only half health right now. Raptor Dance, the turnaround. Makoto, he'll end up dead first. They get the kind of save. They'll end up taking out Miero. 2 heroes dead, and now WS is going to be the one turned on by the side of Boom Boys. Southern Crush just a little bit too late in catching that tree and protector.
Was the tree cut? Or did he just miss? Because that right there, the Timber Chain missing, is the difference between Beastmaster instantly dying and not using Roar, and him surviving long enough to roar the Earth Spirit and kill him off first.
Right.
Because you had the DD on Timber. Like, that was a kill, for sure, if he manages to get in the whirling that range. Just couldn't get there, unfortunately, for WS. Let's see once again. I feel like he missed the tree. No, it gets cut. It gets cut immediately. Unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate for Aurora, because this was a pretty damn good play with the double damage.
Could have been the right move, and maybe even this game up. That ultimately gives you more time to give to this PL. But it's still sitting at a 4,000 net worth lead. Very scary overall.
Yeah,
see the stats. Pretty.
You see the beast build, by the way. Like, he took the Helm of Dominator to pressure the map, but now he is actually making sure that he has some things that can deal with the PL, and he's going for the Axe build. Like, the Axe build is very different from what we have seen recently. I still think the AC Blink build wouldn't be, like BKB Blink AC wouldn't be that bad on him, but with this kind of a build instead, you're making sure that you're always strong versus PL, that you always have something in store for him.
Right. What's the next moves here for Aurora after that gank doesn't exactly go the way that they want?
Yeah, I hope that their morale isn't down after that kind of a fight, because they might lose Mirana as well now mid. Manages to leap away.
Leaping out. Without living armor, surviving a little bit longer.
Maybe, to not dodge your question, maybe playing around Timber would be the right approach right now. Just allowing Timber to get gone on, and then counterplaying that kind of move, like he is being hunted right now.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Let's see. As they come over, are they setting up to go Roche? Oh, maybe they might. Roche of Haze early definitely gives you the option. That's exactly what they're gonna do. I'm in here going for Roche.
Just an easy Roche, right?
Level 2 on the Corrosive Haze is what lets them do that a little bit quicker. He went over to the mid lane to get that second level in the Corrosive.
And the Dezo and the Aghanims, like every single one of these heroes feels like could even maybe solo Roche, but combined they do it very, very quickly. Aghanims will be the purchase, by the way, for the Kez next, so he's going for the good old Maid Slayer Dezo Ags.
Yeah.
And they're pretty much ready.
Queued up too.
You know? After he gets the Ags, nothing stopping you from really playing this game faster, but at the same time, if you did go for the Ags on Beastmaster, nothing really stopping you from taking it a little bit easier, just going for, I don't know, the Blink BKB Shivas or Bloodstone on Beastmaster, you know, like the casual core Beast mid.
Right. Kill onto Mira, moving over towards mid. That Primal Roar. They're moving on Aurora towards top. Looking for an option here. Geomagnetic Grip, Boulder Smash off the mark for the Timber Chain. Now in the face of save. GPK comes over. They get that kill to save. Nightfall is in. Nightfall only has the Manta. He doesn't have this Aghanim Scepter, so how willing is he to fight? Very willing with the rest of the team right behind him. The Magnetize drop down. They get the kill to GPK. They look over at Kenthomi. He's going to put himself into the Tombstone. Moonlight Shadow gets committed. They will kill off the Tombstone, kill off Kenthomi. He's back up alive with the Ceaseless Dirge and a very good fight from the side of Boom Boys. And maybe, just maybe, running out of gas, or will they be able to turn? Damage from the Drums of Swamp not going to be enough with WS running across Miera with that Timber Chain, and he's dead too. Karatich on the run. He's got an Aegis. He's got a sliver of health left, but Kenthomi's dead for the second time this fight. Ceaseless Dirge, no. They put a real stop to the Undying.
Hoodwink as well being hunted. Silence.
Past the tier 2 tower. What a great fight from Aurora into an Aegis.
Dude, just bringing it, reeling it back completely with a single fight. PL joining a little bit earlier. And it's Timber. Like, if you look at the damage, the PL actually joining the fight, doing like an incredible amount of damage too. But Timber is who carries that, like goes in, he's the burst damage, he's the frontliner as well. And there's an unsung hero, at least an unshowed hero on the map. Like if you see this fight and the way it's going, Treant, by the way, completely zones the Beastmaster while this is happening. Like while they're chasing GPK, while they're trying to kill him, while they do kill him, Treant, like he has a different idea. Look at Miero. Like, he's on the stairs, like, he can't really approach. He goes for the tree and then he gets overgrowthed. Like, he's just chilling there in the roots. If Beast is here, maybe the fight is a bit different, right? But the Tombstone, you saw why I also called for PL. The Tombstone just instantly disappears to PL. It's one of the strongest counters in the game to the Tomb.
WS doing a lot of damage, hitting hard, getting the hurt on. And Kadomi alive multiple times to die in that exchange.
Yeah, the double bracer build that he went for, it's a commendable build, you know? Just go bulk up, stay as tanky as possible, but it doesn't work. Not in this game. Not versus Timber, at least. Who, by the way, after that fight, he entered the fight basically with Kaya Sanj and that's it. He ended that fight with almost a full Shivas. Now he's got it. A very different game now from just like a couple of minutes ago.
Completely different game than a couple minutes ago. Kind of insane how the game is still got net worth leads for Boom Boys after what was a full wipe and then some. Or, well, not the full wipe. They didn't get the kill on Tikez, but they did get 5 kills because they killed Kataomi twice.
I love that Miero instantly switches the build, by the way. After being controlled for a full duration of the fight, more or less, by the Treant, he switches up for a Manta. By the way, bot lane, Timber...
Found themselves WS. Is Timber going to die here, though? Do they have the continued control? Timber chain, GPK ready for where he's going. Sharpshooter connects, and that's going to be a kill.
Mid lane, Kiritich.
Now they're looking over as Kez, he's silenced. He does have this Aegis. He's still working with it. Back alive for the second life, but they do get the Aegis out of his hands.
Yeah, he legit just went into 3 heroes. They didn't see them, of course, because of Moonlight Shadow, but they were setting up a gank on him, and then instead of them going on him, it's like when a fish jumps out of water and into your boat. That's literally what happened. It's just a Kaz this time, not the fish.
I don't know if I've ever had that happen to me.
Jumps out, slaps you, goes back into the river.
Flips you off at the same time.
Flips you off as well.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I get you.
Smoke up. They could take down the tier 1 tower or maybe connect behind it. Beast is not necessarily in the safest spot on the map, but he's playing it safe for now.
Looking at this BKB. Too far from it. But on PL Watch, this is a little bit better than what Ghost was getting. Scotty being worked on. See how long it takes for him to get there and in a position that is very winnable. Instead of being behind that 8 to 12,000 that he was that the PL was working on in the last one. Hoodwink survives, gets away from the side of Aurora. They take themselves a tier 1 tower over mid. They are grouped up, maybe looking for something. Meanwhile, Kez is just continuing to farm. He's going into that Daedalus. He's got that Axe. He has a Desolator, but the charges are certainly for later because he's got none on. 0 charges. Truly, they're just insane.
Yep, they're overwhelming them a little bit. Like the mid lane and the off lane, when it comes to Aurora, the cores are doing a bit more with not as many items or with as much gold as their counterparts have. These heroes just feel scarier. They don't necessarily maybe scale as well, but in the current state of the game, they do a lot. Even just setting up this Timber Saw up front and having this living armor to save him with Shiva's Kaya Sanj, it's hard to fight into. They will attempt it though. Let's see, no BKB on Beast, keep that in mind.
Yeah, still short the gold by quite a bit.
I don't think they're ready yet. No BKB on Kaz, no BKB on Beast. If you find the right pickoff, of course, with Roar plus Sharpshooter, that's almost certainly a kill. They have Aghanims on Beast, of course, but a true team fight, I don't think that they should be taking. Not before the BKBs. Once you have the BKBs, a lot of the damage from Earth Spirits gets mitigated. Same from the Timber Saw.
Mira caught, but leaping, Echo Slash, and
He's so dead.
Sharpshooter unneeded.
Yeah, he had 500 damage in the Kaz dot left remaining, so he was not surviving that one.
Something very strong about the Kez with the Katana. Makes it feel like you got out for a second, but then you just take a whole bunch of damage and straight up die. Which is never fun. PL now just sitting 1,500 gold away from having that Eye of Scotty, and like you said, they're looking for the BKBs on Boom Boys, but now they've got the one on Kez. They're a couple hundred gold of getting it on Miero. GPK's had his for some time, and that will be the triple BKB timing up about 5,000 net worth that they might be able to work with and continue to shut down Aurora. I say that just because they've got the net worth lead, but overall the game has been going pretty evenly.
There is a bit of a difference, though, with this PL build and the last one, because his teammates are pulling in their weight as well. One of the reasons, of course. He's going for Skadi and not Orchid on the PL. Bot lane 3 might be very dead. And might is generous.
Yeah. They also found themselves a Mirana, and that's 2 more kills for Boom Boys. Granted,
3 with Roche.
Supports. They're going to get a second Roche already.
Yep. But just to complete the PL point, right, he's going to have a Skadi, right? So he doesn't have to be the target that goes in and gets the kills for you immediately. He doesn't have to be starting things off. He can be the cleanup crew. Right, him and his illusions are literally the cleanup crew with the Skadi. So he's tanky enough. He gets a lot of armor from the Skadi as well. So I'd expect Aurora to perhaps take a couple of teamfights with him in the next few minutes, even versus Aegis. I think they are in a pretty solid spot with the Skadi.
Right. Just see what they do have to offer. Fighting into the Aegis, never going to be easy, especially with Kiritich getting into the Daedalus. Having these big items come through for the side of Boom Boys with Nullifier being built for the Slardar. There's going to be a big injection of damage coming in for the Radiant side, and Aurora are gonna have to handle it and kind of disperse on it. It may not be so easy. They are pretty deep. Arrow here was save. Kiritich, the whole team up inside the jungle. But they are smoked up on Aurora. They're trying to take the fight to them. Nobody's going to break the smoke. They'll jump forward. They'll go for the Undying, but he's going to be able to save himself inside the Tombstone for a second. The Blink Southern Crush comes through under Nightfall. Kathomi bails on this Tombstone. And Undying. He's got the Ceaseless Dirge. That means he's back alive again. He'll TP over to the Outpost. Kiritich going to go into the Raven's Veil for a split second. But Phantom Lancer, he is starting to take over the fight a little bit with the Moonlight Shadow. They need to be very careful. They're popping the dust, but do they have the control even with the vision? Beastmaster thinking about getting out of here, but the Overgrowth is going to be used by the Tree Protector. That's going to hold him down, and now a TP out from the Kez. No Overgrowth for this, so he's able to escape. But the rest of the team not going to be so fortunate. GPK, he's going to pop his BKB, but it's a little bit too late. Kathomi for another time is dead 2 times in a fight, and they get the kill to GPK with a Boulder Smash coming out from Makoto. They'll pick up a gem, they get a bunch of kills, and it goes well for Aurora, bringing it back down to even.
Yeah, basically four kills, right? Even versus the Aegis, the moment the Skadi is up on the Phantom Lancer, this team can fight. And you just saw it right there. The Tombstone was used a little bit too aggressively. In some other game, yeah, you can definitely do that. But versus a PL, it just gets destroyed in a millisecond. And then the fight absolutely opens up because Undying is super annoying in teamfights if the Tombstone is well positioned.
Kiritich He is not got this BKB. Sure, he's got a second life, but I don't know how much that's going to be worth. He's trying to Raptor Dance. He gets back to full, but Phantom Lancer's in your face. He wants to fight you, and he doesn't care about going past the tier 3 tower at the moment. Kiritich losing out on that amount of Spirit Missiles on him, and eventually the side of Aurora are going to back off of this one, but they almost got Kiritich's first life out of his hands.
He was thinking about it. Like, he wanted to use that Phantom's Rush to go back in to get another kill, even on the high ground, but backs out instead. Has farming probably on his mind, as Heart is the next item that he queues up. And just becoming bigger and bigger on this PL. I don't know if they'll be able to deal with him. Like, I expect, you know what, whenever I see this Beastmaster Aghanim's build, I expect him to do much. I expect him to do a lot in these fights, but I never see it. It's like, there is damage. I know it's coming from him, but maybe level 25 or something as we get further and further down the line. As he gets Shivas and stuff, you know, but so far it's just not there. Heart already, by the way, on the Timber. There's a little bit of a switch up from Earth Spirit. Like, he wanted to go into Krella, but now he switched back up into the BKB. I think Krella is fantastic this game, by the way. Won't be that bad for him either, because if you look at Radiant, it's all physical damage. Ghost Scepter on Aurora is always good, like Ghost or Armor.
Treant building Ghost, but so far the only one.
They have a
Tormentor
as well. Yep. It's in the backpack though. 3 Torn.
Shard for Makoto. Another support let down by the randomization.
To be fair, it's a decent shard on Mirana, but it's probably a better shard on Earth Spirit this game to get that extra, if nothing else, just the extra range on the pull. It's pretty damn good.
Still feel bad as a support, man. It's not cool.
So you should, the 2 first shards should be given to the supports for sure, unless they bought them. Is that what you're saying? Sign a petition.
I don't know what I'm saying,
try to
you know?
At Gabe Newell. You can do it. He responds to a lot of people. No? Try email.
I'll try a Telegram. Hello, Gaben, stop. I'm trying to get a shard.
Oh, that's a good roll.
Roll in. They're going to go. BKB and the Overgrowth. That means you're not getting anywhere. They get the kill on Miero. He's dead for 80 seconds, and this is happening right by your tier 2 tower. That's going to be one of the bigger issues if they want to push in on this.
Yeah, 70 seconds without the Beast. Like, he's... When it comes to...
Arrow. GPK. He is going to be forced to BKB. No crush. Get past the gate. Kiritich is going to run forward, though. Echo / Katomi in and out in the bag.
Yeah. Maybe a Ghost on him as well, because he's mostly dying to the Phantom Lancer. I'm not really sure. Like, he's going for Lotus next. Lotus is really good for his teammates, of course, so he's being selfless with the build, but he's dying a little bit too quickly on the Undying. Undying is a sort of a hero that you want to stink up the fight, you know, spread your whatever it is that you're yeah, sticky goo in the fight. Those zombies that slow everyone.
Phantom Rush all the way onto the high ground. Save. Raven's Veil, but it's got the Yules. Raptor dancing. He's dead. Now they're in on a Kiritich. BKB popped very early. But I mean, it has to happen. I say very early. It looked like it was before these heroes really even collapsed on him, but they're in his fountain. They don't care. Early, late, who cares? BKB, we don't give a shit. Just gonna run at you all the way to the fountain.
Yeah, Beast is alive now with the BKB with Roar, but how do you fight this? Like, you cannot. They're all up.
Kiritich.
You don't have Kiritich. Like, you didn't have Beast, now you don't have the Kez. This is at least a side. Luckily for BB, they have tier 2 top, tier 2 bottom. So if Aurora wants to get more, they actually have to go for Throne. Right? Like, they can't really end this game straight off the bat unless they Throne it, which is possible, maybe. Slardar creep skipping bottom, top lane.
Miero? Oh, maybe they die. But now Miero, is he gonna get caught?
He did his job. Like, the play was, if you watch the minimap, Beast was on top, Slardar was on bottom. Basically what they are doing is they're trying to prevent the tier 2s from falling on the sides. Mid was lost. Like they didn't forget about fighting, they didn't want to fight. So just creep skipping top and bottom made sure that they don't lose anything else. It was only the mid side.
What can you do now? You'll have Kiritich back up, but this is going to be pretty rough to try and fight this. Coincidentally, or not coincidentally, but luckily for Boom Boys, Roche is in 2.5 minutes because it's something that Aurora want to get and then end the game. This gives opportunity to Boom Boys to maybe get another item and somebody that could make a difference.
They need some insane Slardar initiation. He's got the shard. Like, you can apply Crush to, and Corrosive Haze, of course, to a lot of heroes, and then you need a Kez to really bring out the deeps. So far, we didn't see it from Kiritich, but he's got Daedalus. Like, Daedalus, Desolator, Aghanim Scepter. Lore.
Jump in. They're going to try and make this fight work. We'll go for the Phantom Lancer. Do they have enough with the Slithering Crush? No, Nightfall's got on the back lines. They get the kill on the WS. They'll take the Timbersaw first, but now it's Nightfall up against what seems to be the world, as it looks as though this Air Spirit's going to be bailing on him, and this is a fight won for Boom Boys. Something I was really not expecting, but they clamped down on this Phantom Lancer and shut him out.
It was literally the perfect fight, bot lane as well. Just as we were talking about it, what happened this game? What happened this fight? They catch 2 cores with Slithering Crush, so you don't have to apply Corrosive Haze. He has that shard, right? So you get Corrosive Haze on 2, and then you have an Echo Slash on top of that by Kez, and then he gets a couple of crits extra on top. Suddenly the fight that looked impossible a couple of minutes ago looks pretty damn easy, right? Because of the Kez and the damage. Beast, of course, helping out. Beast was setting everything up with the roar, like he played a major part, but the real impact from the Slardar and Kez following through was the team fight winning.
This team's currently playing hot potato with victory.
Yeah, AC, by the way, on Slardar very soon too. So it's not going to be bought, of course, by Beast because of he's going for a different build completely. But it will be there eventually for them, which buffs up their damage output by quite a nice chunk, nice bit.
Went from a 10,000 net worth lead with Phantom Lancer into the game to a 4,000 net worth lead. Smoke from Aurora. Phantom Lancer going to come back to join them.
He's not quite complete yet on PL though. Like, he doesn't have Butterfly yet. They could hold it out for a little while longer for that to be complete.
Scan connects. Moving forward, these heroes are smoked on Boom Boys.
Jules on Kez.
Blink, Crush, kill, gone. Mira, dead immediately, forced to buy back. They're going with the Magnetize. They've got the Silence, the Geomagnetic Grip. The Silence is up 3 of them. Primal Roar is used. WS is getting melted away. He is not going to survive another Raptor dance, and they are showing their teeth. They are moving quick and getting these kills, as now Makoto is in a bad spot trying to leave, but gets the roll away from the side of Boom Boys. They want to re-engage. Nightfall thinking about jumping back in. He starts the Phantom Rush, but backs out.
I gotta commend you for managing to cast a PL match, by the way, because I'm getting 10 FPS in some of these fights. Yeah, but the Tombstone survived this fight. That was a big difference maker. Like, Tombstone is sitting in the focal point in the center of the fight, and you can't move. These zombies are just hitting everyone. They can contest Josh.
Roll in, making the move. Looking over as the Silence is on at 2 once again. Kiritich is going to be silenced for a moment, but now he's going to be back to fighting shape. Echo Slash not going to hit anything of importance, but the Blink Southern Crush comes out from GPK. They're going to find themselves the right Phantom Lancer. He's going to be nullified. Stun. That arrow. Long duration. Kiritich. He's going to be in trouble. He'll end up dead. Kez gone. Nightfall going to take over now. This Phantom Lancer, without the stopping of this Kez, is going to get right into the face of this Beastmaster and get another kill. Triple kill for Nightfall.
Is there anyone else that he can get besides Roche, of course, and the tier 2 that is a sitting duck on the bot lane? creep wave a bit too far away. I feel like this is Roche, right? Like Butterfly is basically done on the PL. He can get that straight into the pit. They're actually TPing the Timber top, so maybe thinking about forcing a couple of buybacks as well, which is a good idea.
This is kind of dangerous.
That fight, by the way, was decided by an arrow. Like, it was a good fight for Aurora from start to finish. Of course, I think they had an advantage. Like, a lot of spells were wasted on BB. They didn't have the BKBs as well, but the arrow was forever. I mean, it looked like a 5-second one, to be honest. Like, Kez just stood there forever. They even ignored him for a bit. They didn't realize just how long he was stunned.
By the way, Mirana without an Aghanim Scepter. How long has it been since we haven't seen that early Ags for Mirana? Or, it's, you know, it's probably happening, but it's pretty standard to get this Ags early on.
He queued it up now, but remember during the draft we talked about this exact thing. Like, you have Timber, you have Earth Spirit. Do you truly need more damage? You don't, right? Like, just get any sort of... Yes?
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, yeah, never enough damage. You're right, my bad.
No. I mean, I get what you're saying. But he does bring the utility, and it's something that has saved them, right? Like, the Yules has been very important, and the Greaves have been pretty important as well, as long with this Essence Distiller, which is, you know, helped out quite a bit. So you're not wrong.
Essence Distiller as an opener, of course, always, but the Yules is the difference maker. You're completely on point. Just the setup, right? Like, you suddenly have leap into Yules, into arrow, roll in. Not gonna go completely out.
Jump forward. WS wanted to be in his face, but they'll go to the Prime Aurora. Now, Overgrowth coming in from Kaori! It's on everybody! It's the instant Overgrowth that comes through from the Tree Protector. They get the counter carriage to look over the Beastmaster, taking out the arrow. GPK's got nowhere to go. They are magnetized and being killed off completely. GG is called. Kaori!
Yeah, look, like, they did let the 3-end go through. I don't think we're gonna see it for the rest of the series, no matter how long the series goes. If it's gonna be 2 games, if it's gonna be 3 games, it doesn't matter. Get the 3-end out. Like, this hero did so much through the game. Like, so much impact from him was not really visible on the screen because of the amount of living armor that he was using left, right, and center. And this is where it kind of started being visible, by the way, by Kaori, because he solo zones the Beastmaster in a fight in which they have 2 Undyings, plus they have Aegis on Kez. That's basically 7 heroes that you're fighting, and you're still taking it easily. Because one of your most farmed heroes, the second one in net worth, isn't really a part of it. He's taking too much time to deal with the 3 that he doesn't even kill in the end. Overall, I'm kind of happy that we have finally seen PL to its full glory, because I was going a bit insane, to be honest. Like, this PL is just destroying every single pop. And when you see the hero and when you see the strengths, you're wondering, okay, what is wrong with PL that no one is picking up on this? Because it's definitely a strong pick right now. Nightfall does. It's a very good PL game overall. He played it in a pretty good fashion because he was active early on. He didn't even wait for the Agonics, which is the stock standard kind of an approach. Like, he started fighting already with the Manta, even though they had a lot of strength against him. It didn't really look that great. And honestly, like, this beast felt a bit underwhelming to me, considering how much he has done in the laning stage, taking the tier 1 top, taking the tier 1 mid. I just didn't feel the impact in the mid game. Like, the build with the Aghanims is made to deal with the PL, but it wasn't really doing a lot.
What I will say too is I'm really impressed with Nightfall. I think that, you know, he gets a lot of flack. Obviously, there's the meme, the Nightfall. This was the opposite. This was him so confident within his hero that he was running in, phantom rushing towards the fountain. Like, this is where you're seeing him at his best, why he's around, why he is continuing to show such presence within the pro scene. And he goes 10-2 and 11, has a great game as Phantom Lancer that gets enabled by Makoto and the rest of the team. You know, especially like you said, Kaori, who on a Tree Protector on my position 5 goes 1-2 and 21. Yeah, I'll take that every single day of the week.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of Nightfall, by the way, I know the memes are still around, but this is a changed player. Like, he's been very different for quite some time, I would say. I think that he is in a very good form for maybe a year now. Like the last full year, he's been exactly like this. He's very active through the game. He's making all the moves. He's playing with the team. He's not that selfish. He doesn't BKB TP out any longer. Not very often, at least. Still sometimes does it when he should, as always, as anyone else. But yeah, Kaori standout player on the Treant. Absolutely. I mean, look, there's a reason why this hero was banned out 67 times before this particular game. Now he's on 5 games with, I don't even know what the win rate is. It's pretty high. I think he won 4 games and lost 1, something like that. So overall, probably a hero that you want to get rid of. But at the same time, this Phantom Lancer, you got to make sure that you have something in store for it. If you don't, like they will just roll it back.
Yeah, you can't let that Phantom Lancer through if you don't have anything for it. So like you said, we'll see if they're able to really handle this Phantom Lancer if they let it through again and handle this draft that's coming out from Aurora. I mean, this was a very good game from them and something that is shutting down a Boom Boys team that has looked strong coming into this tournament and through this tournament thus far. Really good performance in game number 1 from Aurora. We're going to be back with game number 2 in just a moment, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Boom Boys have had a fantastic year, and I'm here to have a talk with Mr. Kataomi. I mean, as I mentioned, a really good year for you guys so far. How has that affected your confidence coming into this international?
It's mostly affected us at Riyadh. We got 2nd place, so we're pretty confident in ourselves. Yeah, we're ready.
You're ready. All right. Well, what do you feel like you learned from that grand finals, and what do you feel like happened there?
I think mostly drafts. Like we messed up some draft in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th game, so we got something from it. Yeah.
Okay. When you're doing very well, does it make it harder to sort of improve and learn and do better?
Not really. I don't think any team right now is doing really good. Like, you know, all this year, it's a new team who wins a tournament. There was no team who win 2 tournaments in a row. So you cannot tell like, oh, I'm so successful, I cannot learn from this bots, nothing, you know, I'm the best. You can always learn from other teams and from just your pups, you know. Yeah.
Looking back on this year for you then, what's been the biggest highlight of the year?
I mean, probably our win at Russia. Probably the biggest highlight. Or like the Red Masters 2nd place finish. Yeah.
What do you feel like you guys did particularly well, better than all the other teams?
I think we had like amazing hero pool and amazing like map awareness, like map understanding how the map moves in the game. I think at that moment we was better than other teams at it. Then we like got a bit, you know, not lazy but you know, chill. So other teams like picked up from watching our replays, and we got a bit, you know, down and chill. So we was again watching replays on other teams. Like I said, you know, you cannot this season be fully consistent winning all tournaments because it's really long season. There is a lot of tournaments. Yeah, and just at watch, we just was better team than another teams.
Yeah, the standard is extremely high. You mentioned having a really deep hero pool then, or really good hero pool. Do you feel like that's the same now? Does this meta suit you guys?
Yeah, for sure. Like, you have to play all the meta heroes that was played. I mean, I think our team maybe even forced this meta of some heroes in another teams, you know? If one team play some heroes and they got successful with it, they're winning with it, then another team's also gonna rate these heroes. So that's how meta being created. Like, I created this meta with Bane and Wyvern, now it's like any plus 5 playing it, and I'm getting banned first stage of these heroes, I cannot play it. So when your hero's getting banned, you're just trying to look for something more to play and create a new meta.
So what do you feel like the team's mentality is coming into the international? Are you treating it as like big tournament, got to get the energy up, bring the hype, or is it more just like, it's just another big day of Dota 2?
I think it's bad to put that kind of a pressure on yourself and on the team. Like, it's something very big. You have to win it. You, like, if you don't play good, then everything is over. Like, you know, everyone is that. It's really bad to come to tournament like this. We're just trying to focus on our gameplay. We're just trying to focus on communication and supporting each other, and you know, not caring about like our mistakes. You know, because if you do mistake, you can always recover. You can always learn from it. It's not over. It's just a group stage, and yeah, we're gonna get our temp on group stage. Yeah.
For sure, for sure. And Katomi, thank you very much for coming to talk to me, and good luck at the International.
So much.
Welcome back, everybody. It is time for game number 2 between Aurora and Boom Boys. We got ourselves a series, hopefully. I'm praying here that we see ourselves get maybe another banger. If this one ends up being a 2-0, I'd like to at least see it go back and forth. That game was back and forth for a little bit, but ultimately ended up going the way of Aurora, who played well behind the Phantom Lancer and everything that they had going for them, and puts Boom Boys in a position of, you know, what do you want to ban? You let the Tree and Protector through, thinking, hey, we can beat it. And newsflash, that was not the case. That was very much not the case. Puts them in a bit of a tough spot, because now you know, or at least it does feel like they have to ban this Tree and Protector. But we'll see when they do, in fact, get to that next draft. And we should be seeing that in just a second, because we are loading into the lobby, and I am curious to see what gets through in this situation, because now this time around, Boom Boys do have that first pick.
Yeah, they have the first pick. They won't be getting the Coddle or the Treant. It gets out immediately. Maybe the hero of this matchup out here, of this series, will be the Phantom Lancer. Like, maybe straight up, we'll see a couple of picks that are a soft counter or a counter way of preparing for a possible PL pick on one side or the other. Already Winter's Curse, Splinter Blast, not too bad into him. Not incredible either. It's kind of hard to find the right one, but if you can use the Winter's Curse on his allies, though, he just has a very high likelihood of eliminating them. So Phantom Lancer might be picked again. Maybe it's something that they will just showcase this once and then go back into something a bit different. They go with the Nerd Spirit, of course, a lot of damage coming into the Wyvern, and he did a lot in the last game. Like, this Earth Spirit, every game so far, win or loss, I feel like he's doing a lot. And actually, give me just a second, I will find... I mean, we obviously have the stats for it as well. Like, we can showcase the stats for Red Spirit and just exactly how strong or weak he is. At the moment, he's got, by the way, 24 matches with a 54% win rate. 24 matches, 54% win rate. Keep in mind that he's picked a lot in this position, like he's first phase. So that's a pretty good position to be in, right? Like, if you get first phase like this and have 54% win rate, good stuff.
Ooh, that was like, I need that as a picture, a little sticker, just a thumbs up from Lizard like that. That's what I need. Just a little GIF. That's what I need. But we'll take a look at the bands.
When you go to gym with me. When you go to gym with me, you get the thumbs up.
No.
Yes.
I like going to the gym with you. My body does not like going to the gym with you. It is...
That's a lie. Like, when did you get hurt when you went to the gym with me? Did you ever get hurt?
I'm not saying I got hurt.
There you go.
I'm just saying that, you know, my body was sore, and I may not have been able to stand up on my own 2 feet for a little while, and it was a tough life.
I'm older now. I'm more chill. No more 10 sets of 10 everything, you know. We're more chill.
Go till failure, all those things. It's pretty tough, especially, you know, next time I'm going to be working out with you, I'll have a brand new knee. So not a knee replacement, but an ACL replacement that I don't know if I want it to get tested as hard as maybe we were testing. Yeah. We're gonna need some time. But needing some time was the name of the game with the Phantom Lancer, and now we're into a position where we'll see how quickly both these lineups can move, Hoodwink and Earth Spirit. I think this is something that you kind of joked about in one of the earlier games, but hey, Team Green, if you keep it Team Green, you're going to get yourself a victory.
Yeah, Team Green is always good. It's nasty. Like, if you could pick one color in the game, by the way, and make a color scheme draft, if you go for green, you're never going to be too unhappy with it. And bluish, purplish haze on the other side, also not too bad. Wyvern and Slardar, once again, like this Slardar combo with the Kez or with the Klings or with something similar into an Earth Spirit does not feel that bad. Like, it does blow up the hero quite quickly. Like, you have some insane burst post-laning stage. The lane itself is not bad for Slardar either. As a response to Earth Spirit, I really like this pick. I don't think that there's a lot of better options on the mid lane, currently at least. Not only because of the laning stage, but because of the way that the game is played afterwards. Slardar is also a natural-born BKB builder. His shard is good versus Earth Spirit. Like everything that this hero brings to the table is decent versus Earth Spirit. Is Earth Spirit a stronger hero currently? Probably. But it's a nice response on the side of Boom Boys.
Spectacular, the unbelievable
Master as well. Okay, maybe... I mean, opens up some Shadow Demons or something like that on Aurora if they really wanted to. Could be a good save versus Winter's Curse as well. Like you get that disruption against the Curse. You would have maybe a Purge versus the Ringmaster. Wouldn't be too bad. Like overall, right now, Boom Boys are building up a very solid team fighting lineup. Like you have the Curse, you have the Wheel of Wonder. What you don't have truly is a way of dealing with the Necro. And Necro did not get banned, which is pretty surprising. It did get removed in the last game. This time around, they let it slip through, and let's see. On a positive note, at least for Boom Boys, even though it doesn't synergize that well with Slardar, Muerta is still in the pool. So if you want to hard, quote-unquote, hard counter the Necro, maybe Muerta is the way to go. You know, you pick that up, you have a way of dealing with the Ghost Shroud at every single point. Heroes like... heroes that have built-in Dispel versus Necro, of course, are good, but they're usually on a support.
Hero, they don't keep a team green, but they did for the first 3 picks. Well, you've already got the Wyvern and the Ringmaster. I was going to say, Enchantress is probably one of those picks that would have been all right had you been able to get your hands on it. But it's not like you can really move Winter Wyvern or Ringmaster into a position in which you're able to kind of just get an Enchantress. Like, I don't think you're going Winter Wyvern offlane.
It's probably not happening. There are players in, not necessarily in the pro scene. I don't think I've seen it in the pro scene. There are players that are playing Wyvern mid and offlane in like top 500-ish EU. But overall, it's, that's not where you should be playing this hero right now. I think his laning presence is just way too valuable to promote him to a core. Instead, just winning the lanes is good enough. They have too much magic damage versus him, though. Like, everything on Aurora right now is magical, right? Like, this is hands down the best BKB game ever for Boom Boys. Whatever is picked here, just insta-rush the BKB or have it built in. Yeah, we'll see what they get for Kiritich here. They can go for an offlane, of course, as well. They don't have the ultimate last pick, so it doesn't really matter too much. They get the Windranger for Kiritich. Strong laner. Doesn't really benefit too much from Cold Embrace, but overall is still just a solid laner that also combos well with the Corrosive Haze and can stick on top of the Earth Spirit or the Necro, which is nice. It's a hero that also can build Disperser eventually, if needed. Yeah, overall, just a very solid pick for them.
Aurora can rotate this Necro, right? Like, they don't have to keep it in the safe lane or the off lane. Definitely have options to look at.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It could be the off laner, it could be the safe laner as well. Like, if you find the right...
What feels good, though, against this lineup? Where would you rather it?
I legit wouldn't mind it safe lane or off lane. I feel like both positions, like, he's not countered in any way on any lane too hard. And like, you will be playing versus a Ringmaster +1 on the safe lane. If you play it off lane, Windranger with Power Shot can be a little bit annoying, though. Like, he'll be playing versus Arctic Burn and then an eventual Windranger. You know what? Let's not look at it from the Necro perspective. Let's look at the 4 heroes that they've got on Aurora. What are they lacking? Like, they're lacking some proper initiation besides the Earth Spirits, right? I feel like Necro on offlane can work, but I'd rather put it safe and get some extra lockdown maybe for the Windranger. Or if you have like a really good idea that completely destroys Windranger late game, then you can roll it back, pick that kind of a carry, and put Necro on offlane. Something like a PL, by the way, or something similar again for Nightfall.
Underlord was my thought, potentially for Aurora in the offlane on their own.
Yeah, there's the PL ban. Not gonna happen. I mean, honestly, another really good PL game. High armor, good versus Lardar, good versus Windranger. Doesn't care about these two supports too much either. Wouldn't have been
What's
that
a bad PL game at this point?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think a bad PL game is a game in which tempo is so fast that he can't even get to his items. But as seen in that last game, apparently he can always get to those items. So, and he fights a bit earlier. So far, he has 50% win rate in the tournament, by the way, 4 picks. Not too many games played. I expected this hero to be maybe a bit more meta, a bit more contested, but for now, at least, he is not. There's Axe in the pool, by the way, for both sides, if wanted. It's not that great into Necro. If you're laning into Necro Jakiro, you're going to have a miserable time, though. And on Boomboy and on Aurora, if you get it, it's all right. Like, Wyvern is a bit annoying with the save, and the Ringmaster as well, but it's not something that you cannot play against, if it even is an offlane. But it looks like Boomboys are expecting a Nightfall hero to come last. Like, Nightfall can definitely play Necro, though. Good Dom ban. I think when you're playing versus this Necro hero, by the way, you could think outside of the box a little bit. I think Necro in general as a core is, especially on a position 1, is not your standard carry. But people are trying to counter him with the standard heroes. I think maybe just going for something full-on magical from the offlane could work at times. They didn't ban Doom? No. That's actually so surprising. They picked Necro, but they didn't ban Doom. It's kind of rough for Necro, isn't it?
So do you now delegate him to potentially being in the 3 position because of this Doom?
Yeah, I think so. I think you put it on the offlane and you pick something that can actually lane well into the Doom. If they even feel that this Doom is a problem. In general, it is. Like, dooming the Necro usually means that the Necro is dead. You can't heal yourself, you can't use Ghost Shroud. This hero basically lives or dies by baiting you into thinking you got him, and then you don't, right? Like, he heals up to full HP in 1 Ghost Shroud. Yeah, they go with the Spectre. Okay, Aurora are definitely cooking. And by the way, out of all the teams, I gotta say, Aurora, like I was saying the same thing about Boomboys when we got into this matchup, but I feel like out of the 2 teams, Aurora are more willing to pick what feels to be the meta of the patch in pubs, at least. Like the Spectre now. Like, you don't see her very often, right? Like, it's not really a constant pick, but she's picked quite often in pubs, and they pick it into the Doom. It's not really that bad. Spectre right now also feels pretty damn solid. Like, this hero is a bit on the greedier side, though. They don't necessarily have a lot of stuns, and their execution is going to be quite hard on Aurora. If they can get to the late game, I can see the potential, but I feel like getting there is going to be rough again.
Question to you is, what build are they going on the Spectre?
There's a couple of builds. I think the most prominent one is Earn into Radiance. Like, you buy Earn for some sustain, for some impact in the early stages of the game, and then you legit just go rush Radiance. After the Radiance, you can go for different things. Like, you can go for Skadi, you can go for an Orchid, you can go for Butterfly. You know, you can, of course, get the Manta first and foremost. It's Radiance Manta, and then I'm talking about these bigger, the third item, not necessarily the second after the Radiance. So it just depends from game-to-game basis.
Right. I was very interested to see what the idea might be.
I think in this game, honestly, it's pretty straightforward. The Earn is like an option for the carry if he feels like he needs it for early game rotations, and it's kind of an old school Spectre build where you have that sustain while you're jungling as well. Then you straight up Radiance it up. After you get that Radiance, you straight up go into the Manta. And after the Manta, I think it's a very good Skadi game. So basically, Earn, Radiance, Manta, Skadi for me looks like a no-brainer in this game.
We will have to see how it ends up panning out here for both these teams. Coming into game number 2, where Aurora have a chance to get the leg up and put themselves at 3-1 as they are just spamming voice lines in my ear at the moment.
I love
some
that
of these games do end up going that way.
I love that Marshall has a voice line, by the way.
Right.
I didn't see him or talk to him in quite some time since the CNDPC, I would say, right? Like, it's been a while.
Yeah, CNDPC 2023?
Pretty much, yeah. A long time ago. Good times, though, good times.
He was our translator. It was very fun to work with him. He wasn't with us in person, obviously, but to translate with him, he's very well spoken, and it was a fun time to work with Marshall.
30 seconds to battle.
Let's take a look. Again, I asked that question. What's most important for both these teams at the start of this game?
I think for both of these teams, well, the start of this game. Let's see. Wait, I'm trying to look at the lanes. Doom plus Ringmaster, right? Or Doom plus Windranger, actually. Into Spectre. I think it's important that this Necro lane goes in a normal fashion on top lane. Like, this Necro is a hero that can look really damn insane if you overcommit on him and you get punished. At the same time, this Necro hero can look like an absolute starving child. If the game doesn't go well for him, he doesn't have any impact at all if it goes really poorly. So the laning stage can be a real hit or a real miss. It's very volatile. So both of these teams should make sure that it doesn't go one way or another. But when you look at Aurora, I think you're just playing for the late game, right? Like, this is the lineup that they've chosen. You've got the Spectres, so you're not necessarily playing for the early stages of the game. Same like with the PL2, to be completely honest. The last game was very similar.
Dire's courier has been killed.
So, you know, we get along over towards top. Necro, who initially maybe was thought to be the one position, now in the off-lane role for WS. Looked pretty good up to this point. Kaorion is classic Jakiro.
Yep.
Seems like a hero he used to play a lot when he was first making the big name for himself.
But the hero was in a
very
much... Yeah, it was in a... It was basically a free win. Right? If you pick Jakiro, at least the laning stage was a free win. You pick Jakiro, you're winning that lane. There is, like, literally nothing you can do about it. Like, when you look at this lane, however, you're playing into a Jakiro with Ringmaster. He's got his Impalement Arts. As Jakiro, you can... One more! Oh, you baited me with the Jakiro. Meanwhile, mid lane was almost a disaster. Maybe still is. Hard to dive, though. Very, very hard to dive versus the stun and the bash.
Top lane. Heritage low and ends up dying to Mira. That's where First Blood ends up coming through. It looked like it was going to happen over mid. It ends up happening over in that top lane, and they're going to jump over to the Ringmaster, not quite getting that kill.
Yep. The more or less new addition of the Shadow Step made that look a lot better. And overall, Spectre feels like a much stronger laner because of it. Like, suddenly she has a very early extra mobility spell. Spectral Dagger, of course, was always there, but the Shadow Step is a nice addition.
Aurora early on with a pretty solid start, especially killing the carry for First Blood is a great feeling.
Yeah, I wasn't sure just how well this top lane is going to go for them or not. And so far, Necro is really living large. This is a good lane for him. 14 last, 15 last, it's at this point, 6 denies. Meanwhile, Kiritich just broke the second, like the 2-digit mark. He's got 10. Hot lane again.
They're going to get a kill and a save. Spectre low, burning pretty low, but won't end up dying. Kaori's going to fight and thinking about getting this Lotus, but the second they give up the Lotus, who's going to end up dying in this situation? Nobody. Somehow nobody.
Yeah, unlucky for Kaori, though. I mean, it's not necessarily unlucky. He survives because of it. But he used the salve while he had that level pain or whatever applied to him. So he loses the salve. And overall, they killed the Ringmaster, but they're both zoned now. And look at Nightfall. He has to actually TP base. That's going to be a walk of shame back to the lane.
Bottom lane.
By the way, could he...
Jakiro?
If I never tried this. I don't really play Spectre right now a lot. Can you shadow step exactly? I was thinking about the same thing that Observer is showing us. I was wondering if you have a mango or something. That's maybe a dead Jakiro, not really. I was wondering if you could like shadow step TP base and just get back in time. 3.5 seconds you would have, like you'd have enough for the TP. But you would go back like for half of a second and you'd instantly need to get back to the lane. Ringmaster, dead again.
And good time Spectre. They were not able to get the Jakiro, but now with no lockdown, Doom will just TP back to the tower. 3-0. Nothing on the board for Boom Boys. So a little bit scary early on. Every lane going really well for the side of Aurora. Bushwhack connects onto the Wind Ranger, but not going to be followed up by much of anything at the moment. Necro was getting a little bit of solo farm while we saw, of course, Mira go down towards bottom.
Usually it's the Wyvern that wins the nutritional fight, right?
The war of attrition, yeah.
Exactly. Just the cold embrace spam.
Bushwhack, though, connects. Power shot. Not really doing a lot. Ringmaster's going to come over here. Necro's under the tower. And Impalement Arts will connect, but he's got that Ghost Shroud. He's not in much trouble initially. Got a cold embrace if needed. Avoids the power shot once again. Ringmaster
Mira,
pretty far forward. Tame the beast. And Mira taking some damage, but the Jakiro comes around with the dual breath that lands on two. Cold embrace, not going to matter. They're going to get this kill. Mira will get credit for it. And they push away this Wind Ranger, who is still just level 3.
Yeah, this is looking rough for Kiritich. Like, I was praising him at the intro of the series, but honestly, not having a really good game too, at least.
This hero's low up top, but nobody dying just yet.
The classic experience versus Necro, by the way, every single damn game. He's not even 5 yet, by the way. Once he gets level 5, oh, that's a very unfortunate Bushwhack. Bushwhack, as he's flying down from the Arctic burn, gets rid of the tree. Bushwhack has so many weird interactions, by the way. This is one of those spells that you can get griefed by a lot of things.
You're shocked it works with the spaghetti code.
Yeah.
They're going to try and maybe get the capture here onto Mira, but Bushwhack doesn't connect. Kyros nearby with full supports backing for the 7-minute shrine, but to make sure they kill the Necro and get on the board, they will bring the Slardar in and blow up WS for the first kill. GPK making the rotation out.
Yeah, a very simple rotation from him, but Mikoto is on the other side, by the way, as well. Not going to get...
Magnetize.
On the Doom, the TP'd out, so they don't get the kill on the Doom, and at the same time, they kill the Necro. So GPK basically rescuing the laning stage for them. The Wisdom Shrines at least are one apiece. Kiori gets the Radiant, Save gets the other one, so nothing, no massive XP difference at least will be had by either one of these two teams in the mid game.
This is Earth Spirit at the top of the net worth currently. What can you do early on? Magnetize on cooldown. I've seen a couple of these mid-game magnetizes used to farm, get these stacks if there are any being made. Right now, Mira is making a stack. That's only one stack that's being made for the Earth Spirit. Not sure it's going to be worth dropping down to magnetize if he needs to farm it that way. Bottom lane, yeah, Spectre sitting 1-0-1 and just farming for free.
Yeah, she's got 6 though. She's got 6. Now that you have Haunt, I think it's very easy to play the map. There we go. First
immediately uses it. Goes towards top, towards a level 5 Wind Ranger. Bushwhack connects on the edge. And they will get this kill into Kiritich, shutting him down once again.
I honestly thought that was a bit premature when he used it that fast, but it wasn't. Like, it was perfect because Mira is just on point. And not only does it kill the Wind Ranger, it saves Spectre because they were collapsing on bot lane. And now maybe they can even fight it.
Yeah, and they got the tower too, which shuts down Heritage in this top lane, at least out that far. Things are going to be a little bit tougher for him as this game kind of expands.
Yeah, the difference now is the biggest beneficiary of this whole situation is the Necro, because now he gets this hard camp for himself. Like, he can farm the hard camp and push in the lane at all times. Meanwhile, Heritage, not as lucky, of course, bot lane.
Yeah, bot lane making a move. As there's a focus fire on the Necro. They get the kill and a save. Nightfall's going to get credit for that. The Ghost Shroud, Reaper Scythe turning as bottom lane. It's all split a little bit with 4 heroes.
Doom got used though.
Not getting the kill, by the way.
Yep. No Reaper Scythe kill, no Focus Fire kill, no Doom kill either, but Ringmaster does fall. Overall, when it comes to this sort of trade, I think it's pretty good for Aurora still.
They found the Winter Wyvern. You're going to be able to move again, and that's why he's level 30 with this hero. Just continuing to land these bushwhacks, and they're going to come and combine with the Ringmaster and this Slardar to get this Invis runes. Even Spectre coming in.
Yeah, the good tip on Nightfall, trying to make a difference, but unsuccessful this time around, of course. With the Spectre, yeah, good pickup of the rune. Maybe he can use it to kill the Necro on top. He's still invis. They can find the right angle. This would be a massive kill. Unfortunately, because of the tier 1 and the hard camp pull, like, he is able to fall back, read it perfectly with a good scan as well.
With the moves that they've had, they've Braziled it up. They've got a 3K net worth lead.
I would say the biggest difference right now between these two teams and how they're playing comes from Earth Spirit and Spectre, right? Like, Spectre, the moment she got Haunt, and Earth Spirit bot lane again.
All misses.
Yeah, roll misses this time, sure. But they're way more active. That's where I was getting. Like, these two cores are way more active than the Slardar or the Wind Ranger can be, even if they wanted to. Like, Slardar still needs his blink. He's not really getting there. He's 1300 gold. We'll get it in a couple of minutes, but up to that point, his options and movements on the map are kinda limited by his mobility.
Necro now in this level 7. He's going into the Radiance. He lost that courier. Just been kind of here, not for free. He's the one lone death, but at least for right now, it's free, with Wind Ranger unable to kind of get that backup that they needed, that we saw coming towards top to try and get the kill on the Necro, and that's what you were talking about, where that Blink Dagger is that big difference maker, and not getting those kills and not being able to move around. It opens it up for these heroes that kind of want big items on the side of Aurora in both these side lanes. You want Radiance on both the Spectre and the Necro. You're not able to slow them down from getting these items. Tame the Beast, Hawk comes through immediately into a Winter's Curse defensively. Roll across the curse. They'll look for this Winter Wyvern. They've got the Geomagnetic Grip and the damage, get the kill there, at least on one. The Golden Embrace will keep them alive, but they go to the backlines. They hit the Reaper Site. They'll get the kill on Kenthaomi. They'll take out GPK. So 2 heroes are gone. Focus Fire will finish off WS. And they continue on to try and get this kill. Yes, they can, because the Bushwhack hits Kiritich, and they've got themselves a 3rd.
Yeah, just the moment they have Haunt, the moment they see like a small chance to take the fight, they do. By the way, you know what I wouldn't mind from the Necro? I wouldn't mind the Travels build. Like, you just talked about the Radiance, right? And it's good. Like, I mean, he's got 3.8k gold. At this point, you definitely buy out on the Relic and you go for Radiance. But considering they had Haunt, I feel like Travels could have been a valuable pickup first as well. Like, it would allow you to play the game even faster than you are right now, but they're not lacking tempos, so yeah, it's all right. It's absolutely fine. Spectre is really good against heroes that initiate or counter-initiate because of this situation right here. You press Haunt and you instantly gain vision on everyone. Spectre used to be like picked versus Axe as one of the best counters to him. Why? Because the moment you get Radiance, you press Haunt and he can't blink. That means he can't initiate, and instead you can initiate on any of his teammates. You don't have to go on Axe. You go on anyone else. The Haunt itself prevents him from doing pretty much anything in teamfights. Kind of similar with the Wyvern. All you need is vision.
Connects. Magnetize and the geomagnetic grip. They've got the silence. They have the control. And they will get another kill into GPK.
Yep. Very, very good early game from them. Even though they have...
perfect.
Yeah, they have very greedy cores on safe lane and off lane. But this Earth Spirit is just gluing everything together. He's just connecting all the missing pieces, bringing you the damage and the early tempo. Is rewarded with a region rune on top. Has the Vessel versus the Wyvern, of course, to work with.
What do you do to recover this? Like, this seems kind of not lost completely. We're in such a position where you're getting beat before the big items come out. You're getting beat before the Radiances, before the big bump up in damage. It's a scary time to be on Boom Boys where...
Look at that.
You're kind of just... Yeah, that is... Oof.
The thing is, not only are you right, it's also the items that Boom Boys are buying. Like when I click on this Doom and I see drums into Shard, I'm not really filled with, fear for it. Yeah. This mid game, let's see what he will be able to do. He's got a really nice creep, neutral creep. He's got the Purge. It's very good this game. Like free Dispel versus Necro.
Misses, but they've got the Vessel, the kick, the Bushwhack, all the control needed. If they want to just drop down a Reaper Scythe, they can. But hold that thought. They go to the Winter's Curse. The Sharpshooter's going to be blocked. They get the Kona Makoto. They take the Earth Spirit. Now they're going to look over at this Necrophos who's already low. WS is dead. Miero ends up losing his life. They don't get that Reaper Scythe off. That's why he's able to be killed. Spectre's in pretty deep. And now being left alone. Tame the Beast is there. And Nightfall ends up dead. Hold it for a second. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. They are having a great fight.
A very good blink reveal from Slardar as well, right? Maybe another kill here. Under the tower, Kaori, of course, versus Slardar. Got him. Not a lot that he can do. TP is out. Like a perfect fight that they could have ever wished for. The curse was good. Vyron doesn't die. He gets saved by the Ringmaster. They were saving each other. The Haunt came a little bit too late, by the way. And also the Doom. The Doom was perfect. Like, he got there with drums, phases, like, has no mobility besides the movement speed itself, which is very often enough in this kind of a game. You get like 500 movement speed with phases. Top lane.
Getting the kill onto the Winter Wyvern, who almost died. The Reaper Scythe was being cast when Winter's Curse came in onto the Necrophos. And had he got that Reaper Scythe out, and all of a sudden he's got all these Sadist stacks, he probably survives the initial onslaught that comes through on him after that curse.
Yeah, the Doom is still there though, right? Like, that's a little bit of a problem.
Yeah.
But there was another thing that was missing for Aurora, and of course that's the Radiance on Spectre. They had it on Necro, but they didn't have it on Spectre, so the extra burn to kill off the backlines wasn't necessarily there. The damage between the Slardar and the Wind Ranger, by the way, is really good if they can get to their items. Like, this is basically the same like with Kez. You can blow anyone up on the map as long as you can get to the items that you need for that.
Still sitting atop the net worth by a good amount. Now passed by Necro. Now passed by Spectre. They're back and forth is what I'm getting at, guys. And they both have similar builds, both with the Radiance. Boosted Travel now finish off for the Necrophos. Not too bad of a timing after that Radiance.
It's a pretty good game if your two cores are fighting for that #1 spot, by the way.
Yeah, definitely.
Usually it is, at least. How do we feel about the Shard and Doom, by the way? Shard Doom, but it's not really a game where he can afford to take an Ancient, is it? Top lane, or that top?
Top lane is going to be in trouble for this Slardar. GPK is going to drop first. Ketomi ends up dead. Power Shot doesn't really do much of anything. The roll to try and close the gap. The Boulder Smash, it's not going to matter for the moment. He is now slowed behind the Tier 2 tower, and they're going to continue to go with the Geomagnetic Grip. They go to the Silence, but the Wind Run is out again. Nightfall gets the kill. But Doom, does he want to be here? That's the real question, because the Reaper Scythe will get the kill.
Oh, that TP, man. Like, rough. If he just continued farming and just ignored this top lane engagement, maybe it's okay, but he TPs in just to literally die as collateral damage.
And then kind of hits himself with the perfect voice line, or well, Carriage does. You'll regret this, which is instantly felt by that dude.
It's a very unfortunate TP, but another really good fight by Aurora. Boomboys are not ready. They're just not ready to take this fight. And like the thing is, you're not ready to take fights in the mid game versus Spectre. She's got an 8k advantage. This hero has always been about the late game. Like the mid game is good, but the late game Spectre becomes absolutely a monster. I'm not really sure if they have what it takes to scale well enough.
I just always worry when you have heroes that are kind of like what you're saying. Well, exactly what you're saying. Hey, I like the late game. Okay, here's a giant platform of gold to stand on top of to get to said late game. Cool, awesome. My late game is gonna be perfect. Life's gonna be easy, and that's where you're kind of at.
Pretty much. Late game comes a lot faster when you're having a good early and the mid game already on a hero that is supposed to be pressured and stopped from getting to even to this point this early on. But yeah, Spectre is just 10k net worth, farming up some stacks, getting towards the Manta. They need to find the right
Same
angle.
with Necro.
Yeah, pretty much. Even higher.
He's going for the Manta.
Same build.
Jeez.
Yeah. A couple of dispels versus the corrosive haze, right? That helps. Plus the radiance, of course, with the Manta. I would maybe like a Lotus on Necro more than the Manta, but sure, why not? Manta is also good.
Dude, can I copy your homework? Yeah, but just don't make it too obvious. All right, I'll go Boots of Travel.
When Boots of Travel and he has a fluffy hat, you know, that's the...
yeah.
The fluffy hat is the flair.
Let me just make a photocopy of your answers and then turn it in with my name. Smokes across from both teams. Might be able to find themselves the Necrophos. And Blink crush, but what a reaction to get that Ghost Shroud. And now the turnaround haunt. Escape act. It's going to be at least one dead. The question is who? Good move, but just not enough when you're getting chased by the entirety of the team. Make that jump over the wall of Roche, but it won't end up mattering, and now they're into the pit.
Yeah, they got a free kill, so they kind of know. Wyvern, no blink, no mobility on him. He's queuing up the blink, but he cannot, like, some games, in this situation, you blink in, you curse, and you try to steal the Aegis at least, but no way. Without the blink, you can't do it. Usually this Aegis for Spectre comes, by the way, the moment you hit Manta, because the illusions really hurt Roche quite a bit, but okay. Instead, they got the freebie even earlier.
It's a pretty big one to take away because a team like Boomboys, where if they had themselves a little bit of an more even game, have access to Corrosive Haze to get that Roche.
Yep.
I think it takes away a real big comeback avenue for Boomboys.
And because they lost one of their teammates, they couldn't even trade it for a Torment. Sometimes teams just go straight up and take the Tormentor while you're taking Aegis, or they take Aegis while you're taking Tormentor. But yeah, not
There's
in this
potential.
game.
That's what this read is from Aurora, right? Oh, now everybody's up. We're going to try and go Torm. And they've kind of read this where a couple of heroes maybe came down, and that could have been the beginning setups with the Slaughter and the Winter Wyvern top, who were thinking about going through a twin gate. That gets nullified by the fact that they just showed and saw them and pushed them away. So they're potentially going to get themselves a Torm as well.
Their Torm is terrible, by the way, on Aurora. I don't think you can even do it without Spectre. No, for real. Like, these four heroes literally cannot do Tormentor at this point of the game without the Spectre being there. So at least you don't have to worry about that.
Roll,
if you're Boomboys.
connects. Katomi. He is going to die to Makoto.
Bought the blink though. Didn't lose too much gold. About 80. So it's kind of fine. All the unreliable was already used.
And going back and forth a little bit on just on the map. Going from top to bottom, back to bottom, back to top. They're going to go back bottom. They've got a couple heroes here. Spectre going to grab this shrine. Maybe comes over to join them because they are grouped as 4. They're smoked, so this is not going to be a play at Torm. This is going to be a play at a fight, and they'll have Haunt to join in.
There's a BKB on Wind Ranger.
Shackle connects. Roll. Probably going to force it out, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They go to the escape act. They'll find themselves the Ringmaster instead, but at least for the moment, he is still alive. He's actually able to waltz his way out of this one. They get the Cone of the Winter Wyvern instead. Ooh, sharpshooters off the mark. They'll finally follow up on a save. Get Kataomi as well safe.
Yeah, they got those 2 kills on 2 supports. I feel like there was a kill on Wind Ranger if you just sight immediately. Like, you don't have to wait for 50% HP or anything like that. You just sight and then you follow through with the Haunt. I think there was enough damage. But the BKB was quick enough from Kiritich, so no, couldn't do it. Not sure what we're waiting for here on BB. I don't see a single item that truly changes the story of this game. They're buying a BKB on Slardar, buying a BKB on Doom.
Dire's bottom tower is under
I mean,
attack.
you need these items. Like, when you look at Aurora, they're still mostly magic damage. You need all the BKBs on all 3 cores.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Fall getting another tower. Checking more gold. There's the roll off the mark, but Shiva's connects. They've got the geomagnetic grip with the boulder smash and the sharpshooter kill. Kataomi just cannot survive.
He gave up, yeah. He gave up. Usually you see players at least trying to juke a little bit, move around, but he just stopped there. It's he knew he was toast.
Still putting pressure on this tier 2 tower. That's going to be another one for Nightfall. All the outer towers gone on the side of Boom Boys. They are moving over towards top. And thinking about going in on a Kiritich. Boots of Travel, roll, Shiva's short, wind running towards the Tormentor. And
nighttime.
Oh, don't quite see it until now. Ooh,
Bushwhack, though.
Sword are trying to get him, but they just have the heal and they go to the Reaper side. They get the kill on a Kiritich, and now it's a TP with a BKB from the Slardar. They catch the Wind Ranger instead.
And another BKB is wasted, by the way. The one on Wind Ranger, maybe if she uses BKB, she can do the same thing. Just BKB TP out, but the Bushwhack, as he's casting the stun, the shackles on Hoodwink, Hoodwink also uses Bushwhack and catches him instead. And it's Wind Ranger in the end that dies. And they were trying to set up on the Hoodwink. Look at how slow they are. Like, such a high net worth team, but the Tormentor is just very bad for them. Like, overall, just magical damage. Only Spectre that is dealing any physical here. And even the physical from Spectre isn't that high.
Well, at least he came over to help.
You know what? Like, these BKBs, they're 15k behind. The game is hard. Let's not pretend. There's very few silver linings. But the pure magic damage on the other side is maybe something that you can play around. If you pop the BKB, if you doom the Spectre and kill her off first. It's a big if, but maybe it's possible.
Roll, Haunt. Not jumping yet. Shackle connects and hits on the Earth Spirit. But the Haunt backs them up.
Yeah, they didn't see
down
Doom.
for 140 seconds.
He killed the illusion pretty quickly, so just haunting back and going for a Wyvern or something could have been punished, so decided not to. Heart, by the way, next on Necro. He's got the Reaver already. He's literally just chilling in the triangle. He hasn't been leaving it. He goes to the triangle, he summons the 2 illusions, sends them into the dire jungle, and continues farming this area. He's 18k net worth, like top 1 net worth hero in the game.
To the Spectre, who's been 7-1 and 8, pretty involved.
Oh, look at Kaori. What a positioning from him.
Still alive as they're looking to kill him with the power shot and the Tame the Beast, but the Ice Path comes through on 3 and the Macro Pyre. He's still alive for a moment. Kaori ends up dead, but now they'll look over as the Shackle connects onto the back. Makoto's gonna die too. Good power shot. The control is there with the Winter's Curse, but these illusions cleaning up. Nightfall gets GPK as well as Miero. Cold Embrace, but embrace the death that you will see, and that's going to be another one for the side of Aurora.
triple tip on Kaori. This was one of the best smoke breaks that I have seen in the recent time. Like, he knew exactly what he was doing. He wasn't positioned there for no reason. Like, he wasn't moving aggressively with the smoke. He was just waiting for them to come to him. He breaks that smoke and manages to survive long enough to use the Ice Path and his Macro Pyre. Just a wonderful position 5 play. Protects the Necro from an instant death. Like, that's a Doom, by the way, that was available. Got used way too late and didn't pretty much do anything. Just look at the Jakiro. They're all hiding behind him. This read was just cherry on top on a game that was already going so well for them.
Look at this as the Shackle connects, and it looks like it could be okay, but Nightfall doing way too much.
Yeah. If the game was maybe a little bit more even, the Shackles that are that good might make a difference. But in this sort of a situation, it's just not enough. Another roll.
Shackle doesn't hit, but it won't matter. They've got the focus fire, they've got the damage, they'll get the kill. And now they jump in with the Haunt. Bloodthorn going to be thrown onto the Wind Ranger. BKB going to be popped here by GPK. The Reaper Scythe onto the Doom. They get the kill to both. Niero, GPK, both dead. They're looking towards the back end of this fight inside their base while the Wind Ranger has to go all the way back home.
They're getting punished for even their good plays on BB. Like, this looked like a decent play. Like, you're finding the support, immediately eliminating it. It's a good support to eliminate at the start of the fight, but they're just so far behind. 20k difference versus these heroes is really difficult to play against. Right. They didn't use the BKB on Wind Ranger. Like, that's a little bit of a silver lining. Once she gets the Daedalus, maybe you have the damage to kill and get away fast enough.
Inside Roche. And there's nothing that Boom Boys can do about this.
Pretty much. Bloodthorn as well, plus Manta on Spectre. This one is going to fall much, much faster. And this is probably a Roche that you give to the Spectre, or maybe even the Necro, okay. So not on the Earth Spirit. I expected maybe on the Spectre, but okay. This is also fine.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I think Spectre may not need it. 10-1 and 10.
True. So far, he's making a pretty good case for himself to not need the Aegis. After all, he's the one farming the backlines, right? Like, he's not even close to the fight when it starts. It's all about his teammates, and then he can pick and choose the timing to go in and get the pickoffs. Slardar. No
boy. But BKB down on what could be the final defense.
Pretty much. That's a 7-second BKB, I believe, on him already. Yep.
Radiant
and they're moving pretty quickly. They're looking towards bottom. This Wind Ranger needs to be careful. Alt on cooldown for 10 more seconds. Not going to spot him. We're getting close. They were thinking about it. Wind Ranger able to make enough room for themselves to continue to farm, try and go for this Daedalus, get a little bit more damage, because we've seen their ability to blow up some of these heroes when given the opportunity to get a little bit of time to put the damage out. But now Macro Pyre, BKB, once again, there's the Haunt trying to chase onto the Ringmaster, and these heroes just have to struggle as they'll lose save. He's got buyback, but Kenthaomi's also dead. Wind Ranger not back into the base just yet.
The only reason Miro even survives this fight because Reaper Sight got used just a tiny little bit too early. Like, if he waited half of a second later, the BKB ends, he gets the kill. The buybacks are there, at least one for now. But you need like a perfect Wheel of Wonder into a perfect Doom. Honestly, even if you get it, I don't know if you're getting any kills. Daedalus is up.
Right. Jumping focus fire, trying to get the damage out, but there's the Bloodthorn. BKB is going to be popped. They go to the escape act, trying to survive. And we'll be able to back away. BKBs, though, just not really available, and these buildings are going down. They'll go after this Winter Wyvern once again. Death Seeker as well as the Death Pulse on him. That's another kill. Doom, it gets used, But is it going to be worth anything to them? Because Doom's just dead. Bushwhack pulls him in. Miero ends up going down. They've got buyback. He'll use it. Another escape back save on a GPK, but he's just taking too much damage. Shackle connects onto an illusion and a tree, and they'll call GG. Aurora dominated, getting game 2 pretty easily and taking the series 2-0 over Boom Boys.
Yeah, damn, this game was so solid for them. Starting in the laning stage, by the way, with a very strong lane on top, very strong lane on mid and on bottom. Earth Spirit making a huge difference by the time Slardar even got to his blink. I think that's basically what sealed the deal. Of course, there's a huge difference between these two offlaners, and I'm seeing a pattern here. A lot of teams that are letting the flavors of the meta go through and trying to counter it by a certain pick, like a Doom in this case, they fall short. It just doesn't work. We have seen it a couple of times, maybe with the Centaur being let through, and then you try to counter him with something, and it just backfires completely. This time around, they tried with the Necro. They let the Necro go through. It just wasn't good enough.
It doesn't end up being good enough there, and there was like 1 or 2 fights that it looked like Boom Boys were going to pull it back, but they were just behind in such a routing that Aurora, they could give up these fights, and it just didn't cost them enough. Where Boom Boys, okay, you got 2, you got 3, and you've got a couple of kills here, but it just didn't matter at the end of the day. Their farm was just kind of out of control for the side of Aurora, and Boom Boys weren't making their way back. They weren't making much progress. The space was shrinking pretty heavily on them very fast.
You know what as well? I would say that the supports that Boom Boys took for themselves are terrible against what Aurora are bringing to the table. You know, you have some saves from, well, save with his Escape Act, and you have Cold Embrace. But it's so hard to be a part of any fight on these supports. Like one haunt and you're dead. And if it's not the haunt, it's Mikoto just giving vision and magnetizing you. Like if you look at any single fight, these supports die first. And the supports are Wyvern and Ringmaster. They tend to not even die in team fights, right? Like they're these outskirt hunters. They wait for the right moment to use the curse, to use the Will of Wonder, and then they kind of back out with all the mobility that they've got and all the saves, different saves that they get from, like let's say on Ringmaster, you can jump over. You have that Strongman Tonic as well. Like generally, you don't tend to die a lot. Like 11 deaths on Wyvern, 8 deaths on Ringmaster. It's quite a lot for such a short game. But it was a very difficult short game for these two.
Yeah, it definitely was. And you look at just how do you deal with Spectre, who's got so much farm, the double radiance, all this damage coming in, the sustain that they were able to get going. And there were moments where they were able to blow up heroes, you know, like the Necro at times, but ultimately it just was not enough. Getting a Necro hero there, never really getting Spectre except one time. It just never built up in anything. And Nightfall 12-1-14, just having an amazing game. So much damage done by him, and no real answer coming in from Boom Boys, and that is just such a big issue. And they were able to really shut down Karatic pretty heavily. Like, he doesn't die that much, or he doesn't have this terrible game, but he didn't output much. He didn't do much of anything, and Aurora just a great job from top to bottom.
Yeah, he just couldn't. Like on the Wind Ranger, there isn't really a lot that you can do when the game is going as badly as it was. Like he dealt the most damage on his team, by the way, 18k. The next closest one was 10k on or 11k on Slardar, but it doesn't matter because like you cannot connect with anyone and get a certain kill. That's the problem. And I gotta say, yeah, sure, Aurora played a fantastic game, but this was an example of the best possible game for Spectre that you can wish for. You know, like you take the Spectre, and the moment you get level 6, you use Haunt and you kill the enemy carry. It's like, mwah, you know, just a perfect chef's kiss, like a perfect style of gameplay. And every single time he had that Haunt, he found a kill, right? So just a very, very good Spectre game. Not taking anything away from anyone else. I think it's the mobility and activeness from Spectre that helped them, but also just the innate style that Earth Spirit is played. Like, you have this Earth Spirit, a crazy hero that deals way too much damage early on, and you're playing around him. Meanwhile, on the other side, GPK on his Slardar, yeah, sure, you do well in the lane, somewhat well, but then you're kind of AFK until you get the blink. And the blink came a bit too late. It was like a minute 14 mark, I think, 14, 15. By that time, Mikoto is already just dominating the map with the vessel, so it becomes a little bit harder for the Slardar to have the same amount of impact.
Yeah, I mean, that we saw that, right? Sardar's trying to make the move over. He doesn't have blink. It's, like you said, the timing is just a little bit slow. He can't go to get the Necro again because he did get that good kill on Necro initially. He comes up with 2 heroes in his face, comes across the river, gets up the steps and kills him. He's trying to replicate that again to slow down this Necrophos or open up some of the map for themselves. And ultimately, it just doesn't go that way. That's not how this ends up building out. And they don't evolve from that moment. So at the end of the day, Aurora, they do take the 2-0 over Boom Boys. We're going to have ourselves a break, and we're going to have 2 more series coming your way. So stay tuned, guys. We'll be back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the international group stages. Here we are into our elimination matches, and it is, of course, MLP Dota, and a very depressed John X Fire joining you here today. Jonathan, why are you so depressed, sir? And why am I so smug all of a sudden?
Well, it's because we've got our 1 to 3 teams, Mikey, and unfortunately for us Cena fans, you know, and Southeast Asia, North America fans, that means GamerLegion up against OG. They've reached this point. Now, mind you, between both of these teams, I will say GamerLegion has looked much more impressive. I think their games have looked a lot closer. I think yesterday their series against Vici Gaming, like you keep saying, you know, they should have been able to win that. Of course, we'll take a little bit of a recap here as we'll see how our brackets have formed up here. Again, OG has had the rougher time. They've only gotten their 1 win from beating HULIGANI, right? So they went 0-3. They got a win over HULIGANI. They get to go through here into the 1 to 3 portion. For the side of GamerLegion, it's been a little bit more topsy-turvy. They take a pretty clean win, I believe, up against Xtreme Gaming, if I recall right, and that's what led to their scoreline being higher. They had to play against Falcons earlier today. It looked close. It felt like game 1 should have been able to go their way with this Invoker faces Void combination, not quite panning out. Of course, other big news, we had Team Vision take a 2-0 over Team Spirit, so they are our first team to get into the main stage for the international, qualifying right through, skipping out all of these elimination portions, and they can kind of relax for a couple of days now. So our bracket's starting to close out here, Mikey. Group stage is starting to tie out, and this is where it gets exciting. Again, in a modified Swiss format, as the days go on, every single matchup gets closer and closer, and well, theoretically, this should be a pretty close one on the opposite end, but again, I actually do think this is extremely in favor of GamerLegion. I don't know what to say about OG, man, but something's been going on with that team. It's not been something pleasant. And for GamerLegion, they've looked pretty solid. And again, there's also this factor where it's Yopaj up against RCY once more. And the last time these two players faced off against each other in TA qualifiers last year, it was RCY that shut down that dream for Yopaj, right? So this momentum has been building up from GamerLegion. For OG, I mean, you can never count them out, right? This is a team that has had a lot of moments like this before. They've had moments where they can kind of rally back. It doesn't feel like we've seen that in this tournament yet. Maybe that win up against HULIGANI does boost their morale a little bit, inspires them, brings out the best in them, but something's got to change coming into this one up against GamerLegion, Mikey.
I mean, I'm quite resentful, quite frankly, that GamerLegion's even here. I know you've already said this. I mean, the Falcons earlier on today, they looked like they could have found a 2-0 victory. There was another series where I couldn't believe they ended up losing. That was Vici Gaming.
Yes.
The day before, Vici, that should have been another 2-0 victory for GamerLegion. Just, unfortunately, obviously, they aren't able to close out these games that just seem as though they should be almost guarantees. I mean, even Dota Plus most of the time is sitting at 95% win probability for GamerLegion before these inevitably horrible things happen and they end up somehow losing the game anyway. I really don't. OG, you could argue to me till hell comes, John, but I do believe they deserve to be here based on the way they've been playing. Like, let's just be frank. I like OG. They haven't been performing in a way that makes it so they shouldn't be in this elimination bracket right now.
Yeah.
GamerLegion, on the other hand, I really feel as though they shouldn't be here, right? And you know, they're here, so they deserve it, John. But it's too, you know, there were some games that shouldn't have been lost, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes, and I think again, when you're looking at a modified Swiss format, you do face you have very different paths to this position, right? You face very different opponents, very different power levels as a whole. And I do feel like GamerLegion actually had to play against a lot of really strong opponents, right? Like they had to play against Falcons today. They had that match versus Vici Gaming, which theoretically I do feel like, again, GamerLegion, you and I are in agreement, probably should have won, right? Yeah. And they start off their day by having to play, start off their TI journey by playing against Aurora, which, that team's looked pretty good as well. They've gotten their 2-0 win over the Boom Boys earlier, just a while ago, actually. So I think that journey for GamerLegion has been much more fraught in comparison to the journey here from OG. I mean, OG, they had to play against the Boom Boys on day one. They got 2-0'd. And then they had to play against NGX, and they got 2-0. That one was a little bit of a shocker, but NGX has had some really good comeback games. And then OG also went against Team Resilience and got 2-0. Their only win, again, has been against Huligani today. So I think there's an argument to really be made that the journey was a lot tougher for the side of GamerLegion, and I think that's going to boost their chances going in here. So we'll have to see. I think, I don't know. Like, I feel like this is something we've seen from OG since Paris, since the Esports World Cup, just like a month ago. And these guys, it feels like whenever they go in, and I don't know, like we were having this discussion, you and I, where I'm wondering why their drafts look so, let's face it, pretty bad sometimes, right? Like the way they close out drafts sometimes is just super awkward, and I just don't understand it. And it feels like there must be some idea they have, and it feels like they're maybe defaulting to stuff that I don't even know if these work in their pubs, because as far as I know, these are not picks they run in their pubs, in their scrims.
From my observations, John, if we're talking about OG's drafts, I think game one they let the coach draft, and then they get tilted because they lost game one, and then they all start coming up with these ideas. That's what I believe. Now look, that's me just spitballing, Jonathan. I have no insider information, but if I was to guess, I would say that's probably what's happening. That's what I mean, we've seen some highlights where the coach is saying, "Are you sure you want this hero?" You know? So I want to actually defend Adam here by saying I don't think it's his fault that some of these drafts go a little bit astray on the OG side of things. Anyway, speaking of drafts, we have draft one underway. Again, if we have to say there's an underdog in this series, I want to say it's probably OG. And I know it sounds funny to say that, but true. OG are the underdogs. The favorites are GamerLegion in this best of 3 series. I'm saying it right here and now. Let's see what happens. I mean, Yopaj, he's gonna have to put the team on his back. I'll be frank with you, John. It's been looking rough. It might be time to break the emergency glass. So Yopaj, Ember time, maybe it's time.
My concern is looking at this draft right now, Mikey. They've not banned Earth Spirit. You're up against the Filipino Boulder. Mind you, Yopaj loves it here as well. But first pick is GamerLegion. Right? They have first pick. You have to remove that hero here for RCY. They don't. They ban out the Centaur instead, the Centaur mid that we've seen RCY run, but Earth Spirit left in the pool?
That's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, we've been seeing RCY take Earth Spirit every single chance he can get, and he's been performing every single time. In fact, I think most viewers would agree Earth Spirit, as much as I hate saying it, John, because it's probably about to get nerfed after this TI, is probably the strongest mid laner in the game right now. And RCY, I think most people would agree, has been looking incredible. And, well, surprise, surprise. There's your Earth Spirit pickup for RCY. I mean, even if you get the count, like, even if you get a decent a lane matchup, it doesn't really seem like it matters against RCY. Right? Like, how many times have we seen the Lina matchup? Yep. We've seen Pangolese, we've seen Invoker. It doesn't matter. He finds farm, and he just wins the game anyway.
And he does. I'm wondering what the idea is for OG, because, you know, they must have expected this. I'm sure they've done their research. They're fully aware. Yopaj has played against RCY for at least, you know, in his 2-year stint in good old Shopify. He's played against this kid quite a lot. They actually start with a Mirana on the side of OG, so they snag that one away. This could be our Schem or Tim's hero. It's fairly open. We've seen a lot more pause 5 Mirana, but depending on what their ideas are, you could kind of get that done. So I like that they snag this away from Speed, take it away from GamerLegion. We've seen Speed be pretty effective with it. Something else that's pretty high contest left in the pool here is the Winter Wyvern. I think that's something that you kind of have to think about now on both OG and GamerLegion if you want to allow it through. It does feel like perhaps it fits in the draft of GamerLegion a little bit better. So again, and that could just be a free ban for the side of OG. Take care of Speed's other great hero in the Winter Wyvern. Because it does feel like Winter Wyvern Mirana support duo might not be able to start fights as good as you'd want it to, depending on your chorus. Certainly not supports that just get things done by themselves. I'm curious to see. Now you can ban out those Yopaj specialties. Look at that. Yopaj Ember banned out. I don't think Storm's been a hero this TI all too often. Puck at least is in the pool if you'd want to go that direction. And they ban out the Tiny as well. So They banned a big one in the emergency glass break, Ember. Oh,
yeah.
I know what you do for OG. Like, you've got to...
They're gonna...
Yopaj has to outplay RCY so hard in the laning phase, man.
They're gonna upset me and choose Yopaj Viper or something. That's what they're gonna do. They're gonna upset me and choose Yopaj Viper. I feel it too. Don't do it, Adam. Don't listen to him. Don't do it.
I'm so curious as well. It feels like we haven't seen, the normal pick you go into when you're, wow, that's an atrocious win rate, but OG hasn't really won much, so I suppose that, I don't know why I'm surprised when, again, they haven't really won until today, so that stat does make sense. So it's like, why is it so bad? It's like, right. And anyway, I was wondering why our normal mid counters to, like, melee matchups haven't been really showing off. Like, Monkey King mid has not been a hero, so I don't know, I feel like maybe you could make it work against Earth Spirit specifically. Snapfire mid is pretty dead. Okay, I'll grant you that. That hero has gotten nerfed enough that it seems very low on the priority on the totem pole here for a lot of teams. But I think the Monkey King idea could still work. We've seen some Shaker, some Pango into Earth Spirit. That could be the direction they go for. Although I will say, in as much as we love watching Yopaj, there's always been something with him and Pango that it feels like it's not up to snuff compared to some heroes. They'll go to Primal Beast mid. So this is another one. Melee lane matchup should work pretty well against Earth Spirit. You have ways of just weaving in and out. You're super tanky as well, so you don't mind when Earth Spirit's right on top of you. And it's a nice way of just getting an easy follow-through arrow when you pulverize someone down. It's some good tempo. It does provide a lot of what you'd want here for OG to kind of match the tempo we've seen from GamerLegion, because this is a very fast tempo team on the side of GamerLegion. They've played some really aggressive games.
That they have. GamerLegion back into their own picks now. I think about this secondary pickup. So you would have loved to see that Speed Mirana coming back out, but was taken by OG. Thankfully for OG's sake, because he has been a monster when it comes to that hero. So they'll go for the Bignum Dark Willow. Have been seeing a bit of Dark Willow here from Bignum. Not too surprising that they'll go ahead and pick it up, because it is very disruptive throughout the fights. And as you can see, the win rate pretty good, 66.7%. What do you give Speed, though? With Speed, again, he's been playing a lot of Mirana. Doesn't have that option right now. Winter Wyvern is available. We've been seeing a lot of Wyvern. Could be an opportunity for Speed. There you go. Yeah, just take it.
Stable enough. Normally, I would say you maybe lack some sort of front line, but you've got the Earth Spirit. You don't really need to concern yourself too much with how to start these fights. Your follow-through from both Dark Willow and Winter Wyvern is pretty good to kind of help out this Earth Spirit. So it kind of works out quite nicely. Having a debuff immunity Pierce is always great as well, especially into something like the Primal Beast. So even with BKBs, you'll have some way of stopping the Pulverize if need be. And again, that can kind of just simplify how you play. The lanes are also just pretty stable when you have these two supports, right? Like, it's very steady harassment. There's not a lot of matchups where these two supports don't achieve much. They've got good range, good spells to spam, so it's just very strong foundations here for the side of GamerLegion. OG do bring out the Night Stalker, and okay, this is where I can bring in some moderate insider information. When OG run the Night Stalker, they've been using it in Yopaj mid, so I'm wondering if there's some flex here. And that is some tech they've tested.
Straight shooter.
The Yopaj mid Night Stalker, and then you just run the Raven off lane Primal Beast. I don't know if you really need to do that. Depends on the matchups. Night Stalker mid, it's a little bit slow to start. Into Earth Spirit, of course. Can pan out. Looks like we are getting, for OG's sake, I actually hope this is a carry Wind Ranger, because a support duo of Mirana and Wind Ranger, if your two cores are behind, no one's doing anything on the map, so you'd rather have something on your 4 or 5 that can at least jump in for you, and have the Wind Ranger soak up farm here for Natsumi.
Okay. Should note as well, I mean, with that Night Stalker pick for Yopaj, well, when were they playing it, John? Because it wasn't during TI.
It's no. They pick that in scrims. This is like some deep stuff they've tested. And Alpha, Mr. Lane, Manager Lane's been warning me, hey, John, I wonder how you'll react when we pick this in an official. I'm like, I don't know what to even think about this. And I really don't. But
I mean,
theoretically, it's okay.
I don't mind
it's
it.
tanky as well. Yeah.
I like Night Stalker is one of those weird heroes that you know if you pop off, it is really really hard to come back from. You know, it's weird, but I think weird picks are probably what OG needs right now, considering the circumstances. Especially again considering GamerLegion has looked like the better team throughout these group stages. There's a Dawnbreaker. We can throw a bit of a spanner in the works. You know, Dawnbreaker makes it daytime with that Solar Guardian. Solar Guardian in general, very annoying for the Night Stalker to play into. I actually like this pickup quite a lot for GamerLegion.
Yeah, I think the lanes work out pretty nicely as well. If you are expecting to play into the Wind Ranger lane, Dawnbreaker can just kind of stand back, really tanky. You don't care about the right-click poke that might come in. Power Shot's still going to be annoying, but it's annoying for every single melee offlaner anyhow. I do like the way this kind of works out. We're also seeing some pretty strong potential for, say, some Bramble entrapments, just because you're going to be trying to dodge out Starbreaker. Celestial Hammer slow is going to make it a little bit quirky to walk around a Bramble Maze, so there's some good laning aggression from GamerLegion already. Let's see what kind of pause ones they're going to allow through here on the side of OG as they do ban out the SF. GamerLegion are still banning safe laners, though. They don't seem to believe that we're getting the Wind Ranger pause 1. They take care of the Life Stealer, just again, simplifying the lane here for Fade. But I'm trying to think, if you do flex, again, if you flex that Wind Ranger to support, it's still just concerning. Mind you, I don't, to be fair as well, Night Stalker and Primal Beast shouldn't be losing lanes that hard. So at the bare minimum, one of these two heroes should be able to connect with your supports. So maybe you can make it work. The laning presence certainly doesn't feel as threatening as it is on GamerLegion, but again, you've got pretty good magic damage with Power Shot and Storm with a Quiver here. So you could kind of make it work. It's just a little bit more awkward to kind of line that up here for OG.
Yeah. Well, final ban outs now to come. GamerLegion actually assuming it's not a position 1 Wind Ranger, which, you know, fair enough. OG. SF ban out is there, looking for another position 1.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh, what do you go for if it's not going to be the Natsumi Wind Ranger? Like the PL or something? Like, is that where we're going with this?
You could. PL into Earth Spirit just feels pretty rough with just all the magnetizers flying out. They might be looking for it with a Sven ban out, though. No, like, it's either a PL, another thing that hates playing into Sven is like Drow, but I do feel like picking Drow into Earth Spirit's also just kind of ugly. So maybe you're thinking about an Illusion Hero here for Natsumi. I don't know, the PL stands out the most. There's Spectre, I guess. That Spectre has felt really good. It's just that your backline jump here, OG isn't amazing. We'll go with Alina. So, well, they're keeping it really open. I do feel like I'd rather see the Lina. Okay, it's Alina for GamerLegion. Win condition for Ghost, pretty stable. I do actually like seeing it. I think it lanes against whatever you'd want to put in the offlane here. Night Stalker or Primal Beast pretty well. Great scaling damage. You can opt for the right-click build here with, you know, RCY taking that tempo on mid anyhow. So you just go for Mjolnir. You could go Hurricane Pike or even Hydra's Breath if you're feeling cheeky, but you likely need Hurricane Pike just to get away from Night Stalker. And again, the lanes are pretty sick. Like, this is a Lina Winter Wyvern lane. There's a lot of reach here. And you're not going to have an easy way to gap close. At least you're going to take a big risk on a Problem Beast if you're going to try to onslaught into 2 ranged heroes standing from a mile back. So, again, the lane setups from GamerLegion just look a lot easier to execute on. OG, they have to show which way they're actually going with literally the last 3 picks they have, because they're still trying to go along with this flex with a Wind Ranger 1 perhaps, even Wind Ranger mid being a possibility, although that's the Stranger 1. I'll go with the PL, so you were right with Sven ban. And that means we are getting the Wind Ranger Marana support duo. What is Yopaj playing? I mean, it is just a Yopaj Primal Beast mid, so they're not going too crazy. I'm gonna say GamerLegion's Raph is a lot better. Right? Like, you have Winter Wyvern, you don't care if you catch the real PL, you just use Curse on someone nearby to PL and someone's gonna die. You have an Earth Spirit into PL, which is also quite nice. You have a Lina who can go Mjolnir. which is fine, not amazing into Phantom Lancer, but workable enough. I don't know how much value the Natsumi Phantom Lancer can have. Mind you, if you have a good lane somehow, you get like this really ridiculous Manta Orchid Bloodtorn timing, Phantom Lancer can feel highly oppressive. It's just a matter of, again, the lane setups here for OG, they aren't the easiest to execute on. It's pretty passive in the laning phase. And you look at GamerLegion, I mean, you've got a Dark Willow that just constantly trades with you, a Winter Wyvern that just has Arctic Burn to toss out every single time, a Lina and a Dawnbreaker that just has so much damage in lane. I don't think your side lanes are going to have too much fun here on OG.
It should be an interesting matchup. I'm not 100% sure either. I mean, I just remember that Natsumi, he used to play a really nice PL, and, it is a PL meta right now, so not overly shocked that they go down this route. I agree the support duo does look pretty weak, John. I'm with you on that. I don't like it at all. Tim's Wind Ranger, Skem Mirana, we saw the stats. They weren't exactly very impressive. I mean, the only thing I really feel like I like is this mid Primal Beast of Yopaj, but I just don't think it does enough here in this game. But we'll see. We shall see. This is an elimination series, of course, best of 3. This will be game 1 between GamerLegion and OG. So backs against the wall for both these sides. Both of us still agreeing that GamerLegion probably the favorites in this matchup against OG. But I guess only time's going to tell. John, you never really know. Again, both teams need this series win to continue through to the TI playoffs. And, well, here we go. We'll have a quick pause as is standard.
Yeah, the Southeast Asian pause coming true. And we do have, 7 Southeast Asian players here, so pretty standard, It is what it is. Get a little bit of whatever issues they have out of the way. Ghost may be having a mouse issue. It's always the mice, it's always the headphones, it's always whatever else. We do get the go-ahead,
yeah.
So should be able to get into that game relatively soon. And again, I think the pressure is on OG. If you think about just the history of the orgs, all the eyeballs that are on the side of OG as well, looking to, looking to drag this team up.
There you go, John. Well done, John.
Yeah, if it works for them, hopefully. I don't think it's been helping.
Uh-oh. Raven narrowly avoiding Alliance Strike Ray. Had that landed, he was just dead. Gets away, he's all right. Could have been a disastrous start already for OG, but narrowly making it out.
I mean, that was a pretty big commitment out from GamerLegion. So now you have LSA level 1 for Ghost, which is not ideal. That's going to hold back on some of his laning presence and trade. You wasted the Blood Grenade as well, and OG can actually make use of this wraparound. There is a ward watching, but they're not going to break the smoke while they're in vision, so this could still pan out here for OG.
It could. Speed. We'll see them eventually. And he's actually just going to walk his way out for now. They won't try. That'll be all she wrote for OG. Seems like GamerLegion, they'll head up towards the top side and get the banner runes there instead. Is probably just a 2-for-2 trade anyway, and it is. It's maybe a bit of a chase here from Skem to see if he can find speed on this Winter Wyvern, but not quite. They are going to stick around for that range creep as per usual. Maybe Skem sticks around here with Tims and tries for a quick first blood attempt, but it doesn't really seem like it. Though Tims is going to run into Ghost. There's going to be a bit of chip damage, but that's about it. Skem's leaving the building.
Should just try to start stabilizing these lanes. The top lane's going to be relatively annoying for Natsumi left alone. They don't manage to time the Starbreaker. Rather interesting to see the Starbreaker level 1 on that top lane as well. As normally, again, you play with Celestial Hammer, you shove out the wave. Maybe they're expecting, again, some aggression. They don't quite have the Bramble to try to set up for Starbreaker anyhow. You are seeing Skem, because he didn't find a kill opportunity, he does get to go for Starstorm level 1. That is a ton of damage out onto Bignum. He does have the Shadow Realm in a bit.
Well, they're just man-fighting here. Skem, gonna Fairy Fire up, but you've got a Shadow Realm available to juke out some of that damage. Both will survive, both very low in the HP pool. I actually don't mind the level 1 Starbreaker here on Fate either, because you just force the Doppelganger early on from Natsumi. It's certainly not going to be the easiest kind of game to land these during the laning stage, that's for sure. Bottom lane, of course, Ghost having the wave pulled back quite nicely, having a pretty free time on the laner. Tim's going to be around to try and mess with him a little bit. But so far, so good for the side of GamerLegion here. Ghost, again, not really contested whatsoever. Meanwhile, neither is Raven, quite frankly. And I suppose for Raven, that's probably the bigger deal. You know, as the Night Stalker, if you can get off to a decent lane, it can be quite detrimental to the other team. And this is a rather aggressive lane from GamerLegion with the Lena Winter Wyvern, so you do have to play a little bit on the cautious side if you're Raven.
That you do. Speed's actually held back from even just going for Arc of Fern Harassment, and trying to go for that onto Tim's anyhow with the level 1 wind run does make it pretty difficult, so you're not getting as much presence out here, it feels like, for Speed. Not really able to zone anyone out. Again, just providing a little bit more room for Raven to actually just play his more passive lane. If you do manage to connect some spells, so there is some good poke, but you know, with triple gauntlets, you don't lose that much HP here on a Raven to feel uncomfy. Tim's even getting the room for his own little pull, and Speed just has no answer for the wind run. So overall, you're finding what little you can here on the side of OG. I think the one rough spot for OG has got to be that mid. Right, we've talked about RCY and the Earth Spirit not caring about any of his usual matchups. Certainly doesn't mind Yopaj's melee on melee matchup with Primal Beast either. Like, you see the commitment for trample, you kick them away. The onslaught comes in, you can always just reposition, try to roll out. And Yopaj is tanky, so the kill threat isn't really there, but even then, whenever Yopaj walks too close, RCY is more than willing to just twack him around a little bit. 18-5 up against our Primal Beast at 11-3. Pretty smooth sailing once more for our Filipino bowler here.
It certainly is. RCY is having a great old time, and it has been a bit of pressure. I've been keeping an eye on Yopaj, and just he's not been having the most fun. Like, he missed out on a flag bearer creep earlier as well, trying to get a water rune. Again, just so much pressure with these little plays from RCY. As you can see, RCY just happy to just constantly zone him out. Not easy at all. Certainly the strength of the Primal Beast, it doesn't feel like it's in play at all in this laning phase for him. You kind of need Yopaj to pop off as well to really make sure these side lanes go well. But it seems to be going the other way for now, as we are going to see Tim's making a slight rotation for some water runes, but it is just to ensure Yopaj gets his. RCY is still going to find his own one as well, so no issues here.
No sort of contestations. A lot more emphasis on the side lanes here for both teams. To be fair, they are getting quite a fair bit. Like that top lane where you've got this PL that again had to go for the value point in Doppel. You're not getting a lot in terms of space here. Running up to the creep wave with the threat constantly there on Fade, off this long-range poke from Bignum, is making it a little bit uncomfy for Natsumi to just try to free farm. A 10 CS deficit in comparison to what you're getting for Fade. 28-9 compared to 18-1. The Dawnbreaker's gotten full control of the lane. Ghost, again, he's running away with the lane now. It was a decent enough start for Raven, but you're not getting any value on this Night Stalker at this moment. Still daytime, level 3's up, you've got at least Evening Feast for when that first nighttime hits in, but there's really nowhere for Raven to be. Tim's is getting a lot of room to stack, but can't really stop much.
He's going to get a courier. Meanwhile, mid lane RCY does finally get jumped with that trample, but it's not quite enough to get a kill. Does at least force out a rotation from Speed, but Speed, he won't mind being here. Gives a cold embrace and will leave the building. As you can see, Raven just completely avoiding the lane now, just going for the creep skip between the tier 2 and tier 3 tower of the Radiant side. Did find a courier for his trouble, but now is going to run into Speed anyway. Speed has been making life very challenging for the Night Stalker, as you kind of expect. Meanwhile, mid, we do see a Magnetize out on Yopaj. TP's incoming, but the Magnetize might actually just do it. And it seems like it will. The last tick will get it done. RCY, he's still alive.
What?
Oh, they can't kill him.
Oh.
Oh, that's so demoralizing. He survives it all. This is why you don't give this guy Earth Spirit.
No, you can't. And the Filipino boulder showing up again to the Filipino idol. It's the difference with the younger blood, right? Like, you're seeing I mean, Yopaj, he's been struggling lane. There were some nice small plays RCY's been doing throughout the laning phase too. Like, Yopaj commits for the onslaught, gets denied from the range creep anyhow. RCY is finding all of these small openings to really widen that gap on mid. Yopaj does have a lot of stacks to fall back to, at the least. Again, Tims has had a lot of room to actually get some stacks going. So with the trample and the pulverize, Yopaj should get a decent enough injection. Speed?
Well, Speed's going to get caught out. Pulverize will be there, and Speed, he's going to have no way out of this. So that's a nice little pickup here against Speed. Speed, assuming there's a ward in the dire triangle, but it's actually on the other side, is RCY. He'll find Raven anyway. It's not really the worst trade in the world. RCY is still making it worth it, and he'll find a Shrine of Wisdom for his trouble.
They'll find both. You're not set up here for OG to try to snag the other side either. So a very big win for the side of GamerLegion early on. I mean, at this point, Raven, he's level 4.5. Same levels, same EXP as Bignum on our Dark Willow. It's been such a rough time. That kill, it's not even a bonus for OG, right? Like, finding that kill on Speed, it's a necessity. Like, they need that kind of pick-off. They need to just look for some punishment to come in to get this Night Stalker going. At least the jungle's opened up a little bit more. Yopaj, he does manage to clear out the majority of the stacks. So our Primal Beast, with phase boots up, can start to have a little bit more presence if they want to play around that. GamerLegion are clumping around RCY, and it's that key timing. Now, level 7, you've got a lot of damage on RCY. You've got Magnetize set to go if you'd want to try to make a play somewhere. A little bit too late to contest stacks, but they are looking to just work some pressure in. They do understand how far ahead they are early on. Get rune control going for RCY as well. OG, you're still, again, just playing around stacks. Can't really show up against RCY at this point in game. It's just too much damage on this Earth Spirit. At least one benefit for OG, freer side lanes. It doesn't matter for Raven as he's jungling, but Natsumi's getting a little bit more room to breathe on the Phantom Lancer. Power Treads up, Wraith Band up, going for that usual Manta style on our PL. Maybe look for the Axe Rush as well.
Tims. At least avoid the initial roll, just narrowly. You can see the fear is instilled as a top lane, a bit of a chase onto Fade. Fade is going to be alright. Looks like it won't really be a dive in from Natsumi. Doesn't even bother trying. RCY again, now popping an Invis Rune, looking down towards the bottom lane. These kind of plays against the Night Stalker, it's just so yucky for Raven. You fall behind a little bit on this hero and it never feels good. You know, you want to play from ahead. That is just not happening right now for Raven. Actually quite far behind on this Night Stalker. There's your earn up now on RCY, and they're just going to start pressuring the tier 1 bottom. You see Raven, like, he's just got treads in a soul ring right now. He just hit level 6 as well. So he at least has Dark Ascension to play with finally, but it doesn't really feel like you're going to see the opportunity anytime soon.
No. You're just going to have to surrender these early objectives. Nice free tower coming out for GamerLegion. I mean, Raven, for his part, considering how far behind he is, getting to snipe a creep wave for free, getting to snag some jungle creeps, you know, keep the summons there to kind of pseudo-block these camps as well. Pretty nice small wins for OG. And at this point, you really have to look for the small wins where you can find them. Another power rune sort of contest. Unlucky for Yopaj, doesn't quite spawn in his area. RCY gets the regen rune up, so that's basically every single power rune going the way of GamerLegion at this point. Good side of OG. And this is the one issue with this lineup. Your support duo doesn't do much. You don't really have play, none of your cores are set to go. You're just kind of sitting on your hands, you know, just waiting for farm, dodging out GamerLegion, and GamerLegion can just position wherever they want on the map.
But they absolutely can. In fact, they're going to find Tims. Tims will pop the wind run and try to go for a run away, but the roll's going to be there, and eventually RCY will have the control and the damage. It's just very easy for him at the moment in this game 1. 4-0-0 already here on this Earth Spirit. OG, it's just back to the drawing board for them at the moment. There's not really any plays they can make. It feels like you're kind of already putting all your eggs in the Natsumi basket with the way things are going. You know, it's just one of those games where the off lane just doesn't exist at the moment. And Yopaj, he has nobody to play with. And this is another thing with the support duo of OG. Like, you got Wind Ranger Mirana. Who's Yopaj playing with?
No one. That's good snipe at least.
Bignum. It is. It's still going to be a trade though. It's a good trade. You know, any trade's a good trade right now for OG, but nothing comes for free.
No. I mean, it's still a pretty big loss for OG because RCY also snipes a couple of stacks as well. He gets the kill. He gets a lot of creeps going for himself. Not the best magnetized, but he does use it to farm at the very least. They've got the room now to just shove up top. And just going back to your point, I think it's not a matter of who connects with Yopaj. It's more that who connects with the supports, because even Yopaj can't really play until the blink's up. So these supports can do something, but there's no port to connect to. They're mass TPing top though.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to try for Fade. And they will pulverize him up, even a Dark Ascension, to ensure they can kill this man. Though Fade's actually pretty tanky. But they'll get him eventually. It takes 3 cores to get it done, but they'll get it done. Meanwhile, mid lane, RCY, he's going to go for a freebie onto Tim's. Certainly a favorable trade this time for OG. It's just the commitment I get concerned about. You know, that's 3 cores committed for that Fade kill. And it almost felt like if Fade had a teammate, they wouldn't have got it.
Yeah, it's just dicey, right? And you also have to commit the Dark Ascension. So Raven's not going to have presence for like 2 whole minutes. Room for RCY.
Skem is going to leap out into the brambles though. Has one more leap charge, but the Urn's there. He's just going to tick out. In fact, I say Urn, it's a Spirit Vessel up here for RCY. 5-0-2 now on the Earth Spirit. And I realize this is probably a really weird time to ask, John, but considering how well this guy's been playing during TI, do you think, regardless of results, people are going to try poaching him? Because I'll tell you what, I think everyone's noticed how great RCY is this tournament.
Oh, Natsumi.
Oh, and Natsumi's in trouble. Terrorize going to land. There's no chance in hell of getting out. Back to my question, though, Jonathan. I think some big teams might be watching.
Well, Mike, you've got the entire process, the pipeline wrong. See, the pipeline used to be do well in Southeast Asia, get sniped into North America. RCY, he's already in North America, man. He's Filipino-American. He's settled in there.
That's true.
So how can he be poached if he's already in the team that would have poached him anyhow?
I would respect if he just declined every offer and says, no, power of friendship. I'm staying with Speed. You know, we'll sort something out. Don't worry, boys.
Oh.
Speed, speaking of the devil, you're not making my argument look too good here, Speed. Get it together, sir.
This is the timing for OG, though. That's the blink reveal on Yopaj. This is when they can actually start to connect with the 2 supports, with a core that's actually ready to go. Maybe the BKB makes it a little bit more comfy for Yopaj. No clean cancels outside of the Winter's Curse, of course. So you might still be hanging back and waiting a little bit longer, but it does make it easier to look for opportunities for the side of OG to try to equalize this game. Still, GamerLegion in a very happy position in this game. 8-4, 4K lead at 14.5 minutes in. A pretty sizable lead at this point. It's quite funny to see as well just how relatively inactive Ghost has been. 0-0-0 on Erlina, just free farming down bot, getting some free harass. No contest. A bit of a smoke out from the side of OG. And Yopaj does have that blink. They do want to start to get that ball rolling back their way on OG.
Top lane, they're going to try for Fade. Fade. He is by his T1 tower, but he hasn't really got... Oh boy, that's not the blink they wanted. That's not the blink they wanted. That's unfortunate. And now, well, here comes the cavalry. There's a sentry ward placement. RCY is going to say, what's Raven doing here? And unfortunately, there's no real counterplay to that kind of initiation right now. There's no magnetize, but RCY is going to run right into Skem. Onto Yopaj. Now Yopaj, there's just nothing to be done.
No.
He'll walk out of there, but, you know, he dies to the Urn. Speed setting up perfectly with the Winter's Curse into the Solar Guardian. Like, you just love to see that.
Yeah.
Just Winter's Curse into Solar Guardian. It's not something you think about, but it's perfect.
It is. And it's not very cooldown dependent either on the side of GamerLegion, at least. Not the longest ones. For OG, I guess some blessings for them. They didn't pop Dark Ascension and Raven, so they could actually look to make another move out, as they will have at least one major spell that's really important for them to actually find these kills. Raven as well, still working towards that blink timing, which and having two cores that can jump in a little bit smoother. I will say for OG, that was such a forced movement, right? Because it was daytime. Yopaj was walking in the tree line. He was spotted. I believe he got a glimpse out from the tower as it stands as well. And he just completely missed the vision on Fade. Just, again, they don't land a blink. 10-4, 6K lead for GamerLegion. Ghost, again, is just going to the point where he's not going to be easy to handle. BKB coming up next here for Arlena. And RCY as well. Starting to ramp into that BKB timing of his own. So, double BKB timing set to come out. I do love what Fade is doing here as well. We haven't really talked about his itemization. He's going for Radiance on our Dawnbreaker. And just such an important item up against Illusion Heroes. And that mischance, not something that ever feels comfy. Helps you identify the real Phantom Lancer a little bit easier with the extra damage illusions take. So there's a ton of value for Fade to get that up. It's a little bit slower, granted, considering that he has been pressured a couple of times in some rotations, but still set to come at a decent timing. He's got the gold for it now.
That he does. Skem. Twin gate usage is there. Skem, Raven. He's hanging around. He's going to try and go back through with the Moonlight Shadow. Meanwhile, Ghost will just kill Raven. I almost forgot Raven was in the game. I mean, genuinely, we haven't seen anything from him.
Hey, we saw the one Dark Ascension in the triple core lineup to kill top. Kill Fade
yes,
off.
we did. That's right. Speed? We did see that, John. Speed. He's going to make it a little bit hard, but not that hard. Tims will go ahead and take the kill. Happy days for the Wind Ranger. 6K advantage is still standing here for the side of GamerLegion. Of course, another hero that I almost forgot about is the Leaner of Ghost. He's been free farming this whole time. Top of the net worth board. No struggles whatsoever for him. And, well, he's only a recipe away. In fact, 200 gold away from the full BKB up on this Leaner. So, he's also a very happy boy right now. Once that BKB's up, he could think about getting involved with his team. In fact, speaking of, he might get involved right now because Tim's going to get Curse Crown into the Light Strike array. And Ghost will go ahead, not even flinching, just does it with the right clicks. No Laguna necessary.
No. Quite curious about this build on Ghost. We were talking about, again, the double BKB timing for GamerLegion kind of ramping up here. And the tier recrafting earlier in the draft for Hydra Spread, he's actually going for the Hydra Spread. Which, in a game against Night Stalker and Primal Beast, feels a bit risky. Maybe he gets enough coverage from this BKB. Pulverize will always be a little bit of a threat onto Ghost. But at the least, with BKB, you don't need to worry about Raven. Not that you're worrying about Raven at any point soon anyhow. At least not until his own Blink BKB, which is still miles away. That's the bottom network core, unfortunately. And GamerLegion, they're just kind of chilling. I mean, they're finding these kills still. They're finding, OG support's going a little bit too far. Finding punishment for some missed plays on the side of OG, but for the most part, they're just kind of farming up here.
That's a lot of damage. That's so much damage from Speed. So the Arctic Burn, half HP from 3 hits. Fade, not going to give up either. They're going to see him. Skem can do nothing about it. He will die. Just the crippling crossbow with the Arctic Burn. It's just so much damage from Speed.
It's a highly oppressive amount, especially that HP, that health restoration reduction, quite massive. Just cuts off. It's going to be really painful for Raven as well. On the eventuality that he does join in, it will be a little bit rougher for him to feel tanky. You've got your own timings on OG. At least the one BKB for Yopaj is just a recipe away. But there's RCY's up. I believe Ghost, yeah, he's already got his, just working with the Hydra's Breath. So you could start playing now.
Tim's going to be able to run away with the Wind Run, but the chase does continue. Bignum does just snipe him. His Fade, meanwhile, he's getting chased, but there's just... It just feels like they're not even ambitious for it. Like, they don't want it. Solar Guardian, it gets cancelled off at least. Fade, he might be in trouble. They do find Speed. Can they just get out of there? Roll's not going to connect, but RCY is not leaving Yopaj alone. Roll off the mark again. Yopaj, he's going to be okay. It just seemed like it took them a long time to actually commit for that kill. Onto Speed, that is. And I don't quite blame them, because it could have been an expensive kill to secure.
That it could have. At least, again, if you're OG right now, you take what you can get. Any kill, it's a small victory, considering your position in this game. Still, map commitment does open up Roshan here for the side of GamerLegion. They do still have that damage flying out from RCY and from Ghost. So, not going to take too long. You don't have Dark Ascension. You don't have a clean path into the pit. You don't have BKB on Yopaj, so we'll just have to surrender this one away. And 21 minutes, around 42 second. Roshan, nice and quick for the side of GamerLegion. Safety net up for Ghost. And you've pretty much got the BKB timing now for Fade as well. Flying out, so... Does have... actually, he's skipping the BKB. Alright, he's just going back for the Harpoon fully. Which is fair enough as well. I think he's doing a ton of damage, as we've been seeing. Up with the chase down. Yopaj? Okay. Bit frisky.
It's alright. Natsumi has the Ags up now on the PL at least, so you got that the bonus on the Phantom Rush, so the illusions can be a little bit on the annoying side. Is it going to make the big difference? I don't know, but it certainly does something, I'm sure, for OG. So OG desperately needing anything they can get in this game one. We're going to see another smoke from GamerLegion heading down towards the bottom lane, and they're going to probably just run right into Scam. Scam does at least clear out the creep wave, but he knows he's dead. RCY, that'll be his 7th kill of the game now. 7-0 and 5 is his scoreline. It has bought the time though for the BKB to be up on Yopaj, so maybe you look to try and force something out of this BKB timing. And you might have a chance very soon, because it seems as though GamerLegion, they're starting to set up at the top lane.
Fade?
Maybe even mid. They'll try on to Fade. Fade, having a bit of difficulty trying to get out of this one, but you're going to have speed moving in with the Winter's Curse. Shackle is not going to land onto Fade, and Yopaj, he's in big trouble. Natsumi basically taking him out as RCY just finished the job. They'll still try for Fade, but they can't do it. Fade, he's going to move back in with the Solar Guardian now. Just juking and jiving. Roll, not going to be on target for Natsumi, but they can see him. Laguna's going to land. Natsumi is down. 2 down for the price of nothing here for GamerLegion. They couldn't even finish the job on Fade.
No. And I was going to say for Yopaj, even with the BKB, it feels like your target has to be speed. Because you see the difference that makes, right? Like, Fade gets to run away with a sliver of HP, speeds up there, has the Force Staff, forces him away, gets the Cold Embrace when Raven commits as well. So you just don't have damage to kill off Fade. And yeah, Fade spells don't quite connect. You know, the Solar Guardian lands onto nothing, but you waste so many resources to find that one kill. And the saving play is still there, coming out from our Winter Wyvern. And there's just so much damage to reach out onto this PL. It's not the point where PL's like ultra tanky with a heart, or the Scotty to pump up stats. The Splinter Blast is actually doing some work here. Really easy to identify the real PL here of Natsumi. Just has to be so cautious when he does want to try to weave in and out. You're not at the point where that PL is like ultra slippery and scary just yet. It's a workable point for the PL, but not the end game for PL. We're still a ways off from that. We're only 25 minutes in. And it's set to get a little bit tougher here for Natsumi. Ghost, full Hydra spread, just about 900 gold away. So he's going to have that percent-based damage to deal with 2 strength heroes.
See why.
And the Night Stalker.
Look at it. Scam gets hit with the Boulder Smash. RCY, how deep do you want to go? Not deep. He thought about it. I know he did. But he won't do it. He's got a perfect game going right now on the ES. No need to throw it away. Meanwhile, Yopaj could be getting hunted down a little bit. No. There was a line drawn out towards him, but it doesn't really seem like they're aware he's there. Now they're aware. In fact, they're aware of Natsumi's position. Natsumi being chased down on the PL. Light Strike Array, it's gonna land again. Natsumi. He doesn't get the dodge.
Yeah, no.
This isn't looking good, John. This isn't looking good.
I mean, in the draft, when you said PL,
Yeah, I know, John. I didn't like it either. RCY maybe goes down at least. This will be a big one. And they do get him. They found a very nice target in RCY.
Bought a gem out.
He did buy a gem out. Raven Gonna pop the Dark Ascension, looking to try and hunt down Bignum. While RCY is down, they know they finally have an opening to get something done. He'll pop his BKB for this as well. Just so desperate to find a kill here, Raven. And he might get it, but what's it gonna cost him? Well, I don't think it's worth his own life.
Well played.
No.
Yeah, Bignum, he agrees.
Yeah, while all that was happening, I was just watching Speed kind of fight Tim's one-on-one. Tim's couldn't quite clean up, doesn't have any damage anyhow. That was also quite funny to see, just Pos 4 versus Pos 5 and no one dying. Pretty big wins for OG. You have to hand it over to them. They kill off RCY, they take away the gem just as it's picked up. So now you don't really have that defense up against Moonlight Shadows. It's going to feel a little bit safer for OG to try to play around. They can get P wards on the map. They can kind of reel back some control in their own jungle. You have to be mildly cautious for RCY when he is quite far forward without his team right next to him, as there are still some TP points here for OG, and the bot tier 2 was certainly the one that kind of stood in his way a little bit more there. OG, this is a nice little swing back, right? Like, they're still 12k behind. Maybe they can play. They've got wards here. They saw Speed. Yopaj isn't hiding in that tree line.
No, he's not hiding. That's a lot of damage. I mean, my god. That's so much damage. It's just Speed. Do you see that, John?
Oh, Lord.
Half his HP's gone. Just from Speed.
Yeah, I don't know what the idea was there from OG. Like, they had a ward. They saw the gate usage. They saw their smoke break. With Speed on top, it was nighttime. There was a very slight chance they could have still gotten like a blink pulverize in, and they don't commit. They hang around. It's not like anyone else from OG was swinging by, and you just find a freebie on the side of GamerLegion.
Moonlight Shadows popped. I mean, maybe they can think about Fade, and they're going to give it a crack, but the Shackle doesn't even land, and Fade, he's a tanky boy. Maybe Terrorize? No, it's going to land. Natsumi, he can't finish off the job. Raven's going to have to BKB and run. Meanwhile, Natsumi's been caught. Natsumi! He's trying to get away, but Ghost is on the chase and Natsumi is down. Raven's hiding in the trees. He's alright. At least physically, but maybe not mentally.
No.
Maybe not. It's a game for OG. It's one of those games.
And it is. Yeah, I wanted to say as well, right? Like, if you think about this for RCY, we've talked about him playing against people, you know, he's one of the younger players we have, playing against people he used to watch. Like, now it's people that he used to see go to lands when he didn't, right? Like, back in the DPC era, it was like OB Neon, it was Boom Esports with these almost the same set of players going to the lands, and RCY was in Div 2. Now here he is, TI, playing up against the people that he might have looked up to at some point, and squarely beating, like handily beating them. You do not hand RCY to Surge Spirit at this point. I'm surprised. If you don't have first pick on OG, you can't pick it up for Yopaj. You have to ban it out from RCY. There's just no way you allow this to happen.
You know, he's made this game literally impossible, this bloke. You know? He's just made it absolutely impossible for OG. Yopaj. Does get the blink away. Mid-harpoon. I mean, in fairness, and I know you were saying this in one of the fights, John, you wanted to talk about the PL pick.
Yeah.
The draft, we both kind of agreed, like, the draft didn't look very promising, to say the least. You know, it just did not look that promising.
Yeah.
I mean, the only reason I even brought up PL was because it's in meta, and I know Natsumi plays PL and he likes it. But it's certainly not looking like a great game for it.
No, I mean, again, I would have, if Natsumi was on Wind Ranger, at least you could have maybe had a support that could force a play at like 10 minutes in while you're waiting for Blinks and BKBs, right? Like, because what ended up happening is you waited for both Blink BKB on Yopaj and on Raven, and at that timing, you lost too much of the map space. Smoke does spot, or gets broken by Schem.
They won't have a roll in time. So Schem, at least going to be able to TP out of there just fine. Fade, meanwhile, chasing down Natsumi now. The Natsumi, he is going to be okay. Natsumi just kind of forced the smoke down all the way to the south. to try and secure any kind of camp, but as you can see, Fade is not allowing it. Now the next Roshan of the game also available. It will roar, but whether OG can actually think about getting something done here, I don't think so. I think it's very clear that they're not coming for a fight, but they might try for Fade. Yeah, go for the kill that you can get. Into a tier 1 tower, by the way. You know, you could at least get that tower while you're at it. Fade, he's going to show himself. They'll wrap around through the south. They'll make the jump in immediately. And Fade should have no chance of survival. I say that, though he's still alive. And now the TPs are in. Curse is out from speed. Yopaj, he's the one to get caught. And Fade doesn't die. Oh, come on.
The Lincolns, man. Like, Yopaj comes in, tries to pulverize. The Lincolns just stops it. And without the pulverize, this guy has 3.5k HP. How do you kill him? You just don't.
If I was on the team with OG, there'd be 5 broken monsters. I promise you that, John. I would have broken every single one. Every single one.
Oh. I mean, something's gotta happen. If they're not breaking monitors on OG, I mean, the spirit seems a bit broken. It just doesn't feel like there's play right now for the side of OG. They're 1 racks down at 32 minutes in. Age is up for Ghost. High ground's gonna begin. What's your game plan, OG? Something has to give.
Bold of you to assume there's a plan right now, John. Doesn't feel like there's much of a plan. I mean, what do you do? What are you meant to do? Like, you can't call GG, but you know you want to. Like, you should, probably, with the way this game's going. Fade's just completely running a train on him now. Props to Fade as well. I mean, you and I, we've been talking about how great RCY has been, but Fade's the other standout in my opinion.
Oh, yeah.
On the side of GamerLegion. Like, this guy's just come out of nowhere. And he's just been looking absolutely fantastic. In fact, wasn't Fade in Div 2 as well?
Yeah.
For NA back in the day? You and I
All of these players were, Mikey. They swung around. Oh, RC1.
Yopaj. Well, that'll be Megas. One last team fight for OG. I wouldn't quite blame them if they just want to call it here. It's been one of those games you might just want to move on to the next. I know it's anticlimactic, but I do not believe they think they have a chance here.
No. I mean, they have the Scotty and Natsumi. He has 3.1k HP, pretty tanky illusions. Not tanky enough yet, but...
Here we go. Smoke up. Natsumi. Trying to run away. RCY's on his tail though, and Natsumi, he's in the middle of nowhere right now. Natsumi, silenced up. He's stunned. He's down. No buyback available. Curse out onto Yopaj as well, locking him down as Raven's just trying to chase down Speed, but Speed's just kiting him out. Hold Embrace committed. He's not going to die. Yopaj is just getting deleted by these magnets of RCY as the Burger Legion has been placed and the GG has been called. And that's why we thought, you know, GamerLegion probably the favorite here, John. I didn't think it was going to be this one-sided. I'll be honest with you. I thought it was going to be a bit... Maybe after draft you could argue it would be, John. Right?
I would argue...
Okay,
I will be the devil's advocate to your... I will be the foil to your statement. This is kind of what we expected, unfortunately, for OG. And it's not... That makes me very sad to say. Because the first 3 days for OG has just been really rough. And even that HULIGANI match has looked pretty rough as well. No, the one series win they found, that was also not an easy time. So I had high expectations for GamerLegion coming into this one. They delivered the goods, and we talked about it. All right, to give credit to OG a little bit, yes, they got outplayed, but their draft really didn't do them any favors, right? Because we saw it from the starting pick, right? Okay, you go with Mirana. All right, that's fine. Then you go Primal Beast. I'm like, okay, maybe you're going to run it mid. Maybe you flex it. And then they pick the Night Stalker, and you're like, all right, surely you're trying to do some lane shenanigans here. Surely you're trying to pull out this Yopaj mid Night Stalker that you've done in scrims and secretly think is really good tech. No, in the end, the Wind Ranger goes support. You pick this PL last. You have no tempo. All your lanes kind of fall apart. There's no launching point, so there's no one these two supports can connect to because you're waiting for Blink BKB on 2 cores at Lost Lane. And there's just nothing to do in the game. I think OG has to OG has to think about the early game when you're playing against GamerLegion. Like, this is a team that just doesn't relent. They're looking for pressure. They always draft for strong lanes as much as possible when they're allowed to. And we see why. Every lane just went their way. RCY's 1v1 mid versus the idle Opaj just completely crushed. The lane for Ghost, free farm. He was like 0-0-0 into 12 minutes. Top net worth by like a mile. Doing nothing in the game but farming. Fade had a little bit more pressure top. They did manage to get that one kill on him. And then they never really found it again. You need to try to be able to match that tempo here from GamerLegion, or if you're going to go ultra passive, avoid it as hard as possible somehow, and at least have one core that can be a little bit more sacrificial with your supports to set up plays, because there really wasn't this game. I think GamerLegion just completely made it feel like a very easy time for GamerLegion.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the standout probably going to be RCY, right? Like on the Earth Spirit. I don't think we're gonna have a disagreement. You know, it's. Well, I mean, we said that during the draft, really, right? Like, as soon as you saw the Earth Spirit pick, you're probably like, yeah, this is going to be a bad game for OG. And now there you go, RCY. The one death he had, yeah, he didn't even need to have that death. He just got a little bit too excited.
Yeah.
You know? Ends up going too far, gets killed off. It is what it is. It just doesn't matter. It was such a dominant victory for GamerLegion. And OG, I mean, yeah, you've got to go back to the drawing board. Like, you're playing for your lives at TI at this point. That game just didn't even look close. That just wasn't a game. I think, yeah, I mean, the draft, it was one of those drafts. It's just support you of Windranger Mirana, Pos 3 Night Stalker that farmed the whole game. Mid Primal, nobody to play with. Like, who is he playing with? Who is he playing with? And Natsumi, how many he died? Like, he was 05, 06
yeah.
or something. Just nothing happened.
No.
I don't know. But something's going to change going into Game 2 if OG expect a 3-game series. Because that was very one-sided.
That it was. And I think, again, this is something we've seen with OG quite a fair bit. And, you know, we know these players are capable of more. We know what they used to do. Most, you know, this core 4 players, when they were in Boom, they were hyper-aggressive. We just need to see a semblance of that come out here somehow.
Well, we'll head to a break. And right after that break, we'll be back with OG versus GamerLegion game number 2. We'll see you soon.
I'm here with Raven from OG. Raven, nice to see you. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Nice to see you again.
Yeah, I've been seeing you for a long time. You've been at TI since 2016.
Yeah.
You've been to a whole bunch of them. Does this one feel any different, or does this just feel like, oh, it's TI again, I'm back?
No, I think this one is different because my team is like better, and the way we think about the game is much more better than before. So yeah, I think it's different.
So you joined the team in June.
Yeah.
So you haven't been with them very long. What has it been like getting settled in? I mean, you know some of these players anyway. So, yeah. I mean, you know Natsumi and Tim. So did it feel like just slipping into a team that you were already comfortable with, or was there a lot of work to do there? How did that go?
I think it's a little bit work to do because before that, I'm actually not really playing competitively. I think with Tim's, he helping me a lot in the game and even in our lane. So I think it's doing good now.
Do you think that having played as a carry, it helps you play offlane because you know what carries hate and you can annoy them even more than most offlaners would?
I think it kind of does that because I have like knowledge on how to play certain heroes and who I don't want to play against. And I know that also, so I think it helps.
You know the pain of a carry player in a bad matchup, right?
Yes, I know.
So let's talk about the meta in general. It always feels like people have a meta that they think they understand, and then once the tournament starts, it completely changes after a few matches. Do you think the meta is quite settled, or do you expect it to be very changeable?
Every team is different. That's why it changes, because who's the better team will become like that. So I think that happens a lot.
So you think people look at what the better teams are doing and steal their strat?
Yeah, they always do that.
So which teams do you think at this TI are the teams that people are going to be watching the most closely?
I think that it's going to be Team Vision and Liquid, because they really have like a rule to follow. They have like how they play, they already know it.
Let's talk about your teammates. Obviously, you know some of them very well. You haven't been on the roster that long. How are they? What are they like? Describe them to me.
I think 4 of them is just really the same. So easy to talk to and very much like a trash talker, I guess. And I think they're very hardworking, and I think they're really good also.
What would it mean to you after coming to TI for all this time? First of all, what would you see as a success at this TI? And what would it mean to you to win TI?
For me, if I see success on me, I think at least top 4, it's good enough for me. And I hope that we can go playoffs and be much more better as a team.
So making that main stage, making top 4.
Yeah.
But let's imagine you won the whole thing. What would that feel like after doing this for 10 years?
I think it's gonna be so much. I don't know what to say, but it's gonna be a lot because I've been playing this game for so long, and you know, winning that title is always been a dream.
And what would you say has been the TI highlight so far? You might make a new one at this TI, but after all the TIs that you've played, what was your highlight across all of them?
I think there's some highlights that I've been playing good, but I always remember just the TI6, the TNC. But
yeah.
So that one is a lot.
That's a big memory for you.
Yeah.
Well, look, I hope that you can make some new memories at this TI. We look forward to seeing you guys. Raven, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me, and good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our best of 3 series here between OG and GamerLegion. And of course, this is an elimination match here at the TI group stages, and it is MLP Dota and John Xfire joining you. Jonathan, game 1 was a pretty disastrous turn of events for OG. No other way to put it. It was very, very, very one-sided. GamerLegion made it look really darn easy. Game 2, John, is there anything in particular you could recommend to the boys from OG to change things up and maybe force us to a game 3?
Well, ban Earth Spirit if you don't have first pick, and they do not have first pick again. So ban Earth Spirit to start. See why the Filipino Boulder showing up again, and it's very ironic as well that RCY is having such an amazing tournament, because when I talked to Yopaj a few months back, just, trying to dig into his brains, the one thing he asked for that he wanted to play again is Earth Spirit. And I don't know how often OG has even drafted him Earth Spirit. So, I know. They don't have first pick. Earth Spirit has to go. OG should just take it out. They are thinking about their ban still. And they will take care of the standard Treant Lone Druid, but it has to be Earth Spirit at this point. As you can see, they're common heroes in between, and there is actually no Earth Spirit.
No, there is no Earth Spirit here in the common heroes, which is a little bit strange. Like you said, Yopaj himself saying he wanted to play the hero, and the hero has, again, looked like the best mid-hero in the meta right now. I say that pretty confidently, in fact. And we just haven't seen them take it whatsoever. So, well, there you go. Just not been happening for OG. Let's see what they change up here in game number 2. I'm sure game 1 was It was a pretty demoralizing event, I'm sure.
Yes.
Hopefully they have some kind of idea as to what they're going to do here going into game number 2.
Yes.
I mean, they haven't banned the Earth Spirit yet, John. They might want to do it here.
They should.
They probably should do it right now. They do.
Okay. Good enough. But they left Centaur. There you go. They left the Centaur mid.
About that.
This has been popping up in the last 2 days. RCY looked amazing on it. It doesn't feel like it has any bad matchups either. I think the most recent match I was watching on one of the streams, I forget which, but I remember seeing the Centaur come out and the counter pick was Slardar. And that just did not do enough to the Centaur. And so that's out of the picture. I don't think OG can consider Slardar mid, which normally wins melee matchups. Again, maybe the Lina works a little bit better here. Storm doesn't do enough damage. Ember could kind of dance around, and you won't kill Centaur. No one really does, but you can kind of play the game as an Ember or Storm. So either one for Yopaj if he wants to go that direction. They'll go the Undying first, so they do have some save mechanisms here. We were talking about it, I think, yesterday or 2 days ago, just how good the Undying has been looking, and it has looked like a really good hero in this TI. So they do get access to something nice. It counteracts Centaur in a good way. You sap away strength. That cuts back on his EHP. That cuts back on his double edge damage. His return damage, his retaliate as well. Just a little bit. Not by a huge amount. But every single thing you take away does help in the game. So I do like that from OG. It's a little bit different coming out for them, which is good to see for, again, a team that has their back all the way up against a wall, being dragged out into in an ideal circumstance 2 best of 1s, but they really have to bring out the best of OG that we know these players are capable of here.
5 seconds remaining.
See what they can do. Caught Speed yawning in the middle of all this. He's having a very boring day, apparently. Old Speed.
Is it,
hopefully the... What is it, John?
Is it time to tell Speed to wash his face?
No. Not that time yet, John. I think he's bored for different reasons. I don't think he missed out on sleep last night.
Just not intellectually stimulating enough for good old Speed?
No, I don't think it was.
You know what it is? You know what I think it is? Speed was like, they picked the PL. It's like, you picked the Phantom Lancer against me?
Shooter.
Me? Who used to run this PL in Div 2 when I was a carry? How dare you? You know?
That's right.
The Wind Ranger.
Yep.
Yeah, the Wind Ranger. That's all I have to say. Look, it could be safe lane for Natsumi. The support duo of Wind Ranger and Dying just does not fill me with any more confidence than the support duo of Wind Ranger Marana the last game. So we'll see, but it could be okay. right? Like, Tim's had a decent enough time sniping people. He was getting some good shackles, right? So it has value. I don't see the necessity of picking Wind Ranger now. Like, what does Wind Ranger do that no other support does with the Undying here? Maybe you run Undying off lane with Wind Ranger 4, and that lane can be nice, right? Like 2 decays on, power shot up. That's a lot of damage you're doing to a hero with less strength. So maybe that's their concept here in OG. Just a really dynamic lane, perhaps, but for some reason I just don't see Raven playing the Undying. Okay, now
Let's have some fun, shall we?
I feel like you just run the Undying off lane. It's got to be you have to do it. You run Undying, Wind Ranger as the off lane duo, get 2 decays, power shot someone, win the lane that way, and you can kind of snowball, right? Like, you got to do it, because now GamerLegion, they go back to Mirana. They go back to the Bignum Dark Willow. This is such strong comfort for GamerLegion. We've seen them perform with all of these heroes. They're just playing their own game again.
I mean, they sure are. It's scary. Like, that mid centaur alone, I did catch a glimpse of that game against Falcons earlier, and yeah, it did look pretty devastating to go up against. That's for sure. See what they can do about it. I mean, with this Mirana and the Dark Willow on top, it could just be that much scarier. OG, what is the game plan? Diving deep into that reserve time for this third pick. I mean, if it's a Wind Ranger support again, I don't like it.
You would prefer it core?
Well, I mean, it just didn't do anything.
No, not this answer.
Yeah.
Like the Slardar, again, we just saw this. Slardar mid against Centaur just doesn't stop it. It's really not any pressure for Centaur whatsoever. You might be able to play the lane, sure. I think the key thing up against Centaur anyway is that most heroes can play the lane against Centaur. The issue is down the line. Like, no one's going to kill Centaur. The only hero I feasibly saw as a left field pick for OG to deal with Centaur is, like, Outworld Devourer. Like an OD. That's the one thing that can maybe, like, outright bully it in lane. Or, like, a long range hero, like, say, the Lina mid can at least force, like, a max retaliate build. But I don't know if the Slaughter will do enough. It is good for the game, mind you, right? Like, now it certainly is looking like we're going to get either the core Undying or the core Wind Ranger. You've got either Undying Hoodwink or Wind Ranger Hoodwink, and that's a support duo that does have a lot more play. So there is some ways of just utilizing these heroes a little bit earlier on. Slardar with blink timing, you should get things going. What's wrong with Tim's? He has a tissue stuffed up his nose. Hopefully he's doing all right. You know, sometimes it's fairly common here. You go into a really cold room, you go outside in a hot area, and you tend to get nosebleeds.
Hopefully he's okay. There's your Necropost coming out now for Ghost, one of his specialties, a hero he tends to feel very comfortable on. So again, you already said it, but GamerLegion, it feels like they're getting what they'd like to have on a draft. You know, this is pretty stock standard for GamerLegion. OG, are they being a little bit reactive with their draft? It does kind of feel like it. You know, it does kind of feel like it. I'm still concerned about this Wind Ranger. I'm assuming it's a POS 1 Wind Ranger at this stage. I'm assuming here, John.
Yeah.
You know, but that would mean the offlane Undying that you mentioned a little bit earlier. Oh, excuse me, rather the POS 5 Undying would probably be where we put it. We'll see.
Why are they banning mids? Surely they know this should just be RCY, right? Because if you're laning Centaur into Slaughter, that's fine.
I mean, I guess maybe they believe there's a chance that it's not. Maybe Fade takes it himself.
Yeah, cover your bases for Yopaj for a worse lane matchup, I suppose. That makes enough sense. I just don't think GamerLegion cares. You know, and now you can actually think about, again, probably just our Fade hero off lane. No Enigma. There is a Lycan, but I don't think we've really seen the Lycan at all pop off here. Then again, with a Hoodwink, you can maybe hunt it down. Underlord's still there if you just want to be really beefy. And that's going to be a very hard to kill lineup, right? Like Underlord Centaur, Necrophos on top. You don't really have the burst on OG to handle any one of these heroes. It could be problematic for the side of OG if they will allow like Underlord True. Lifestealer banned out? Yeah, they might think about, again, maybe protecting the Centaur or protecting potentially the Underlord from sliding out here. And this could catch OG by surprise. Like with an Underlord ban, with a Lifestealer ban, you're like, all right, maybe the Centaur is going off lane. Keep banning mids, and then you just drag Centaur mid anyway.
Let's see what happens. Final ban to come from OG. I imagine they're still just going to continue with the ban outs here on the mids. Back into the reserve time here for their final ban of OG. They are going to get rid of the puck, so they still do believe perhaps a mid to come. I mean, you kind of said it, like the Slardar vs Centaur mid matchup, if it was to be that, isn't actually that bad for the Centaur anyway. So, you know, I don't think it's you know, you've solved your answer here by having Slardar on your side. But no. GamerLegion, they might choose to just make their life a little bit easier. Fade tends to play a pretty mean Centaur anyway, and they are. They're going to go down the Ember.
This actually does become a mildly better lane for Slardar now. I mean, this is still pretty decent for Ember overall, right? Like, you can just go max Flame Guard. There's no magic damage here to burn that down, so you're always going to have it in full effect. You can just go back to the Chain and Sleight of Fist build as well here for RCY. There's a lot of options. There's no hard stuns in OG that really threaten the Ember. Like, Blink Crush is a little bit telegraphed. Your best bet is actually just from the tree line with Bushwhack, which we've seen be really impactful a couple of times. So maybe that's the direction you go here on the side of OG. It could still pan out, but and for RCY, this doesn't look like the most complicated game to zip in and out at the very least. For OG, time to kind of figure out what they'd want. We've seen a mix of off-lane, safe-lane bans. I guess Lane was printing some airplane tickets there, Mikey. You know, when I chatted up Manager Lane, he said he was busy printing something.
Yeah, could be. Yeah, I know I don't even want to say anything about this pick, John. I don't want to do it. It's a Raven Viper coming out, but that doesn't make me any happier. You know?
No.
Nope. Oh, here we go. Game number 2 between OG and GamerLegion. As you could probably tell by the defeated tones from me and from John and I, we don't like the Viper last pick. I mean, this Viper, every time I see it, I just roll my eyes. Every single time. You know?
I just can't believe this is how we see it every time we get an OG match. The only OG match we ever get in the tournaments we actually cast. And every single time, it's been elimination matches. And it's twice in a row, they last pick a Viper.
On the bright side, GamerLegion probably pretty happy. You know?
Oh, yeah.
They're going to have a great old time.
They should.
Here we go.
They have a draft that actually looks like it's made to play Dota 2. Mind you, I will give OG some credit. If they do win lanes, you know, if Raven actually just crushes Ghost, like kills this guy off at like, say, level 2, level 3, and then the Viper is very impactful. You get a nice timing to Mage Slayer, you get a BKB, you can maybe even build Orchid if you snowball hard enough. It can look good. I just don't know if OG is going to win lanes like that because, again, even outside of draft, yeah, a lot of ifs there because I have to put these caveats because we haven't seen OG play that strong in the laning phase in a long time. It's not just here in TI, right? Like it's been a lot of the tournaments as well. They've been slow to start in the lanes, and they need to win lanes with this kind of lineup. So that's the important bit for OG. Get the laning phase underway, win it out, apply pressure to Ghost because you let that Necrophos win against the Viper, your Viper pick becomes meaningless because Viper from behind. You were talking about Night Stalker being played from behind here, Mikey, last game. Viper from behind is a much worse deal to play with, right? Like that feels absolutely awful. At least Night Stalker can run around with Dark Ascension, can provide a silence, can try to look for the backline and kill. Viper, if he's behind, he doesn't get the chance to kill. He doesn't have mobility. He's not ultra tanky as well. So There's a lot of pressure on Raven to get this done. Natsumi, I know we missed out on it because we're just getting into game, but not okay. Maybe I mean, I appreciate the view. Okay, yeah, I appreciate you, Natsumi, and I'm sorry that I have to say these things, but it's not. The draft doesn't fill me with confidence on the side of OG, Mikey. Just doesn't.
Thank you to Natsumi for not using my voice line. I appreciate that, sir.
We haven't gotten it this tournament. We just haven't.
Happy. I'm so happy. I genuinely am. I haven't had to suffer once by hearing the cringiest voice line in existence.
You know,
I'm just gonna say it. It's so
I'm actually so upset that we didn't get it because I had to deal with it when I was watching those the most recent tournament I was doing.
That's what you get.
I had to get him like, all right, at least I'll get this with Mike, and then it didn't happen.
You loved
so
it.
I just suffered by myself.
You loved it so much in Paris. You thought it was the best thing ever. Surely you loved it.
I didn't love it. I didn't love it. I loved watching your face as we rode on that boat, Mikey, for 1 hour. That is great.
Fight over the bounty routes. Tim's is going to be able to pick it up. It's still a 3-for-1 trade, though, in the favor of GamerLegion. So they get off to a pretty nice start. Chase is on for Fade, but Fade looks like he's probably going to be okay. I say that Skem's got brown boots available, so he can really abuse Fade quite a bit here. Power shot through as well. Even Hoof Stomp being committed just to ensure the chase cannot continue. So they do get off to a decent start with all this harassment onto Fade, giving away 1 bounty rune for it, but they might just call that work.
Yeah. We are seeing some of the power that we were talking about in lane, right? You still end up with the Undying Wind Ranger lane, so decay spam into power shot. It is a ton of damage, especially if you can get like 2 decay stacks up, -8 strength, plus a pretty big nuke. Level 3 is gonna be a nice spike here for the side of OG. And again, just playing to their strengths. If they do get these lanes going, I feel like the bot lane's the one that's gonna be relatively easy to do, right? Because you've got this Undying, you've got 2 heroes that don't really hit Tombstone too well. The Centaur certainly doesn't have a good time with that. Dark Willow can somewhat do it, but not greatly as well. So there's a lot of presence there for Skem later on. The mid matchup, this is something we've seen a couple of times. Normally pretty good for Slardar because he can just sustain in the lane, right-click back. But Ember is one of his tougher melee matchups, right? There's so much damage on Ember. Flame Guard's never going to melt because you don't have any source of magic damage. So RCY could go for the 1-1 tree build and just control the lane if he'd want. We'll have to see. Again, the bot lane, getting some pulls out for Bignum. He does understand this lane's going to be slow. You have some decays to play with, though. Skem could find this.
Trying. Bignum. Almost down. Skem gonna eventually leave it be, but the creep wave is gonna end up underneath the tier 1, and in fact he gets a range creep tonight anyway here on Skem. He's gonna feel very, very good about that, even securing the range creep for himself. Looking into mid lane, RCY and Yopaj going at it. RCY still looking like he's having a bit of a better time here on the Ember Spirit. Yopaj gonna have to work overtime to make sure RCY doesn't have another repeat performance from like game 1, because game 1 he was just too much.
And he was.
Top lane
does look like
Ghost. He's having a tough time here, Ghost, and he is going to end up going down. Raven able to secure a very nice kill. It will be at the cost of his own life, but very well worth it. And now Tim's finding surely another. There's no speed. Speed's going to find the double. That celestial quiver. It really is just too much.
It is. I mean, you're happy enough. You know, you find that kill on Raven first. He gets EXP. So you are applying that pressure we were looking for here onto Ghost. It is a little bit slower here for the Necrophos. It's not a free lane whatsoever. So at the least, you know, the purpose of your Viper in the draft is somewhat showing up. And that is important. Because again, the Viper from a position where you're not shutting down a core can feel pretty rough. Nice little movement out from Yopaj. Will get himself a water rune, a small denial to RCY, but he already has his anyhow, so just no double water rune here for the Ember. I will say one thing about bot as well. I think Skem's been doing something pretty important, right? Because he had the opportunity to kill Bignum. Instead, he tried to leave Bignum alive, and think what he was trying to do is just slow down the pulls from Bignum. Because if he dies, he's back in, he's going to have full HP, he's going to try to go for the pull again. Keeping him alive wastes a few resources, he's out of tangos now. He is fully reset from just regenning up, but it does slow down that sort of steady pulling that you'd want here for Fade. So by not finding the kill, it actually does set up the lane just a little bit better for Skem, considering the circumstance here.
Tombstone drop. They're going to try to Fade. Fade drops a boost stomp for himself, but it's pretty rough right now down in this bottom lane. The Brambles, though, making it very hard for the chase to happen. In fact, they might be losing Skem in all this. Skem is indeed going to go down as Bignum. The fantastic Brambles just catching everyone constantly.
Yeah. Really nice punishment coming out there. A nice, simple kill. I don't know if you mind that too much in Skem. Like, I mean, dying's bad either way, but as an Undying, you do appreciate just having full mana again. Granted, the commitment to the Tombstone doesn't lead to much. So, you'll be happy enough to just get a freebie on side of GamerLegion. Laning start, it's been a little bit more back and forth, right? Like, Natsumi actually has a decent start for himself, despite all of these trades in the lane so far. Our Wind Ranger is getting its initial ramp up. The mid lane matchup has still been favorable for RCY, but Yopaj again isn't zoned out. He's not having to think about RCY making all of these small plays as much. So RCY with a level 3 Flame Guard is starting to hurt pretty hard. Again, Yopaj has no way of clearing out that Flame Guard. The damage is just going to be consistent here on the mid.
Nate being chased down again. They're trying to be just so annoying here. Mid lane, they're going out at Yopaj. Looking for that bash of the deep onto RCY. RCY going to go for a quick slide of fist to secure a creep. It props to RCY again. He's still finding the CS, even though the matchup has proven to be quite challenging against the Slardar. Yopaj at least gets a bit of respite here, just a bit of relaxation here against the Ember. While RCY does go for the quick reset at the fountain. Not really the amount of dominance you'd like to see if you're Yopaj, that's for sure. It still feels like RCY probably getting away with a little bit too much.
That he is, but again, the natural matchup here for the Slardar, it's not the most dominant into the Ember. Out of all his potential melee matchups, RCY, he goes for that 1-1-3 build. He's got consistent damage. They do have a lot better power rune vision here on OG. They've committed both wards, kind of watch the area. So we'll be able to contest nicely here.
They're going to try again for RCY, but unable to land a Slithering Crush. He's going to show up with the Brambles out and Skem. He might be dying for this. Tombstone's going to be dropped. RCY just going to go for a run away. Maybe he can secure the life of Bignum at least. And it seems as though they should be able to get away with it. Bignum trying to make life hard, but eventually does get taken down as Tim's able to secure a kill on the Hoodwink. The big target they wanted, though, he does walk away.
Radiant are scanning.
RCY, unfortunately, still not having 6. I'm sure if he had a Remnant to throw out, he'd try to make that play onto the triangle. So, not going to be able to get too much punishment out. Again, held back from that walk back to the base for that refill. Which, again, Yopaj is still finding some of these wins, right? Maybe not in CS, but certainly in managing the lane. It's been looking a lot better here for him in comparison to Game 1 with his Primal Beast. And you are getting some activity out in the laning phase for OG. This is, again, in stark contrast to Game 1 where it just looked really slow. You are getting things done with some early plays. Tsumi now at level 6 as well. So you're hitting some early spikes here for the Wind Ranger top. Raven's been having a pretty decent time. Ghost has started to get into the groove of things as an Necrophos though. Right, he's inching towards level 6. He's got some really big stacks that haven't been scouted out. He's gonna get himself a nice quick ramp up into the Radiance timing. And that's where things can get a little bit scary. He's not rushing for the travels. He does want to heat up a little bit more farm, get that presence going for himself instead. Maybe anticipating that RCY should be able to get the job done across the map. And there's always Stampede to kind of get you into the middle of the fight anyhow. So that could be the idea here for GamerLegion overall. Still shoving in top pretty nicely here.
Right for Ghost. Ghost, he still had a pretty good time considering the Viper matchup as well. But they are going to drop a Tombstone. They'll even bring Natsumi in. However, a Reaper Scythe is going to catch Tim's on his way out. It's not really what you like to see here as OG. You're still getting something for nothing, it feels like, for Ghost. But they'll take a big one against the Necrophos now as RCY. Mid lane will be chased down by Yopaj. It seems like he's going to be just fine. Yopaj trying to again be dominant here on this ladder. It seems like OG, they'll take the time to try and secure this top tier 1. Ghost is actually going to move his way back in to defend. But it doesn't really seem like he'll have his way with it. They've got the numbers here on OG to keep this going, surely. But not the creep way.
No. I'm forced to back off a little bit, at least. I mean, they've done some good chip damage, not finding the objective. It's going to stall it out by maybe a minute, 2 minutes at most here, depending on when OG would want to make that move again. But again, a lot more early plays from OG. They're starting to match that tempo we saw from GamerLegion in Game 1. For GamerLegion, it's a little bit slower, right? Like, you're still level 4 in Bignum. Speed is the one that's kind of soaked up all the EXP. Level 6, as we saw from that early Midnight Shadow. Moonlight Shadow. And you are still in a good spot for OG. Again, we were talking about the things that this draft had to do for OG side. They had to get a little bit of a stronger early game. It's not a dominant early game by any means, but it is a lot better than from Game 1. And that does lead to a position where this is a playable game. Raven, he's actually opting for the Dragonlance first over Mage Slayer. So he wants some safe stats. He wants to be able to stand back, maybe go into the Hurricane Pipe as well. Down bot.
Time for a bit of a kill here onto Fade. Fade, he's going to pop the Stampede and try to go for a run, but the chase is on from Natsumi. He'll have a power shot in one, but they won't even need. Another nice pick up here onto Fade. Fade's actually trying to trade with the Warpine Raider. Has a siege shot in one, but won't have the opportunity to actually throw it out. However, in the meantime, Yopaj is going to get taken down. So not really the greatest trade for OG.
No. You're still happy enough shutting down Fade. It has been a little bit of a struggle here for our center off. But this kill for RCY, we normally talk about it with Mirana, but you do have the setup for arrow combos. It's that classic chains into arrow that we've seen. Heck, we've seen OG, or at least this group of players run it before when they were on Boom Esports. This was one of their more quirky combos back in the day. Maximizing quite nicely. Top, bit of a Viper Strike here onto Ghost.
They actually get it. Ghost, he's got the Ghost Walk available, or rather Ghost Shroud. Still too much damage though. They are able to find him once again. Natsumi able to secure the kill. They will not be able to finish off the kill onto speed at the very least, but they are making the life of Ghost extremely difficult here with this Viper pickup. So at least for now, the Viper pick is working in some sense. Mind you, you do still find Ghost is top of the net worth board anyway. You know, they're slowing him down, but he's still finding the farm regardless. I'm sure is somewhat concerning for OG.
It should be. Because, again, the Viper thrives when you have that network deficit on the core you're laning up against. It just hasn't really been a deficit to speak of. They find a tier 1 top, at the least, so it's a little bit uncomfy for Ghost to just hang in that area, but he is certainly still very safe in his own top jungle anyhow. Radiant's timing stalled out a little bit, but Sacred Relic is flying out. So just the Talisman left. Still about 1,000 gold to farm. And this is the one thing for GamerLegion. This game, again, it's a little bit slower. OG's getting a lot more room to play. Natsumi, he has that early Javelin timing up on our Wind Ranger. Quite a fair bit of damage flying in. You tie that in with a Slardar, who can help amp up that damage as well with the Corrosive Haze. There's a lot more to do here.
They're going to find Skem. Skem will drop a quick Tombstone, but it doesn't really seem like it's going to help his cause too much, as they will just go ahead and chase him down, and Skem, of course, will have to die. But here comes Natsumi for a trade. Bignum will pop the Terrorize immediately. Meanwhile, RCY going to remnant towards the north. TPs are incoming to try and help out. RCY still being targeted. Can they kill him? They cannot. Yopaj is going to get caught. RCY barely making it out with his life intact, and that is, again, horrible news for OG. They didn't even find Bignum. Bignum also out of there with the Terrorite.
Managed to bail out nicely, and in the end, they do trade 2-0. A very close call. If you found RCY, perhaps that feels a lot better here, but again, GamerLegion just kind of playing it smart. Grouping up his team. That's also a ton of space for Ghost. Last time we checked up on him, he was 1,000 gold away from the full Radiance. It's up now. He's got the gold for it. You hit this key timing now in the Necro. They'll try to make a smoke play out here, OG, keeping that pressure off.
Gonna find speed. Nice freebie here for OG. Any kill's a good kill. We'll take it. In the meantime, though, that Radiance on the Necrophos available for Ghost, so his farming speed set to escalate, as well as his impact, as they do catch Tim's. Tim's gonna end up losing his life on the Hoodwink here to Bignum. I just don't feel as though it's been dominant enough with this draft. Like, you've got a draft that dominates in lane, and it just hasn't... It's going alright, but it's just too even of a matchup right now. RC White will get jumped again mid lane, but there's no real follow-up. In fact, Bignum, he's going to show up trying to go onto Yopaj, but RC White will make the call to retreat, hoping for a power rune, but does not get lucky. In fact, he gets caught by a bushwhack. That's a great setup from Tims, and they will finally get RC White.
It's a very important kill to find. RCY's been dancing around them for quite some time, and they're getting some value back. They get the power rune for Yopaj on top of things. RCY just getting a little bit greedy, hanging in the area, not respecting that long-range hold. We were talking about this in draft. Your options for holding this Ember, your best bet is that Hoodwink, not even a Slaughter or Blink Crush, as there is that slight cast point on the Crush. It has to be something like that Bushwhack. Tims is putting in the work to actually find that punishment. GamerLegion again finding themselves in a more even game. You haven't quite crushed the lanes in the way you'd want OG's draft to do so, but they're in a playable game state. Even across the board, there is still some concern though, as Ghost, again with the Radiance, can start to get pretty scary with his own farming pace. Is going back for the travel, so he's not going for the consecrated wraps he was queuing up a while ago. But will want to start to show up with his team a little bit more, get some Reaper sights going. So a little bit of smoke out as well from GamerLegion, but not really able to connect it too much. It's also concerning how much space Fade has gotten. He's not going for the Heart Rush. He is going for that Lotus Orb instead, but utility is going to be good.
On the Fade again. Fade's going to pop the Stampede. He's actually somehow survived the initiation. Now OG need a way out. RCY, he's jumped in a little bit preemptively, but it won't matter. Natsumi's going to die immediately to the Reaper's side. They'll deal with the Tombstone as well, and now Ghost, he wants to go. There's nothing else to be afraid of, apart from maybe Raven's Viper. And so they do decide to retreat anyway. But you got Natsumi, you got an extra in the Undying. No need to force anything more. They're okay with this.
Oh. They're happy enough. I mean, you again kill that big scaling here you're kind of concerned about from the side of OG. Natsumi's gotten himself a pretty decent time in the lane. Fade, the fact that this guy just gets to run away, and again, it's down to that lack of control. Like, you get, if you get the Crush and Bushwhack, and you don't layer them properly, it's not the longest set of stuns. There's a lot of ways for Fade to just run off, and this build into the Lotus is certainly showing why it's valuable. The HP increase with armor is huge here when you're up against the Slardar. So bypassing that normal Heart Rush does make a lot of sense here if you want. They're still set up to defend.
They're trying for the tier 1 bottom tower, OG. But, oh, they actually do find a Bushwhack. Follow-up stun is there onto RCY. RCY trying for the run away, but no, the arrow is going to land onto Yopaj. He's going to drop. Raven now needs to look to retreat a little bit as Ghost maybe going a bit too far, but they'll land a very nice two-man terrorize now going for the Tombstone. Meanwhile, Raven, he gets stunned up, and now the Bramble Maze from Bignum locking down a couple more. That'll be Raven gone. Skem cannot survive through this either. They're just getting picked off one by one as Natsumi also caught out. The arrow from Speed. The chase will be on. See you later, Natsumi.
Goodness.
4 for the price of nothing.
Goodness.
Yeah.
Ouch.
That is very concerning now for OG. As you have a very clear lead now for GamerLegion. 4K up. Ghost is 3K above. 2.5K above the next year. After a little bit slower lane, right? Like, he's under a little bit more pressure. He's died a few more times here. He is still set to crush with his timing on Necrophos. Travels up into the Mantis style next. You've almost got that Lotus Orb we've been talking about on Fade, and then into the hard timing. That's when things start to get really scary on the Centaur. RCY, they're just looking for armor. They understand. You're so tied in to actually getting your damage out from Yopaj and Corrosive Haze. Just plate mails on these cores. It's going to be enough to allow you to actually survive that initial jump. Now the Moonlight, Raven.
This is the issue we always have with this hero. Like you didn't even really dominate the lane. That's kind of the thing, right? Like Ghost was still top of the net worth by the time laning stage was over. You got a couple kills, but what did it matter? And now that you've got this Viper hero that doesn't really do anything going into the mid game.
No, it doesn't.
Middle tower is under attack.
And we've seen this a few times from OG before, and in some elimination matches, like we said earlier. Mid just being sieged away by Fade and his beautiful Dark Troll Summoner army. Goodness. The Skellies. No heroes around even for that, just a free tower. I mean, they're forced to play around the map on the side of OG. They can't even respond to like the creeps shoving in for free. Just concerning. I wanted to say as well, while there's maybe a little bit of dead time, we saw the NA Dota sticker from RCY.
Yeah, RCY, but a Terrorize again can make life a little bit hard. Bignum, he's been very on point with these. Even the block from Fade. Get down, Mr. President. And RCY, he's going to have his Remnant back up to play with. In fact, they might turn. GamerLegion, they are slowly resetting, and Ghost is moving his way in. But it seems the OG make the decision to retreat, and I think that's probably the right decision to make. His speed, he's hunting around, seeing if he can find a target for an arrow. Oh, they're going to find Natsumi. Not Natsumi. Oh, chains are going to land as well. They do at least get a bushwhack to try and help out Natsumi, but it's just not going to make the difference. Just a disaster of a game. Bignum's tipping Natsumi now. Bignum. He's the quiet guy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man.
Yopaj is on the run as well. Yopaj, at least there's no vision watching him. Oh, Skem's gone to boot. It's getting ugly, John. It's getting real ugly.
It is. Okay, we've got some dead time. I wanted to say, we saw the NA Dota sticker from RCY. I said, as you know, RCY is going on Tim's.
Yes. No need to cast this part, Jonathan. We know he's dead. Go on. What's the story?
So, I was saying this is like 7 C players, right? But it's also 7 NA players. If you think about Skem and Yopaj's time in Shopify, right?
True.
So we have 7 C players, 7 NA players. Truly the best of both worlds here, and somehow Southeast Asia is deader than a dead region. I mean, this is great for NA, don't get me wrong. That's just the memes, right? Like, this is outstanding. And we've talked about it with GamerLegion. They've looked amazing. Despite the scoreline not reflecting that in the tournament results so far, they have looked pretty damn good in these games, and it's showing up here up against a very experienced OG stack as well, RCY. Come on, man.
He's alright. RCY, I mean, that one death he had, it's because he wanted the power rune and got unlucky for it. You know? And quite frankly, while we're on the topic of GamerLegion, I still think 2 of the series that they lost, they shouldn't have lost. You know? They were basically guaranteed wins almost. Just unfortunate circumstance. But they shouldn't be here in this series. No. It doesn't feel like they should be playing against OG right now.
No.
RCY?
Playing against OG.
Banger.
It's just not GamerLegion.
I can agree
I
with that.
don't care who it is.
Well, let's see. Okay, let's go back to this. What can OG do? We've got a BKB lined up here for Yopaj. We've got a BKB for Natsumi as well. 2 Hurricane Pikes for Raven. That's beautiful to see. And just double clicking. Smoke out, Moonlight Shadow on the side of GamerLegion. No,
it's a stressful
spicy.
Game, leave Raven alone. B. Leap away. They are going to find a bigger target though in Ghost. And Ghost, no, he's going to survive. He's fine. Yopaj is the one to drop. Skem's trying to chase down this Necrophos, but he'll give up in the end as they'll turn their attention onto Bignum. Bignum will die. But it's at the cost of Yopaj. The more concerning thing is that Ghost, he just makes it out.
He does. Just barely enough stats there with a Manta style up. I will say though, look at the actual gold gain. You got 547 plus 348 for killing Bignum. You only got 295 plus 264 for killing Yopaj. So a very big win for OG. You don't mind trading that way with how far behind you are, although
you might mind this, though, John.
Yeah. You took the words out of my mouth, Mike.
I did, didn't I, John? I did. Well, there you have it. GamerLegion, the game is a banger, is the call. I might disagree with that voice line a little bit this game, boys. Wouldn't go as far as saying it's a banger,
It's a banger for them, they're winning. They don't care. If you win a game, it's a banger, Mikey.
I suppose.
We should start calling them Burger Legion as well, by the way. That is the sticker.
I mean, I'm genuinely surprised they haven't got a fast food sponsor yet. Maybe they do and we don't know it, but I haven't seen it. Maybe Neff can sort one out.
Yeah, exactly. If they had someone called Neff Sensei, this man can hook you up with burgers. He knows his burgers, man. He's got the connections. It's actually terrifying that he does, considering him as
Does he actually?
If there's a will, there's a way, and Neff is one of those maniacs who will make it work. I firmly believe in that. If there's a Neff, there's a way.
Would Jollibee sponsor them, Joe? I mean, they've got a Filipino.
Oh, you know what? We should get that done. That's a good idea. Signing bonus, please, as they are on the hunt. Not gonna catch. They could get it done. I mean, RCY would be a good marketing point, Filipino-American in the big leagues.
True.
Jollibee's expanding in North America. Something to think about there, corporate. If anyone's watching from corporate somehow.
Scam. Well, don't watch this corporate. Scam is also Filipino. He's going to try and do something here against Bignum, but of course he knows he's dead. Ghost will say thank you very much for my free stack.
Yopach?
Oh, Yopach. What's he doing here? Maybe looking for a burger job. Yopach. He's going to take RCY down at least. They do find a big one. That is worth it. That is worth the life of Yopaj, of course. Any kill right now is probably worth it. They'll take it.
Yeah, you're happy enough, and you end up trading 2 for 1. But that is still 697 gold gained compared to GamerLegion gaining 581. So that's just the state of the game. You can trade 2 for 1, and you're still going to be happy about it on OG. Again, if they just keep finding these kinds of trades, they keep finding some kills like this. Natsumi is starting to get big. BKB one part away. Full Mjolnir up and running. A lot of damage here on the Wind Ranger. Raven, he did go back for the Mage Slayer. And he does have that full Hurricane Pike up. Still queuing another one up. Just to make sure it exists. But we'll see eventually what Raven will want. But the Mage Slayer timing is quite good as well, right? It is mainly magical damage here on the side of GamerLegion. So if you can get this debuff going from Raven, this Viper can be a little bit hard to manage up front. Your physical output just doesn't quite compare for the side of GamerLegion with this draft. There just isn't much physical to speak of. So, at least Raven is starting to get some presence out here as well. And the scaling of OG, it kind of is at minimum on par with what GamerLegion has. It's not like this draft in GamerLegion is like an ultra late game menace. Maybe RCY can be, with a typical Ags refresh on Ember, sure. But in terms of like damage output, it certainly does stop as speed. That's a little bit crazy.
I mean, you say that, John, but speed. He's a broken kind of guy. Tombstone going to be dropped. Run away from Natsumi. It's not going to pan out. RCY is just here to clean up. The Filipino janitor is what I call him, John. Look at that. Clean up in the bot lane.
Oh, this game is a banger.
Sniped out the courier. 2 gems on RCY now. Scam just bought that out. Felt like a few moments ago.
What do you think, John?
So
the Filipino janitor. Yeah. You think he'd appreciate that nickname?
I can see RCY liking it. He's a good kid. Like, thank you for that one.
He wouldn't tell me if he didn't like it. He's a shy guy.
Yeah, exactly. He's a very nice kid. You're like, thanks. Behind your back, you're like, that's kind of awkward. Why am I a janitor? He's too nice, RCY. Just too nice. What's not nice is oh, he is. He's a plus fella, isn't he?
Remember that first time we talked to them and they were trying to practice and we just wouldn't leave them alone?
Yeah.
Bignum and Fade were just staring at us like they wanted to kill us the whole time. It's Natsumi! Oh, Bignum's just having his way with him now. Bignum's just destroying him. There goes Scam as well. How do you say depression in Filipino, John?
How do you say depression? See, we're so happy that I can't even think the word sadness. because normally you mix that with Taglish at that point, and it's like, sobrang sad ako, you know, like, that's how some people speak, you know, it's like, I'm very sad, you know, so, this is, I guess there's just no words for OG, you know, I mean, this is hard to see a comeback coming in, let's say, with this draft. You're 24k behind at 28 minutes in.
We can look at DOTA Plus.
All right, what does DOTA Plus say? 1%, Mike. It's not 100, right? 1%.
Not yet. Fade. He's gonna walk away. It might be 100 very soon. John Fade's taking no kills here as you see Ghost jumping in. Yopaj will TP away. Raven cannot do the same by the looks of it. Raven will have to suffer for his team's attempt at Fade. And as well as that, you'll lose Tim's. Raven still being toyed with here by the boys on GamerLegion. But there's still a 1% chance. We're all right. Nothing's changed.
Yeah. No. Not 1%. It's 100 times better than 0, Mikey. Infinitely better than 0. So, you know, the hope is alive for OG.
Actually, anything times 0 is still 0, John.
That's fair. Well,
I'd hate to.
I mean, you don't need to be such a downer, Mikey. It's already very sad.
It is sad. Not for GamerLegion though. GamerLegion's having a great. It's a banger.
Yeah. Again, like I would disagree with banger, but this is a win so far. Looking like it's GamerLegion's game to throw at this point. If there's any way to lose this one, mid set Iraq set to fall, and
in fairness, they have thrown 2 other series, so maybe
that is true. That is true. You are fair. It can happen.
Natsumi's getting soloed by Bignum right now, John. That's not a good sign at all. He'll have to BKB TPOAG. That is a horrifying sign, if I've ever seen it. Meanwhile, Skem's gonna go down. You know, you've got to try. It's TI. They're gonna give it a crack one last time. Yopaj, she's gonna jump in for a 2-man stun, but there's just no follow-up to it. And he knows it. Jump in from Fade, a nice shackle. But that's about all it is. It's just a nice shackle. And now DOTA Plus is sitting at 100%.
Well, never goes back down from there.
Well, it shouldn't. Here we go. Tim's gonna be okay. Tombstone's gonna be dropped. Hold on a minute. Maybe they can do something here, John. Tim's will die. Reaper Scythe is out. Raven hitting away at Ghost, but Ghost is taking literally no damage.
What? Wait, Mikey, what about the Tombstone made you think it would turn around there? I'm just so curious.
Well, John,
you sounded so enthused as well. Oh, it could happen. It's like, okay, let's calm down, Mikey.
Look, John, I mean,
don't give OG fans too much hope.
They haven't called GG, John. I mean, what do you want me to do?
That's true.
You want me to just depressedly say, oh, they don't have a chance the whole time? There's your GG call. I was saying they don't have a chance since the draft, John, you know? There's only so many times I can say it.
True. So it's a rough one for OG. Pretty heartbreaking for OG, pretty heartbreaking for Southeast Asia, but North America is truly back. They live through potential elimination. They make it through the 1-3 scoreline into the survival zone of 2-3. And in very convincing fashion, again, all the opponents they had to face against are pretty high-ranked opponents, right? Like, they take games off of some of them. They should have won 2 series before this as well, except maybe some of that inexperience was kicking in, but up against OG, a very experienced stack that just hasn't had its moment since the highs at the start of the season last year. And they show up, right? They completely crush it. They show a good reason why the Filipino bowler should be banned when RCY is there. Like, you just can't give away that Earth Spirit. In this game, they kind of make it a little bit crazy, you know, getting the Centaurs, flexing the Fade, crushing every lane. I think OG, it just feels like there's some ideas that they haven't fully adapted to on this patch, right? Since that high point in the start of the season, it just feels like maybe there's something in the way they play Dota that just doesn't jive with how the meta is developed now. Because this certainly isn't the high point of any of the players we've seen. And it's not been that long since we saw those high points for at least 4 of these players. Right? It was like Wallachia Season 6, and that wasn't too long ago at this point. So I think there's still a lot of potential for them. Unfortunately, if you don't grow here at TI, then that's it, right? This is the moment for a team to step up. It doesn't quite happen for OG. It's GamerLegion who really steps up. You know, it shows us how much they've grown as a team, shows us a lot of close series, shows us a lot of great individual plays, and they do get to stay alive. They keep that hope to go into the main stage for the International another day. And unfortunately for the side of OG, that is the end of such a storied organization, of such storied players. Like we've been seeing the interviews with Raven, you know, his return to the pro scene, his return to TI after a long time, and unfortunately not going any better than it did last time around.
No, it's certainly not. A pretty rough affair here for the boys of OG, and obviously a sad state of affairs, Jonathan, but it is what it is. It just was not their tournament this time around. But again, props to GamerLegion. I feel like they are the deserving team here in this 2-0 victory in this best of 3 series. And again, we both said they were the favorites going into this matchup, and they kind of showed us why they're the favorites here. No, OG again, props to them. They try their best. It just wasn't their tournament. Time to go back to the drawing board and reset. MVP wise, John Expire. I want to say Bignum this time. Yes. Is that right? Bignum's been a real problem this game. I'll tell you what. Bignum, he's been consistent throughout the tournament so far, but this game in particular, he showed off a little bit. He did show off.
And he did. He was on a roll here as the Dark Willow, and we've seen this prioritized by GamerLegion multiple times. It feels like there's a lot of heroes you actually have to watch out for from GamerLegion. The Dark Willow of Bignum, Speed with his Winter Wyvern or Marana, RCY with his Earth Spirit and Centaur, Flex with Fade, Ghost with his Necrophos. Like all of these things, I think a lot of teams have to kind of pick and choose which one they'll allow through, and this Dark Willow for Bignum just really showed off in this game. He performed spectacularly well in the laning phase. He did an amazing time in the team fights. He was soloing against Natsumi and not dying up against that pause one. That was just heartbreaking for OG, but spectacular for GamerLegion and spectacular for Bignum. And again, they get to stay alive forward with their hopes to go to the main stage at Shanghai in the International. And unfortunately for OG, that's the end of their story here. It's been a rough road. It's been a rough year, but you know, these players, they have the potential. We know what they can do. Just have to look for it another time, another tournament.
Absolutely. We will have to head to a break, John, but right after that break, we'll be back with our final series of the day. We'll see you all again very soon.
I'm here with Fade from GamerLegion, and we're going to have a little conversation about the International. So, Fade, welcome. How would you describe yourself as a Dota player?
I think, in general, I like to look for like patterns. I kind of break down my own gameplay or others, and like look for ways to improve.
Cool. And then, what aspects of the offlane do you like really enjoy getting into?
I think it's a pretty complicated role because there's a lot of different things you have to do depending on the hero you play. You know, whether you need to come to runes or you need to farm, be aggressive in your lane, not let them like go on you if you feel like they have pressure on you. So there's like a lot of variables to it. So that's why I enjoy it right now, yeah.
And is there any like kind of common pitfalls you see even like professional players falling into as offlaners?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think, you know, you see sometimes people like get caught a lot or die a lot. It's not usually just because they're like, you know, going too aggressive or playing too passive. It's just they're not in that mind state to where they're like understanding how the game is like progressing. The game is going too fast for them, I would say.
Right. And what's something about the game which you feel like you've personally improved upon recently?
I think I'm a bit more patient because there's some situations where you're not very comfortable what's going on. And in those moments, you kind of need to be a little bit more patient and, you know, play off your teammates because, you know, one person can have a very good game and they can understand like how they want to play because you can have some good impact in the game even if you don't have like, if it's not going the way you planned it out to be, so.
Last TI you were Heroes wildcard, so what's different between approaching this TI and approaching last TI?
I think we've generally improved as a team. I think the last TI, we didn't have a lot of expectations. We just didn't want to like kind of bomb out. I think we did relatively well. This TI, I think we've had better results throughout the year. So I think we're hoping to do, to do better and have a better result. We're kind of hoping to make the playoffs. That's the ultimate goal for us, for sure.
Is there any team in particular which you feel like you've had a bit of a rivalry with throughout the season, which are now looking to play at TI?
I think it's a little hard for us to have a rivalry because some of the tier 2 teams, they kind of go in and out of tournaments, especially the tier 1 tournaments. And the tier 1 teams that we play, we generally don't have some great record against. So the teams that I look forward to playing against is maybe Team Vision or Team Spirit.
Do you feel like there's any big offlaners which people are going to be pulling out, which we haven't seen so much of this year, but you think they'll be popular at TI?
I think we'll see some Timbersaw. When games get kind of dragged out, people tend to play a little greedier. Other than that, will be pretty basic. It'll be some zoo heroes like Largo, Centaur is going to be very popular, in my opinion. So,
for you, Fade, what would you consider a success? What's your goals at this international?
Personally, I want to just play well. So I look forward to seeing how I perform. And as a team, I think we would be very excited if we can make the playoff round and play in front of the crowd. I think that would be really awesome.
Brilliant. Fade, thank you so much for coming to talk to me and good luck at the international.
Thanks so much.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're into our final series of the night here. It is, of course, MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, we've got Ironwing against Yandex for our final one of the night. How the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great, and this should be a pretty exciting one. These are our 2-2 teams, right? Like a very even score line. They've had some successes, some rougher series here in the international group stage. And this one isn't elimination. So no matter what happens, you will survive. You know, it just determines as to whether or not you'll select your opponent or will be among those who will be selected by your enemy. So you'd want to be in a position where you can kind of pick and choose to simplify your journey past the group stage, of course, into that main stage. And a lot of stories for both these teams. I think a lot of people had Yandex and Iron Wings up there and like maybe even the top 4 considering their performances throughout the year. It's been pretty spectacular. They've had high highs. Yandex has been surprisingly, again, kind of improving in performance as time has gone on for the stack. They've looked steadier and steadier, a lot better as the year has progressed. So there's been a lot of hopes. It feels like, I feel like, I was watching quite a lot of people across all the streams. I think there's been a lot of yelling that their predictions have been ruined by some underperformances, and a lot of people cite Yandex, but there were a lot of expectations for Yandex coming in here, right? Like, to the point that a 2-2 scoreline, which isn't bad. Again, you're going to survive into the elimination round no matter what. Even that scoreline for Yandex just kind of sets them back because people had expectations for them to go 4-1. People had expectations to only drop 1 series. Same thing goes for Iron Wing, right? The consistency of this team throughout the year cannot be understated. They've looked very solid, very dependable across multiple tournaments. Maybe a few more low points than you'd want for a roster that has managed to do quite a fair bit. But there's a lot of hopes riding on this squad as well, right? And again, a 2-2 scoreline for them has felt underwhelming as well. So it's going to be interesting to see who does come out on top here, because both teams, it feels like both of these teams should be in a higher placement, but that's just the nature of this kind of Swiss format group stage. It's very punishing. You lose one series, that can snowball into another, and then suddenly you're in the middle of the pack. You don't have a secure ride to make it into the TI main stage. You have to play through these elimination rounds in the next day. So we'll have to see. And again, this is already one of the bigger matchups that are kind of lined up here in the elimination, or that could happen in the elimination matches. So I'm keen on seeing just, what exactly we do get out. Historically, this has been heavily Yandex favored. I think in the last year, they've only faced each other directly once, and that did go 2-0 Yandex's way. In 2025, the year previous, they faced up against each other in, 2 series, 1 best of 5, 1 best of 3, all of that going Yandex's way, not a single loss. So Yandex seems to have Iron Wings' number, and maybe there's been enough time here for Iron Wings to adapt. We'll have to wait and see, but for Iron Wings' sake, again, hopefully we get some of that spice coming out here, Mikey.
I hope so, Jonathan. I do hope so, and I will agree with you. By the way, I was quite surprised to see that we actually do see these two teams here in this stage of the groups, as we do look at the hero pools, and you do have some common ones, of course, the popular ones, your Earth Spirits and everything else. It is different. Like the unique heroes are quite different when you have a look at them, aren't they, Jonathan? Between Iron Ring and Yandex.
Yeah, I think the 3-3 offlane Lycan's going to be pretty interesting to see. I think we've also seen that safe lane Io come out here for Iron Wings. The Morphling as well, of course, for BZM. So there's been a lot of cheekier picks across these two sides, which I do enjoy seeing. I think, again, we should get some of that spice in this kind of game. And I'm keen on seeing, again, which way we go, because it feels like this one could kind of go either way, depending on who gets the draft they want to play the most, right? Who's considered comfort the most. There's a lot of ways this could swing. And again, it should be fascinating what's allowed true as well, because you have all those commonalities we saw: the Centaur, the Lone Druid, the Earth Spirit as well. These are all pretty strong heroes. Undying should be a factor as well. The Treant that just never slides through should be a factor. So there's only so many bans, and that does allow these two teams, which have, again, very unique picks, they should be able to get away with something special on both sides here.
Well, let's hope so, John. It should be I would dare say it's going to be more of a banger than our last series was, at least. No disrespect to either of those teams. I think this should be a much closer series, hopefully, between Yandex and Iron Wing, and definitely a higher chance of it going to 3 games here between these two sides. Like you said, historically, Yandex does seem to have the number of Iron Wing, but they haven't had that many series, so it's, maybe this one's for a bit more important, added to the record books. Let's see what they do go for their draft. For now, we'll see some pucks removed, of course. I really hope we see heroes like Earth Spirit and Undying removed, John. They seem a bit too strong at the moment. I don't think it's quite worth handing them over to other teams, but we'll see. There's only so many bans you can make. See what they do prior.
That dying at being first here. And by first overall. So I think
well, they do get the undying and the puck also being removed here from Iron Wing's end of things. Yandex. Of course, they'll prioritize the Largo ban, which this Largo hero has felt unbelievably annoying at times, I might say. That it just, you get to a late game stage and it just feels like it does a bit too darn much. Also, the Invoker being removed here from Team Yandex. I imagine we might see an Earth Spirit ban coming out from either side. We'll have to wait and see if they do want to commit to that. But for now, the SF also removed. There's just too many good heroes. Like, you got the Wyvern, you got Marana, so many first pick heroes that even Lena, of course, has been very potent. So many heroes that are just very bannable right now.
That they are. I'm a little bit surprised again. You probably have the space for it. They have to ban out the Treant, but Earth Spirit Centaur is kind of the point where Team Yandex has to pick their poison. Which one will you ban out? Because you have first pick on Iron Wing. Both of these heroes are really good in first pick. They don't really lose out to any matchup. So it's either or. And I think out of those two, the Earth Spirit mid has felt a lot more oppressive. I think that hero, again, it's just too mobile. It's just got too much damage. A lot of its natural bad lanes are not that bad, as they ban out the Coddle instead. So now you kind of have to decide as well in Iron Wing. If we pick Earth Spirit, they'll take Centaur. If we take Centaur, they're probably going to take Earth Spirit. Pick your poison as well for Iron Wing.
What do they want?
10 seconds remaining.
I feel as though Earth Spirit's really the big problem. You know, I feel like I'd prioritize Earth Spirit, John, but then again, I'm an Earth Spirit player. You know? Again, you've got Lena, you've got Wyvern instead of your Lena pick instead, so they're just going to ignore the poison altogether. They'll go for a Lena pickup, which again has been quite potent. A lot of teams just prioritizing this instead. Yandex, now they'll have the opportunity. Centaur, Earth Spirit, Wyvern, Marana. Any of those seem quite good right now for first pick?
Yeah. I mean, I wonder again if you just go into Earth Spirit mid, because like we saw from RCY, he doesn't care about matching into into Lena as an Earth Spirit. I can see Shira Jr. being cheeky like that if you want. It's the Centaur instead. Could still potentially be mid. I think for the side of Yandex, this has tended to go off lane. And to be fair, the lane matchup for Centaur into Lena is not quite the same as Earth Spirit into Lena. So chances are this is just her off lane coming out here, again, for DM. Open enough. And just having the Centaur overall, it just feels great to have this really good disengage, to have this hero that just rushes hard, that stays really tanky, eventually gets a save. With the Ags up, even though the Ags has been nerfed to heck, it still does its job. So I like seeing it. Again, we were talking about pick your poison. Yandex gets away. But a nice safe Centaur. Mind you, it doesn't know its matchups. And, you know, one of the heroes we did see in the unique pool for Iron Wing was that Lifestealer. So you're going to have to expend a ban here on Yandex on the Lifestealer, just because that lane matchup is pretty good for Lifestealer. He does not care about how much strength Centaur has. He just feasts right through it. He's tanky enough as well. The Rage on hand, just blocking off the magic damage, is pretty impactful as well. So I think Yandex just have to take care of the Lifestealer. If they do allow it through, could get dangerous, but I can see that also working, because if you somehow still manage the Lifestealer in lane, this hero just, it feels really rough to play from behind as well. Right, we've seen some Lifestealer wins, don't get me wrong, it actually has happened in this tournament already. It can still have really rough games as well, as we've seen before.
Has been. Couple more bans to come. Interesting to see the difference in win rate as well between the carry laners versus mid laners. The carry laner, I think I saw like a 29% win rate, something like that, and the mid laners was 70 plus.
No,
so
that was the pick rate. Now, which role they go?
Oh, I apologize.
Yeah, there's
all
the
right.
win
Well,
rate.
there you go. There's the actual
5 to 2 for carry, 10 to 7 for mid.
Apparently, I can't read.
It's all right, Mikey. Everything's upside down there. It can be a bit challenging in Australia.
You know, that joke just upsets me. It's not even funny. It's not even funny.
The joke itself isn't funny to me. It's your reaction that gets me. You see?
Because
I
it's
know
so
you hate
cringe.
oh, says the guy who has that great voice line in the game.
Shut up. I don't want to hear
Outstanding.
it, John.
Oh, Mikey,
Oh.
that's always going to be my ammunition from this point forward. You know that.
I mean, I deserve it.
Yeah,
I do deserve it. I'm not even gonna pretend.
There's a life
Lifesteal
stealer
will
ban.
be the final banner.
Yeah, just like we were saying, secure that Centaur lane. We've seen some good Lifestealer games come out. We've seen some games where Lifestealer gets like 700 bonus HP from his innate. So it can get crazy in a long, drawn-out, good game for Lifestealer. It is a lot you have to eat through. So you just don't want to have to deal with it. You just want to crush that lane as a Centaur with a good matchup. Stand it out, you take the Hoodwink on hand. So now you've got this beautiful combination, the Hoodwink Centaur lane. This is one that's super easy to just get dominant, get a good grip on. Bushwhack into Hoof Stomp into Double Edge. It's a ton of damage. It's decent reach. The Hoodwink's surprisingly tanky again with Scurry and her innate. So it's a good blend here for Yandex already. A very safe opener. It doesn't reveal too much about what you'd want to do as your win condition, but it does solidify a very strong lane on hand here.
It's certainly classic Hoodwink Centaur. Unless we see a mid Centaur again, but it's highly doubtful here from Yandex. I'm sure they'll just run the standard off lane. Iron Wing. Their response. I mean, you could just go for that Wyvern pick up, no? They do. Yeah. There's just even seeing speed last game, like getting that level 5 Arctic Burn and just destroying anyone that runs into him. Just ridiculous. Like 11% HP burn at level 5.
Yeah.
That's a bit much.
It is. It's a fair bit of damage. It's also really good into Stampede, right? You can at least stop. If they're all clumped up, you stop all of them from running away. It's a really good counter hold for that de-initiate that you might want to do here in Yandex. So I appreciate it in both facets, like the laning and just what it does for your team in terms of hold. Very useful to have for the side of Iron Wings. Curious to see what they'd want to build up, though. And we were talking about where the Lina would want to go. You could still end up with the Lina versus Centaur on safe, right? Safe off matchup, but with a Kez coming out, should just be, again, a much more standard Kez safe lane coming in. We have seen Kez's deal a ton of damage. You tie that in with a Winter Wyvern. I mean, you're still up against a Centaur, but at level 3, that could be a little bit threatening. Maybe more so towards level 4 or 5. There certainly is quite the kill threat onto the Centaur, and early on, quite a lot to pump out onto this Hoodwink if you're not too careful with your positioning.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Yandex. Back to the drawing board, having a think. What are words here from 33? So at least you're not in an elimination match right now here between these two sides, but every win is just so important. They are going to go down the Necrophos route. We have been seeing a lot of Necro picks, and it has looked pretty strong. Yeah, it's quite an annoying hero to play up against. Mind you do have the Lina available against it. Kez maybe not so much enjoying this hero, but the Lina doesn't really have too rough of a time.
No, certainly a lot of magic damage to pump out. I think the one thing as well that picking Necrophos does here is that it does remove the threat of Winter's Curse killing someone, right? Chances are you just don't have enough right-click on these 3 heroes alone, that anyone that gets caught in the curse, unless they're already low, will actually die to their teammates attacking them. So there is that factor to consider as well. Just becomes a little bit less scary to think about the Winter's Curse. It's more of a nuisance at that point. Again, just something that cuts you off from Stampede escapes or your initiation just gets broken up. Certainly not something that necessarily forces team fights in a big way. See the Clockwork sliding out here to the side of Yandex, and Clockwork has still felt pretty solid, right? Despite a lot of the nerfs onto the hero, especially the Cogs range nowadays. This hero still does a lot. I'm keen on seeing how much Malditch can kind of do with the Clockwork, what kind of build he goes for, because we've seen some supports actually go back for the battery assault, right? In some games, it makes a lot of sense if you're crushing a lane. In a lot of games, you still kind of want to go the 1-3-1 or the 0-3-2 build. So it's fairly open with what you'd want to do. And again, this does give you some heroes that just plays early. Because your support duo of Hoodwink Clockwork if they hit level 6, these two heroes alone could start to find some pickoffs across the map. They don't need a core to necessarily join in to get the ball rolling here.
No, they certainly do not. Iron Wing, how do they respond here? I mean, 10 seconds reserve time left. A lot of thinking being had. They'll get the Earth Spirit pickup, which, I mean, in fairness, the Earth Spirit was just left the whole time. Is this still a core Earth Spirit that we're looking at, though, John?
Doesn't feel like it. Feels like we might be seeing this on... It's hard to say, because...
What, Ari?
I don't think... I'm trying to remember if we've ever seen Ari play it. It should just be BZM, and they've always run it on BZM. So are we seeing a shift on Lina support for Ari? That seems more in his playbook, or even
I
like
think that's still okay.
Yeah. The Lina support... I'm trying to think. It does take some work to get this hero going on support role, right? You're not going to rush travels. Arcane Boots feel really bad to pick up, but you're going to have some mana sustain. It's still workable. Like, the damage of Lean is still crazy that you're out trading in terms of right click anyhow. You have a lot of magical damage to pump out. It does allow you to maybe focus on like a quirkier 3-2-0 build. Although maybe you actually shift onto focusing on LSA just for more stun. And you can kind of provide some control here. I don't mind it. The mid lane matchup is where things get interesting. Because, again, you can kind of try to flex around on the side of Yandex if you so wish. Your Necros is likely to just head safe. They are still expecting mids here on Iron Wing, so they do ban out the Ember. They do respect the fact that it's likely, again, our DM Centaur coming out. And, yeah, just ban to protect for BZM. I like the switcheroo. I think it's a little bit... It can be a little bit awkward. And they're banning supports as well. Are they actually expecting maybe the off-lane Earth Spirit coming out for 33? Sticking to your guns with safe lane Kaz, mid Lina, and the last pick support? Looks like that's what they think on Yandex, at the very least.
I mean, it just feels a bit wasteful, right? Like the Earth Spirit not being a core. Feels a little bit on the wasteful side. Like, you can still run it as pos 4, but it just doesn't feel anywhere near as good. You know, you still want a bit of farm and more so the XP. We'll have to wait and see now. Team Yandex, final ban out. We'll see if they do opt to just get rid of another support. I mean, I wouldn't mind the offlane Earth Spirit. I don't think it's the worst idea in the world. Husk removed as well here by Team Yandex. So just committing to thinking that it is going to be a support to come out here from Iron Wing. Even if they do go support Lina, I don't think it's the worst idea.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah. Again, I think there's a world where it works. It's really good long-range poke. You still end up leaning Lina into Necrophos as well, right? If you're running Lina 4. So you do have that magic damage to pump out. But go to the Lion. It does look like we'll just end up with the Earth Spirit off. Now, this is pretty spicy. That's a lot of magic damage for Necrophos. Finger, Laguna. You've got some good hold here as well. A lot of slows to pump out with Mana Drain, plus Arctic Burn, plus the kicks. This is a very well stitched together draft from Iron Wing. Mind you, these backlines are super squishy. Like, again, with the support duo you have on Yandex, a hook shot into a nice sharpshooter should kill off this Lion at the very least, even the Winter Wyvern as well. So the support levels here are going to be ultra important for both sides. Go with a standard Drow coming out here for Yandex, so it does look like we might be seeing a shift in that Necrophos position instead. Maybe handing it over to DM, and it does look like we will see that shift here. Actually getting ourselves the Chira Junior Centaur to deal with the mid Lina coming out, which again, for the Centaur, it's not the most comfy time. This should still be a better lane overall for BZM, but we have seen Centaurs just not care. You max out Retaliate, you're happy enough, you're going to get farm.
Yeah, there's certainly some very interesting drafts coming out. I mean, I'm curious to see Iron Wing if they can, this magic style of draft, if it's going to work out in their favor. Like this, it does feel like you've got so many ways of just blowing up DM throughout these fights now, and I'm intrigued. I mean, we've got two very explosive styles of draft. Iron Wing in particular looks very, very hyper aggressive with their own draft here. Again, neither side is fighting for elimination. They are fighting just for a better scoreline to have the decision as to who they're playing against in the playoffs, and that is, of course, a big deal regardless. See if Yandex or Ironwing can do it. Of course, historically, as you've pointed out, Yandex has had Ironwing's number every single time they have played against each other, but we don't have that many stats.
No.
So yeah, this will be another one for the books.
And it should be. I'm just so curious to see how well the Drow does directly against the Kez in like an equal farm scenario in a vacuum, because I do feel like this Kez doesn't mind this matchup. You get on top of a Drow really easily, even with, say, a Hurricane Pike here, your cooldowns are low enough, you're sneaky enough on the Kez that you'll always be able to disable marksmanship, and that's going to be a real nuisance here for Watson. So it can be a little bit more challenging for the Drow to just kind of hold position and play its own game. At the same time, there's a lot of ways to rescue this Drow. Right? And maybe one thing as well with the Drow pickup that is surprising, that does give a little bit of potency to the Winter's Curse. Because now there's always the threat that maybe the Drow gets caught in the AoE, someone is going to die. It's not the hold factor. There's some potential big counterplay that White Wand can provide here. So that's where the flex kind of can work against you. I would say, draft-wise, I'd actually lean into Iron Wings a little bit more. There's just something about when you run a Lion and Lina that just feels fun, right? Like it's almost very reminiscent of like Dota 1, where when you ran these heroes, you know you were just going to get nuked down at level 6. You know people were just going to die. There was no counterplay. It just brings me back to that old era. So by nostalgia, I do prefer Iron Wings here, Mike.
See how it does go down. Yandex versus Ironwing, game number 1 of a best of 3. I do also kind of prefer the draft of Ironwing, just based off how aggressive it looks like it's going to be. 3-man smoke already committed here by Yandex. To position themselves for these bounty runes and maybe an early team fight.
30 seconds to battle.
There'll be a counter smoke now from Ironwing as well. It doesn't seem like there's much of a fight to come out though. Yandex are very, very split up, and Ari, he is going to maybe run into Saksa. We'll spot out the sentry ward that was being placed in the small camp, so it should be an easy D ward there for Ari. In fact, it looks like White One will go ahead and take care of it right now. Battering wise, there's going to be no fight. It's going to be a 2-for-2 trade, nice and even here between these two sides. We are going to have, of course, the mid centaur of Chira Jr. against the mid of Pure on the Kez. What do you think of this matchup, John? Centaur versus Kez.
It's interesting again. This is actually not that bad for Kez if you think about it. Centaur does not have a lot of armor. He has to start with Ring of Protection to get +2. Kez is all physical damage. You can kind of be a nuisance with, say, Retaliate. Of course, down the line, level 2 Double Edge. You don't have a lot of HP on the Kez either. But there's some good poke potential here for Pure as the levels go up. Initial level still going to be a little bit better for Chira Juniors, we're seeing. Just has a lot more HP to play with as a resource, even with the lesser armor. The HP difference with 0 and 2 armor is just not that big. Even 0 to 6 armor is not a lot of HP in comparison.
Ari
managed to get a nice early pickoff, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Ari already securing first blood here onto Saksa. DM able to do too much here for Ari, or rather Saksa. Ari going to be very, very happy, and he's actually stuck around. They might try again. Meanwhile, bottom 33 is being kind of focused down in the meantime. Malady looking for the final hit, and they are going to get it. 33 going down to Watson, and Malady will die in responses. Now Saksa again going to be jumped. Saksa not going to die this time, but they really wanted to try and force that walk of shame out from the Hoodwink. Not quite going to happen. And it seems as though Ironwing, they might just continue this tri lane with the way things are going. It doesn't seem like Ari intends on backing off anytime soon. Mind you, you are sacking the lane of 33 on this Earth Spirit. It doesn't seem like he's going to get too much out of this, as Malady just continuously sticking around with the battery assault, not allowing him to get close to the wave.
Yeah. I mean, I think the idea from Ironwing is that they expect the bot lane to be pretty rough for 33 anyway, right? You're laning into Drow. You need EXP to have threat against her. You might as well try to give 33 some solo EXP, right? Like a pseudo mid lane, just to get that initial levels going. It's just not really panning out that way right now for 33 with no creep wave that he can walk up to. They're doing a great job of spacing out here on the side of Yandex. But I think that's where the idea is from. Like, just give solo EXP, pure Earth Spirit. You have a top lane that can kind of crush if they try to play the lane even. So just trying to apply as much pressure as possible onto DM, who's jungling level 1, Mikey. What is this? Is this 2016? He didn't start with Heartstopper Aurora. That used to be the play.
No.
Remember that?
I do. That was fun times, John. Fun times. This is the one thing. Like, you've sacked 33's lane because he's got no choice anyway, but DM's kind of going through the same thing. So that's the way to even this out.
Oh.
In fact, mid lane, Ari making a quick rotation onto Chira Jr. now. Chira Jr. going to be okay to retreat. They are trying to make life as hard as humanly possible here for the mid centaur. But yeah, I mean, DM level 1 jungle, not going to feel very good for the Necrophos. It is what it is. He was against the tri lane. There was just no way to secure farm here on the Necro. He may as well just jungle. It's sad, but this is what he's stuck with. In fairness, 33 is basically stuck doing even worse. He's not even able to jungle. He's just standing in lane hoping for the best.
Yeah, he's just trying to get EXP, and again, he's zoned out pretty hard from the creep wave every single time. Not even able to really find that. Look at the scoreline on Watson, 22-23 in terms of last hits and denies. Like, that is insane. Like, he is making sure 323 just never has a game. And he's stuck at level 2. Gonna be a long road forward here for the Earth Spirit. Down mid, though, lots of commitment.
They are trying. Looks like Chira Jr. could be in a spot of danger as they are continuing here with Pure, but Pure is also going to go down. They do at least secure the kill into the Centaur first. Even 33, just getting nothing from the bot lane anyway. He'll try to get involved for a quick kill. Actually does get to level 3 off the back of that. And so, a bit of a win here, I'd say, for Ironwing. At least finding the kill on the Centaur first.
Yep. Find the kill, find a couple of runes as well. A nice free bounty. Steals away a water rune to get topped up. Not that any of these mids are great bottle carriers anyhow. You don't mind getting all of that done. I think the one thing that all of this movement on the map reveals, though, is that you're able to actually walk back into the lane for a moment on DM. Not for long, because you are really behind in EXP now. You're level 2, BZM's level 4, and for the 112 build. There's a lot of poke here from the Lina. But it is some space out for the Necro. Not massive amounts, mind you, and just back to the jungle. I can't believe this. You gotta do what you gotta do, but man, the flashbacks of 2016 is scary. You know?
Yeah, it's not pretty.
Who did this? It was Leaf Eater, wasn't it?
I don't even want to remember, John. You know, it's just it was dark times. Very, very dark time. I hated it so much. You know, when they figured that crap out. I hated it so. Every pub player did it. It made me so upset. Chira Jr. still being hunted here. They are going to land the Earth Spike. Chira Jr. once again in trouble. The Arctic Burn to follow up as well. They don't have quite enough to finish off the job. It's now Malady. He's going to go for a chase onto Pure. Will change his mind and go after Whitemon. But nobody really getting caught out. The winner of all this really does feel like it's just the position ones, doesn't it, John?
Yeah.
You know, they're both on 40 CS right now. BZM and Watson, they're having the greatest time of their lives as 33 is going for a run down at bottom. Watson's going to catch him, though, with some frost arrows. The 33, of course, can just roll away, and he does successfully stack the wave, so at least eventually it should go towards his tower.
Yeah, and again, just wants to try to soak up some of that EXP. They are trying to pincer him out here on the side of Yandex. They don't really go for the full commitment, though. Should be able to just get done. But man, what a game this is for our safe lanes, right? Like Watson, 45-35, BZM, 44-30. You couldn't ask for a more perfect game. Yeah, you're just playing empty lanes. You know, it's just literally you against creep. It's just PvE right now. Just relaxing, you know, farming and chill. That's what's going on for the carries. Eventually, some pressure will come in. Like Watson 6, he's shoving in onto the tier 1. Same thing up top as well for BZM, level 6, shoving in. Looking to set up for the Shrines of Wisdom, though, for both sides.
I don't know why the hell not. BZM, he'll look to retreat. You do see Sucks are taking the other one, so it's still going to be a 1-for-1 trade on those Shrines of Wisdom. They'll get started onto this tier 1 top tower, but you are going to see a rotation out from Saxa. try to defend, but Ari's going to catch him with an Earth Spike once again, and Saksa not blown up quite yet, but eventually Ari will get away with it. Does secure the kill onto Saksa as Malady, not really in a fun position, does go down to Pure. They're just trying their absolute best to defend this tier 1 top tower. They will at least buy time for the siege creep to die, but it doesn't seem like Ironwing are intending on retreating. They will go ahead and commit for it. As 33, in the meantime, is also going to die. Why does it say the Dire killed him? It wasn't the Dire.
Died to... Yes, well, you know how it is sometimes. Sometimes you have such a rough game, your own team wishes you were dead. I suppose. I don't know what Dota 2 is trying to say about that. Yeah, a lovely bug. Still kills himself off to the tower, gets to reset. He gets to try to soak EXP up once more. And somehow, he is still having a little bit more EXP than DM is. So, some positive news for a moment until DM soaks up a couple more creeps. What a game we've had. 3-5, a lot of lane shenanigans. This takes me back to some Chinese games we casted where, you know, where everyone kept TPing to swap lanes. This feels like the same insanity, except it kind of works. And not that it didn't work last time, it also did kind of work.
It didn't work last time, John. You don't need to sugarcoat it. That was that was
the
something.
Lane swapping. It was cool.
They weren't even TPing, they were running the whole time. That was horrible. Sucks up. And they get spotted here. Pure gonna look for an easy kill attempt. Though I say it's easy, it's proving to be a little bit more challenging than you would anticipate, but Saksa will eventually die. Pure, that's his 3rd kill of the game now on the Kez. Having a great old time.
Yep.
So far, good news for... I mean, Ironwing, they are nice and ahead. 3-6 so far in their favor. Watson is pulling ahead in farm at the very least on the Drow Ranger by about 400 gold. It's not the craziest amount, but he's having a really good game here, Watson. In fact, he might have just killed 33, and he has. There wasn't really much to it. 33 shows up for a creep wave and unfortunately gets punished for it immediately.
Yeah, imagine being punished for trying to play the game. It does happen when you're far back enough. On mid, some good cogs kicked. Not a lot of mana or HP on Pure. Has to be cautious. Shira Jr. with that Dominator, it's a lot of damage.
He's trying to bait Shira Jr. In fact, he has. There's a Raptor Dance being committed, but the Stampede is out as well in the turnaround here onto Pure as he's trying to parry through this. The Cold Embrace, though, buying the time. Pure, he's finally going to die, but it does cost them Shira Jr. first. There's now 33. He'll get him magnetized off and actually somehow makes it out of there. So maybe they'll find a secondary pickoff. Maybe, but not quite. Malady, he's going to have a Healing Lotus to use. He'll survive. But they're still looking to try and engage once again. It seems like Ironwing. The Magnetize will continue. 33 jumping in onto Watson, but Watson able to just stand his ground. He'll be all right. 33 still looking to move in for more. They will find Malady. They'll lose 33 in the meantime, though, as now Whitemon also caught out. Whitemon will drop. Here comes Pure, popping the Raven's Veil, but that'll be about it. Who even won that team fight?
I'd say that's a little bit better coming out there for Yandex, right? Like, you do force out all these issues. It looks good from 33 playing with what little he has, right? Like, he gets the magnetized reapplication on so many times on Watson that he's just not able to sit there and clear out the creep wave safely. There's almost an opportunity coming out. Not quite, unfortunately, as they couldn't gap close, and Pure was just a little bit late trying to join that kind of movement once more. But it is a lot better for Yandex, right? You're getting this early activity stacking up in Watson. This Drow is starting to get out of control. 6.3k, a good 700 gold ahead of EZM, who also had a free lane. Now there is some concern to be had there. Mind you, the sacrifices you've made in your other cores is pretty nasty, right? Like, DM is so far behind, trying to go into Radiance, but this is going to be a later Radiance than we're used to seeing for most Necrophoses now at this point. You could argue the same for 323, but like you said earlier, Mikey, Earth Spirit just doesn't need much. It just needs a little bit of EXP. It doesn't need too much in gold department. You're still going to get the Spirit Vessel at some point here for 323 anyhow. And we already saw some of that impact. Just him being there, throwing out the Magnetize, it did provide a good threat. And still, that loss does settle down the side of Iron Wings, right? They do have to be careful about sacrificing that much. These heroes are still relatively tanky on the side of Yandex. Your burst damage, it's somewhat there, not really fully online just yet. Maybe when Ari has 6, you could feel a little bit more confident.
They're going to find Melody. Melody, he'll have Saxa to move in to try and help out. In fact, the Bushwhack is going to lock down Pura for a little bit. Ravensvale will pop to try and disengage as Whitemon actually will die to Watson in the meantime. And Pure unable to really stick around to secure a kill. Just too darn dangerous as the rotations from Yandex very quick, and it's Whitemon that ends up getting punished for all this. In fact, the chase will continue. Saxa is actually going to run into Pure. Doesn't really have the help nearby though, so doesn't really want to be here any longer. It's like Pure will go for a chase, but we'll have to leave him eventually, as now Watson has found himself Ari. Ari does commit to killing off Melody first, but does end up losing his life. Meanwhile, Saxa, he's still trying to run from Pure, but Pure should eventually have his way. Saxa, there's only so much he can do. Pure will get him.
You got a good swing as well into the tier 1 bot. So to find themselves a nice objective, despite 33 not even really playing that lane, you find a tower first. So some nice things coming out there. There are still concerns here for the side of Iron Wing though. Watson is just getting away with too much. Like, this Drow is getting pretty scary. The Manta style only 2 parts away. The Asha being up, the Dragonlance being up. You do have a lot of reach on this hero right now. And again, your main way of jumping in has to be 33, who just doesn't feel like he has enough if he does fully commit. Maybe if he had a BKB timing lined up at some point, where things can start to get a little bit more feasible, but that's still a ways off, and the Drow silence will always kind of scare you off from trying to commit with a roll. You are still in a very even game state, right? Like, both sides managed to play these lane shenanigans really well. Like, they knew the sacrifices. It felt like Iron Wing really forced it out. The response from Yandex has been pretty steady. They understand the losses they're taking. DM is still keeping up with 33, which is good news for the bottom course to actually be at parity at least. EZM does have travel stuff, and they were looking bot here.
We're just going to connect onto 33. And 33 again has been having a real rough time for himself. As mid lane though, they are going to find themselves DM. So really quite a nice trade here for the side of Iron Wing. So also stick around for a tier 1 mid tower. You love to see that if you're Iron Wing, but now Pure is going to find himself in quite a bit of danger. Bushwhack will not land, but they'll get him. Just Watson with the gust. Silence was more than enough, and he's just got so much damage already on this Drow. So another great pickup here for Yandex. It was looking like a nice trade initially for Iron Wing, but it ends up kind of working against them.
So there are 2 things going on now that kind of lead to this weird back and forth for Iron Wings and Yandex. You're getting a lot of activity out in Watson. At the same time, you're really sacking DM to a higher extent than you are sacking 33. You're getting less activity out from BZM in comparison on this Lina. But your Earth Spirit is actually having a little bit of a game. Right, so these are the things you're trading away from, again, all these lane shenanigans going in. Very even game so far, 11 to 11, 1k lead up for Iron Wings, not significant. But it does feel like the threat of Watson is starting to really show up. Like Manta style coming up soon. So much output as we've seen from this Drow. Your way of jumping onto the Drow still isn't fully online just yet. Again, for 33, it feels like he's going to need a BKB to kind of get that done. Or at least like a Manta for Pure here to at least dispel the silence off. There's an eventuality here as well where Whitemon will get to work into Force-Staff Blink Dagger. And it's at that point the Drow can be used against its own team, but again, we're still miles off from that. Some progress for DM now into the Radiance build-up. Sacred Relic is up. Talisman of Evasion still a ways off. It's going to take a little bit longer for the Necros to actually start to have some presence. This is a big one, though. Ari has managed to save up for that full blink. Stays on the brown boots with a Windlace. Does have some ways of jumping in, but the smoke out from Yandex, though. Good scan as well.
Pure and Ari. Position to break this. Oh, Pure. Right behind Ari right now. This could be really problematic for Pure. He's got his Lina around him. Pure. Ari is in fact going to break the smoke. They'll try to make the jump in onto the Clockwork and the Gust. It actually won't land. So a nice pickup here for Pure. Ari with just that perfect positioning. Ready with the Earth Spike. Will not allow the entrance into the fight that Yandex really wanted. Now Whitemon going to be spotted out, but gets a ward on the high ground, so they know who's available to be taken. And Saxa is immediately blown up here by the side of Ironwing. BZM now joining the fray. And it seems as though they can try to commit for this tier 2 bottom tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They've got the room to get it done. They've got a little bit of that damage. You do have to really appreciate just a couple of things going wrong there for Yandex. I think Maledich's position, the rest of his team swung onto the other staircase, right? Looking for the flank directly. Unlucky stun onto Pure.
They're going to catch BZM. Now BZM, he's a big target, but a big curse out will make it a little bit hard as he goes for the TP away, but it's not enough. Oh, BZM is going to drop DM to secure the kill for himself, and that's a kill he desperately needed on this Necrophos. That's a bit of a shame for Ironwing now. They're just relying on the curse to be able to disengage, but it does not prove to be enough.
And they get too aggressive there. Again, maybe a little bit unlucky for Pure. He gets stunned up by the Croakers while he's farming up, so he's not able to instantly respond to the TP as it comes in. They find Shira Jr. though.
They do find Shira Jr. Nice easy one for Pure, but a big bushwhack from Saxa gonna hold a couple down as Watson landing the two-man gust once again, but there's so many heroes here from Ironwing. Still DM's gonna show up. You don't have the Reaper's Sight. The Raven's Veil making it hard as now it seems like Watson surely goes down, but no, he's actually survived. No, the Laguna is gonna take him down, but BZM, he'll get hook shot in the meantime. Malady trying to trade with this Lena, but she's still running. BZM, he's not gonna die. The cogs won't connect either.
Oh.
The rocket flare, it's not going to be enough as they will at least take down DM. 33, still going. Malady will also lose his life, and now Saxa will drop a full team wipe for Ironwing. I cannot believe BZM ran out of there alive. The Death Pulse is still chasing him.
Yeah, it's mental that he even manages to get away. Very well played out from Whitemon to get that bailout, right? That he instantly gets the application of Arctic Burn on the way out, getting the slow off onto both Malady and Saxa, preventing them from reaching out. You do manage to stay nice and safe on BZM. And I think the execution coming out here from Ironwing is just so smooth. And the one danger here that you're playing into from Yandex is that Ironwing's cooldowns are very low. Like, they don't have a lot to wait for. They've got Finger, they've got Laguna, you can constantly just be on the hunt for these kills, and you have the damage to just instantly burst someone down. And you have some timings lining up from Yandex. DM, he's got that Radiance, he's going into the BKB. We haven't really felt the presence of the Necrophos whatsoever. Compare that to 33, who, yeah, he's completely underfarmed as Earth Spirit. But he doesn't need a farm, like we've been saying. He's got the full Spirit Vessel, he's getting a lot of good rolls, he's getting a lot of good pulls, getting some decent magnetizes going. That's all you really need to achieve here. Whereas the Necrophos, it feels like you want to be this ultra tanky front line, right? You want more HP, you want to constantly be getting your team healed up with Death Pulse, get that nice burst on Reaper's Sight and someone who's just low enough. And that does need farm in comparison. So again, with the way you've sacrificed here, it is feeling much more playable for the side of Ironwings, at least in this point of the game so far.
Group up top again here from Ironwing. They're feeling it now. 5k net worth advantage.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They want to try and get as much as they possibly can. That'll be a tier 2 top tower now being targeted. Shira Jr., he's going to hang around the area. Still about... Oh, he's just 15 gold off his heart. He'll buy it out right now. The tier 2 top tower, I mean, they're trying to defend this slowly but surely, but it doesn't seem like Pure intends on retreating before it is taken down. Bottom lane, rotations, but the cogs pushbacks here from Malady making it a little bit challenging, but not challenging enough. 33 able to secure a nice quick one onto the clockwork. Seems like they'll even stick around for a quick Tormy. Why the hell not?
Not gonna take too long. Still, that's a wild stat to be shown. 50% win probability coming out. I mean, to be fair, the advantage net worth wise isn't that big. You still have a Drow who's getting massive, right? Like Watson's still #1 in net worth. I suppose as the game drags on, a 7k deficit, if it stays steady, you know, if you maintain farm parity, like the same farming rate, at least that you're finding in Iron somehow here for Yandex, then once you get major items, you don't really care anymore. Like Chiri Jr. has a heart, going for the blink next, maybe a little bit of armor here. Starts to get the job all tidied up for our Centaur. Can be a lot harder to kill up front. You know, Necrophos. That's the one that just doesn't feel as good from behind, but you hit BKB timing, you just use your Reaper Sights, you maybe get even a Wraps up as well, considering all of the magic damage here, or even a Wind Waker. You could be pretty happy still for DM. So I can kind of see the ideas of the 50-50 here from good old Dota Plus probabilities, but it is much easier to play for Iron Wing. Like, yes, there's still, by chance, yes, it's 50-50. By execution, ease of execution, way easier to play the draft of Iron Wing at this point. Like, you've got everything you could ask for. You've got all the burst. You've got all these ults that are just so low cooldown. You could easily go again. Maybe once Ari's fingers back off, you just hunt again. He does have a smoke ready here.
But now they're going to hold out a little bit. Seems like Iron Wing, they're going to group up again down towards the bottom side of the map. Saksa is hanging around, and in fact 33 is going to make the immediate jump in. That should be a nice quick kill onto Saksa. They will indeed find him. Of course, Watson will get the Q to leave at the very least, so they won't find the Drow Ranger. Pure was on the hunt, but he's going to get blocked off here by Melody. He might just go for the quick clockwork kill instead, though. I say quick, it's not going to be that quick. Melody making life a little bit challenging, but eventually they will make the jump in, and they do catch him. Another nice pickup here, 33, able to take it for himself. And in fact, they're going for more, but they do miss out. Watson able to get away thanks to the Stampede committal of Chira Jr. But it's going to be another tier 2 tower to be taken by Iron Wing. It doesn't seem like Yandex can really do too much about it.
No. Again, I think the one big concern for Yandex is just how sacked DM is. Like, there's just nothing for the Necros to do. The BKB is done. Maybe now you can actually stand forward and be that healing tank that your team needs you to be. You're also inching towards the shard timing here for Chira Jr., so a lot more damage coming out from the Centaur on the double edge once you've got that. And we'll actually play with a smoke. Got the blink ready as well here in Chira Jr. Could try to get some sort of initiation going. And the map is pretty barren in terms of vision though, so this is a little bit more challenging to get done, but you do have the clockwork flares to try to help out at least. Unfortunately, not really finding what they'd want just yet.
So they are smoked up here. I mean, they could still try and hunt for a little bit more. But it doesn't seem like they're going to have the opportunity in all the time. Iron Wing just going to continue hanging around the bottom side of the map. Just around that Roshan pit. They might even start Roshan, by the way they're posturing, and in fact they will.
Yeah.
And still Yandex, they're moving in. You can't really just let this go for free. Counter smoke now from Iron Wing. They want to go for the fight. Very patient here from the side of Iron Wing, as Roshan, of course, going to be scouted by the rocket flare, but nobody was in there farming, but rather trying to kill it at the time. They'll move back in now.
Teacher Jr.
They will miss out on the Lion. Pure, though, he's going to find himself Saksa, but Saksa will run directly south as now Chira Jr. makes the jump in onto BZM, but there's your Raven's Veil committal by Pure. Big Winter's Curse as well, Whitemon. He's caught himself 2 targets. It's going to be both supports here of Yandex getting annihilated by 33 Watson? And Pure. So they'll jump in anyway, but Watson, he's in the middle of nowhere right now. Watson needs a way out. He'll try for the BKB TP. They do not have the damage. He'll barely survive. Chira Jr., though, going to be left behind to deal with it on himself. 3 down for the price of nothing again from Iron Wing. And of course, they can happily return back towards the Roshan pit.
That was just some quick responses out from Iron Wing. That quick blink out from Ari before the Bushwhack connects allows him to have that utility into the team fight. getting some good stuns, getting some good setups. The response nice and quick as well from Iron Wing. They're so mobile on their lineup. They catch out Malady as well while Roche is happening.
That'd be another bit of a bonus kill perhaps, but it seems the Pure not willing to risk losing the Roshan attempt. Won't dive too deep. He's by himself.
Buying a lot of space, right? Like that drags their attention towards mid. Roshan just gonna go for free. Secondary life up now for BZM. BZM didn't even pop his BKB in the last fight, right? Like he just stood his ground. He knew that even with the stuns coming out there from Pure Jr., there was no threat of him dying because they were so split apart, all the cores on Yandex. They were playing on different fronts. They split that fight perfectly on the side of Iron Wings. And again, they've been playing a pretty clean game. 12-24, 10k lead starting to ramp up here. Win probability finally dipping their way, marginally so, 44 to 56%. But again, it sounds like a small difference. At this point in the game, you would rather be on Iron Wing. It just feels so hard to stop this right now for the side of Yandex, with how aggressive Iron Wings can play, with how little they need to wait to get this aggression going. All the burst damage they have on hand. It's starting to get mitigated by some of these BKBs, to be fair.
Is Yandex nowhere near out of this game yet, but they're 11k behind. Not feeling too great at the moment. Wingate usage from Iron Wing. They'll group up back with 33 down on the bottom side of the map. Watson's still huge on this Drow Ranger. He's just got to be allowed to stand there and fight, though. It's just not been the case throughout these last engagements we have seen. Iron Wing for now, happy to just avoid any kind of fight. So look, they'll take the time here in Yandex to at least secure that tier 1 top tower. Eventually will be taken.
I'm just wondering at this point, is Watson enough to try to carry this game by himself? Because when you look at it for the side of Iron Wing, you've got BZM going for the right-click Lina. You've got right-click scaling here as well for Pure. You've got 33 on an Earth Spirit that just stays relevant the entire game with so much utility, so much magic damage to pump out. Like Pure is so confident, he actually just shoves into tier 3 by himself. It just goes for it. Full confidence. He doesn't even have Aegis. It's just him poking. He gets to use a katana out. And I don't know, for Yandex, I don't know how much a later game favors you with a Drow. It feels good, especially with, say, Ags up on Chira Jr. down the line, but it's not simple compared to what you can do on the side of Iron Wing. It's certainly not the most straightforward approach, that's for sure. Compared to Iron Wing, just throwing everything forward, getting some magical nuke, ensuring the spacing stays the same, kind of spread out, but so once you get that done, you're happy.
BZM. Get hit by a cheeky cogs here by Malady. Aegis up for another 2 minutes here for BZM. 33, he'll roll right in with the Shivers Guard active, and they found Watson. Watson needs a way out. He'll force stuff out of there, but Pure is going to catch him with a grappling hook. Instead, though, looking to baby back away here. 33, he does take down Saksa. Meanwhile, Whitemon trying to chase down Watson. They've got vision over him, but Watson is successfully running away. Even popping his BKB to ensure he doesn't die to the magnetized damage. Still, it's a 2-for-1 trade. They did find both supports. Ashura Jr. still trying to catch BZM, and no, he's just not going to make it happen. Tries for a TP, but ends up dying as well. So 3 for the price of 1 here in the favor of Iron Wing. They never even found the Aegis of BZM.
No.
And they narrowly get Watson out of there.
I mean, that was a wild fight. The way Yandex executed was just kind of crazy. You basically had Chira Jr. jumping the backline by himself. Like, he literally went in, tried to focus BZM, all by his lonesome. He survived for pretty long. Like, he does die solo in the end, but he survived a long time. It's just that the fight, again, is so fragmented. Gets the stampede, but the rest of his team's forced to run away from him instead of towards him because they're cut off once more by Iron Wings. The way that these fights are just being executed is not to the favor of Yandex at all. I think the idea of Chira Jr. is correct. Like, he knows if you're just on top of the Lina, it will die, and we've seen that, even from laning matchups. That's a general idea. Lina doesn't have the best mobility, it does have physical burst, but really shines at using distance as its ace in the hole. It's just no one else is there to abuse that lack of distance, and that is causing this disconnect for the side of Yandex. If you can't jump the back line, then you just have to attack the front line. It does feel like Chira Jr. has enough durability to try to play that way instead, but there are multiple problems with trying to play it straight into Iron Wings as well. Right? Like, there's so much hold, there's the chance for a really big Winter's Curse holding you back. The Magnetize starts to get even scarier when this Centaur is just there constantly reapplying it because it's so tanky. And, once you stop Stampede, if the Centaur does opt to commit, again, it's just going to be this giant magnet to reverberate off of for 3T3. So it's a major challenge for Yandex to kind of contend with. The ideas are right, it's just the path to making these ideas work, pretty difficult. Free shard now for Whitemon, a little bit more utility with Golden Grace. That lower cooldown's going to feel quite nice. The bonus damage is always good. And there's more utility to play with on the side of Iron Wings. At the very least, the Aegis has expired. So you do hold out up against a potential early high ground here from Iron Wings. And it does look like they are opting to play it conservatively. Just go back to farm, secure your advantage. And that is some space for Yandex. Again, keep this build up. Butterfly is fully up for Watson. So this Drow is starting to hit pretty damn hard. You still have a lot of ways to get on top of that to cancel marksmanship at least, but if left alone, Watson can be an issue in some of these engagements.
He's certainly looking like it. He's just not able to just stand there and do his job. It's been very, very hard, constantly having to run. They are constantly on the lookout here with 33 and Pure. They're going to go for a big smoke up though, Yandex. They know the Aegis is down. They want to try and make full advantage of this time they have. They might even run directly into Pure, who went right underneath that rocket flare for a split second. Pure is going to go down. And he's only spotted because he was looking to retreat. And that rocket flare, it barely glimpses him.
Yeah. Very heads up from Yandex. It does take them literally everything to get that kill, right? All their ultimates were thrown out. Stampede's down, Reaper's Sight's down. They do have to stack those stuns though. Like, any given moment, if Pure was just allowed to actually pop Satanic into a Raptor Dance, that would have been a very different fight. It is worthwhile. It's a huge gold swing just finding that kill. They take a tier 1 tower as well. Just good timings for Yandex to try to get grip back in this game, but they're ready in Iron Wing.
Now they're going to try here for a quick one onto the Necropos, and DM, he just melts. 33 now on the hunt for a little bit more. Going to miss out on Saksa for now, but Saksa... In fact, no, that Pure was already dead. Never mind what I just said, John. It's only Whitemon.
Just Whitemon. I do believe that he did do some heads up micro. He was trying. He was trying to hopefully pick up a gem on his death, but does get instantly snatched away here by Chiri Jr. They don't manage to take back that extra bit of gold that they do drop. Nice little plays coming out from Yandex. Again, Iron Wings do take that risk playing without Pure, but they're not backing off again. Ari's still looking here. Don't quite catch Malady. Does bail out, but you can just see the aggression that Iron Wings wants to keep pumping out. Like, they lose Pure, they still want to fight. 4v5, they're going to go hold that high ground, still find a 1-for-2 trade in the end, and they're still going. Like, Finger's going to come off cooldown. You've got Laguna set to go. You've got the Satanic plus Patrol Plate. Well,
he's going to get jumped, but it's going to be the Hoodwink to go down. Saksa immediately just deleted, and now Watson also being jumped. He's popped his BKB, but it's about to run out. He's just out of options here. Watson, they'll try to save him with the hook shot, but it's not going to be enough. Watson is down. So will be Melody. It's only Chira Jr. to make his way out of there. 4 down for the price of nothing here for Iron Wing. They're just playing such a clean game, number 1. And Iron Wing now onto the tier 3 top tower. No concerns, as there's nobody here to defend but the Centaur. And he's not going to bother.
No. Just no point to throw your body forward. Respawns are fairly short. They're probably not going to get away with more than just one set, but they are splitting themselves up just a little bit. are already starting to go here for Pure onto the mid. Trying to maximize this moment, maybe even just finding the tier 3 at this point. Huge wins for the side of Iron Wing. Again, you have to appreciate just having this casual plate mail a while ago for BZM. Right, like just having that little bit of extra armor when he was jumped in, that meant the Drow with marksmanship isn't actually melting BZM as much as you'd expect him to because of that plus armor. Plus 10 does make the difference here for a hero that has literally no green armor on hand. Still,
they're going to hook in onto the laner, but BZM, he will happily welcome Malady into that. No worries. Malady will buy back. They're down 2 Raxes now. Almost the third, but not quite. And of course, Roshan, it's available. If they want to take it, they can. They'll probably look for a quick reset first here at Iron Wing. But I imagine Roshan will be their next prospect.
And it ought to be. You've got the full AC up now for BZM, so a lot of armor. And pretty much plus 15. Again, mitigating the threat coming in from Watson for the entire team. They do spot the Roshan. They're going to go into it first. Iron Wing, that reset might cost them. They're not that close towards Roshan as well. Doesn't take too long with the damage here.
They're going to try and quickly rush this one. Question is, do Iron Wing get there in time to contest? I mean, they're going to know about it with these illusions from the Kez, and that'll be enough, in fact, to force away Watson for a little bit as Yandex. They'll just hold their ground for now. They've got to creep in the dive, rather the Roshan pit, to keep tabs on what's happening. Maimon. Smoke broken on Saxa. Saxa hilpling towards the high ground once again. So important, this Roshan, for Yandex's Malady. He's going to hookshot in right away, trying to burst down the line, but it may cost him his own life. Meanwhile, 33 has jumped in on the Drow, but they'll save with the Workhorse, but now the Winter's Curse holding them down. Chira Jr., he's getting annihilated by this Drow Ranger. Watson, he's in the middle of all of it. He's gone. A perfect curse from Whitemon, and that's it. GG is called. They have seen enough. That's the kind of stuff you love to see. Whitemon just making it impossible for him.
And he does, and I think the entirety of Iron Wings, they just play such a clean game, right? Like they had this really crazy idea, start with a tri-lane top, your Earth Spirit's not going to have a lane anyway, you know 33 is going to suffer, let him just suffer, try to win another lane harder, shut down that Necrophos, and they do it. DM had no game to speak of. And we talked about heroes playing from behind, the difference with the off lanes. Again, the Necrophos does need initial farm. The Radiance timing just a little bit too late at that point. And you just never really had that impact on DM where he's just standing up front, healing heroes, being this insurmountable break barrier to prevent the rest of Iron Wings from coming in. Iron Wings also play around this aggression so nicely, right? It's super old school Lena Lion having 2 really high burst damage spells, but they make it work beautifully. Like it felt like there was no rest period at all. It was just non-stop fighting, and it was so oppressive for the side of Yandex to even try to make anything happen in that game.
It's just felt impossible, really, for the side of Yandex. It's like, what are you meant to do in a game like this? It's just Iron Wing. The shenanigans at the start of the game did make it, a little bit complicated, but it just seemed like they had a game plan all around, and it was certainly Yandex trying their absolute best. Watson, he had free farm for pretty much the whole game, but when you've got so many heroes that can just jump you and take care of you, it was just impossible for him to stand his ground and actually hit people, I think, for Watson.
Just really complicated for, even with all of that farm throughout to, again, just stand there and hit. There were some ideas in trying to accomplish that. We're seeing it here where BZM just jumped the backline, stayed in the backline, tried to focus, or Chira Jr. tried to stay on BZM that entire fight while the rest of his team was getting run down. Stampede was just used defensively. This one was the rough one. They get a good actual bushwhack, but the plate mail being up, Watson had no damage. Like the 2 right hooks that came in, just not doing a lot of work. Does get chased down eventually, and again, it just felt like you were on the back foot here for the side of Yandex for pretty much the entire game. Curious to see what changes Yandex makes in the next game, because it feels like Iron Wings had this idea, and so did Yandex. I think them trying to go for the flex with the Necro and Centaur as well was kind of wild, right? Because we were calling it already for Necro safe lane. You run the Centaur mid or off, the flex would come about in that way instead of just a last pick carry. But this last pick Drow, and the farm was there for Watson, who's trying to do the work, but it doesn't feel like, yes, you set up for a pretty successful Drow game, all things considered. You know, in the grand scheme of things, this was not a bad Drow game, but it was a pretty rough game for your Centaur and your Necro overall because you picked the Drow. So I think Yandex have to go into game 2 with a different mindset. But for Iron Wings, I'm not sure who to call the standout player here, Mikey. I feel like all of them kind of worked out really nicely here. Who do you feel like?
Well, I agree with you. I genuinely don't know who to really point out. Like, you know, it was a team effort, John. You give me a name. Give me a name, John. You be the bad guy.
You know,
be the bad guy.
Just for fun, I'll say either 33 or Ari, but I'd lean towards Ari. You know why? Because he played the top lane well. He was rotating with his team. He was an absolute maniac with some of his positions. Like, he made so many small plays I didn't even have time to talk about because they kept fighting. He had a Quelling Blade in his backpack. He just kept dragging it out. Every time towards the later portion of the game, when BZM would get pushback, he'd blink forward, you know, quelling the tree, and just try to walk away. It's insane. And he was getting away with it. That's the wildest part. He wasn't dying when he'd blink in. It's kind of crazy you can get away with that kind of play as a Lion, but that was such a great showing from Ari and really the rest of Iron Wings. They just play a really clean game of wacky Dota. It's not even straightforward Dota. It's keep fighting into your face. This is super old school Dota. It's just fun to see, Mike. So fun.
Oh, it certainly was a very fun game. Number one here from these two sides. I wonder what Yandex look to change up here up against Iron Wing. It was a very interesting game nonetheless. We'll head off to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game 2 between Yandex and, of course, Iron Wing.
I'm here with one of the legends. It is Saxa from Yandex, and we're going to talk about your year leading up to the International. So, starting out the year, you know, why did you end up with Yandex? What sort of took place there?
I was considering the options, and it was like either take a break or like look to start a new team. I talked to Watson, I think, first, and I heard that he's going to Yandex. I heard the team, and at first, you know, I wasn't really sure. And then we played some scrims. I started to get a feel for the guys, and I stood in for them for the visual LAN. And we got top 3, so everything was kind of clicking. So I just decided maybe I'll give this a try and see how this goes.
So how are they sort of different to your expectations?
I think they're all very hardworking. They're like open to listening. They're all kind of young guys, and they are very hungry. And I think anything I say to them, like they will listen and they will try to improve. So I think for me it was like kind of refreshing to see like how like overall chill they are in real life, I guess.
Yeah, it kind of feels like there's not really any big egos on Yandex. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, there's like almost no ego.
That must be nice. So you sort of followed Watson to the team then. I mean, what is it about him that you like as a player and a teammate?
I mean, obviously he's a very strong carry player. He was like rank 1. He's like very high skill.
Yeah.
But also I think as a person, he's very chill. Like he's not like one of those carry players that has like a high ego and he doesn't really listen. He's like very open to advice and he's like very hardworking. So I like that about him. And I think there's many benefits to him.
But is he still able to get across his ideas and, you know, be a shot caller in the game when you need him to be?
Yeah, overall he is. I think maybe in the past he wasn't so much. He was kind of just focusing on his game, but now he's like trying to take that leadership role more, and when he feels strong in the game, he's going to make strong calls. So I think he's improving on that a lot.
I want to talk about Malady as well. Malady is a pretty funny guy in interviews, and when we get to talk to him, he always makes people laugh. I mean, what is he like as a player and a teammate?
He's a bit quiet, I guess, like a quiet guy, but he's kind of like, you know, cold funny. He's like, he's just gonna say something like with a straight face, but he's like gonna say some stupid joke. As a player, I think he's obviously very high skill and he knows what he wants to do in the game. I think him and Watson are like really good on the same page. Overall in the game, I think he's more of a quiet role and he tries to kind of let other people like take charge more. And he's just kind of like gonna focus on his game and focus on his spellcasting.
In the early days of Yandex, did you have a big focus on building communication in the team? Was that already in place?
Yeah, we had to work on it for sure, especially when I'm like the only English-speaking guy on the team, so we kind of need to work on these things. I also try to bring in some experience from my old team, so it's definitely something we've worked on.
So for yourself, when you've already got a TI under your belt, of course you want to win it again, but is there an extra motivation for you to help these sort of new guys who haven't done it yet to lift the Aegis?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I want to win it myself, and I want to win it for them.
What is the communication like when you're about to get into a big series? What are you guys talking about typically before the series starts?
I guess the enemy's strengths and weaknesses and understanding what they want to do and how we want to counter it. I think those are the big things. And the other thing is also focus on ourselves, make sure that we do the right things. We're like in a good place, in a good mindset, that we don't do anything desperate, just stay cool, calm and collected.
If someone has made a mistake in the game, how do you approach it?
Just move on as soon as possible, like, you know, just accept it. Everybody's gonna make a mistake, especially on a tournament like TI. People make so many mistakes and you have to be ready to make those mistakes. And once you're ready to do that, you can make as many as you want as long as you're like still trying to win. Just don't let it affect you at all.
Despite having a lot of TIs under your belts and wins under your belt as well, do you still find that motivation, that hunger to go and play on that main stage and be in front of the TI crowd?
Yeah, for sure. I think this tournament is obviously very important in Dota and is the biggest deal. And my whole career I was always striving to win TI. I did it once, but now it's like I see other people do it a second time. So yeah, I'm definitely motivated to do it too.
Brilliant. Saxa, thank you so much. Good luck. I'm really looking forward to seeing you play at TI.
Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going into our game 2 between Yandex and, of course, Ironwing, and it is MLP Dota and Xfire joining you. Jonathan, game 1, I don't want to say it was a very dominant victory from Ironwing. It just felt as though they kind of had their answers for the Drow Ranger last pick of Yandex. Game 2, we're going into this draft. Do you feel like there's any obvious kind of changes that you'd like to see from Yandex to force us to a game 3?
I think for Yandex, it's more of the idea of what they'd want to play around, right? Like, it felt like they were trying to flex around all of these picks, like the Centaur, the Necrophos, then they end up flexing super hard for Necrophos off lane, going for the Drow safe instead. And it felt like because of that, they kind of made some sacrifices in terms of tempo. So I think the idea itself was pretty sound. It's just that Iron Wings took it a step beyond and really just decided to not give any openings for the side of Yandex, right? No time to scale. In Necrophos is an off lane needs farm and levels. They bullied it out for the tri lane. They understand that an Earth Spirit off lane, it will get sacked, but it does get EXP, and you can kind of run with it, as you are seeing again just what happened in that last draft. The way they started with the Centaur and then the next core pick of Necrophos, really, that's where we were kind of theory crafting what they'd want. It did end up being the Centaur mid, and we were hoping it would be the Necrophos safe, so you could end up with something in the off lane here for DM that would actually play to the tempo, but it was just way too slow when you bring out the Drow, because there's no one to connect with the supports, as we were seeing the same issue with OG, right? Where their supports are kind of set to fight, but there's no core to kind of back them up. Your center lane was fine, but your Necrophos lane was completely shot. Your Drow was finding free farm, but that hero just doesn't join fights either. So I think it was just super difficult for Yandex to find a launching point to actually get that ball rolling. We'll see what shifts. They do get first pick here. So I think that has to...
We'll see what they do end up prioritizing here. It's going to be quite interesting again. It was a very interesting game, just seeing both offlaners just kind of getting absolutely forgotten about until later on. And again, Ironwing, they were the ones that were able to make it work. Watson, I feel kind of bad. He had so much free farm that whole game, but just the amount of answers they had in closing the gap and making his life a living hell throughout that game, at least throughout the mid to late game. Very problematic indeed. Yandex, we'll see. The first pick, what do they want to prioritize? It's good. It was not banned out.
Yeah, I mean, you leave it out there for Yandex. Just I'm like, it's like the fact that Invoker is higher priority for them. To be fair, it is Chiri Jr. It's one of his favorite heroes, so that makes enough sense. But Earth Spirit being in the pool, I don't think you say no to that if you're BZM. Like, it lanes fine into the Invoker. Maybe you look for something that's a little bit more dominant into an Invoker matchup, sure. But nah, you just go for it. It's a little bit fascinating. I mean, there might be something very specific in mind here from Yandex. Maybe like we were seeing from GamerLegion. Maybe Watson will think about like a Faces Void, which again, that combination does feel pretty good. You can see again, just 100% win rate in Earth Spirit for the entire team so far. Like 33 still won that game where he was sacked just a while ago. So I'm just surprised this hero just didn't get banned. Like the Puck over Earth Spirit, I think we're well past the point of Puck being as relevant as Earth Spirit now, right? Like this hero just does so much. It does so much damage late game. It has a save. Its damage stays relevant into the late game too, especially as BKBs tick down. It's a menace in lane as long as you get through your first 2 levels, I'd say is the roughest point, which isn't that much. I mean, it just delivers a lot, so we'll have to see if this was worthwhile for Yandex. Again, prioritizing this Invo over the Earth Spirit for Chiri Jr.
Something. Ironwing. I still feel as though the Earth Spirit's like the biggest problem you can have right now in the mid lane. Invoker's great though. Chiri Jr. One of his favorites. It's fair enough. See what they get done with it. Of course, final banouts to come before we can see some more picks to be made. See that Wyvern being removed, Undying also being removed here by Ironwing. Of course, that Wyvern very, very annoying. A lot of reserve time being used once again for this ban stage between these two sides.
I wonder, right? With I'm finding out just pick the center off. pick that up for most like here in the world, but it is really damn strong. 33 has played it multiple times already here. 3 times already in the tournament, so it fits the bill for Iron Wing. Centaur offlane just feels like it really doesn't care about most matchups. I mean, again, I get why you ban Lone Druid, and I get the reasoning for banning out the Winter Wyvern, as you mentioned, right? Really disrupting the team fights. The healing is actually quite obnoxious. The shard buff on healing as well, it's kind of crazy with the damage you get afterwards, so it makes enough sense, but Iron Wing just has the option. If they don't ban Centaur, they're going to pick it. They ban the Bane. Do you want Centaur? I mean, sure, you're double picking cores, and maybe that makes it easier to try to think about like a DM Timbersaw. I think that's the one answer that kind of plays into Centaur and Earth Spirit. Maybe not in lane, but certainly in the game, it will make a lot of sense. I don't think you care, though. I really don't. I feel like these two heroes are just so overwhelmingly strong that the natural counter in Timber is probably not even a concern. They'll go with the Hoodwink first, so they play it safe. And they keep it green as well, Mikey. Keeping the green draft dream alive. Haven't had that talking point in a while.
Oh, yeah, I guess you can call it that, John. You know? It's a stretch. It's a stretch.
It's always a stretch with me, Mikey.
Yeah, I know, Jonathan. I know. You're like a yoga instructor, you are. Team Yandex.
Thank you. That's quite the compliment. Thank you.
Well, I don't think it is, John. You know? I don't think anyone grows up saying, I want to do yoga for a living. You do see the Doom coming out. And the Nature's Prophet. Go on, you're going to counter argue here, John? Is that
No,
what
I'm going to say, they picked the Doom to counteract the potential green draft because now you can't pick Necrophos. Isn't that smart? So now you can't get the green power going. So, go nicely covered by the side of Yandex. Of course, a DM Doom is something we've seen him perform on quite nicely. Very stable off lane. It's very fascinating to see. There's some potential for shenanigans with like the NP pickup here as well, right? Like on paper, it feels like this should just be our Watson here, but you could put it onto Soxa. He can start to get active on the map. They have run it on Soxa as well, but they've also run it on Watson one time apiece. So it's very flexible what you'd want to do. Because if you do run the support NP, you can run the safe lane Doom, and that it's not it hasn't been as popular here at TI, but certainly something that still fits in. We get the TA coming out here for the side of Iron Wing. So very nice stable wind condition coming out. It's something that can also somewhat match NP when he's split pushing. Again, not as popular nowadays, but the Astral Projection Ags can allow you to split farm as much as the NP will, so long as you get the prerequisite trap setup done. And that's more of like a late game scenario, but you can kind of keep up pace there as well. If the game starts to drag on, the NP won't be able to just split push freely. Shard timing's always nice to play with as well. The trifecta of items that we love to talk about: Blink, Dragonlance, Deso, 3 out of 4. Won't be happy yet. And I'll go with the Ringmaster now. So a little bit more of that save coming in. A good balance of offense and defense on these supports. Pretty decent setup for the Wheel of Wonder with Bushwhack that can actually kind of set you up for some early team fights as well. I like what we're seeing from Iron Wing. A lot of forward reach with your supports. Not really frontliners, but heroes that can play behind the Earth Spirit really nicely. Right? You scout out with Impalement Aurits, you set up with Bushwhack, you follow through with a roll, and you can still get that gank train going here for Iron Wings relatively early on.
Team Yandex, back to their own side of the draft. Surely some supports to come out here from Yandex. There we go. No. PB either pick up. Well, where's everyone laning here, John? What are they up to?
I'm guessing you're just gonna run. You're still gonna keep the offlane Doom, right? That should still just be our DM hero. You run Safe Lane Terrorblade for Watson, something that he's very comfy with. One of his older comfort heroes that isn't really the most popular nowadays, to be fair. And you just run the NP on Soxa. Right? Again, he's done that already once in this tournament. Soxa NP is very active on the map. So I don't think it's too rough, right? Like early teleportation with Sprout, you can set up for some Sunstrike plays, set up for Cheer Jr. to clean up. Does make a lot of sense here.
Fair enough. We're finishing off with a support, I think, for Yandex in the end. You'd have to say. I highly doubt they're going to do something weird with Invoker. Team Yandex.
Funny.
This time, assuming they're not going to be running an offlane Earth Spirit, which I hope not. You know, Iron Wing, more than likely just running in the mid-Earth Spirit this time around. The offlane bans to come against 33. Of course, Iron Wing in the meantime, banning out supports. They'll get rid of the Tusk.
Do you ban out Centaur? Right, because theoretically, Terrorblade actually doesn't care too much about Centaur, in lane at least. You just out-damage him, you turn on Metamorphosis, you're going to have a good time. You are low HP, so if the Centaur does gap close on you, Double Edge does kill you off. It might still be worth the ban. Because I think you could slide away with a Centaur here on Iron Wing. You could play ultra-aggressive somehow, like a more modest 1-2-2 build, or more aggressive 1-3-1. Just run up to Terrorblade and just Double Edge. And with your supports on hand, there is follow-through damage here to get that done. A lot of magical damage in lane that is not comfy for the NP. For the TB, sorry.
True. I don't know. It's available. But they've got 15 seconds here to decide what else they don't want to deal with. They'll get rid of the axe. Interestingly enough. Iron Wing still looking for a final support ban, I do believe.
Trying to think. It feels like it could be a decent Shadow Demon. You know, you get your own save out, you get some Terrorblade illusions going. You have a way of just having a Dispel on hand as well. Try to hold down the TA a little bit more. Get some stacks going for your team as well. Maybe a little bit more passive as a support. That can be a little bit awkward. Yeah, the Clockwork's the more active option. With Centaur still in the pool, can you fit it on Yandex? Can you do something completely crazy here? You run what? Nah, it's a bit too wild. An NP Invoker support duo. Even NP Doom support duo is a little bit wild too. So you just can't do it. I mean, if they did, you know, I'd love to see it from Yandex if they were going to try that, but just way too left field. Shadow Demon's the only one I see kind of fitting the bill. Maybe a hero, just a lane dominant support. Try to really win out these lanes a lot more than you were in game one, which is fair. I think that was a major course correction for Yandex and kind of what they figured out or what they experienced in game one, which is quite nice. Maybe it makes it more awkward for that Centaur pickup now as well, because every single support combination with Terrorblade does feel pretty hard to play into. Right? Like, that is not a smooth time for 33, so it might not be a Centaur game, but honestly, we have seen Centaurs in ugly lanes. It really just doesn't feel like it matters. You go back, if there's some stacks, you're fine. It's the Brewmaster instead. So something microwave for 33. You can see White One's having a good laugh.
Very funny.
I mean, to be fair, when you and I have been seeing the Brewmaster like literally a month ago, Mikey, it did not feel the best. But I guess if anyone was going to play it on 33, it's probably it's the best shot for the hero to shine. Among the best shots.
It did look real bad the last time we saw it. That is for sure. But I do agree, if there's a player that makes it look good, it's probably this guy right here, 33. The white one with the still smiling with the $1 million smile, as we used to say. The Brad Pitt of Indonesia. What is it, John?
He's such a happy fella, good old white man, you know? Like, when we saw him at the World Cup as well, hanging out with the other Indo boys, he's just constantly laughing. I do appreciate it with that, man. I do miss him. Don't you? Don't you miss when we'd have the White Man interviews and his fans going off in the back? I hope he has a fan just like that in Europe. You know?
Still, no, you know, he didn't even know my name, John, so I don't know how much he misses me. You know?
That is actually
Nobody
true.
knows my name.
I don't know why. You have such a memorable face and you have such a memorable name. How can no one ever remember MLP Dota for how ridiculous that name is? It's insane. It's actually a blessing for you, Mike, because no one's like, oh, the pony guy. No one's done that yet. Right?
No.
So I guess that's good, right, Mikey? Just like the drafts are good. Right?
Yeah.
I would lean, despite the Brewmaster, I would lean towards the side of Iron Wing. I think they have fun to do. There's some challenges here, right? Like, you that is generally not what you want to do, because it's such an easy Doom target. You'll always be hunting down to try to spot out 33 to prevent that split. And if Brewmaster can split, he is just pretty much dead. So I'm very curious as to how much 33 can get out. I do feel like if you do find yourself a good game here under Brewmaster, then there's a lot to be done. You can keep that Terrorblade up in the air, isolate him away, focus on everyone else first. You know, you've got the damage to kill everyone else off. You've got this Earth Spirit mid up against the Invoker of Chira Jr., which again isn't the worst lane in the world for Chira Jr., but it's also pretty damn playable here for BZM. So I'm keen on seeing if, again, this trade-off of getting the specialty for Chira Jr. is worth it when you have to hand Earth Spirit away.
Gonna have another smoke on smoke situation. I'm very curious to see what 33 does here on this Brewmaster. I mean, surely this is going to just be the constant Doom target they're looking for. But then again, you Doom him, you forget about BZM's Earth Spirit. He just has free reign throughout the fight. So it's interesting, right? Hard to know if they're actually going to be able to find these Dooms as well. I mean, 33, he's pretty on point, at least from game 1. I doubt he'll be making life that easy for them on this hero. We know how annoying he can be once he gets that primal split off this map. BZM can run into DM for a moment. Won't bother for the banner rune snipe. There is one left on the bottom side, so you can go ahead and collect that as BZM if you want to, but it seems like nobody even believes it's there.
Is Watson going to deny it?
Watson's going to see it. Yeah,
right.
He'll just deny it off eventually.
Yeah, there you go. All
there
right,
you go.
Fair enough.
Oh,
still a 2-for-1. Pretty happy start overall for the side of Iron Wings. I mean, just forcing the deny doesn't feel great. At least you don't start with the extra here for Iron Wings. We'll see how these lanes do go. So it does break out. Sun strikes to just secure the range creep, as you would expect here for Chira Jr. He does have the range advantage and can poke pretty hard onto BZM. There is a timing here with the Forged Spirits that can be quite annoying for the Earth Spirit. The minus armor, you don't have the highest basis. They chase down Watson early.
Yeah, they do take down Watson early. They ran the tri-lane quickly with Whitemon around. And the Tame the Beast was available, and that does a hell of a lot of damage at level 1 if you can get that max duration. The Bushwhack into the Tame the Beast into the Thunderclap proving to be enough, and well, that's already a fantastic start for Mr. 33. You'd love to see that first blood bonus on him.
It is. I guess the one thing for Watson, at least, you know, he doesn't start with level 1 Metamorphosis and doesn't die with it, so when he hits level 2, that shouldn't be happening again. Good read from the side of Iron Wing to, again, kind of abuse that slower laning start for the Terrorblade. No real presence until Metamorphosis is up and running. You can kind of just make use of it and just get that ball rolling. The mid lane's still a little bit rough for good old BZM, which, again, is somewhat to be expected. You've got the range advantage overall for Chira Jr., but you're not really held back too badly by BZM. Has 3 denies to his name, finding a good amount of EXP still. Has the kickback.
Kickback. Very nice kickback timing here from BZM. Chira Jr. He's going to be able to Fairy Fire and walk out of there, but that's something you've always got to be a little bit afraid of against the Earth Spirit. Nice little attempt from BZM that time around. Very, very close. Not quite there this time around, but surely the next. As top lane, it seems like things are going pretty okay for Pure. Like, he is forced to jungle just a little bit, but that's because the creep wave is very far forward here for DM. Does not want to end up risking his life in any way. Doesn't really need to, though. He's playing TA. You can always revert back to the jungle whenever you need. Saksa could get caught here. He's not expecting this rotation out, and well, Saksa will have a Fairy Fire of his own. Looks like he is going to be okay as DM will force away Whitemon. Gotta be a little bit on the cautious side, though. Again, plenty of burst damage here with this Ringmaster around.
As there is. Pure.
Oh, now Pure's getting chased down, and they've got him. DM will just chase him down the old-fashioned way.
A little bit awkward. Did go for level 2 meld, so not a single point from refraction, looking for some aggression in the lane, and just tries to meld down DM, but he is fairly tanky. He has the bracer up, lots of HP, decent chunk of armor from, you know, all the +1 armors Doom has been getting. So your meld doesn't quite do enough to chop down on that EHP. And a really nice kill to find here for DM. Like that sets you up after, again, a slower start down bot. You're starting to apply that pressure top. You have the levels up now as well in Malady to just bully out Ahri a little bit more, although.
Chase down on Malady.
This is kind of the thing as well. Like now you've got those earn charges on 33. Such an aggressive style of lane, and with the earn charges up, you know 33 is about to have himself a great old time on this Brewmaster. Not great news for the bottom lane of Ironwing. 33 going to take a double wave for himself as well while he's at it. Though it does get dragged to the small camp. There is that at least, but the camp probably not going to last too long. Maybe one creep tonight to come, but still should be coming the way of Ironwing anyway.
Yep. Gonna be happy enough to still get a ton of EXP for yourself here again for 2T3, just avoiding the direct lane, especially while you have that metamorphosis available. Gonna be a little bit longer until you get some presence out for Watson. His lane, despite all of these shenanigans though, and despite that early death, is still smooth going here. TB down mid, some aggression coming out from BZM.
BZM. He's still very tanky. He's going to be just fine. Jiro Jr. Only so much he can do about this Earth Spirit right now. Roll in again from BZM. A little bit off the mark this time around though. Sunstrike going to be off the mark as well. Both mid laners really trying to get each other, but not quite. As 33 now dropping pretty low down bottom, but they're going on to Malady with 3. Malady is going to go down 33. He'll be perfectly fine to walk away and just heal himself up with those earn charges. A nice little rotation now from Ari to secure a quick kill here with Whitemon.
And they just get such good reads on a map. Like, you're forced to go back anyhow on Pure to jungle. He is going all in on just Meld and Sideblade, so looking for quick jungle presence rather than laning presence here on RTA, fully focused on getting some early items up. And that just means you have room for Ari to move around, for Whitemon to join in as well. We still don't have Whitemon. Walks back to reset, no mana. But the damage here from Malady, you can't underestimate it.
Oh, they are going to find Ari at least. There's your rotation from Saksa to ensure they do secure the kill. Ari getting punished just a little bit. Saksa finding the opportunity to start to get active. Will even rotate for the power rune timings and doesn't really get it down bottom. It will be up top. So Whitemon tries to secure and actually does snipe the forge creep to ensure there's no denying that arcane rune.
No.
Because even the Estus is still already up here for 33, by the way.
Getting the track down to the Invoker is going to be massive, right? Like, now Ghostwalk's not going to save you. Free Vision. They swing out, trying to get a little bit of an early push with the creeps as well. All supports down here. It's a lot of damage, though, if you're not too careful.
It is a lot of tower siege happening here. The siege creep, of course, being left alive with all these creeps to tank for it. Magnetize going to be popped. BZM just wanting to make sure they can't keep going. In fact, he might find a kill out of this. Very nice bushwhack from Ari. Malady will go down, and that's a pretty big loss. He'll just refresh the Magnetize once again, though BZM maybe going a little bit too far, but it won't really matter. He'll defend the tier 1 tower. He finds a freebie. And that's a pretty decent loss for Yandex. All that committal for nothing.
Watson?
Is now Watson. Trying to fight. Sux is going to rotate in, but 33 is refusing to back off. They'll bring in Ari for a bushwhack, but it won't matter. The Shrine of Wisdom does go the way of Watson. They cannot contest that metamorphosis.
No. A little bit risky for Watson, but they will translate that into a tier 1 push as well with Soxa swinging over. Again, he's got the level 3 Treants up. It's a decent chunk of damage. That is the one big strength here for Yandex. Their pushes do go really fast. This is something the lineup was made for. Just constant sieging coming out. The defense coming out from Iron Rings has been pretty clean though, but they don't have that counteraction available yet in 33. Still has to wait a little bit longer for level 6. So no way to split and try to break this fight apart. And because he committed Magnetize and BZM, he's not quite ready to TP. He does have it off cooldown now. Wants to wait for the power rune first before making some sort of commitment here. See if he gets lucky. Not quite.
Illusion are going to go the way of Malady this time around. BZM, they're looking to maybe rotate. In fact, he finds a couple stacks for himself. Let's go ahead and start taking those from the Radiant Triangle. DM eventually going to intervene and realize they were being taken. Won't lose too many creeps. No, he does. He does lose most of the creeps. Meanwhile, 33. One more bit of creep will give him the level 6, and he does get it. Onto Malady, he'll go. You love to see that. Just the level 6 into the ult, into a kill. 33 very happy with himself, I'm sure, as he does find a killing spree now on the Brewmaster. And this is when the Brew can start to feel a little bit more intimidating.
Got all of this presence out now for 3-3. So much team fight potential. Granted, it's a long cooldown. You kind of have to balance yourself around. Love the micro here from Malady, just dragging the creep wave away, trying to stall out the push. 3-3 does the same though, so the awkward creep farming moment now for both sides.
Also going to get caught top lane is Saksa. Ari will be forced to take the kill as Pure just did not have the range to finish off the kill, but now DM also being chased down. We'll go for a quick TP out though. Nothing to cancel in time. Nice little escape from DM. But a heavy activity now from Ironwing. We are still seeing Yandex trying to secure this mid-tier 1 tower. They're almost there at least. In fact, they're pretty much there. They'll be forced to be denied off at this stage. Can't even do that. Malady will be able to secure. And that is a pretty big victory. You finally got that darn tier 1 tower down.
Start to open up the map a lot more. I do love the preemptive ward coming out here, although.
Doom committal. It's going to be out onto Ari. Looks like DM just looking for a nice easy pickoff for himself. And Ari does try for the Ancient Deny, but doesn't quite get there. Meanwhile, Watson actually ends up binding 33 as well. That's a big one for Watson.
That one's the impactful kill you're looking for. Terribly, it's starting to get a lot out from this laning phase. Watson, #1 in net worth, has a nice kill under his belt. Again, that early death from that tri-lane start of Iron Wings doesn't set him back as much as the early movement in the last game has. It's not been consistent enough. Although, we are doing some good poke here from Ari, but just not enough magical burst now in comparison for this game. Top already pressuring Pure.
They are going to find Pure once again. Pure. Huge kills coming out now for the side of Yandex, and every kill does mean another tower with this style of draft. They'll be very, very happy with themselves here, Yandex. Keeping in mind, of course, this whole time, Watson's been having the freest game of his life on this Terrorblade. Still top of the net worth board. No real pressure being applied apart from that first blood that occurred early on. That doesn't really affect his game so much. And meanwhile, Ironwing, I mean, they're still looking strong with their own draft, but these early sieges are getting a little bit on the annoying side for them, I'm sure. They'll move into the bottom tier 1 tower themselves, but it is going to be a much slower process. And of course, it seems like Yandex, they can decide to just rotate and defend at any time. And it seems like they will.
They are in position. You're not going to get too much activity out here from Watson, not without that Metamorphosis. Yeah, a little bit tougher. Does look like, yeah, they're just going to have Malady walk away. Not even, I mean, yeah, no value point in the macro power. It does opt for the dual breath level instead for more aggression, more consistent aggression, but still maybe thinking of a swing. Chura Jr. is committing some time here. Tower itself will fall, but they might catch some stragglers.
Oh, BZM's going to roll out. Maybe they look towards 33 again. Metamorphosis back up and available. They'll commit the Tornado and the Chaos Meteor. 33. He is actually going to be saved, but no. He could have got the split off. The Escape Act actually ends up ruining it for him, I think. Bit unfortunate. They cancel their own primal split.
It's a hard one to call, because the chain stuns were near perfect coming out there from Yandex. It looks like he was already getting frozen up from maybe a cold snap coming in right before he gets stunned up. Yeah, the ice bat coming out. Pretty clean from Yandex though, right? Like this is almost the same style that we saw Ironwing pulling out. This constant aggression coming in from Yandex, dishing it back to Ironwings. And Ironwings, they're the ones forced to sit back and farm. Again, they went for this build on Pure where he doesn't have that much durability. Refraction stuck at level 1, finally gets the value point. Been very focused on just trying to meld down creeps, get some quick farm. Always going to be a constant soft target that DM's going to be happy to try to pin down. They do still have that split. They are smoked up with BZM. Only Malady down bot, but Watson's going through the gate as well, but they're going for a smoke play. And if they get this catch onto Pure top, things start to get pretty scary here for the side of Iron Wing.
They just may as well. Wymon, no, he's going to set up onto Saksa. Blocks the stairway as well, but they don't have enough damage to quite finish off Saksa. In fact, With the empowerment ups, they just may. But Pure is still being chased down. They've got the Doom available. But they won't commit. And in fact, Saksa actually does end up making it out with his life intact. They just don't have the burst damage right now to deal with anyone with this TA. That's massive.
It is rather fascinating as well. Pure does opt for the Specialist Array first over the Dragonlance and opts for the Hydra's Breath over a Hurricane fight. Maybe just feeling the need for scaling damage, which is fair. Although I can see some viable threats on top of him, right? Like there's this NP with Sprout. You do need some ways to reposition. Maybe he's banking on, I don't know, BZM to try to get the pulls off onto him instead, or just the escape act being enough to buy him some time. Can be a little bit risky, but and damage will start to ramp up for Pure once that full Hydra's Breath is up into likely the same old Blink, maybe even the Deso if you want to go for it. Although with Hydra's Breath, you might not even gun for it.
Top lane. Quick kill onto Malady. It's actually the first kill of the game for Pure. Things coming out towards the Radiant Triangle. They know that the stacks are about to be taken. They had a ward just watching all of this, so they are going to smoke up and see if they can go ahead and swipe those away from DM. Yeah, a lot of gold for Pure if they can. They'll break their smoke. They'll see DM. Can they catch him in time? They cannot. DM's going to be safe. They still want those stacks, though. In comes BZM with a roll. Misses out on the stun initially. TP's coming in from Malady. Meanwhile, Saksa, I believe, took most of the creeps there with that Wrath of Nature. They'll go for the split, but they've already lost Ari. It seems though 33 can't really do too much with this Brewmaster at the moment. The damage output not really there. He's just trying to cause a little bit of chaos, but does need to retreat, and it seems like ultimately he might just get caught out anyways. They are forced to fight to try and protect him. Malady maybe dies, but they'll lose 33 in the process, and now BZM, he's in so deep, they'll just doom him up and take him out. A very forced kind of fight, and the stacks would have been worth it, but they miss out on all of it.
I think the big thing that really caused issues there was Chira Jr. He was coming in. I'm not even sure if he was lining up the Meteor Hammer to catch him out, because it looked like he was just aiming for the creeps. They run right into him while he's channeling. Gets the full Meteor Hammer strike onto 2, and also got the EMP a while ago, cutting off Ari's mana, so he couldn't spam out the Bushwhack. He couldn't look for Acorn shots coming up into the high ground, or at least not as much as you'd want to be seeing out of this Hoodwink. Really strong punishment coming out there from Yandex, getting a good read as to Iron Wings movement. Again, just the timing for Iron Wings, a little bit off the mark, very forced. They had their smoke break in the low ground, they kept chasing into the high, and it just doesn't pan out the way they'd want. Again, the positional play just not there for the side of Iron Wings. Yandex starting to grow this lead, 6k up, a free game for Watson so far outside of that one tri-lane gank. It's terribly, it's starting to become a little bit of a menace. Manta style up, going for the Dragonlance, going for the Demon Zeal as well. Have that consistent push. 33 on the Brewmaster. I mean, the Ags timing's going to be big. It's just, is it going to be enough? Because we've seen this with the Brewmaster before, and you've already seen it in that last fight. You said it, Mikey. The damage just doesn't feel amazing. The utility is still good, but you need to follow through, and that's going to take some early rotations out from Pure. Does look like he has the Hydra's Breath up, but that alone isn't enough for the TA to feel safe here.
Absolutely not. The TA's been having a pretty rough time, to say the least. Blink Dagger coming up next on Pure. Watson still top of the net worth board now, working towards his own Dragonlance. We are going to have a quick pause out from Shiro Jr. Starting to really see the weaknesses as well of this Brewmaster pick. Like that last team fight, it just didn't feel like it did anything.
No.
You know, we saw a bit of a chase from the Fire Panda onto Saksa, but Saksa just kind of kited it out and ran away. Did not seem concerned whatsoever about it. Just, you know, it can be a disruptive, but even that didn't seem to really happen.
No. I think the one thing as well, right? Like when you do pop split, like we were talking about earlier about this Doom pickup countering the Panda. And once you commit split, that actually just allows you to Doom up BZM. stop the Earth Spirit from constantly refreshing Magnetize. And that's a huge chunk of your DPS early on. So once you do, you know, catch his Earth Spirit out, the team fight just kind of falls apart, especially since, again, you're not quite ready on pure. Smoke out here. You've got Doom back up in DM.
With the Wheel of Wand onto Shura Jr. DM's going to be around though with the Doom right onto BZM, and that'll be Shura Jr. able to get out of there. In fact, turning around for a quick Sunstrike, and BZM can do nothing about it but die. Now, DM, he's just been very good at just dooming BZM every time. Just put him out of the team fight. We'll see a split from 33. Doesn't really seem like it's going to amount to too much. Just clears out a few creeps, and that'll be about it.
Yeah. He really has to wait out the Ags here on 33 to have that big impact you're looking for on the hero. Again, the only benefit right now to Iron Wings is that you are giving a ton of space out to Pure. Like, it was a little bit of a slower start, but he's keeping up that farm tempo in comparison to Watson, only about 400 gold behind. Blink Dagger's not too far off. And the TA can start to jump, look for the back line, get some hits off. Might still want the BKB first. Again, there's always the risk that you become primary Doom target as well, but I guess you really just have to paint that target onto BZM anyhow. The fact that Magnetize is just not getting refreshed, the rolls aren't coming in, the pulls aren't coming out, it does make it pretty hard to feel the impact of this Earth Spirit. Done a great job in DM just to stop BZM from popping off too hard in this game. And again, a very stable start for the side of Yandex. Their push potential is still there. Tier 2s are still intact for the side of Iron Wings. But you know, the moment we start to talk about Roshan here, the siege onto the Tier 2 is not going to take too long if Yandex can find themselves that objective, which feels like after maybe a team fight or two at this point in the game, they should start to consider relatively soon here, Mike.
We'll see. Yandex still well and truly in the driver's seat of this game. BKB almost up now on Shura Jr. There's your Ags for 33. See if that makes